Welcome to the 2021 Wild Rift Sea Championship Group Stages. We are finally here after a long fall season run in 8 different regions, and now we have 12 teams all vying for that Sea Championship title. I am your host, Mika Fabs, and we've got Omo and a very special guest on the panel with me. Not that Omo isn't special.
That's
of
okay,
course
I
you
get
are.
it.
What a way to open. Omo gets it. Omo gets it. What the Jess from Innovate Esports. Jess, thank you so much for joining us on the panel today. And you know, we're going to be having a lot of special guest analysts, special guest panelists joining us, so do stay tuned for that. How are you guys feeling? It is day 1 of the group stages of the Sea Championships. I know there was a lot that went on in the play-ins. How are you guys feeling about today? And of course, that Sea Championship title. We'll start with you, Omo.
Yeah, I'm hyped for sure. I mean, I can't wait to see what these teams are gonna pull out here today. I feel like the quality of most of these teams is a step above what we saw in the play-ins, but I gotta say, I'm a bit disappointed that we're not gonna see Jess on Rakan here.
Oh well.
Well. Yeah, so how about you? What do you feel about this, Jess?
I'm feeling great. I'm really excited for today. Like, there's like a lot of great matches to see. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I already know which matches I'm looking forward to the most, of course. But you know what? I also want to know what our audience thinks. What matches are they looking forward to the most? What players are they looking out for? What champions do you think we'll see in the Rift? You can join in on the conversation. Let your thoughts and your voices be heard. Just use the hashtag #SeaChamps. That's SEA Champs, and you can see your tweets featured on over here. You could be, you know, our special guest panelist over here, like What the Jess. You can be our 4th panelist over here. You could we will be reading out your tweets or your messages wherever you guys might be watching from your platform of convenience, of course. So guys, yes, hop in and join in the conversation. I believe, you know, our Twitch is also a lot more interactive right now. We were just talking about this earlier, that we do have some drops. I am not too sure of the mechanics of this, by the way.
We were trying to figure it out ourselves.
I know, because I want the drops.
Oh yeah.
I want the drops, you guys. I think, yeah, you know, we have some boost cards in there, and I think there's like an emote chest. I do want that, of course. But of course, there's a lot more in store for you guys here at the Sea Championships. I know there was a really busy couple of weeks that went on with the play-ins. Of course, Jess, you were there. Obviously you were there, and almost there. And it's, you know, it's great that you're here right now, because this is a great way to open up the discussion on the teams and the matches that we have today, and discuss what went down in the play-ins. Fortunately, we also do have a special little recap for you guys. We have a sort of previously on Wild Rift Esports coming right at you in this short video that we have prepped for you, recapping the play-ins and all of the past weeks that went down. Check out this video.
Hello and welcome to the Southeast Asia Wild Rift Championship. At the back. Oh, excellent capitalism. It finds two. Heroic entrance separates Coyote from waiting for next game.
My goodness, the fight ensues as Buriram United, they get the jump onto Boom Esports, but look at the collapse
and that's going to be Virginia Dragons eliminated from the Southeast Asia Championship.
Zhao gone, Owens gone, Divine 3, Boom 0. That's going to be the game. That's going to be the series. Divine Esports closed us down 3-0. The best team at Bracket A. They're going to the group stage.
He has now Baron is spawned. Locking is on the Zig, so the poke's gonna be strong. No shockwave miss
for the lead. It's been all adversity though, taking a Baron Nasher for security.
Past the team, he can't do anything. 570, it's gone! And Saigon Phantoms are out of the SEA Championship.
Can you defend the impact that Blast Wolves is doing? They can, and Blast Wolves will take the series.
Here we have it, Flash Wolves off the back of the first 2 games, reverse sweep battle adversity. 3-2, Flash Wolves take the series.
As well, a double kill going over to Kazim. Take that triple. Get the pentakill. He's gone. Get the pentakill.
And again, anybody is looking for C. Does not get any at all. It gets blocked. Now, Hero's entrance
Great knockup.
Where's the
Rich on,
apple?
and everybody gets caught in between the Apple Zero and QWQ here. That will proceed forward in the nick of
What?
time. But here comes a boom flip. It took all three. Remember, it might just be able to get the quarter kill as well.
It's a 3-0 finish for Team Flash, and they move on to the group stages.
That's going to be the series. Buriram 3-1 over Battle Adversity.
And Buriram United moves on to the group stages.
Can I just be really candid here and share how I am slightly disappointed that we didn't get one of our, a few of our more memey teams into the group stage, like QWQ, Looking for Daddy, and Banana, just because I just feel like the storylines around them would be so crazy. But getting into the actual serious facts of it, Omo, I know you have a lot of thoughts on the plans. What were some of the big surprises for you?
Surprises for me, I actually didn't expect Banana to even manage to take a game, so them managing to knock down QWQ in the first place, that was pretty surprising. I was also pleasantly surprised by how well Fan University did, but I was quite upset with how Flash Wolves ended up doing in the end.
Yeah, I think we were discussing that a little earlier about Flash Wolves, and we saw them. They were doing really good in the Summer Super Cup. What about you, Jess? What were some of the big surprises for you?
The big surprises for me is like how the Flash Wolves plays, like in the end, because they looks a bit shaky. Like I don't think like they should be a reward sweep at the first place against Fenno Adversity. So yeah.
Well, of course, I personally am very proud of Fennel Adversity. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing them in the group stage. But here you have it. We have our format now. Of course, we have got 2 groups over here, and 8 teams will be advancing into the playoffs, which means only the top 4 will be going into the playoffs for each group. Matches will be a best-of-2 series where a 2-0 will garner teams a full 3 points. So every single series matters. Now, Jess, I actually wanted to get your thoughts on this. What are your thoughts on, this sort of format? Is a best-of-2 more or less nerve-wracking than a best-of-3? Because I kind of feel like with a best-of-2, you don't exactly get kind of like the closure that you want.
Yeah, I think this is fair. The best-of-2 is like not too much, and like you get a second chance to like think back to the draft and like try something new.
Yeah. At least you have that chance to redeem yourselves.
Yeah.
And of course, we have our group stage teams right over here. We have Eva's Esports, Team Secret, SBTC Esports, One Team, The Alliance, Geek Fam, SVP, MBR, Divine Esports, Flash Wolves, Team Flash, and Buriram United Esports. This is a pretty amazing lineup that we have over here. We were talking about who, our favorites might be for that championship title. I don't want to spoil it just yet, of course. We won't be getting into that. But I think it's really interesting because, of course, from the play-ins, we did see a few teams and how they are coming into the C Championships. A lot of these teams, though, a lot of the powerhouse teams that we have, for example, we have Eva's Esports, we have SBTC Esports, we're still not sure what they're up to just yet. So I'm prepared for some really big surprises from these powerhouse teams. I am also looking like, for example, at One Team. They look to be in top form. They nearly got that Summer Super Cup title. And I feel like they're going to be out for blood right now in this C Championship. What are your thoughts on the group stage teams that we have, Omo?
Well, I'm actually really glad that you brought up One Team, Mika, because that's kind of my question as well for Jess, right? Because we saw Flash Wolves, they didn't do so well in the play-in stage, and because they've been competing basically only against One Team the entire season, my question then is, are we worried also about One Team and how they are going to perform then?
Yeah,
That'd be interesting. That'd be very interesting. Yeah, go ahead, Jess.
Like this is a questionable topic about like one team, like how were they fare against internationally,
yeah,
like this time. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to see them in action.
Yeah, and we won't need to wait too long because of course they will be up, I believe, for our first match. But checking out the standings, we have everybody starts at ground zero. You can see our two groups right now. We have Group A and Group B. I know we have pegged Group B as sort of our group of death. Jess,
Yep.
I'm curious, do you agree with this? And which group would you rather be locked in with at this point?
I'm wholly agree that Group B is a group of death. Like there's SBTC Sports, there's Evos, like oh
There's
my
a
god.
Lions.
Yeah, and there's Lion, there's a Wolf. You don't want to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I
of
would-
course, Group A is looking pretty hot as well. I mean, I'm looking at one team, I'm looking at Team Secret, I'm looking at Team Flash, all the teams basically that are in there. And you are now seeing our schedule for today. There are some particular matches that really made my eyes, pop up, and I'm like, oh, look at this. But I want to know, you guys, Omo, what matches do you think caught your eye?
Yeah, I think the first match of the day we have coming up for everyone is going to be a super exciting one. One team, we talked about how strong is this team really, right? That's the questions that we have to answer coming into regional tournaments. And I think that seeing how Flash Wolves, I feel, has underperformed and how I feel like they're not performing up to expectations, up to par, then that also raises the question, are one team also having issues because they've been playing against each other the whole split, right? And they've really only been tested by one another. So seeing one team go up against Team Flash, who we kind of know how strong they are, thanks to the play-ins, I think this one will answer a lot of questions for us. Match 4 is going to be pretty hyped too, and I think we have a one team versus Team Secret one that's going to really determine how Group A will play out for me.
Yeah, that's making me nervous.
Yeah, that is.
I gotta say, that's making me nervous. Jess, what about you? Are there any matches that caught your eye?
Yeah, the Team Secret and one team, yeah, that caught my eye.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's like we don't know how they fare against each other. Like specifically, like one team and Team Secret, because I don't know, seeing how well Fennel Adversity play in play-ins, like I do high hope for Team Secret.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I don't need to explain why I have high hopes for Team Secret as well. But I am actually looking at, SVP versus Team Secret. I think this is a super interesting match because we actually saw this happen before in the Summer Super Cup. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what changes these teams have made and how it looks like, of course. We also have new champions entering the Rift that weren't there in the Summer Super Cup, of course. So I think that rematch of sorts, especially since SVP, they were formerly MVP. Now they have, kind of leveled up, I suppose. It's going to be interesting to see how that match is going to go down. But we do have our first match of the day, and this is going to be Team Flash and one team, two teams that have been hotly talked about all throughout, me, Omo, and Jess. We have been talking about nonstop about one team. Team Flash, I have to say, for me, they're looking like the underdogs over here. One team, of course, they're a big fan of this team. They were the runner-ups to the Summer Super Cup, so I still do think Team Flash, they are the underdogs, but the momentum is currently with them since they only lost once in the play-ins. It happened to be to Banana, though. I'm interested to see what your thoughts are on this team. We'll start with you, Omo.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Team Flash did get a really easy group for the play-ins. That's something that we have to keep in mind as well, right? But I do think that they performed up to expectations, and I like the fact that you brought up that they are running hard right now. They have the momentum under their feet. They got to, beat up some easier teams to prepare and warm up, get ready for playing on stage. I know we always talk about, teams play in scrims all the time, but it's always different to be here playing on stage. And I think that Team Flash, honestly, they are the underdogs here, but I think they stand a fighting chance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just what about you? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I do agree. Like they gotta put up a good fight for sure.
Yep.
This upcoming match.
Yeah,
Like Team
Yeah.
Flash, they got I don't know, like unpredictable like style. So yeah.
I really do like unpredictable, actually. But, one team, these guys were a powerhouse during summer. They've been doing pretty well since then. That second place finish to EVA's Esports, though, I'm pretty sure they're kind of out for blood right now. It is their first match on the international stage once again after the Summer Super Cup. You kind of don't want to be the first team to be up against one team at this point. That's how I see it. I feel like they're going to go through all of the teams in their way. Team Flash is up first. So, I feel like one team, this is gonna be an amazing performance for them. What about you guys? We'll start with you, Jess, this time.
I think Sui is like one of the best support from summer season. Like, so I'm really curious how he gonna play in this tournament. Especially he's the one to bring up Rakan at the first place from the previous tournament. Yeah.
That's true. I mean,
Right.
For me, right, when I hear people talk about Flash Wolves, I always hear them talk about Ninja 7 in the bottom lane at least. What are your thoughts about Ninja 7 and Sui and how they play off each other? Jess?
Like the style that they play is like a composed one. Like Ninja 7 do like to play something flashy like Kai'Sa and Tristana. So I don't know in this like upcoming match he will like show anything of that sort, like, or he gonna play like something like Senna, sorry. Yeah.
Something safe, right? Yeah.
Could be. You know, I'm also looking forward to that matchup between Ellie and Baya in the mid lane. I do remember being a huge fan of Baya, you know, in the Summer Super Cup. He did some amazing things. I believe he ran that Ari pretty well. And Ellie has been sort of like the X factor from Team Flash over here. You know, we talked about how the team sort of like, you know, takes his cue when he pops off, and that's when the team suddenly comes online. So I feel like it's gonna go down the mid lane. I feel like, you know, these guys are gonna determine the pace for this matchup. So really excited to see all of these players come here in our first match of the day for the C Championships. You know, interestingly enough, I feel like, you know, one team a while ago got to actually chat with I believe it was Ninja 7 a little earlier. Interestingly enough, they did mention that they are widening their champion pool. So, you know, we did mention that one team did bring out the Rakan previously. I'm interested to see if they're going to bring out the Thresh. I'm interested to see if they're going to experiment a little bit, because they have been known to be, you know, very experimental. I mean, what are your thoughts on this, Jess?
Yeah, I'm really curious that like they'll bring out like something special to this like tournament, because yeah, they one of a, what should I call it, revolutionary team, like to bring out like champion like we never see before in a regional like tournament. So yeah, really look forward to their playing.
Definitely, really excited. So now I have to ask you guys which way you think this match is going to go. Is it going to go with Team Flash, who have that momentum coming in from the play-ins, or are we going to see one team back in full force? We'll start with you, Omo.
Yeah, honestly, I think one team, they do look a cut above. In the Flash Wolf series they play in the grand finals, they did drop a couple of maps at the start of it, but it seems like once they figured out how they wanted to play, once they figured out Flash Wolf's strengths and weaknesses in that best of 7, they really just cracked the code and they just ran through the grand finals. It looked pretty easy, smooth sailing for them afterwards, right? So I think we have a lot of hopes for one team, and I'm glad that we actually went through most of the map already, because I think to me, right, the key matchup here we're gonna see is between Shy and Joyce, as well as Kid and Senyo, I believe that is. So I think that the top jungle here is gonna be the defining factor for the series.
Interesting. I like that. What about you, Jess? What are your thoughts on this? And which way do you think is this matchup going to go down?
I do think like one team gonna come up ahead, but like you mentioned before, like I do think that Ellie is the guy that like he snowballs really hard when he gets the lead. So yeah, I'm curious what he can do in the upcoming match.
Yeah, same here. And as I mentioned, I do think that, you know, Ellie is going to be that the one that sets the pace for Team Flash. They're gonna take their cue from him. So I think that one team, they're probably going to be looking to shut down Ellie really early on, and a large part of that will come on the shoulders of Baya. So yeah, on my end though, I was trying to stall right there because I was trying to make up my mind, but I do think that this is going to go in favor of one team actually. I feel like,
we're in consensus.
You know, right now, yes, Yes. Okay. Is that our goal to be in consensus all the
True.
time? Because like, I checked out our little file, and yeah, we're gonna be fighting later on. But for now though, we have a unified front. We do think it's gonna go in favor of one team. I believe the rest of the casters as well feel like one team is just a powerhouse right now, and going to definitely make us such a strong start here in the C Championships. And again, they did mention that X Factor, that they have been experimenting with a lot more champions, so it's possible that Team Flash might not be wholly prepared for the sort of kind of one team that they were probably reviewing. So I'm relying. I don't know. I have a thing for all these experimental drafts and all of these wild cards. So I think one team, what one team you saw in the regional qualifiers might not be the same that you're seeing as we enter our first matchup of the day. Now, really quickly, because we keep bringing up this, this unpredictable champion pool that we have, Jess, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on, what sort of like drafts we might see coming out of one team, especially since they do run that Saya and Rakan. Team Flash might have caught onto that. So what do you think their counters might be coming into this first match? Yeah, that's interesting. What about you, Omo? I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this, especially as we are coming up to our champion select in just a few.
To me, I'm pretty much aligned with you guys, but I have one very big question, right? I think just now we were talking about the Trash a little bit. I actually kind of want to get your thoughts on this pick, Jess, because I've been very vocal that I think that Trash is a bit of a bait champion, and I don't know if you feel the same way, because you played at this tournament. So what do you feel about that? Do you think that's something we're going to see more?
I think Trash is really strong, but due to the tenacity in this game and how they stack, so yeah, that's kind of bad for Trash. Like, you cannot like Q into R and E. Like normally you could, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can't lock them for long enough, right?
Yeah, and champion like Camille, Lee Sin, like it's so hard to like pick them off.
Yep. Too mobile.
Yeah.
Well, of course, right now we are entering our champion select for our first game of the day between Team Flash and one team. And right now we are seeing the bans that are coming out. No Rengar, no Gragas, no Ziggs. And on the other side, we also have no Olaf, and no Renekton, and no Lee Sin. Really leaning heavily onto the jungle, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of jungle like banning out.
Look, what did I tell you guys, right? It's gonna be Shy and Joyce versus Kid and Cianiel. You see the Camille Riven. They're throwing down the gauntlet from game one here.
Whoa. I really like the Riven and Galio combination.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
it's really strong at the side lane. Like, you can have like Riven playing deep at the side lane and got a Galio cover like from his ulti.
Yeah, and it lets him 1v1
now we
the
see on
Camille.
Orianna too.
Yeah.
Ooh!
Wow.
They got the Rakan now. They got that Rakan. So I guess the Team Flash is looking to bring the fight over here to one team. But Corki, buy on Corki. Interesting.
So do you think that this is gonna be Kokinami coming out here, Jess?
I'm not sure though.
Okay.
We still don't know like where's Corki and this Galio gonna go,
Oh, that's
right?
true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's a flex.
Yeah, so one team do have a lot of flexes. That's actually super cool here. Team Flash, it looks like they just want to play the wombo combo though, right? So they're just gonna look the team fight, gonna go deliver the Ori ball. Pretty simple stuff. Is that what we're expecting?
Yeah.
Whoa. Wait.
No, this was a really big pick for Ellie in play-ins. Like, he was so effective on it. Like, most people use Aurelion Sol as primarily a roamer, but he does so much damage in team fights with his stars.
He's gonna do it.
Oh
You
no,
locked
but
it in?
yeah, you have to counter pick.
Yes, so we talked about that Aurelion Sol. That was a huge factor in our notes. Omo, do you think that your predictions might change because they brought out the A Sol? But I don't know. There's a lot of CC coming here on the side of Team Flash. You know, every single champ that they have, they are looking to control one team. One team, though, a lot of comfort picks, I would say, on the side here of one team, especially in the jungle. What are your thoughts on this, Jess? How do you think, you know, this has changed possibly a prediction, or what do you think? Is it still gonna favor one team?
I think it's still gonna favor one team because if they from Team Flash perspective, if they cannot unlock the Camille at the side lane, it's gonna be really hard because like the composition relies on magic damage, like Aurelion Sol, Orianna, even Rakan. Yeah, the Rakan deal a lot of damage in team fight.
Right. Omo, any final thoughts before we head into our first game of the day?
No, I do agree. I think they got a lot of comfort picks on the side of Team Flash, but I think that one team, they have just countered basically everything. The Corki is going to free scale against the Ori, the Yasuo's going to do great against the ASOL, and this top mid jug combo from one team, I think can just run down the mid jungle of Team Flash.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the ASOL matchup against the Yasuo. I have mentioned that I feel like, you know, it's really going to be Ellie and Vaya that will be the playmakers over here. But checking out as well Joyce and Shanyo, it is going to be like a lot of action in the jungle as well. Team Flash, though, such an interesting lineup over here. You know, you just see it, just imagining like the amount of ultimates that are going to come in. You have the Hextech Ultimatum, you have the Cataclysm, and you have the Shockwave. They are just trying to make sure that they maintain control of all of the team fights. I'm not exactly sure if one team is going to give that to them, though. I mean, you have that Galio there ready to tank the damage, and then you have that Corki just ready to, you know, fire everything from afar and dash on in case things get a little too sticky, of course. But we are gonna find out, of course, how this match is going to go down. We are kicking things off with a bang, a flash, and possibly the one team to rule them all. We are gonna find out. Casters, over to you guys. What do you got for us?
Very much there, Mika. Yes, we are getting ourselves excited and keen to load in here for the very first game of the group stages. It will, in fact, as you say, Team Flash be up against one team with a point to prove. You have to imagine here, Riku.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one team coming from the Summer Super Cup, landing in second place. Of course, we've got Team Flash as well, who still have something to prove for sure. And as the panelists have mentioned, this is definitely going to be a tall order.
Certainly will be, but I'm already excited straight out the gates here with this mid-lane matchup. Ellie says, look, we're dropping the gauntlet. We're playing that Aurelion Sol once again. His most played champion, and he is undefeated over 3 games so far. But Bayer there in that final pick says, you think you can be spicy, you think you can be cool, watch this Yasuo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just as what the Jess has mentioned, this composition coming from one team looks really good against this, triple AP, double AP composition coming from Team Flash. You do have that magic shield from CU over there with that hero's entrance. It is just a perfect double whammy setup for that big knockup later for Baya. There's just so many things that will set up for Baya as well. Aside from this Galio, Xianyo will play a big part, and Kid as well on this ribbon.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this jungle matchup in particular. It is going to be explosive. It is going to be quite volatile. Lanes to gank, obviously, in that top half of the map. Certainly can be influenced rather easily. Both Ribbon and Camille wanting to be as much of a threat as they can be, as we can already see Kid copying a fair bit of a beating. Ignite goes out, so summoners were traded. As Kid has to flash away and pick up the honey fruit down to half so far.
I think that is a scary thing. For Kid, you already have lost your defensive summoner spell. Shy still has it. So in an aggressive standpoint, but if you involve the jungler, that could be a different scenario.
Shy could be now the focus here for a gang. No, just going to try and trim this wave. Imagining Kid just wants to get himself that forced reset back. But 1v2, Shy's not afraid. Hook shots off the wall. Charge goes across, and Joyce is here, hence why he's so confident to make that play. And they will stabilize, keep the lane in a neutral state.
You're going to be a little bit worried there because of that big setup. That could have been first blood very easily. But good call coming from one team to decide to just back away. But the thing is, I think the mid lane will be very, very extremely important for Ellie. You mentioned that pretty big win rate on this Aurelion Sol. The fact that, again, an ASOL can be very, very involved towards the side lanes, having the travel and speed boost through, and as well as the objective fights with an easy big stun once you're able to set that up.
Huge stun, and that really was the talking point of the play-ins, where we had our fair share of Twisted Fates and Gallios. Ellie says, no, Aurelion Sol was my counter pick, that's my choice. And It just looks so good. That was the most scary part about it all. It was pumping out damage. His stats are phenomenal so far. KDA through the roof, and really is my my player to watch so far.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be very interesting to see, especially now that it's level 5. How will Team Flash be able to find these picks or be able to influence the side lanes, especially topside? Shy has been winning, and therefore this could be a prime opportunity to basically set up for a potential dive, involve Ellie, involve Joyce. With it, when there is a Jarvan 4, usually you will expect a dive.
Very well, as they will get that Chilling Smite online as quickly as possible. First gank, obviously warning shots here, but no first blood, as you say. Imagine both these teams now are going to get themselves the desirable tempo, as those objectives will be up in less than 50 seconds now. So from the wave, get those first item spikes, and look to try and find a degree of control on this map. Make the first real move here, because in terms of the objectives, it has just been that gentleman's agreement to pick up opposite crabs, get vision down on the map. With everyone having that ultimate available, it's the calm before the storm now.
Exactly, that's why CU is here in the mid lane, hoping to find an opportunity to get that knock-up and that last breath. Now it seems that the plan has been foiled, so now where will CU involve himself? Because, you know, Corki, he can actually leave the Corki alone just because of having that Valkyrie, Ninja 7, pretty safe. You got big wave clear. So this is definitely something Team Flash should watch out for, especially Team Flash will be looking into getting that Rift Herald and then opening the map up. Unleash Shy. He has been that big, stable ground for topside, and one team, obviously, Kid, has been struggling in the early game.
Yeah, and Shy's really gone from strength to strength across the full season into the plains, and whilst we said, you know, Bracket C in the plains wasn't the hardest group for them, they haven't truly had that challenge, only dropping one game. He has made a name for himself on all these mechanically intense champions. Wants to prove a point here. Might be the 4th seed, but certainly can wrestle with the best. There goes the first gank. Cataclysm locks him in place. A sword and battery will grant them that first blood. Jianyo on the board. Oh, the quickness is there, and the red carpet is dropped. The package won't find it, but they have cut off the angle. Nash trying to spot up of it. Is the Camille though, so don't worry about that one. 4 members strong. Kid's rather low, but the Herald is still there.
Shy's still lurking in. Does he want to attempt to steal? But CU is right there to deny that.
Not going to be the case here. Team Flash unable to try and push through mid into towards the river. Ninja just waiting for that Valkyrie. Will find it. No need to burn the Flash just yet. So, only 1 kill and a Herald. Not going to be stolen away. But good news so far for one team.
Ellie?
Ellie being very aggressive.
It's a little bit worrisome because he wanted the honey fruit so bad, and he was basically in melee range already from Baya. That could have ended disastrous if CU was there to set up a taunt and punish that honey fruit, but, you know, he's not there. He still gets to live another day, is able to regen, deny Baya sustain a little bit, but it is now the Air Drake already the aim for one team to get a 2-for-2 when it comes to early objectives, and they can keep doing this because Xianyo will almost have his assault and battery up in the next fight again, and they can get a pick and basically rinse and repeat.
Yeah, they have a very strong top side now with the Trinity Force as well as the Black Cleaver complete. If they can unlock Kid to come down here, but he's constantly getting pushed against his turret. Down a level now as a result, and both will have their ultimate very shortly, so potential recipe for disaster for them to fight that 1v1 once again. But it will be Team Flash deploy into the bottom half of the river first. The Dragon has been aggroed, but they don't seem to want to commit to this just yet. Wrestling for control, wrestling for vision, and looking for that initial engage.
Yeah, they need Ellie to set this up. They need Joyce to set this up as well with the Shockwave combo. They've got so much CC to actually get a pick as well. But the biggest target was definitely Baya and as well as Ninja 7, which is pretty hard to reach. So therefore the pressure is towards Glory D to set these up for Team Flash. And now there is that little bit of hesitation because one team also has a very scary big team fight potential. I think the winning area for Team Flash is definitely Shy over there. He is definitely winning that lane against Kid, and therefore one team will have to be careful in later phases of the game where it's that big 4-1 split push threat in the late game.
100%. I mean, that's Camille's bread and butter, much like the Fiora. Does excel at that, but very adept at those team fights as well. And one team have had enough for this little fancy feat of the dancing in the mid lane. They said, we're not going to go for the A ramp. We're not going to wait around. We are going to summon that Herald, and just like that, go straight towards the Dragon. A common play, and it does work out. They get a few turret plates, and they will get the first 2 objectives off this game.
Yeah, it's the classic, you get the Dragon, we'll get First Blood Tower, we're gonna empower our top lane because Shy again is this big threat. Even now, during the early phases of the game, Kid cannot be involved in these fights, which is fine because, again, you've got Baya with so much setups.
Danielle definitely reminding Glory D just how much damage Vi can do in the early stages of this game. That's just a Trinity Force, but certainly weaving in those autos quite nicely. Just look at the atomization here from Team Flash. They know that there's so much attack damage on the opposition. So many plated steel caps picked up here, showing that they will have that durability to fight that fight.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very big contrast. You know, Team Flash is just full of AP. One team, the big opposite of that big AD damage. So we'll see how the itemizations will go. Maybe we'll get to see more of that Maw, perhaps, in the game later on. But so far, I mean, there's Siu who will be able to compensate for that with that magic shield. And one team, they're very happy. You know, I feel like the mid game is just where they're going to be very scary. We're seeing now Ninja 7 with having to build through that Muramana, perhaps, and even Triforce. So after picking that up, that's the time one team can be a little bit more confident in these fights.
I mean, this feels like the comfort zone so far here for one team. They've got their Vi, they've got the cool here, they've got that late game scaling. The pace doesn't necessarily need to be advanced just yet, but they will go ahead and go for that play. Ellie in trouble underneath the turret, 1v3 fights, but in comes the Grand Entrance looking to try and protect him. Out goes the Cyclone of damage, not going to connect, but he has been protected. 3 members low from Team Flash underneath the turret. Ellie will be fine for the meantime, blinking health bar, but the gank has gone sideways, and a Flash has to be burnt away by Ninja 7.
Yeah, I didn't have much of a choice. He was pretty much cornered. Look at this, Team Flash. Not only, you know, we expected this to be a struggle for Team Flash just because of, like, on paper, one team has been incredibly solid, their experience in the Summer Super Cup. But now, this is more than even. This is Team Flash taking control of the game, and it's really, really impressive.
Yeah, and this is the point to prove, right, as we say, as these teams now come in for the group stages, claiming that first seed. You know, how big is that divide? It had really been the narrative of the play-ins as to, you know, not all teams are made equal and so on, but so far Team Flash are holding their own and are looking to make that cross-map play. It is still around the Shy, and it does receive a lot of the emphasis, and you can understand why. Most gold in the game right now, and up by 1,500 compared to the Ribbon.
Exactly, this is him with the early lead, with most likely, you know, just one visit coming from Joyce, but everything else is all because of his own efforts in the solo lane, dealing that 1v1 against Kid. And yeah, this is, again, looking back, very, very impressive, because when we look towards the Summer Super Cup before, it is, again, one team that's second place as a region from Taiwan, and Team Flash, of course, all of the Vietnamese teams landed in 3rd and 4th place. And now, again, this is just a statement of how much a powerhouse of a region this is.
So delicate the situation right now, 10 minutes into this one. The gold lead, it's insignificant. It's pretty much dead even. A kill was traded for that turret, as we saw earlier on. But one team are reminding them the caliber of team that they are, and continue to invade and showcase that they aren't afraid to take those fights if presented. Team Flash showing respect and just playing towards opposite sides of the map. I mean, they got their first turret top side, they're now playing and nearly claim the second turret bot side. Really looking to try and open up the map, allow Shy to be that split pushing threat, as you say. Working towards that 2nd and 3rd item spike, but not getting too caught in the game plan that is one team, which want to fight, want to assert control. Might now look to try and catch up the Shy, who's down to half, has the flash away, hook shot wasn't enough, and that next dragon has now just spawned.
One team has been trying to constantly deal with Shy, even having to put Siu. Mid lane could be in trouble though. They're fine. They're just clearing the way. But that's the thing, one team has been making attempts at Shy's life here and there, but unfortunately has not exactly succeeded. And I think it's because of the pressure that Ellie has here in the map. He's able to just join in as well. Not as fast as a hero's entrance, but it does the job still. So one team now being very careful. Again, they have this big wombo combo. They need everybody else involved here. Maybe even including Kid to set up the flanks, especially you've got Ellie and Dialing going to be far back, having to poke here and there, unless Ellie is the first one to go in and initiate the fight.
Yeah, and you're seeing this is the frustration for one Kid, is that he's trying to fight, but he can't find it. The rest of his team in this 4-1 split are looking to try and clear waves and put pressure on turrets as well, but the wave clear that Team Flash have between the double AP threat is proving to be a bit cantankerous. Here comes that gank, there is the flash, the assault on battery queued up and ready. All the CC coming his way, Shy has been shut down. Getting a bit too big for his boots, he had that 1500 gold lead, it's still going to be the same. But now in a 4v5-1, look to go for the second Drake.
I love the discipline coming from one team here.
Oh, that's a beautiful quickness, already locking them all in place right now. There is the hero's entrance, knocks them up, causes a fair bit of disruption so far. Ninja, double summoners, but down to 20%. TU forced the flash away as well. The bot laner 1 has to disengage. There's another flash, and there's the flag and drag, and there is Yasuo Gombayaya. Pops everything, not gonna find it. The AD carry of an Orianna, Dialing proving how proficient he is in this champion. It's not a mid laner, but he gets a double kill.
Beautiful setup, beautiful target prioritization from Team Flash. Every single time they find someone who is full HP, basically, they focus target on them and they're forced to run away. That is the reason why a lot of the members coming from one team were pretty much low, therefore they just want to retreat. Again, this composition from one team are very full on, all in. There's no disengage whatsoever, and that's the reason why one team struggled even though they wanted to run away.
And that's the concern you had to say, Riku, is when they do go in with those initiation tools, if there's not anything found within the first 5-10 seconds, they are going to panic. I mean, we saw that, right? They were definitely realizing, well, we're not getting those kills, we're forced to flash away, but that is the benefit of Team Flash, is they can run you down with this comp.
And it's going to be a worrying trend for sure, because they still have to deal with Shy in that 4-1 split push, and I feel like that is exactly why they're turning their attention towards just basically stalking Shy wherever he goes, tries to punish. And the fact that Team Flash already won that fight, minus Shy's involvement, is a pretty huge statement on how the state of the game currently is.
Absolutely. I mean, considering that he is still the one with the most gold in this game, and very different game plans. 3 turrets to 1. Bit of frustration here from one team as they're looking to try and find those ganks, they're looking to try and find waves to play around, but they just don't exist.
And that's the reason why Team Flash is just very happy.
Oh.
What? Glory!
Glory being very risky, I suppose is the word we'll use there. Maybe a bit of a madman, to say the least. 4 members were looking to collapse on him, dropping out of vision for just a second there. And one team will be forced to disengage away, but now maybe split and caught out position. Flash can be used here by Xian Yo. Not going to be the case, though. Going to hold on to that one and just wait out that Cataclysm. Gets dropped down to 50%. And Joyce is reminding him that both these junglers can certainly pack a punch.
That's really difficult with the 1v1 as well at bot side. That tower is going down slow. Where's the punish? There's no punish because one team has been pushed constantly into their own base. And the threat of them responding, there's just going to be big cooldowns like the Shockwave, like Glory D's Charm, and everything else just funneling in. And Team Flash is just happy about this, just banking on Shy, winning the 1v1, getting that 4-1 split push threat, and if he needs help, Team Flash is ready to collapse.
I mean, this is just a Shy's playground at this stage because he's playing anywhere he wants with no real threat of getting ganked. One gank has happened, sure, it paid the price by falling down, but he knows that the rest of his team is putting enough pressure on the map that he can afford to play so aggressively that he can continue what has been 15 minutes of bringing it to Kid and showing that, hey, I feel like I'm better than you, I'm playing like I'm better than you, what's your next move?
Exactly, the next move is, you know, one team just trying to bring in more people to 1v3 Shy because the 1v1 is not going to be enough. If Kid just, you know, is in that scenario, more towers are going to keep falling. That means the Baron later on is going to be incredibly crucial because Shy is going to be there constantly.
Silent Battery goes out again, deja vu, we've seen this play happen before. Oh, the flash away, but it wasn't enough. The ultimate comes across and Kid finds revenge.
Nicely done response coming from one team. They know that this is a window, this is a lull. That means they can try to take advantage of the long death timers and claim back what has been lost when it comes to map control. And this, one team, they can afford this because there is the hero's entrance.
for it. Ellie running him down, impaled the orbs, looking to try and get a beautiful quickness and a knock-up afterwards. The Cataclysm guarantees that you're getting shut down, that you are locked in place. The hero's entrance to try and run away, and Siu also forced to burn the flash into his blue buff. Valkyrie committed as well. And this is the pressure that Team Flash can bring your way as one team are running for the hills.
This is exactly what we're talking about, right? Once one team decides to focus on Shy, Team Flash is just ready to collapse and punish, maybe even get 2 kills out of that, and maybe even an extra tower. The damage has been done. One team isn't exactly having an equivalent exchange off of the map. They're always on the losing end of these deals whenever they want to try something out.
Well, this hasn't been a game of Dragon focus. We've skipped the third. We're straight into a Mountain Elder. Now the fight to determine who will take this one. Hexagon made him, locking the place together. Looking to try and get that kill. There is the empowered Q. Takes him down, but gets responded there by Kid.
Whoa.
Has a flash, but burned the ignite so far. Sitting on a double kill so far. Kid certainly is
What just happened?
looking to try and ramp up his aggression in this game. Has the ultimate, looking for the execute. Not going to find it. Waiting for that next skill 1 charge. And look to try and jump into this one. Joyce very low. Assault battery committed, looking to lock him in place. All these teleports coming on through, looking to try and bolster the members of one team. They are flooding them with resources, flooding them with pressure. They've done enough with respawn timers at 45.
The biggest thing that happened in that fight is that Team Flash were basically compressed into one single area in that choke point. Therefore, it was so easy for Ninja 7 to land in all of the AoEs. Teleport.
Oh no, instant last breath straight away. Looking to try and contest this one as quickly as they can. Cataclysm locks in place too. Flag and drag to try and disengage away. The Dragon is still quite topped up and healthy, nowhere near smite range, so no need to panic just yet. They can buy some time, and they'll need time for Team Flash. As Shy is respawning, they're waiting for their bot lane to come back. And they've done enough here, Riku. The Dragon has reset.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty sweet deal. 2 teleports in exchange for the denial of that Elder Drake. I think, again, a pretty sweet deal. The fact that, again, the whole map is in favor of Team Flash, because look at topside. It is almost close to dying. And once they open that up, Team Flash will have more leeway to get this Mountain Drake for themselves. It's gonna keep pressuring one team. The fact that Shy also is carrying a teleport means that pressure is gonna continue building. He's either gonna stay in the Mountain Drake to fight, teleport instantly to topside, or vice versa. And now, one team has to expend resources again, as we can see Xianyo atop.
Yeah, they had to run it back once again. Oh, the hook shot across the wall. Look how far that assault on battery's gone. Buffers it with the Hexagon made him, and they just walk away. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the iframe that you get because of the Hextech ultimatum basically cancels out the very, very long assault and battery. And therefore denies, again, that's 1 resource down. I mean, at this point of the game, 20 minutes in, the assault and battery is at a very relatively short cooldown, so Shy gets to continue his journey towards topside and destroying the inhibitor tower.
And what I love about this, Riku, is the fact that he knows that he's been the benefactor of so much pressure that he's saying, look, you've done a fantastic job of allowing me to put us in this 5-2 turret structure advantage. Now I'm going to draw that pressure back towards us. And what does that mean? Well, it means that the rest of the Team Flash can be aggressive and look to do some invading of themselves. Yes, 20 minutes in, they're stealing away blues, they're getting down some vision, they're controlling this river, and looking to be the team that you have to face check into if you want this Mountain Elder.
Yeah, exactly. That is why, you know, you're going to be expending resources. Therefore, those resources will not be available on that Mountain Drake take, or, you know, the space will be enough for Team Flash to start over this Dragon. And again, Shy is just doing a lot. It says there he has 3 deaths. It feels like the opposite. It feels like he has 3 kills with the lead that he has and the way that he has been affecting the entire map.
I mean, the KDA really doesn't tell the story of this game. It's been a completely different style here from Team Flash, who we've known aren't too keen to go for the split push, but they've done it here today. Inhibitor gone, and now the team fight breaks out. Beautiful knock-up. Grand entrance of smurfing. It really is the battle of the entrances, as the Galio's already gone. He's down 50 seconds, and now a 4v5 breaks out. And can Team Flash win this one? They've taken 2 so far. They've got the numbers advantage. They've bullied away the Yasuo, and now that Dragon is taunting them, and they know this might be the way to close out this game.
What a fight! I mean, we talk about Shy all the time when it comes to map presence, but when it comes to team fight presence, you gotta hand it to Dialing. The way he's able to create these shockwaves to deter one team to be aggressive, to deny their heavy engage that they have. Mountain Drake.
Not going to be enough. Trying to get in close range there for the smite steal by it with the 1-man ultimate. Looking to lock in place 1. It's going to be Ellie that falls on down. A response here. He frames it with the stopwatch. Not going to be enough. They both go golden, but they're going to fall on down. The only thing they're going to find here is a silver medal because they've lost that team fight. One by one, they crumble. Down for 40 seconds. Darling again, smurfing with the triple kill. And all the pressure to talk about 2 minutes prior. Their Nexus is down to 50%.
That's crazy. That is an open base. That means it could be free reign for Shy to keep pressuring that portion of the map. And the next thing that Team Flash has to get is this Baron. And one team, there's so many death timers. They can start it immediately while one team is not able to contest this one.
Team Flash here, looking to cause the upset and looking to say you might be the runner-up here in the Summer Super Cup, but we are a team that have had that play-ins buff. The questions now may be answered as to really how good was our group after all, as they are in a very commanding position, only up by 3,000 gold, but they've guaranteed the strongest buffs in the game. There's the Baron, and with the Mountain Elder, they've really got an invitation to close out this game with a win.
Exactly. Big true damage, getting that shield, getting that Omni Vamp as well, on top of getting that Baron buff for them to siege. I mean, one team without those buffs, they have been struggling in these fights, and the saddest thing about it is that one team created this team composition to team fight, and so far, Team Flash has been winning.
Oh no, Glory D might throw it all away. He goes to the face check, locked in place with far too much CC. Insta one-shot falls on down, but that Cataclysm follow-up, Joyce is really being a difference maker
Shy
here.
coming in.
The Shockwave not there, but it's found that double kill. He is dominating, and he has been dominating all game long. There is the triple, hunting for the quadra. He's got the godlike. The red team has surrendered. Competitive integrity out the window. They don't want to see the Nexus explode. They are done, and they're waiting for game 2.
What a shocking ending to this, well, entire game so far. It was a roller coaster. There's high expectations for one team, and they collapse because of the early game, because of Shy's presence. And they're saying, hey, we made this composition for team fight. Let's do that and win in that portion. No, it is Dialing that has been stepping up so far in this game, and all of his shockwaves are very, very impressive. Team Flash, the number 4 seed, by the way, coming from Vietnam, is just destroying one team.
And this is so crazy to me is in the fashion that they did it, because we know that Team Flash are a team that want to team fight, that they want to take those skill checks with you. But they said, look, we respect one team. We know what their composition is built to do because they want a team fight. We have the ability, if need be, to try and split push. And that's exactly what they did. And from start to finish, the Shy put in a wonder show.
Yeah, it was the Shy show when it comes to map presence, map control, and basically you got one team not having that answer. We've seen them kill Shy 3 or 4 times already, but it doesn't exactly impact the map. And you have Dialing as well, who really stepped up in this competition, who can just basically flex from as an AD carry into these AP carry mage bot laners.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like frustration because we saw that they wanted to try and invade. They wanted to try and get the ball rolling and say, we're going to punish you for trying to play towards this play style, that you are looking to try and scale into this game. You're trimming the wave. You're making it very difficult for us to siege, for us to try and answer back. That the only real option they had was to say, we're going to go for the Herald, we're going to go for the Drake, but they couldn't snowball that lead into anything really tangible.
Yeah, every single time, you know, it looked good so far for one team. They managed to get 2 out of 2 early objectives across the map, but again, we mentioned this earlier. Every single time one team decides to do something in the map, it's basically, you know, Team Flash just 3 steps ahead. It was so difficult for them to recover.
Certainly was, and recover they did not. A surrender vote in game number 1 as Team Flash get this series off with dramatic fashion.
Welcome back to the C Championships, where Team Flash just basically shut down everybody on the talent pool by getting the first win of the C Championships. I feel like all of the build-up that we did in the pre-show, we kind of just have to revisit that, erase everything, and do something new right here, because that was such an unexpected first game. I mean, we were all pretty much saying, okay, one team, they are the powerhouse over here. They are probably going to take this first game. And then Team Flash does the unthinkable. I mean, we kind of saw it coming. But we just didn't think that they performed that well. And that match was really just a roller coaster of emotions. We're gonna break this all down, of course, but let us know as well if you have any thoughts on that amazing match and this wonderful start to the C Championships. Head on over to whichever platform you feel comfortable in and use the hashtag #CChamps, and you could see your wonderful messages, comments, violent, maybe not too violent reactions featured on over here. Now, of course, we also have to thank our wonderful sponsors. Thank you so much to Franklin Templeton. You can open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Right there, Franklin Templeton. Thank you so much for helping out the C Championships over here. And guys, we were just talking right before we went on air. We are not sure exactly how to get started even unpacking this game. This was just the first game, by the way. We haven't even gotten to like halfway through the matches of today. But my goodness, one team and Team Flash, we thought that this was pretty much laid out. But again, totally unpredictable. Jess, we'll start with you.
Oh wow, what a match. Like, this could be the biggest upset of this tournament. Like, this is only the first match
so far.
Yeah. We are like, wow. I'm amazed by the double mage pick from Team Flash. Like, oh wow.
It worked out really well, yeah.
Yeah, it worked out like too well against the Yasuo and like the how do I put it, like the melee oriented composition, right?
Yeah.
Like get on your face, something like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
You were telling us this when we were talking just now, right? Because one team wants to run into you. Team Flash's composition ended up working very well.
Yeah, like at first I thought that like Saya would be a better PKer, but wow, how they proved me wrong. Like Oriana did what 40k damage this game.
Yeah.
Like I thought that Ellie gonna be the main carry here, but wow. Like
Yeah.
oh, this is just like
Very impressed.
You brought up Ellie though. One team really trying to shut down Ellie, but they weren't able to, and they just let him like float rampant rather, because he was on the ESL, and he was just basically escorting his team around the map. Ain't no one touching my team over here. And as you mentioned, this was just such an unexpected win from Team Flash. I wonder what kind of adjustments that one team need to make coming into the second match. Omo, we'll start with your thoughts.
Well, I love having Jesse on the desk, because when we're talking between the games, he makes so many good points that there's no time to say all of it, so I can just steal his points now. And I think that the main thing that we need to talk about, he's sharing it with us, right? I think the Camille was a big problem, right? Because the way Jess put it, I think was really great, which is that they can't team fight and they can't win on side lane. So what do you do if you're one team in that situation? You just kind of lost the game, right? And I think that the Camille was really a big problem. Now that we're gonna swap sides, we need to see what the answer will be, right? I don't think Flash will let that go through to one team. So I feel like with Camille being banned away, what's next for Team Flash?
Jess, do you have anything to add to that? You actually had so many
much,
good
yeah.
points over here while we were actually watching the match. One of those, of course, being, for example, the itemization, the magic power over the damage, and why one team couldn't exactly catch up to the just little bursts of damage that Team Flash was drilling out.
The damage, I think in terms of damage is fine, but the way that the early game play out is like when Jarvan get the priority for Camille, and like Camille got the like small lead over Riven, and like I think at that point it's so hard for Riven to come back into this game, like because you cannot 1v1 Camille for sure. Camille gonna like sling away. You cannot team fight properly because like Arena Soul gonna out you, and yeah, Rakan gonna out you. Like it's so hard for Riven to play this game. Yeah.
At what point do you think one team sort of like lost control of the game? At what point do you think that, you know, where you basically knew, oh no, this is going to the side of Team Flash?
Actually, there's like not a specific team fight that I knew, but the way that the game is like, I like to call it like there's not anything going on in the game when like, and they got like the highest scaling champion like Camille, like Aurelion Soul, like Oriana, and you know that one team is on the timer, right? They playing Vi, like Vi, Yasuo, and Riven. Actually, Riven is a pretty good late game, but aside from that, like it's so hard. Like when there's nothing going on in the game, Team Flash eventually gonna win by Camille or Team Fight.
And I think if you
Omo,
look at how
what about you?
if you look at how the game progressed as well, right? In the whole early game, nothing was happening. But if you looked at Shy's gold, he just kept incrementally gaining more and more gold over his counterpart just by doing nothing. Like he was winning trades, he was doing well. And then when you see him in side lanes as well, right? I think there was a moment we were watching the stream together. We saw Camille just dive Kid. He didn't get the kill, but he ignited him, kicked him under the tower. Tower was 1 HP, and we kind of just knew that, like, you know, Team Flash had kind of won the game at this point.
Yeah, like
Go ahead, Jess.
like even like looking back from like the previous game, like the moment before the second dragon, if I recall correctly, like Xianyu did really well to shut down Camille. Like EQ flash into ult and Camille instantly died, right? Even without Camille, they cannot team fight. Think about it. Like it's so hard for one team. Like it's too hard. Yeah.
It's a really good draft, honestly. It's a really good draft.
Yeah, to be honest, it's like I think a Team Flash caught one team off guard really hard.
Oh, and there you have it. The Camille will be banned, but you know what? I feel like, oh my gosh, I feel like Team Flash should just take the advantage and just bring out the ASL once again. I actually was surprised that one team didn't ban it out. Maybe Ellie could do that again. Seemed like a really great win condition for the side of Team Flash, but sticking with the Riven for one team and the Oriana. Okay.
I want to point something out really quickly here. Team Flash didn't have to ban Camille on red because one team had to ban it on blue. They weren't willing to take a Camille matchup yet again, and they're just saying this time, you know what, we're going to get rid of the champion completely. We're going to opt into any Riven matchup you want to take, and they banned away Renekton as well as Camille, so a lot of respect to the Shy, as well as they're giving over, you know, the next strongest. I think it's the next strongest top lane pick here in the Riven to Kid. Do you think there's any answers to this, actually, what the Jazz?
Yeah, there's not really a lot of answers to Riven. Actually, like the only good answer to Riven is Renekton, and they banned it away. So I think Riven is gonna have a good time this game.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Assuming like he don't play like something like weird, I think.
Well, you know what? We can't count that out just yet. I mean, I thought that we were set for a pretty, you know, standard matchup over here, but
Well, go Thresh.
bringing out
Lock it in.
Thresh.
Lock it in now.
Go Thresh. Yes, indeed. What do you think of this pick, Jess?
This pick though, Thresh is a really high damage support. Like, I think it's one of the highest. Like his auto attack is like the box damage is really high. Yes, that's the one.
That's the counter.
That's the counter. Yes,
That's the answer.
Yeah, the one and only answer left. So there's no more like split pusher aside from Fiora.
But this is perfect, right? This is exactly what Team Flash want, I think. They want Shy to take the skill matchup.
Wow.
Yeah.
According to the draft, it's game one all over again. Like, one team is on the timer. They're playing peak off, right? They play with the vision, like the Vi ultimate, the trash
Now
hook,
Varus as well.
Yeah, like, wow.
Really big timer here.
All Team Flash need to do is just all for Fiora.
Actually, I have a question
Ooh,
for you
Akali.
here, Jess. Yeah, before we see that Akali locked in. Oh, he does lock it in. Wow, okay, that's gonna be very exciting. But I have a very important question for you here, Jess.
Yeah.
I noticed an interaction where you can flay the Rakan W. Can you do that on Wild Rift, like, consistently?
No.
So it can't be done, right?
It can be done, but it's like it's really tricky.
Right.
You gotta like it needs to be done in like really like when Rakan is like giving up too much, like or what he's thinking, like, oh, I gotta engage right now, something like it. I gotta R, and like you need to pre-play, you know.
So
like,
a lot of mind games.
yeah, you're gonna cast Thresh E
Wow.
before the Rakan even casts his W, so it's so hard.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. I mean, we talk about the Fiora and Akali and how there's a lot of skill matchups going on here, but I'm super hyped to see how Siu is going to play this one out, because like Jess was saying just now, he's one of the best supports here that we have, and it's going to be a very exciting one. I think he has a lot of potential to carry this game with Lanterns and Flays going up against Jarvan Rakan.
Absolutely, and the big question is if one team can actually get that revenge, especially since they have the Thresh coming out and they have new champions coming out over here on their side. Let's find out. Over to Game 2. Casters, you guys are up.
Beautiful, thank you Mika and the panel, and yes, it looks like we are really running things back here, Riku, with a very similar composition out of Team Flash, but a lot of the adaptations that we were craving from one team, they've got that engaged, they've got those most played champions in the Ahri and the Varus for the mid and bot, and that should give them hopefully now the tools to say we don't want this 15-minute stalemate.
Yeah, exactly. This is just enabling early skirmishes, especially the fact that Ninja7 in the bottom lane, he can definitely be left alone into certain conditions, I suppose, because he has that big wave clear. But you're going to be up against Glory D here on this Rakan, and as well as this Orianna, which I think right now could be the biggest and deadliest combo when it comes to teamfight, because you get that W in, you easily get that shockwave.
Yeah, and Darling had a fantastic game last time. Godlike was his KDA. I think he finished with at least double digits. Really popped off and left untouched. This time around, though, a little bit more bite to try and fight back here from Team Flash. An early invade. John Yoda Cloak is going to fall on down. First blood here found by Ellie in the mid lane. He's taken out the jungler. They've got that kill, but it will be traded back as Bayer finds it with the Ignite.
Nicely done response coming from Team Flash. They were able to snag that first blood versus, you know, one team wanting to basically initiate that engage and invade in the jungle. But that's the thing that one team, or rather Team Flash, should watch out for, because whenever a Thresh has been picked, you would almost always assume solo kill.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just happened in the bot lane. And, you know, Varus is one of the best champions in the early portions. But this is that invade. It's Joyce that starts things off with the knock-up afterwards, Riku.
Yeah, really, really nice funneling of that big CC. And of course, big level 1, very strong for one team. And I mean, I expected this, right? Like, it's okay to leave Ninja7 into his own devices in the bot lane, because he has big wave clear, he has big range, he can safely farm from far away. That means Siu can keep roaming.
Certainly can. And is already on the hunt, looking for that next kill. Gonna fall on down a little bit with some of the experience, but not gonna mind too much as long as you got that hook. You're always a threat here on the map. The orb goes out, the hook connects. Beautiful riposte from Joyce. Not going to fall victim to that one. That just gives so much control to one team who now pick up double Scuttle Crab.
Really nice start so far for one team on this composition where they can be a little bit more active early. Big skirmish, big pick potential with the big charm. Level 5 will come, Spear Rush, Xianyo with Assault and Battery, and they can immediately burst someone down. And looking at the composition from Team Flash, everyone is pretty much very squishy. It's going to be very scary if you add in Siu in the equation with the Death Sentence, as well as Ninja7 with the Chain of Corruptions.
So he should have been spotted there by the vision that you can see just on the top right corner of your frame. So Kid's going to show respect and not fall victim to a topside gank to make that 2v1. Siu is still on the hunt. He's falling further and further behind with this experience. He's giving a lot of that over to Ninja7 to try and hit level 6 as quickly as possible. Get the individual lead to try and be that powerhouse in these early stages. Janyo charging things up. Beautiful flash to follow. Buffers it. There comes the Shroud. A very defensive flash away, but four members are looking to really force the objective here. They find the kill. The lantern away. The turret shot soaked. But a beautiful answer back. Is it enough? I think it is. It's an Ignite mid laner, and the fadeaway kill, answer back by Ellie.
Really nicely done rotation coming from Team Flash. May not be over.
Certainly might not be the case. There is the punishment. You can hit a flame, but it doesn't matter because we're running you down. There is the flash. But here comes Bayan out. Oh, just misses the charm. There was a lantern if he had overextended. But top lane this time around, a lot more exciting.
Yeah, it's the constant involvement of the rest of the squad coming from both teams. It is not a 1v1 anymore. As again, for Shy, he's gonna be easily shut down by Xianyu here on this Vi with that lock-in homing target with Assault and Battery. And I don't think the Shroud is gonna help you right there, as we saw with that really nicely done dive. Dives are definitely much easier if Siu is involved because of that lantern. So as long as it's very clean, you can just, just cleanly get out.
Very early 4v1 onto the Akali, burning everything to try and disengage away, but it was not enough. And surprisingly enough, it is still Shy with a gold lead. So isn't going to be afraid to continue to be aggressive here, but does not have the summoners, whilst Kid has everything available. Now, I'm curious this time around what the focus will be. It wasn't a game where Dragons were the top of the tier list. In head 3 in that game, but Herald, seemingly once again, is where both teams want to be.
Yeah, for Team Flash, the focus is they have big 1-3-1 potential and as well as the big 4-man. Earth Herald, though, being started already.
Missing arrow goes out. Looking to try and shred these members down nice and low. Looking to try and follow things up. Chain of the Corruptions are all joined together. Oh, rooted in place. Screwy already popped the heal. He popped the quickness, but he can't engage. Now Joyce is low. He's trying to hit the smite for a heal, but he doesn't have it up in time. He's going to die. He committed the flash, and he's just going to fall on down. Bayer on his most played champion. 1 defeat across the full season. He doesn't want to be at defeat here today.
There we go. Really good start on their skirmish coming from one team here. And Team Flash, unfortunately, they needed the combo from Dialing. He's fine. He's fine for now. I mean, exactly. They needed Dialing to be involved. That's the reason why you've got Cataclysm and the Rakan here on Glory D.
Yeah.
Because you're playing around the big Orianna plays like what we saw in game number 1. And without Dialing present, this team comp is not a team comp.
I mean, just look at this. For me, the Chain of Corruption wins this fight because they all group together, and then Glory D can't answer back.
Yeah, he wanted to get the charms in, able to initiate, get the knockups, but exactly has been stopped by the beautiful Chain of Corruptions coming from Ninja 7 there. And it's these choke points that are going to be incredibly crucial that Team Flash has to be careful because, again, 4 melees. That means that is just a fiesta, a potential of big 4-man Chain of Corruptions just spreading throughout the whole team.
And that's really what excited me about this composition. The adaptations, they said, look, we know where our strong points were, but we fell victim to a comp that wanted to go in, but found it very hard to go in. So we're not going to try and enable the likes of a Corki for scaling, where we can rely on the package to try and cut off these key pockets of the map. We're going for Virus, we're going for Ari. We're saying wherever we go, the Vi will follow. And just like that, this game starts off with the first 6 minutes, pretty much like we saw in Game 1, Riku, where one team run the map and claim everything it has to offer.
Yeah, that means one team can decide where to transition all that lead to. Do they get First Blood Tower? Because earlier in game number 1, Team Flash was able to gain control of top side. That means they were able to trade map control. They were able to trade down turrets versus the first objective. So now this is a different point where one team is able to fight with their early game. You mentioned this, Skimmy, Xianyu, Assault and Battery. You can follow through, rather, with a Chain of Corruptions, or a Flay, or a Death Sentence, like right now, possibly. Flash now gonna get burned. But yeah, there's just so many chain CCs involved. There's so many Cs here for one team.
There's a lot, and I don't think it's gonna shop anytime soon, because they are really looking to try and put a stop on Shy's impact this game, this time around. He's already burnt that Shroud. Oh, a beautiful Death Sentence! Wow. And he can go invisible for a second, but it's just not going to be enough. The punch through there from Xianyu, guaranteeing the kill. The stopwatch afterwards, buffering in time. A beautiful repose, cancels out the charm. The mechanical answer from Team Flash is enough, but they have lost one in the process.
And one team can just keep rinse and repeating this. They always have to catch Team Flash incomplete as a squad, and that's why exactly their skirmish is incredibly strong. For Team Flash, again, they're banking on fighting around objectives, like the Mountain Drake, like the Baron later on. And it has been a struggle because so far one team isn't taking the bait.
On the hunt though, aren't they? Yep, they're still very keen for these kills, but they're taking those risks. You know, they are saying that if we invest time and resources to make this play, we're guaranteeing it. It's not a chance, it's not a percentage, it is that guarantee. And they run it time and time again now with CU always keen to group up and sort of lead that line. And Ellie's saying, well, I'm not going to, you know, instigate or entertain that idea. I'm just going to continue to split push. I'm going to answer back. If you're getting a turret, if you're getting a kill, we're at least going to keep this gold lead close. And at 9 minutes in, it is. I mean, it's only 2k difference.
Yeah, I think it's a different scenario already because it was Team Flash who was able to get all of these map objectives, turret structures rather, and getting the lead.
This is the pain and punishment though that they can certainly deliver. Ellie burns the flash, doesn't really go too far away.
Oh, knock up.
Start on battery was nice, but now one kid seems to be the focus. Shy on his own, has to try and dart away. A beautiful charm there into Glory D, and Bayer won't miss those ones. Charging in aggressively, guarantees the kill. And they found one again, but they zoned multiple away, and with the Herald being summoned, that mid turret is soon to fall.
That was a beautiful fight. That could have been a beautiful fight for Team Flash because it was on paper good because everybody was pretty much complete. Your wombo combo is going to be there. It's going to be available. But the problem is one team is just ahead. They've managed to get kills for Baya. 401 now, by the way. So in a really huge lead already when it comes to bursting people down. And especially after Baya picks up the Rabadon's death cap, Team Flash is going to be in deep trouble. I don't think Glory D is going to be surviving one combo even once that time comes.
Yeah, and there it is. You said, you know, spot on there with the Rabadon's cap purchase. It has been locked in. These are mid-game champions spiking out of control. Oh, and the death sentence doesn't connect, but the charm does. Look at that, one cycling of the cooldowns, and Glory D's disappeared.
Imagine if Baya had Ignite. He already used his Ignite earlier in the previous encounter, so that would have been the death of Glory D. That would have been the death of the big Shockwave combo. And I feel like, versus a Jarvan for Flag and Drag, I feel like Glory D's knock-up is definitely more effective because of that big Wombo combo, and we've got bigger AoE knock-up. Now, it is going to be the dragon of the game. Mountain Drake, big shield, is going to be very important for Team Flash because you're up against a Varus, you're up against Ninja 7 with a big pokes.
Yeah, and you need to weather that storm because you get out poked and you're definitely not team fighting. We've yet to see that Shockwave engage really come on through. Plenty of champions they can look to try and couple that one as the delivery system. But they are finding it very hard. It's so beautifully executed draft here from one team, punishing the fact that you are so melee heavy. And there is another hook. The bot lane of one team, reminding them that it's not all about the Zari. But you've been zoned away, and second turret, or second dragon I should say, is theirs.
CU's presence across the map from the first minute of the game up until now has been very, very felt. And Team Flash, even Ninja 7, even the early phases of the game did not need CU at all, is able to even get that solo kill. So all around, across the all lanes of one team, they've been winning. And Shanyo even preparing for a potential dive here, possibly.
I mean, they've done things far crazier than that in this game already, been diving from the very get-go. So I wouldn't put it past him. He's just reminding, you can't hit the angle, you can't flank us. And that next turret will fall on down. Now 3 turrets to 1. Shy has been shut down. Isn't really able to answer back. Observer smurfing there, reminding us that these death sentences will continue to come out thick and fast. But bit by bit, one team are fully running this map, and that gold lead is starting to balloon.
Exactly. They've managed to get all structures down. They're even choking resources away from one team, or rather from Team Flash, as they're now been invading the jungle. And I really like the approach from one team. They know that they're very incredibly strong when it comes to the skirmishes. The pick potential as well is there. And Team Flash really needs to be together, needs to be that big four-man. And they're going to be relying on Shy to be able to set up the flanks later on to target squishy targets like Baya and Ninja 7. But it has been a huge issue because so far it has been that front-to-back approach, and Team Flash is not prepared for it just yet. And I feel like the winning condition for Team Flash is always going to be about dialing, landing these incredible, big, game-changing shockwaves. But the biggest question is, will that be there? Because so far, they haven't found the opportunity just yet.
Yeah, 100%, I agree. They're just finding it very hard to, first of all, find the opportunity, but also find the angle. And as they're losing more and more of this map, their vision has to be dropped that much deeper to try and protect themselves, to allow them to start walking up to make these plays, be it to contest objectives like the Baron, assert control of these side lanes. I mean, I'm paranoid of the fact that you're looking at this Ahri, already an absolute menace with the poke. look at Ninja's itemization. I mean, he's got the Cerudo's Grudge now completed. The Muramano's already there. One piercing arrow, that alone is just going to take you to 50. And now we might actually get to see an invitation as to what it exactly looks like. The box goes out nice and early, locking him in place, couple that with the Train of Corruption, and there's just nowhere to move. 3 people found, and 3 people fall on down. No, Kid wants more. He wants more. Might actually just look for the 1v2 here, Riku. I wouldn't put it past him. He's flashing forward aggressively. Gets another. Looking for Shy now. Taking down everybody apart from his lane counterpart. The rest of his team, meanwhile, are saying, we'll take Baron for free. Don't mind if we do. A montage in the making, and one team answering back with the caliber of play that we expected.
Now you know you're far ahead when you're able to use a flash aggressively, see if you can land that 50-50 charm. And in the end, one team is able to get so much space, so much kills out of that. 503 already towards Baya. Even Kid is able to create that 1v2 scenario in where it's just so difficult. We saw the team fight, well, we saw the skirmish earlier where 4 melee champions clumped up together, plus Varus at the opposite side of the wall, equals Team Flash's death. That is the equation that we just saw, and that's what we're gonna see again in the replay. It is just so perfect. The box on this choke point is just so perfect, and Team Flash will have no answer to that.
Well, we're running it back from a highlight back to live, and it's the same old story. One team really playing with their food here, having a lot of fun with this game, and from right to left they move, and that's really what we're talking about. 3-item power spike for a poking Varus. The piercing arrow guarantees it. A second to follow, but Kid will deny it. They've got the Baron, they've got 4 turrets, and now with synced up waves through top and bot, they could look to get 2 inhibs here.
Yeah, this is going to be an easy siege. There's just so many death timers on towards Team Flash. They can even end the game.
Yeah, they might as well, as they will start putting pressure in towards the Nexus. A dominating performance here through games 1 to 2. 16 kills to 5, but it's all about one team. They tie up the series for this best of 2, 1-1.
Yeah, one team making a statement there is able to get control of the early games, able to shut down Shy's lane as well. And of course, getting Baya ahead of the curve. His presence was just everywhere. And of course, the Thresh pick as well, being able to roam around the map constantly and is able to assist the jungler of one team. And I really, really like it. Ninja 7 as well with a solo kill at the bottom lane. Everything was just going so well from start to finish for one team.
Yeah, had a very clear goal in mind as to how they wanted to try and execute this game. First of all, shut down the Shy. Don't allow him to be a menace. He can't run this map again. With him nullified, the rest of the pieces of the puzzle kind of just fell into place on their own. It felt like Ellie was completely nullified in that game, really unable to try and unlock the game in similar fashion as he would have done on the Aurelion Soul. The Rakan unable to try and guarantee that those flanking angles were a possibility. In the Shockwave, we kept asking, when's the Shockwave going to come out? How you can have such stark contrasts from game 1 to 2, where you're going 10-1 to now, where's that Shockwave? Did I see a Shockwave? I don't even remember. So, one team, yeah, beautiful adaptations in the draft, and the gameplay was phenomenal.
Yeah, it's just one team just forcing their composition. I know it's like, okay, Team Flash, you want a team fight? We're not going to give you a team fight. We're just going to constantly invade your jungle and find picks here and there. And I mean, the moment that we saw dialing, second item, Seraph's Embrace, more of that defensive stat, that means you will have no firepower in the upcoming team fights, and therefore no big shockwave burst to look for.
But it's the reason why these are their most played champions. Ari, as we said, 6 games played there by Baya in the mid lane, popping off as you would expect, and undefeated here across 7 games for Ninja 7. The oppressive nature of early mid-game power spiking champions that can pop off and deliver a form and a performance like that, certainly fitting to why one team are a team to be feared and why they were the runners-up in that Summer Super Cup. But that does it here for us. We've opened up Group A with a show. It is 1-1, but it's time to throw it back to our analyst team.
Thanks so much, Skimmy and Riku. And yes, indeed, it is a 1-1 for Team Flash and one team. What an amazing, we were just talking about this, early game control coming out from one team. This was one of the fastest matches that I actually saw. And I was thinking, oh, do I have time to get like a glass of water? Oh, nope, the match is already done. One team did it. So this was really, really amazing. The powerhouse of one team finally showing up over here. You know, it begs the question of like, you know, whether maybe they were just caught off guard. Maybe they just didn't get their bearings yet in terms of game 1, and they were probably caught off guard with the picks of Team Flash coming here. But now finally we see that powerhouse Baya. I just absolutely love him as a player. The Ari was just a menace to deal with. What are your thoughts on this? I know we have a lot to deal with. Omo, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think the draft was a lot better from them this time around for starters, right? They got rid of certain things which could be volatile, I guess you could put it, and that's not what you want when you're one team. You are a team who you could say is pretty decisively better, so you want to get rid of volatility, get rid of picks like that Camille, make it a little bit more stable. And I think that Team Flash, they try too hard to flex things around. Sure, your picks are not bad in the context of like individually, but I feel like there are other ways you could have flexed this draft. Maybe not pick up the Akali, go for something else, take the Fiora Camille skill matchup, make it volatile, take the Jarvan in the jungle. The Fiora was too exploitable, you see it from level 1. Immediately one team recognized we can come into your jungle, we can invade you, we can shut you down, and we can tempo the game from there. So I feel like Team Flash, it kind of got in their own heads a little bit here, trying to be fancy with the draft, and that ended up costing them pretty hard. But yeah, like what the Jets was raising some really great points about the early tempo and playmaking of one team, but I'll let him take those points.
Wow, they did really great this time. Like they draft the kick-off composition, right? Like the skirmish one, like Ari, like Paris and Fresh. Like Fresh roamed really well this game. Like he done really well. Like shutting down Joyce and Shy like early on in the game, because like these two are like the late gamer for them. Like if they like makes Shy and Joyce life hard this game, it's like GG.
Yeah. I do have to ask though, we, our eyebrows, went up when we saw the Fiora and Akali pick. Yeah, what do you think the idea was behind this, and how do you think they could have possibly turned it around with that draft, Jess?
The draft is not that bad. I think like it's playable, and like but it's not that easy though. Like they gotta like need Jarvan pressure from the mid, and like priority from the dragon lane. But the way that one team cheats the early game is like I think they weren't prepared at all for that invade, especially like it break the whole game.
Yeah, and Omo, what adjustments did you see that one team were able to do? And do you think they finally, were able to get a read on Team Flash and are unlikely to possibly drop a game this time around?
That's a pretty heavy question. I feel like, yeah, there are a lot of great points we raised, right? Getting their bearings. This is their first game on stage. Team Flash, they had to warm up and play-ins. We also have to address the fact that, one team, I think the drafts were a little bit better this game. Last game, it was a little bit more iffy. Flexes from Team Flash was really weird to me this game. I think it got a bit too convoluted for them. And overall, I do want to say that when they are on tempo and when they play fast, one team, they look like a different beast. So I feel like while they might not go undefeated, they're gonna look a lot better coming off of the series where they split 1-1 as well. I think losing a game can be really helpful to these teams. Don't get in your own head. Don't think that you're like undefeatable and too good or whatever, right? Losing one game can be helpful. You learn what you need to adapt. You don't be too cocky in draft. I think these things will help one team in the long run.
Definitely, and I'm pretty sure both teams learned a lot about each other, and possibly the metas coming from their own regions as well. I also have to bring out the Thresh. I believe we were talking about this behind the scenes about how Thresh could be possibly a playmaker coming into these matches. We saw the stats coming in from Siu. That was I believe that was a 0-2, but 14 assists. Jess, what do you think? You still stand by that Thresh is is the support to beat coming into this current state of the Wild Rift?
I think it's more like personal preference, like because like I do think that like many champion in Wild Rift can fulfill the role like Fresh, but even do it better, like something like Galio, something like Rakan. But yeah, Fresh is more like map controller as well with his lantern, like something that other support cannot. Like there's like no such thing like that.
Yeah, and we did see that coming out from Siu. I mean, we saw how one team were just really able to get that perfect read onto Team Flash and really controlling the pace. Part of that, I believe, was because of that setup that Siu was able to give. Omo, do you have any last thoughts before we head into a very special segment of this, which is going to be our interview?
Yeah, I mean, I think Siu, he played really well. I personally voted for him for MVP, even though I'm pretty sure he's not going to get it, right? What we were talking about in draft phase, and I think what Jess raised again, is that you can protect, you can attack with Trash, and he did the attacking side really well.
But our MVP for this series is going to be Dialing on the side of Team Flash. We talked about this in game 1. You know, he was sort of like the quiet kind of player. You know, you actually don't see how much work this guy did until the final stats come up and you realize, oh my goodness, he actually, you know, was able to deal a lot of damage. He was able to get all of those kills. So I like this kind of like quiet, sort of like hidden kind of MVP plays coming here from Dialing. What about you guys? Jess, we'll start with your thoughts.
Like this kind of guy is like really scary when you gotta play against him. Like it's like it's hard to realize from viewer perspective, but when you're in game, like this kind of guy like can carry the game like so easily. Like he do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but you didn't realize, like, you know, it's like a hidden thread, something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Like you don't even know, you don't even notice him until you know,
it's too late.
It's way too late. Exactly,
It's way
exactly.
too late.
Yeah.
I mean,
Omo, any additional thoughts on Dialing?
Yeah, he did really, really well, right? Like you guys mentioned, he's a hidden threat, but I think part of that is also that he played so safe. He didn't take unnecessary risk. It was almost impossible for one team to kill him, and that allowed him to just do what he needed to do in team fights. You look at his damage numbers, 2,200 damage per minute. That is pretty insane. I think that's probably one of the highest DPM numbers we've had so far. And on a champion like Oriana as well, I think he did a very good job.
Yeah, and yeah, go ahead, Jess.
I want to point that out, like behind is like Dialing successful is like Ellie. I think Ellie is like, if there would be the second MVP, that would be Ellie for sure. Like he activate like Dialing damage like so hard, like flashing in Sonya, and the way he builds item for Aurelion, so it's like on point.
The realized the zone control, that was so good from Team Flash in game 1.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I do think that teams from now on, they're going to have their eyes on Dialing, they're going to have their eyes on Ellie, and that Aurelion stall the next time they come up against Team Flash. Now, I believe we are going to unfortunately need to skip the interview, but up next, we do have MBR and Buriram United. It's going to be the Indonesian region versus the Thai region. This should be really exciting. I'm expecting something explosive, and guess what? There are also some explosive predictions from the talent side. So I hope that you know, we presented a unified front for the first series. I'm gonna have to pull up my thesis defense over here for our next match, and I'm a little nervous over here because I think that Jess is gonna be like heavily judging me coming into this one. But yes, do stay tuned for this Indonesian region versus the Thai region. We will be back, but first up, we're gonna take this really quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back to the C Championships. Mika Fabs over here with Omo and What the Jess on the panel. And you just missed an exciting match between Team Flash and one team. They are now 1-1 on the scoreboard, something that we weren't exactly expecting. So you can just tell we are in for an unpredictable ride here at the C Championship. We are heading over to our second match of the day, and it's going to be between MBR Esports and Buriram United Esports. Another interesting matchup. These two teams have, I believe, vastly different play styles. And, MBR, for example, this is our wild card. Buriram United Esports, they do like to stay safe, prevent that late game, break macro and everything. So I'm really interested to see how these guys, will end up playing. MBR, I think it should be really interesting to note that they enjoyed a clean run in the Icon Series Indonesia. How about you guys? What have you heard of these teams, and how do you think this matchup is going to go down? Jess, we'll start with you.
I do think that MBR got like I do think they prepare for this, like they prepare like a special pick for the mid lane especially.
Oh, yeah.
And the way
you
they're
can
gonna
leak it.
win
You
Riot-
can leak it. It's okay. I think they're gonna show it anyway. Just leak it.
I'm not so sure, so
Okay.
I don't want to like give out the false information here. Right? So like yeah, MBR mid lane. I think he's the one we gotta look out for, and yeah, just about it.
Yeah, I mean,
What the Jess? You're leaving us in suspense over here. Now we can't let you go without
No.
teasing that little bit of information.
it makes
Omo,
sense.
what about you?
It makes sense. So now, anytime MBR picks something unexpected, what the Jess can just say, yes, that's the pick I was talking about. He planned
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
He's covering his bases.
He's gonna be like, he's gonna raise his eyebrows and be like,
that's the one. Yeah.
I knew it.
But
That's
Yeah,
it.
because
yeah.
he's an assassin player. Yeah,
A lot of
that is
spicy
why.
assassins, yeah. I mean, I think that's a really great point, right? And I do want to touch a lot on the mid lane just now. Before we came into break, I asked what to Jess, what do you think the best player on the MBR is? He said mid laner. I think from what we see about his champion pools, it's very likely that mid lane is the play that we have to look, the lane that we have to look around rather, right? And I think there's a lot of narrative points we can draw into this as well. If we look at how Boom ID did in the play-ins, a big part of their success came from Fly Arthur. He was a big part of helping the team snowball the game with mage picks, with TF picks. And I think that, if we want to look to how MBR swept their regional league, I think a lot of it has to come down to mid lane as well. If they were so confident in shutting down Boom Esports, a lot of it has to come from the guy in the mid lane here, Radiance. And I think, what the Jess, you raised some really great points as well, right? When going up against MBR, Archony is a big part of their success, and he typically tends to like these mages as well. So not that different from Fly Arthur, and it'll be interesting to see how Radiance will deal with it.
Yeah, and like I want to point out about the Baron lane as well, because like the way that Buriram likes to play, they want Noel, they Baron laner to like get the priority from the lane and help Buriram facilitate the team fight. So I'm curious to see that like how MBR gonna handle this, because I often see Onion King likes to play something like a heavy split pushing style like Fiora and something like that. Yeah.
Well, of course, if MBR are the wild cards, Buriram United Esports, they are like the, I would say like, maybe the star student or like the bookish student to a fault, I think. Omo and I are gonna fight right now, but we'll get to that. These guys, they love that, they love that late game insurance. Oh, much like the insurance that Franklin Templeton gives you, by the way.
There we go.
That's clever.
Pat myself on the back right there. But yes, the big question is if this is enough to carry them through to the playoffs. Right now, I gotta say, Omo, I'm not feeling too confident, but I'm pretty sure you will defend these guys like anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think BRU are gonna 2-0 this. I don't think it will be easy. I think there are ways for MBR to get in the game, for ways for MBR to get ahead in the game. I think assassin picks are going to be a large part of that, but I think BRU are stable. They are very solid across the board. I can't see a single weak link in their roster. They're all at least decent or better, and I think that what will really make them stand out is when you play against these teams that favor assassins, BRU's team fighting is so very good, and that's something that we were talking about as well, what led to a lot of their successes. So if you want to see MBR pull out a hit here, they're gonna need to play very well on the side lanes with their assassins, and that takes a lot of execution and a lot of pressure is put on MBR.
I wholly
Yeah,
agree
well-
with that.
Thank you.
Like and Buriram is like one of the strongest team fighting team.
Yeah.
I think in the almost the entire tournament, like even esports can like beat about in the team fight.
Yes, thank
So
you.
hard for evos.
This is what
Yeah,
I'm
so
saying.
when fighting Buriram, you gotta make sure Buriram is a team that if you bat a team fight, you're gonna lose to them.
Yeah,
almost
pretty
for sure. Yeah.
Well, guys, I gotta tell you, we're going to end our predictions right now, and I'd say mine went over to MBR.
Yes, defend yourself,
I'm gonna like, yeah, I know. These two guys are like looking at me right now, but I would say, okay, so yes, they are that wild card, but and also we can, they enjoyed that undefeated run in the Icon Series Indonesia, and we can give the argument that like, big fish in a small pond and everything. This is Indonesia region though. They do love their mobile games and they're pretty good at it. So like with regards to team fights and Buriram United Esports, I feel like this is basically this is MBR's town, the team fights. They are the top seed of Indonesia for a region. They've Buriram, they've got great macro. They prevent late game pretty well, but they're up against these guys that love to brawl. They love their team fights, and I just feel like this means MBR will bring the fight to Buriram United Esports before they can get that strategy in place. I'm gonna give the mic over to Omo right now.
No, 2-1, that's fair. And I really do like the fact that you bring up that Indonesia has a long history in mobile games. But I do want to point out that Indonesia's history in League of Legends has not been so great. And I think Jess knows what I'm talking about here. I'm not gonna put you on the spot. I'm not gonna put you on the spot,
I just want to say that Riku is on board with me.
Okay,
on this.
okay. Bringing her down with you. Okay, that's fine.
And I just want to say, I'm just like, full disclaimer, I don't do well with predictions at all. If anybody has seen the Icon Series PH. But yes, I do love the controversial picks and everything. And, MVR, yes, when we were like, going through the story notes and everything, and you said wild cards, I'm like, aha, Mika loves those wild cards. Mika loves those unpredictable teams and everything. And I just feel like, that stop over the Indonesian, that wasn't exactly for nothing. We saw how Boom was able to play in the play-in.
Boom
so,
were pretty good.
That's definitely worth something.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree. I think Boom really surpassed my expectations in play-ins. They did very well. And if they got swept by MBR, then, like you said, right, that's probably a good sign. So I can agree with that. And I don't think it's impossible for them to split a series here. But if you're saying something like MBR 2-0, I think that's definitely impossible. If you're saying maybe they fluke a game and they won 1, okay, maybe fluke's not the right word, right? But if they steal a game and make it 1-1, I think that's possible.
Yeah, they possible. It's possible. Like they could bring up like the assassin mid and Splish pushing top lane and like caught Buriram off guard like Team Flash did with the one team. Yeah, so
exactly.
there's a big possibility for 1-1 here.
Yeah, plus they still have that, that secret that Jess is not sharing with us at the moment. We'll probably get to that, later on. But right now, Champ Select up here, and we are gonna see, of course, right off the bat, Twisted Fate. We won't be seeing them this game. I expect like MVR, possibly Lulu or Anami in the support, or I do know they also run the Braum Galio. What about you guys? What could we possibly see within the next segments?
Oh, Renekton's out.
Yeah, they should first pick Renekton here.
Yeah, it's Renekton or Rengar, right? That's a big thing for me. If we want to see MBR play side lanes, play split push, maybe they want the Rengar more, but I still think Renekton is just too broken.
Yeah, it's like you stun one target and there goes his Hellbar.
Yeah, but guess we were wrong. They could have gone for Varus. But you know what that means, right? If BRU here, they take Renekton Rengar, I think it's game over.
Yeah, that's really hype. I think it's Renekton and Lee Sin is even better.
Yeah, that's true too. Renekton Lee Sin, you get a lot more power in the early game. You don't have to wait for the Troll of the Han, but we'll have to see what they go for here. Varus first pick, I mean, that's a very lane dominant, lane pick focus, right? And I think, like you said, the Lee Sin. But I want to ask you actually, Jess, what do you think about the first pick Varus here? Do you think there's just no counters to this? Because that's what I've been feeling.
Yeah, Varus, I don't know how to feel with Varus. It's like
it's broken.
It's broken. Its base damage is so high. Like, if you notice, Varus often rush Sonya second item and still deal a lot of damage.
That's true.
Muramana and Stasis, and you good to go. You don't need to worry about like getting dive, and you still dealing great damage.
That's
Oh, Olaf.
Olaf
Okay.
this early
Okay.
from MBR. Well, I mean, I could see an angle where they go for something like Olaf Nami, do you think? Yeah, there we go. Olaf Nami, you
Yeah,
get the
this is-
buff.
Really good, cause like I think they're gonna play like holding style for the dragon lane, like around the mid game, and wait for the side lane, like wait for something to happen at the side lane. Yeah, they giving that out because they letting the Renekton goes to the side of Buriram, and first picking Varus is like, yeah, we gonna chill out at mid, something like that. Yeah,
There we go.
there
We're
you
gonna
go. I told you. I told you.
We're gonna play for the
Ah.
side lanes.
Yeah, there you go.
But what's interesting to me is he actually blind picked this. Archene has not shown his mid pick yet. So do you think there's anything he can pivot for?
Oh. Hard. I think it's kind of hard. I think. Oh, Diana.
Oh.
That's
Yeah,
maybe
this is the really, because Diana got a decent side lane, so
Okay.
she could 2v2 with like with Zed or Fiora.
But how does the side lane matchup actually work? Like Zed cannot lane into Renekton, right? So he has to make sure he matches Diana, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That gonna match Diana.
So I'm just gonna
Oh.
say that's why we're the analysts. We predicted exactly this. MBR, they're gonna try to play side lanes. Buriram, they're gonna try to play 5-5 team fights. And that's why me and Jess, you know, we're here with the big brains.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I mean, that's why you guys are here.
It's
And
all written. I already know.
it's scripted.
we
It's
we
scripted,
read the
yeah.
script. Yeah, we weren't supposed to say this, but we saw the script that Ban leaked. So I'm sorry, guys.
No,
That's true.
we didn't saw the script. We picked champion for them, Homo.
That's
Last
true.
night, you and I.
We did the drafting for them. Yesterday,
Yeah.
me and Jess, we were on a call. I picked for MBR. He picked for BRU.
Yeah.
There we go,
The
boys.
secrets of the C championships are being revealed right in front of your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we are gonna see possibly an explosive matchup over here that we have between MBR and Buriram United Esports. I have my eye on Noelle on the Renekton. You know, looking at the play-ins and everything, Noelle is just definitely one of the scariest Baron laners I believe that we have over here in the C Championship. So, you know, looking at the matchup between Fiora and the Renekton, I gotta say, if they are playing the side lanes, Noelle is probably gonna steamroll this.
Depends on the early game as well, but I do think that they will do well in the early game because of the Lee Sin Renekton, like how easy to control the game early on.
That is right. But we're gonna see, of course, as these teams will go head-to-head. MBR versus Buriram United Esports. Over to you, casters.
Very much there, Mika and the panel. And yes, let's jump into our second game of the night. MBR going to make their welcomed introduction here onto the stage and take on Buriram United that had to fight through thick and thin just to make it here, Riku.
Exactly, their journey has been long, having to defeat Berjaya Dragons, Boom Esports, the second seed coming from Indonesia, and of course, Fennel Adversity as well on that last chance qualifier. So this is going to be very, very exciting as, again, we get to see Buriram in action again, and we've known them as a team that likes to play the scaling, but it has been a different story, at least for the top side, mid to top side of the map, where Shiba and Noelle are playing a very early game pair.
Certainly are, and I suppose there's no better example than what we're seeing on our screen right now. These two absolutely having a fair bit of fun to start things off. Onion tapping the vitals, Noelle taking a skill check, and the bot lane as well. The Varus copping a bit of a beating, so much so that the Honey Fruits, a distant afterthought, is actually recalling back to base.
You have no choice but to recall. There's just a lot of aggression, I suppose, at Cadian Rain for Kinemon. And, you know, this player has been the ever so reliable player from Buriram United. You know that once a late game comes in, he's just going to pop off out of nowhere. And MBR, therefore, has this little bit of timer before Kinemon is able to basically Killer Instinct into anywhere and immediately eliminate someone. But they got a little preview. MBR gets a little preview with the aggression here in the bottom lane early.
Certainly do, and certainly is the Kinemon and supporter show. We saw how vital they were in popping off in their series to make it here in that last chance qualifier. Nice safeguard away to dodge at the riposte. Onion and King being reminded that Shiba and Noel will certainly be aggressive and play towards the top side. Exhaust keeping the bot side now as we turn our attention around, and this one is certainly all up for grabs.
Oh,
a flash forward,
in?
Onoda connected, it doesn't feel enough! The wave, the empowered auto, the flash forward for the auto! Tobu nearly found a double kill, a support's dream, and it's so explosive for that first blood.
Yeah, 2v2 scenario Kinemon was looking forward to in the main lane, but the top lane, what is happening?
Well, this game isn't going to be outscaling, I tell you that much here, Riku. Now, can he juke out Alves? Slice and dice, it's the stun, flash away, no slice and dice!
Whoa.
Gonna fall on down! And Alves answers back, and now we're just waiting on the mid lane.
Yeah, there's just so many things happening.
Shiba forced to flash away, good read there by Tobu to answer back and hit the bubble. And that is going to be Radiance then, not falling down. Down to 50% note. Big spectre between these two very aggressive assassins. And that's what excites me the most really here, is that Archie has shown that he loves to play the control mages, but into this style of places, it's time for me to wrestle with the best and play assassins as well.
Yeah, it's all about that early.
Looking for it now. Oh, so close! The clone's not enough. The Ignite's there. One more auto would have done it. The minion tries to get the kill. The knock up from the tornado. And there's no time to talk, no time to break down because these teams from top to bottom are just having at it.
Yeah, because of the roaming support, squad coming from Shiba and supporter as well. So it has been a little bit of the domino effect from all single lanes. So right now, yeah, Arshani usually already one of those players that likes their control mages, just as you mentioned. 15 minutes, that's the time you'll see him more involved, but this time around on the Assassins, he has that ability to do the 1v1. He has shields to be able to mitigate at least some of the burst that Radiance is going to deal as a Zed. And the biggest question is, what are the big wombo combos here? Because usually, when you see a Diana, you see a composition.
Well, you see a composition, and then maybe you see a cutoff of your point, because top lane we go again, there's the kick! And you'll kick straight into the brush, and that's where you will fall on down, make your grave, and stare at that grey screen for another 10 seconds, because Shiba was here first.
I'm gonna pick up the point, first of all. Arshani, okay, no wombo combos. He's gonna set up for himself. Meanwhile, the Renekton and Lee Sin pairing is just so oppressive. I mean, what the Jess just mentioned, that it's so easy to control the game because of how early dominant these two picks are and how synergized they are.
Yeah, looking for the all-in now. Radiance goes there. Tidal Wave knocks him in place. The Death Mark explosion is not enough for lethal, but enough to remind Archney that he is starting to ramp up. That first lethality item is not too far away. Serrated Dirk in his possession. Keen to remind these two that if we've got the numbers advantage, I'm going all in.
Yeah, the timing of the rotation coming from supporter and Kinemon as well, and therefore has deterred MBR to be a little bit more aggressive. Of course, this is the tale of the two top laners, Noel and Onion King. I mean, when we look at the MBR matches in their playoffs, it has been Alves setting up dives for Onion over here at topside, but this time it's a different story because he's an Olaf. It's going to be him farming, it's going to be him winning the skirmishes. He's just going to get kicked out. He's not able to chase. But I think that is the fear in the later stages, or rather enduring objective fights, right? It is that big Ragnarok that is able to just pass through everyone, ignore CC, maybe even get a steal here.
Yeah, and just run at one key target and mow them down. And Shiba can't do much about that one. Even if he does have the Dragon's Rage, he's going to need to be on the ball here to make sure that his target selection is on point. And I suppose as things start to calm down just a fraction, I mean, this game really is anything but calm. We transition that pressure from the Dragon down towards the Herald as well, but they're looking for that kill. Alves forced to flash away, ignites there! Archie kills secures, he dashes across the wall and takes him out. Now right into the spot above her. He's already burnt all those clones. The Shadow is gone. He's fallen down. They've taken the Herald, they're grabbing the Dragon, and Buriram are taking it all.
Arshani with the flashy plays there. Big Moonfall to scare away Alves, chasing him, dashing across the wall, and is able to escape the clutches of Radiance as well. So this is A very, very good game for Arshini here so far on his Diana pick.
This is the best possible start you may ever find. The fact that you can pick up both objectives, instant summon, no answer back, and the turret is falling down in 6 minutes. And now you're looking at 2-0 and a huge gold lead to talk about 6 minutes in, and the same is the gold lead at 6k2.
Yeah, they were able to get early kills and as well as early objectives onto key targets as well. We know that Noelle, especially on a Renekton, can definitely snowball the game out of control. The fact that they also gotten this first blood tower, Buriram United looking really solid. I mean, this is a different face from them. Usually we like to see them with this big scaling, both Arshini and Kinemon. But this time around, you know, it's just Kinemon just gonna relax, gonna be able to keep farming up until the late game. But the rest of the squad is going to be active across the map, especially you have a Janna. You're going to roam around the map like this one.
Certainly are, and you're contesting and you're stealing as Shiba is successful in the blue buff acquisition and just making sure that Elvis is going to fall further and further behind. It's not going to be of any use to Radiance. He doesn't need it. Maybe the CDR is going to be nice, but certainly not going to be upset about this one. And now they've said, well, you're not going to get any buff. We want the red buff too. Going to go for the contest. What? I believe he's taking it as well. The wave goes out. Lee Sin kill secures. The bot lane of MBR has evaporated. He's got himself a double kill as he doesn't only take your buffs, he takes you too. And they found free and there is no trade back.
Exactly. It takes your buffs, takes your life. Gets another bonus too because Radiance in the opposite side of the map, he's basically... his retreat has basically been cut off and Buriram, they're doing a good job in this early game control, and look at the kills so far. It has been all poured towards Noelle. And Renekton, this is poised to be a snowbally Renekton right now.
A 10k gold lead. Unfathomable things are happening right now on the Rift. More gold than there are minutes at this stage. And what started as such an explosive game, where it's playing towards the strengths of an assassin, wanting to try and snowball, they've taken the gamble. Every lane skill checked one another. They said, we're not waiting for those team fights. We're not waiting for the skirmishes around these objectives. No, we want to take those skill checks right here and right now. And this is just another proof of that sentiment.
Yeah, usually, you know, we get to see the Olaf finally get in action with the Ragnarok and just having to win that HP war. But it was the complete opposite. Ragnarok used defensively just to exit out of the fight because it was a numbers disadvantage, and we get to see MBR keep doing this. Like, look at Onion King. He's gone. He's immediately gone. Well, no, he's fine.
Hits the riposte. Oh, clutch heal. I think he may have fallen down if that heal wasn't there. Right place, right time. The life of a support, stressful as ever. But they are feeling the burden. They are feeling the tight squeeze on the map because nowhere is safe. Look at all the vision on the mini-map right now, but it's so far forwards that MBR can't rotate anywhere.
Yeah, this is very sad to see because MBR, of course, they're banking on the big 1-3-1. Radiant's trying to split push. Onion King as well having to split push as the big Fiora, but Buriram is just so far ahead in most of these lanes to the point that no one can do this.
Yeah, he's up 3,000 gold, so why does he not want to take that 1v1? Pops the Dominus. Oh, goes back at turret range. He's going to fall down. How has he done that? Onion King has outplayed him, down so much gold. He's down an item and a half, and he still wins out.
That's crazy. Double bubble.
Now we go back to the mid lane. Double bubble goes out with a monsoon to follow to try and top them up and keep them healthy. Still looking for that kill underneath the tier 2 in mid lane. It's going to fall on down just like MBR. 2 kills found. The bot lane gone again. And what started so strong for them, it's just disappeared in a moment of sheer minutes.
Yeah, it was Buriram unfazed at all with Noelle losing the temporary 1v1 up until Tobu was basically there to give the heals and the assistance. And Buriram still is able to always manage to get a tower down after winning a fight. And this is something very, very scary just because, you know, MBR will have to really rely on earlier for the wave clear coming from this Varus with the piercing arrows. So if MBR is always split by Buriram, then it's going to be a huge, huge struggle to take control and save towers across the map.
And I think that's a fantastic point you bring up. They are so reliant on Aelia getting so strong to trim those waves, because otherwise they have to group up together. Easy pickings in for Archie to hit those devastating moonfalls and to follow up the CC wombo that we touched on just a second before. You say the name and he makes the play, and it's insane down bot lane again. The Channel Corruption doesn't connect, it's just out of range. He can't find vengeance for his fallen mid laner.
Oh.
And we're not stopping there.
Archony?
Of course we're going through to the mid lane now. Archony in trouble, 1v4. Maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew, but Noel now looking to try and juke and jive out of side of this vision. Drops the ward for a second there, and now looking to try and hit that empowered stun. Two-man bubble. Can they turn things around? Can they find that kill? They cannot. The proto belt. It's not enough. Blinking health bars, but they're just so far behind now. 13k.
Yeah, even though Tobu has landed so many killer bubbles, it is not enough because the follow-up is not there, and Buriram United still strong-arming their way through this map, through this game, and now it's close for Buriram to get 3 dragons and maybe even an extra kill, possibly.
Shiba, he's sitting on a shutdown. 3-0-2 is the scoreline right now. Oh, the bubble's not enough, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. 1v4, he can't run away there. Burns flash, burns safeguard, burns it all. But MBR do get some shutdown gold. And I've got a bit of time now to play around with the map.
Revenge.
Or have I cursed it? I suppose I have, because Noel takes out the Fiora.
Oh dear. Buriram, they're so far ahead, they can afford mistakes where they get picked off in a 1v4 scenario. And the fact that the dragon still hasn't spawned means that Buriram still has time to kill. Alvis is pretty low at the moment. He doesn't have Ragnarok yet, and that's the reason why Kinemon's so comfortable, air quote, just bullying out Alvis off of clearing the waves in mid.
But as much as it's a case of playing for the group stages, and it is a best of 2, you want that perfect 2-0 for the most amount of points to guarantee that qualification through to the playoffs. It looks to me as if Buriram are having a bit of fun right now. Certainly taking those skill checks, trying to get themselves that highlight reel on social media to talk about, to get people excited about this region and this team in particular. But I would be terrified, perhaps even tilted at this point if I'm MBR, because you're thinking this is a composition that's built to do one thing. We can't execute that, and we have to group up as 4 just to take 1.
Exactly. This is them not having the space to execute the 1-3-1, and the fact that, you know, this Varus air lure is going to be heavily focused on with so many dive champions on the board. Kinemon can easily access the backline with a killer instinct. Archini as well with the dash, Moonfall. Shiba, you know, Lee Sin players can just come from anywhere at any point.
Certainly can, and that's exactly where he is right now. Not gonna find it as Alves is screaming his head off, running back to the base.
And that's the sad part, right? He picked up, he used Ragnarok again defensively. No choice. That means he can Ragnarok to try and steal this Baron.
Do they contest this? Radiance is hunting. Skimming around the edges here, looking for that death mark, looking for the steal. Jumps in aggressively, looks to go for it. Not gonna find it. It was adventurous, but I respect it. The bubble, the fadeaway, not much that the support can do here. And now 5 members healthy in a 4v5 of a Baron, and a chance to take multiple inhibitors.
Yeah, Buriram not even afraid about going to go back to base, reset, buy some items. They know that they're still in the lead. Moonfall!
Ooh, we tried to cue it nicely there with the Zonias. Not going to be the case here. First inhibitor has fallen on down, but the waves aren't synced. Look at mid and look at bot right now. They're kind of all in to try and end this game here, unless they peel back a second and play around that. Now their mid wave is coming in, and Noel's the first one towards it. Empowers those Baron minions. Looks to try and assert some control with 2 cannons there. That's going to fall on down and just melt like butter. Now the Nexus is exposed. Supers are coming in. They're going to disengage away. Bot lane is a distant afterthought right now, but then they go back in. Monsoon is there, the healing is there, the killing spree comes out, and Kinemon showing you why he's that MVP caliber of a marksman player. Gets the quadra, gets it all, and Buriram take game 1.
What a way to end the game. It was Kinemon with the big quadra kill and the ever so reliable AD carry of Buriram. But the early game is just big movements coming from the side of Shiba, Noel, and as well as Archini dealing with that 1v1 up against Radiance there on the Zed. And it was just a very complete dominating game. You know, every single time you get to see Buriram get a kill, they also get a tower, and basically zero exchange whatsoever coming from MBR.
I'm not sure really what we expected of this series going into it. I think we were looking at the assassin play for sure, being that explosive nature, the volatile tendencies that can erupt around that idea. But in terms of the hype around MBR, how strong would they truly be? Because if you look at Buriram, they crushed Boom Esports, the 2nd seed. MBR have done the exact same back in their regional positions. You're thinking, all right, whereabouts are we? And I suppose Buriram are proving to people saying, sure, we came in here as that 4th and final seed. It wasn't really meant to be. Oath have dropped out, but we've found that spot, and we're showing you why we deserve to be here.
Yeah, they were aiming for that big 2v2 winning that matchup, but we didn't get to see that in that game.
We certainly didn't, but it doesn't seem to matter. Buriram at the break, 1-0 up in this best of 2.
Welcome back to the C Championships, where I have to sort of like hang my head in defeat. Not quite yet. Not quite yet.
over yet. Yeah.
Buriram United Esports taking a dominant game against MBR. Now, this was a game that, you guys mentioned. Pretty much the draft alone kind of showed what kind of game we were expecting. And, again, somebody drafts a Renekton and a Lee Sin, you kind of know what's down, you kind of know what is coming or what is going to hit you. And there's the fact that also, like, it was Buriram United Esports well behind the Renekton. I would be really scared. I would be really scared if it came down to that. The score is now 1-0 in favor of Buriram United Esports. I mean, we are going to unpack this game right now. Jess, I know you have a lot of thoughts on this, especially on the draft.
Yeah, I think the draft is left undesiring. Like you draft Varus, Olaf, and Nami for the team fight, but later on you draft late pusher like Zed and Fiora. Like obviously Olaf cannot match against Lee Sin Renekton. When you're going up against these kind of duo, you gotta watch out for 2v2, right? And yeah, doesn't fare well at all. Could be a Rengar, right?
Yeah.
Instead of Olaf, would
Yeah,
be
this is
a
what we were
way better
talking
pick.
about. Yeah. I mean, if you look at the draft, right? Yeah, Olaf got the SVP, whatever. It doesn't really count, right? Because when we think about how NBR wanted to approach the game, I think you put it best, right? You put the Varus Nami mid and they would just wave clear. You want to play side lanes, okay? And then if you think about that, you take it one step further. What does Olaf really do in that context? Nothing, right? He's just really strong at dragon fights. That's about it. But if you play a Rengar here and then you have your Zed Fiora on side lanes, your Rengar just keeps jumping the side lanes, you just eventually win, right? But I think all that is honestly irrelevant in this game because the lanes just got lost too hard for NBR.
Yeah, they need to prepare for this. Like they must prepare for this because like every single team here knows how Renekton and Lee Sin work, and like you know what's coming. Yeah.
My mom knows what Renekton and Lee Sin works. I can go ask her right now.
Yeah, like you said, your mom knows, right? Like my future son and daughter even knows. Even like
That's because they have you as their father, Jess. That's because they have you. They learn from the best.
Aside from that,
no,
yes,
but
they're like little kids, and they're like, oh, you see that? That's Lee Sin and Renekton.
They're gonna one-shot me, Dad.
Dad, they're gonna get crushed.
Yeah. I do want to point out as well, I think we were watching the game, right? And then we were seeing how close the bot lane trades were, and that just should not be happening, right? Does that make you angry as like a support player?
That bothered me for sure, but not to the point that I'm like mad or something.
Okay.
But it shouldn't happen for sure, because the way that Buriram draft the dragon lane is for the team fight and for the roaming, right? The Janna for the roaming and Kaisa to like get the backline access to. Oh, and I also want to point this out as well. Kaisa is really great at ganking that side lane with the ulti.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
So good.
Yeah, you have the Renekton just stun somebody, the Kaisa flies in, and your side laner, he's never gonna get the 1v1, right? That's really true as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and just you mentioned like there's this particular moment where you realize, yeah, okay, MBR, they can't possibly come back from this. I believe it was when the Fiora went down. I think we have that highlight coming right up, but let us know why in particular you thought that this was the moment, the point of no return.
So as you can see, he's trying to like go aggro to Renekton, and if he wanna do this kind of play, Olaf need to be better prepared for this kind of situation, because even like, I mean, even if Lee Sin weren't there, it's so hard. Yeah, and I think it could be executed better. Yeah, even though their pick is kind of weird.
The picks are
2v2.
kind of weird,
Yeah.
No, but I think a really good point you raised as well is like, so it's two things, right? Like one, yeah, you want to play a Fiora, you need to get mid prio, you need to get mid pressure so you can roam, right? But there's two sides to it, right? For me, I just think you shouldn't pick the Zed here. But you raised the point about the Olaf's pathing as well, and he should try to open up mid lane.
Yeah, he either open up mid lane or help break the freeze up top.
Yeah.
It's a disaster before he even dies, you know, like Lee Sin comes to get his HP, and then Lee Sin what did he do? He go to get the rift scuttle up top, and then like boom, it's they already control half of the map, like the top section of the map, and there you go. You cannot, like, every time you try to like sneak up on Renekton, they gotta know it.
Yeah, definitely. Again, that's a very scary crocodile that you have over there. You do not want to go anywhere near that Renekton. And you know, in terms of like, you know, game guides and everything, people know this. We've been saying that like everybody knows what the director and Lee Sin does. You can actually check out some game guides over at One Esports, the home of esports heroes. Get your daily dose of esports at oneesports.gg. I hear the people who work there are very intelligent, very good-looking bunch of people. get my meaning.
Don't know if they're quite as intelligent as Jess and I here, but we'll let that one slide.
Well, I think that is a testament to it because, of course, Buriram United Esports managed to score 1, and I voted for MBR. So, going into our next game right now, what adjustments do you think MBR need to do aside from obviously staying clear of that Crocodile, of the Lee Sin, and adjusting their draft?
From my perspective, they need to if they not gonna play Renekton or Lee Sin, they need to ban it or like steal it. If not, it's gonna dance the same song.
Yeah, I mean,
you going to the dance floor and you're like, oh, here we go again. Lee Sin Renekton.
I love that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's also like you raised this really good point, Jess, that Varus just wants to let the rest of his team do the work, right? He'll poke, he'll initiate, but if your plan is for your ADC to not be your main carry, and then you give over Renekton Lee Sin, how do you win that? Like, how do you win against that on the side lane? It doesn't really make sense, right? And I do agree with your point that maybe they want to ban away or steal away the Renekton. But now that they are on red side, and if they want to go for assassins, if they want to go to play side lanes, this could be a lot better for them. Because now they have last pick the counter, and they don't have to do things like blinding Zed anymore.
Yes, the reason the right side is way better at this because of the last pick. I agree on that. Like, it's way easier. It's way easier to draft.
It fits them a lot more, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Well,
they're gonna
the
get back
Renekton
again.
will still be open though.
Yeah,
Renekton
they're gonna grab that.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, it just makes it so hard, right? Like MBR, I think what they need to do, I think Mika, you raised that Onion King likes to play these carries as well, right? But I don't think it's possible here. He needs to just go for something that won't get abused by Renekton and try to 5P a counter for Radiance and let him be the one to carry the game.
I think the most possible pick here would be Riven.
Doable? But that's hard though. That's gonna be so hard.
It's still hard, but if picking Fiora again is like smashing your head against the wall. For sure. Like, no, please.
Well, what do you guys think though about the support matchup over here? It looks like it's gonna be Galio and Braum, unless Galio's going mid.
Could be Galio mid.
Braum, right?
People often think that Braum win out in this matchup, but from my experience, it's more like 50-50.
Okay, maybe it's just because your Galio is too good. So.
No. I mean, okay. Here's the fact: when you're facing up against Braum, you don't aim for ADC. You aim for Braum.
Okay.
Yeah. When you're trading out the HP.
That's true. Oh,
yeah.
What is this? I have a feeling this might be a Lulu mid. What do you think, Jess? It could be both, right? Because it does well into Braum as well. But then if you play a Lulu Xin mid jungle, that's so dominant here, I think.
This definitely be Lulu support.
Okay. Free lane into Braum, right?
Yeah. Lane into Braum is good. Like the range into melee matchup, and Braum is like getting abused so hard by this kind of champion. Like I love playing range against Braum.
Okay. Yeah.
As a support main, it feels so great.
And, as we wrap this up, I do have to ask about the Irelia. Do you think that this is actually going to help MBR's case as they face off against BRU once again?
My question is it going to be Irelia jungle or Irelia top or Riven jungle or Riven top, right? That's the main one.
Yeah, we do not know what lane he will be playing.
I don't think either are super great into Renekton in the 1v1 though. It really comes down to like if you can scale, if you can get into mid game and you can get like 2 items and come team fight. Because if you can do so, then you'll be super strong with what MBR has. But I don't know if Renekton is going to let them do that.
Well, we are going to find out if indeed they are going to best this Crocodile. This is MBR and Buriram United Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, and yes, lots to discuss here. They have locked themselves in with that Lulu. It could have potentially gone mid. We could have seen it link up there with Shiva for them to have devastating effects on this map. But they've run it back again here, Riku, with a melee-heavy composition that wants to try and mechanically outplay you. They've got a little bit extra burst and range with the RE. Is the Plains buff too much to overcome, or can MBR prove to us why they're the #1 seed?
I mean, looking at the composition of MBR, it seems to me they're defaulting to, dear me, a Flash. Flash has been burned now from Arshini. And yeah, it's looking like a 1-3-1 scenario again where Alvis is going to be split pushing in as well as Onion King here on the Irelia. The biggest question is, I think, is the similarities, will they be able to survive the laning phase? Because Buriram, it's pretty much almost the same thing without the Ahri on, or rather without the Diana. It's still Arshini though, is able to create and engage for the side of Buriram, and Noelle is back at it again on this Renekton that can potentially snowball out of control.
Yeah, serves a similar purpose, as you say. You're just trading the Moonfall for the taunt or for that Hero's Entrance later on. Still very explosive in this top lane, as both are very keen to showcase who can come out ahead. Onion King going to pick up the Honey Fruit, and I'm sure Noelle's going to do the same as they both get themselves topped up and anticipating that gank, as so far, Alves will have the inline track if he wants to play around tempo. But they are parving to opposite sides of the map now, so maybe Shiba has an option to try and go for this kill.
Yeah, big level 3 Xin Zhao can be incredibly strong. Level 2 as well, as long as you get the charge in, because you have a stun already coming from the well. And First Blood may happen because of the Ignite being available on the side of this Renekton.
No vision. Not under any real threat of being collapsed upon. Riven is parving up. Rather delayed here, but looking for that audacious charge. Queuing up the stun, waiting for the second charge. It's going to connect. Two people locked in place. Noelle cops another turret shot. Here comes the gank and the rotate. Tobu, phenomenal read on this map. Right place, right time. And just like that, they stopped the aggression. They stopped the kills. And it's Alves with a double.
Beautifully done by MBR, just as you mentioned. Really good read, but solo kill from Arshini though.
Ooh. Archney looking for it. Ah, the flash dash stun. It's enough there. And Alves has really exploded onto the map here. And they might just look to do a world tour. From top to bot they go. They're singing their hearts out, but they're playing that much better.
There's just so many kills across the board. A solo kill from Arshini again versus Radiance. Meanwhile, 2v2 kill from Kinemon and Supporter, which, you know, on paper, when we see a Kai'Sa lane versus a Varus lane, because you outrange the Kai'Sa so much, you get to basically force the Kai'Sa back to its own tower with so much poke, and you've got big disengage and punish with the stuns coming from Tobu. So I say Kinemon and Supporter are doing so well against this Varus lane.
Yeah, really punishing the fact that Tobu did go for that roam, did redeploy into the map, reading the play that the gank was going to happen topside. And the ganks are going to continue to happen around this portion of the map, as this game really feels like we're continuing the pace from what we saw in game 1, and just translating it straight back in and saying you're changing up the draft, the playstyle's the same. It's all about who can get themselves the biggest lead possible in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. You know, is Buriram playing top side to mid?
Round 2.
A dive.
Here we go again. Stun this time does not connect. There's the Vanguard's Edge onto Frida.
Oh,
Taunt will be buffered. Not going to be enough. Blade surging away. Locked in place with the stun. Buffering up as much damage as possible. There's the Hero's Entrance, but it gets cancelled out. And the Riven this time too little too late. BRU with 4 members strong guarantee the kill, and they get it back.
Yeah, that is definitely a better scenario. You add Arshini into the pool, into being involved rather onto the dives. It's much safer. You have a tank. You've got the Hero's Entrance for additional CC and as well as the taunt. And therefore, much easier to hold Onion King into place and is able to burst them down. And I'm sure MBR should see this coming time and time again, because it's basically, you know, the common math where you see a Renekton at topside, you see a mid laner that is able to create cross-map plays, then of course they're gonna focus down on towards topside, because Kinemon, Supporter, they're pretty much fine at the bottom lane on their own.
Certainly are. It does really feel like the battle of these supports, both roaming. Ooh, nearly got the denial there on the charge back, as Archney has to jump back just to dart forwards. 3 members collapsing on the mid lane. They shove out that wave. They know that bot side is also in a healthy state for them to collapse upon. But now looking for that very first objective of the game. And everybody's grouping up. Forget about the Herald this time around. An Ocean Drake too good to pass up.
Yeah, they want that Omni Vamp is able to get more sustained around these fights. Look at this though, Buriram now starting this. Remember, Alves is in the lead.
Certainly is, and he might not be for much longer as he's jumped in there. Looking to try and get that kill. Locked in place inside this vision, straight into mid lane they go. Alves the first one to fall on down. A bit of shutdown gold going the way of Kinemon. He popped up with the Quadra to end game 1, and he's starting off here with a ton of resources to talk about. The rest of his team won the Dragon. The piercing arrow, empowered as it may be, was not enough for the steal. And Noelle now flashing forward with the empowered stun. Finds Tobu, finds Onion King, finds them all. He's on a killing spree now as Kinemon. I thought Marksman were meant to be weak in the early game, but he's just getting them all. He's going to fall on down eventually. The rampage was too much to bite. Alvis has done enough to respawn, come back and take him down, and claim his shutdown gold back.
That is crazy. Kinemon shining in that fight. We got to see Shiba just focusing down the tower, or rather the dragon. Does Alvis want another kill? Or
Definitely hunting for it. The Crescent Guard is good for range damage, but these are melee bruisers keen to get inside the inner circle and party with you. So Flash has to be committed. Disengage away. Now teams can settle, reassert control on the map, and play for the Herald instead.
now this could potentially be another objective coming from Buriram here, because they're definitely poised to take this one out. They don't have any vision though, although they are pretty much aware. We'll see if the collapse is going to happen here.
Yeah, with the piercing arrow, not enough so far. The
Actually-
polymer goes out to Toby. Oh, they've
What?
stolen it! How on earth do they keep getting away with this? Dragon into Herald into everything and more. And just like last time, 6 minutes into this game, it's not as big a gold lead, but the proof is in the pudding, and the impact is there to be felt.
Yeah, that is 2 out of 2 objectives again. And the fact that Noel is able to win a duel 1v1 up against Onion King. Therefore, Buriram can rest easy. Top lane, he's gonna be fine without even investing too much resources. I mean, there was that one gank coming from Shiba and Arshani. And now Rift Herald, they can open up the map. They can get First Blood Tower, even without using the Rift Herald, because Noel is already working towards the bottom portion of the map.
Years lane swapping around, and this is how this fight really breaks out. It looks so
Yeah.
good, but Archie just in with the taunt, the proto belt, and just denies everything and more.
The taunt kicked in, the smite was a tad too early. Arshani would just the punch. I want to see this 1v1 happen. No, okay. Noel, basically Onion King without the stun, without the mitigation. Noel is basically free reign to deal this 1v1 because of the cooldowns just off on the side of Onion King.
And there's no minions for him to blade search away for not only the health, but also for the denial of some of those skill shots coming around and buying time more so than anything. Had Flash available and really had no options left in this game. And big shoulders here for Alves. A hard game for him to play as the Olaf. A bit more mobility this time around, but he's looking at bleeding lanes and lanes that just cannot be contained. As Noel is looking for that 1v1.
no.
Oh my god, Shibis has come on through. He's just hit him with the audacious charge and deleted him from the map. Alves answers back, swings down the sword and answers back for the 1-for-1 trade. There's the heroic entrance, there is the global play, but it doesn't matter because Kinemon is huge. Marksman in the game at 8 minutes talking about killing sprees, gold leads, and just pure destruction.
It is a pure destruction, because we saw how Alvis is able to get, what, a 5k lead, 5-kill lead, rather, on his side. It's just so unfortunate but that Buriram, time and time again, would just focus on him. Therefore, the lead is basically null and void, as he's not able to play make as this Riven in the skirmishes, in the fight. And Buriram is always going to have that numbers advantage because of Arshani having to fly in across the map.
I mean, it's a phenomenal champion to talk about scaling into the equation and what it can contribute, but the polymorph into the stuns, into the taunts, it's too much for a melee champion to try and overcome at this early stage in the game. And I don't think they'll be given that chance to try and scale into this one, to buy time to potentially find threats elsewhere. The side lanes, they just go from bad to worse, because as soon as you poke your head in just to try and take one mere minion, BRU are hot on you like hyenas.
Yeah. It is this death roaming squad coming from Buriram here, and they basically strong-arming you back to your own base to get more objectives, to get more space, to land all of these deep vision so that they can constantly invade and find picks here and there. It's a very worrisome trend for MBR so far, as they haven't been able to basically get their comp down. Look at the flank though. Oh no.
He's just gone again. He has nowhere to play around. Now can MBR answer back? They've just found their first target of the game, but can they find some kills to follow? They've taken out one. Shiba's dead. Now looking for that second. Kinemon is popped up and healthy. Kinemon might just look to try and take them all. He's already burnt the killer instinct. So had to settle for that. Mid-tier 1 is still there. Noel on the hunt, making sure that nobody's going for those greedy recalls back to base.
Yeah, Noel is like a... what do you call it? The herd master. I don't think that's the right term though. Just leading MBR back. Yes, it's like herding a sheep. Exactly. That's exactly what Noel did. Just safely escorting MBR back to their own base, just leading them there.
It's just crazy how this game has snowballed out of control again. I mean, you had a chance to reset, a chance to assess what went wrong. But you're just looking at this, and it is Radiance again, a champion that wants to try and be an absolute powerhouse in the early to mid-game stage, but can't contribute anything.
Yeah, we were hoping to see Alves with these killer flanks, but at the end, it was still Buriram is able to get that numbers advantage immediately because of this is a 4v5, and you know, unfortunately, Radiance, as I was saying again, Radiance has now fallen once more.
1v2 onto Kilimani. He doesn't have the flash, no heal, and nothing left to talk about. He's going to fall on down, but he'll pay that price because in a 1v4 split, as confusing as that deployment may be, the rest of his team are on the Baron. Now, Elio is here. He's hit the Chain of Corruption. He's hit the Piercing Arrow.
Oh.
And now they're flirting with danger, leaving it very close to smite range. Can they get the steal? It's not going to be enough. 4 members strong. They've taken out 2. They've claimed that Baron. And with that power, they might just claim a few more. Alves dead. It's a rampage now for Archney. And they can split push and look to run it back once more.
Well, with a 1v3 though. No, make it a 2v3.
Okay, Noel is cheeky here. Yep, slice and dice, second charge guarantees. A flash forward from Archney to make him unstoppable. And MBR, they're lost. They have no options left. They don't know what to do.
Yeah, it is them cornered right now into their own base. Buriram, just every single time they attack, they always get a kill. Always. And now it's just so nice to see Archney on a different light because of how aggressive and how he has been opening opportunities for the team.
12 minutes in, top of mid waves are synced. First inhibitor falls on down. Second one top side, soon to crumble. But a team fight, of course, will break out first. Shiva jumps in, so does the Eddie carry. Vars can't do much about that. Had a flash, but got hit so hard he couldn't even use it. The Vanguard's edge comes out, but it's just an afterthought because members are low. But he got no chance to blade surge towards them. That he is going to find that next kill. And just like that, Buriram with the play-ins buff, get a 2-0.
12 minutes. Skimmy, that game was 12 minutes. It was spinning out of control, and MBR just didn't have the answer to slow down the pace of the game. During the laning phase, it was basically Buriram strong-arming their way through the leads, and it felt like there has been some sort of shining light, which was Alves getting 3 kills early, but they weren't able to transition that, and Buriram played around that lead coming from Alves so well by focusing him down immediately to deny him on any potential of the play-making Riven moments.
Yeah, and for me, what was most impressive is the fact that they read that play topside, they answer back, but Buriram always find a way to trade. The 2v1 bot side, Kilimon gets that kill, and from that part onwards, the wheels were on course to have a very strong showing in this initial Group A match. And well, that does it for us here, a quick series. It's time to throw it back to our analyst panel.
It's a 2-0 on the side of Buriram United Esports. So there are a lot of mistakes here that MVR need to revisit.
Where to begin?
I know. And a lot of mistakes, and you know, but the early game was a lot better. We talked about this. You know, the draft Aurelia was actually, you know, probably would have been a pick that would have worked. But MBR, they still have a long way to go. And again, a lot to talk about. Jess, why don't you start this off?
Oh, the way that they play this one out, that they improve. They improve from the first game.
True.
Like we talk about almost like the Renekton, even without Lee Sin. Like it's the concept like Renekton pair with something like Day 4, Jin Zhao. They're gonna do this to you, and they react really well. They got Brom recalling, like when this about to happen, the Rift Scuttler, like that was really good. Like they learn from their mistake, they improve it, but the turning point is when they trying to fight without Varus. When you're drafting Varus, when you're drafting Varus, it's like you get the turret, like the cannon, you know, like
you let him poke first.
Yeah, you let him poke first, and like getting slowly and try to like stop engage with the charm or the Brom Q, something like that, until like Buriram cannot like fully engage because the HP differentiate, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, they didn't do that. So I do think that they should, if they if they cannot fix it, I think they should try to turn away from Varus entirely.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. I think you raised some really good points here, right? Varus, they showed so much prior on it. First pick on blue side over Renekton and Lee Sin.
Yeah.
But Varus is just a champion that needs so much discipline to play. If you're gonna just take these fights, you're just gonna go in 5v5, maybe you should shy away from a champion like that. And I think you raised that Archony. He played this Galio so well as well. Look at his damage, highest in the game. And I think we're actually gonna go over some clips later on after this that will really illustrate what he did on this Galio.
Yes, this was such a good Galio play. Really fearless, actually. Really fearless, like, you know, going into initiating the fights, not even needing the hero's entrance to actually initiate those fights, just going on in and you know, really setting up the team for the rest of it. Sometimes not even without the team, just going straight forward. So really well done on the side of Archony for that. We were talking about the Varus pick and how maybe, you know, MBR should try and, you know, move away from it. What would be an alternative to them, though, based on the playstyle that they seem to be exhibiting, Jess?
I think they should try to play something like Kaisa or even Akshan.
Yeah, just fight, right?
I do think that someone's gonna bring it out.
Shh, you're supposed to leak that. We saw it mid already. We saw Bruce play it at mid lane already. I do think it's a better mid laner than Marksman. What are your thoughts about that? I'm glad you brought up Akshan.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, to be honest, because admit I think it's better to counter pick, but it's hard to say because what do you counter pick admit? He doesn't fare well
Orianna.
Against Orianna got a really good range, so it's so hard for Akshan.
Yeah, true. Out of laning phase, it gets very hard. That's true.
Yeah, against Ahri, you're gonna get charm mid-air while you eat.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I don't know, but from my experience again, when Akshan is playing ADC, you get help from support. You get help from like Lulu as well. I think Lulu paired with Akshan is really good because like you buff him and it's like you don't care much about damage that getting dealt on Akshan, and you just go and get the resurrection and hopefully win the fight.
Yeah. That's right. And there are a lot of things for MBR to revisit. We have actually a clip over here that Jess wanted to point out over here. I believe this is one of the things that MBR, they really need to regroup and sort of like find out how exactly to sync up. Jess, why don't you take over?
Here, this is they did really well, as I said. Bomb recalling, yeah, they know something's gonna happen up top. Riven pathing up. This is really well done. Yeah, like, see, even though like they.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, it's so good.
Onion King played it so well as well, right? They covered that, the recall.
Yeah, the stun.
Oh,
the stun
so
is so good. The stun
Yeah.
is on point. Like
he played these two dice perfect, close to perfect.
Yeah, this one is a perfect.
Yeah.
But
this one, right? What is
I don't
this?
know how. No offense. How did you get solo kill by a Galio without a flash?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it shouldn't happen. And Varus shouldn't die at bot as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I know it's a 2v1, but
you need to respect it.
Yeah, you need to respect it, and you like send out the Braum to do his mission up top, and you still like, oh well, I gonna get all the minion and the turret. Impossible.
Yeah. And this one, the stun was the big mistake, right?
Yeah, the stun. If he got a stun here, he lives.
Yeah.
Right?
He kills them all.
Right when
they all die.
When Q back into the minion, like wow.
Yeah.
But this is like a really like how do I put it? Like it requires
it's a very hard
mechanical plays, right?
Yeah. It's hard to keep your head in the game as well, right? When you're getting dived by 4 people, then you're like, shit, what do I do, right?
Yeah.
It's really difficult as well. But he played it close to perfect. The main thing was the stun. And I think that Onion King, he definitely exhibited some really good plays here. And I think, like, if you want to keep picking him carries, it's definitely something that I think is doable. He played really well. You just need to make sure you enable it. I think the Ahri adaptation away from the double carries in mid-top that they had in game 1 with the Zed Fiora much more stable, and I like it a lot more. But I think the main draft point is something that what the Jazz raised, right? If you're going to be fighting a lot, maybe shy away from this Varus. If you're not going to play for your bot side, maybe shy away from this Varus.
Yeah, it's something that MBR didn't exactly get to capitalize on either. And, you know, if Onion King, maybe if the Aurelia just works a little better, maybe they rotate around that instead. And it just doesn't seem like, you know, they were not able to stand up to BRU at any point in the game, except for like maybe that early game with the Aurelia pick. But right now, we see our MVP of the series. It is going to be Shiba over here. And of course, that partnership with Noel, of course, the Lee Sin Renekton that we keep talking about. This was so crucial. Kill participation of 44.4%. I mean, what are your thoughts on this guy and how well he performed in this series? We'll start with you, Omo.
I mean, I think he definitely did very well. This game especially was the standout to me. Like the Lee Sin Renekton, we talked about that a lot. That was a great performance, but I think he was very sneaky with how he played this game, and I think that he was in the right places at the right time. In Game 1, in Game 2, he was guarding the Renekton when he needed to, and this time he was covering for the dive timings. He was just doing so well, and I think the team fight at the bottom lane, something we don't have clips for, unfortunately, but when we saw him go for the sneaky play onto Ahri, and that helped them turn the 2v3 around because he managed to snipe out a kill with a bit of a cheesier bush camp. I think he played with a lot of brains this game, and yeah, very good stuff from him.
Yeah, he's the main factor for Buriram. Like, when talk about Shiba, you need to talk about Noah as well. Like, they really demonstrate how to play jungler, pair up with Baron Reina to apply the pressure all over the map, right? Like, from early game, even though it was unsuccessful dive, but it before the fact that Onion King plays well, right? Not from like the Buriram like doing party or something like that. So that's why it's not as punishing as it should, right? Yeah. So I want to point that out.
Yeah, NBI, honestly, they played really well. They played a lot better in this game. I cannot emphasize that enough. Game 1 was really, really bad. But this game, you know, I kind of understand what you see in them, Mika.
Oh, yeah. I feel like that was a little, like, patronizing side.
I mean it.
But yeah, I feel like, you know, there's a lot to discuss here on the side of MBR, and we actually have a special guest joining us over here on our virtual floaty stage. I don't know what to call it. I just realized that we were in the middle of galaxies. Seems like a home base of Aurelion Sol. But we do have earlier from MBR joining us for a quick interview, and we can actually ask them what exactly went down. Hi Air, thank you so much for joining us. Really quick question, of course, just your any initial thoughts on the matchup against Buriram United Esports. We know it's been very hard for you guys.
What I can say is that we have already tried our best in the match against Buriram, and we have a lot to improve on, a lot of things to improve for the next matches, next upcoming matches, and that's it, I guess.
Yeah, and there'll be more to come, of course. What adjustments are you guys thinking of making going into your future matches?
I think the adjustments won't be that much. Like, we have a solid team. I think we have a solid team and solid strategy coming up to this match, but we have another issue in the game, and as long as we can solve it, I think it's fine for us.
I have a quick question as well. I would like to cut in here. So you guys in your local regional league, right? You guys were undefeated. You guys beat every team pretty convincingly. Well, my question is, coming over to see champs here, right? Do you feel like there's a big difference in the way things are getting played, or do you feel like it's harder for you guys, or you feel nervous or anything like that? What do you feel the difference is?
Coming to the C champs, of course there's a big difference. I mean, like, the meta is very, very different from
Okay. So I think basically he meant to say that, you know, all of this adjustment coming in from their respective icon series, you know, coming in, they're familiar with their own region's meta. Once the metas clash over here in the C Championship, It just really throws everybody's plans all into disarray. And you know, MBR for sure, they have conquered the Indonesian scene. Now though, they are on the international scene, and they're now questioning what exactly they can do to adjust. And we will see that in action, of course, as we see them go up against all of the other teams. But for now, Buriram United Esports will take that 2-0. I think it's going to be really interesting because, of course, Buriram United Esports, Omo, I think we brought this up in our, little discussions that they were a team that, of course, they got through in the last chance qualifier. So,
right.
and you saw, like, for example, what one team was capable of with that very, very fast gameplay over here. They're capable of, Buriram are capable of it as well with a 12-minute game. So we're gonna see how well they do into the future matches. But up next, One Team and SVP. Welcome back to the C Championships. Our first 2-0 of the day goes to Buriram United Esports in the most dominant fashion. Not to mention, I believe, one of the fastest games we have seen so far. 12 minutes, was it? Wow. Okay, a speed run indeed for Buriram United Esports, a team that usually likes to, stick to the late game, but full of surprises here on the first day of the C Championship group stages. Mika Fabs over here once again, your panel host. Now this time Contra and What the Jess over with me. We decided to give Omo a little bit of a break as he finally got that Buriram United Esports win and he can go celebrate over there by himself. He'll be back soon, of course. You might see him on the caster's desk later on during the day. But Contra, because you are just joining us over here, I want to get your quick thoughts on what went down for the first two matches.
Well, the first few matches out there, we definitely saw, of course, well, I was watching from the start, and then we saw some surprises coming in from Team Flash, taking one off from one team, and then we move into Buriram's side, which they look absolutely clean. Now I'm excited for this, because one team, esports, they're going to pop off once again, and I really do wonder how would their opposition actually fare this time around.
Definitely. Jess, what do you think? I mean, these guys are riding the momentum right now. They performed really, really well a while ago, especially on that second day against Team Flash. What do you think? How are they going to fare against SVP?
I do think that they should sticking with the more like a passive aggressive style play. Not the one that they play against the Team Flash. I mean, not like the first game. Like you try to draft like a good roamer and like try to be more active in the map. I think they should be able to win all of the team in Group A if they stick to that style.
Yeah, I also agree with what the Jess right here on that sentiment, because when one team was playing very slowly, it seemed like they're giving a little bit too much room to their opposition, which was Team Flash, and Team Flash definitely had this amazing draft, surprising us with the Aurelian Soul. But this time around, if they're going up against teams like SVP, I think they'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable, at the very least, with what they would have in their game plan. Plus, on SVP's side, I think most often than not, they like to play towards their bottom lane, try to enable Papa to come up online. So if they keep playing on towards the Baron lane itself, maybe that would be a good formula to start off with.
Possible. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you think that these guys sound a little bit familiar, it is because this is the former MVP squad. They've now become SVP, and interestingly enough, they actually narrowly missed one team at the Summer Super Cup. They were unfortunately eliminated before they could get to one team. But the question now is that, do they actually have what it takes to go up against one team? What do you think, Jess?
Wow. It's a big challenge for them, for SVP, of course. Like, they gonna match the high tempo style of one team, and I'm really curious to see like what champion they're gonna bring out, what style they're gonna play. Are they gonna stick to the Varus? Because actually, I do think that Varus is a worth first picking.
Yeah, I think so too. On the side of one team, though, I really do love Baya and his ability to just be everywhere and gain control of that mid lane. But I remember SVP, once Papa can actually, pop off, and I remember this being a running joke during the Summer Super Cup because it was Father's Day, and so we were like saying it's Papa's Day and everything. He's unstoppable. I don't know if you remember that, Contra, but yeah, he's pretty much unstoppable. So I think he is going to be the player to look out for on the side of SVP. What do you guys think? Which players do you have your eyes on?
Well, certainly, if I check my calendar today, it's not Father's Day, and now that they're going against one team, maybe there's not that pop-up buff going on for today at the release. But since they're in the group of life at this standpoint, in the best of two, you can always come up with great cheese draft to throw a huge curveball to one team esports. And you saw one team, they didn't fare very well on their first match, and they didn't expect what was coming. But in game two, that's where they adapted very well, which is why I still think that one team, they are overall having some great frontline offense, as well as great plans coming in for the backlines as well. It's definitely a tough team to beat, but SVP might just be able to come up with a special formula.
Ooh, was that your talent prediction, Contra? Was that a one team favor over there?
Well, certainly, I must say that One Team Esports is going to be very safe heading into the playoffs. Judging for the fact of their performance from the Summer Super Cup up till today, that we have seen them having a very good shift of a pace into Game 2. If they continue to play that style of League of Legends Wild Rift, I'm excited for them to even take the cup if that's going to be the case.
We are a united front over here. Contra, myself, and What the Just all think that one team is going to dominate this particular match. I'm really interested to see what SVP could bring into this matchup, though, especially since, again, they kind of had that Summer Super Cup buff coming in here. So there's a lot of room for the teams to grow ever since then. Jess, what do you think? You think it's going to be one-sided, or do you think SVP are going to put up quite a big fight?
I do think that it's gonna be a one-sided, but here's the thing. League of Legends Wild Rift is so wild that anything could happen. Like if you try to cheese the first game or something like that, yeah, I think anything could be possible as well.
Yeah.
Even though I said it was one-sided.
I absolutely
You know what,
agree.
Jess? You're the only person who can like say that, because nobody is gonna question. I mean, you're What the Jess, so it's like, if I say that, it's gonna be like, oh, what does Mika know? But you know, this is What the Jess over here. I believe we are gonna head into our champion selection in just a bit. What are you guys expecting? Contra, I'm interested to hear what picks you think might come out. Are we gonna see something a little bit, I don't know, peculiar? One team I know in the regional qualifiers did actually, like, for example, go with the Seraphine. So what do you think?
Well, if it's going to be a Seraphine that's going to be coming right by, I think they will have to draft a very team-fighting composition so that they can make good use of the Encore. But I don't see much chances of that being into play because of how Seraphine is kind of immobile, very squishy as a champion, easily punishable in some of these team fights. That could also be a very difficult thing to pull off heading into a team like One Team Esports that could easily find alternative ways to work around those team fights. And if that's gonna be one whiff of that ultimate, you're pretty much done with the fight already. So if they want to take down One Team Esports here, it's all about how Albert as well as Pegor will need to play in tandem to get those leads back for SVP. And we're already in the draft, so I guess we'll just have to figure it out.
Yeah, and right there, Renekton, sorry, you're gonna sit out this match. And Jess, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on what like the lane matchups that we should keep our eyes on. You know, earlier we did see side lane matchups, the Baron lane matchups over here. I do think it's gonna be possibly a Dragon lane matchup coming into this match. What do you think?
Yeah, I also think that it's gonna be all about Dragon lane. Yeah, Papa and Ninja 7. But I'm curious that if they wanna pull out something like Senna, I'm really interesting to see like how this team, like, if they're gonna use it or not, or like later down the line, you know, because it's easy to get the lane priority with Senna and pair with Galio or Gargus, right?
That's right, and it's also very interesting to see that SVP have a very high priority on this Lee Sin. It's his comfort pick after all, what we saw back in Summer Super Cup when they were playing as MVP. So we will probably know that he will try to get some leads for that Riven. But One Team, they're so confident with this Olaf pick, and they want to further buff it up alongside with Lulu that can give him so much of a safety with that Wild Growth ultimate. And that could easily diffuse any situation or enable this Olaf to just run straight at any one of these SVP members.
Wow, they double down on Olaf as well, picking Galio here with the ultimate. Like, if Olaf get a lead, it's pretty much over for sure. Wow, they're bringing out Seraphine.
Like you said, Mika, great predictions.
Yeah, but Seraphine is really bad against Olaf. He doesn't care about your ult. He doesn't care about your E. He just runs straight to you.
That's a
with
very
the
fair
buff as
point.
well.
And now what are they gonna do with this Akali? Because there's so many of layers that she will need to find cross to pull off a perfect execution. So I'm wondering if it's going to be a winning lane for the Baron lane in particular for SVP. But when it comes down to burst potential, SVP does have a little bit of that. But One Team Esports, they can choose to just really extend the fight long enough, and if they were to play a slower tempo, you could get this Saya that could easily skill into the game.
Wow, I really like one team drafting here. Like they're drafting, like double down on Olaf. That like it's so easy for him to play with the Lulu buff and the Galio, and they draft an independent ADC here. So there's no need for Galio and Lulu to look after Saya because of the ultimate, right?
It's a power draft for sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm actually
but-
wondering what SVP can possibly do to counter it.
Yeah, but from the side of SVP, they draft a heavily aggressive bot lane, so to speak, with the Varus and Seraphine. Could is if I put it into percentage, it's about like 60 to 40, like from the side of SVP, 60 to the Varus Seraphine, because of the low range from Lulu and Saya. So we need to see how well they poke this lane out.
Yeah, I want to watch that bottom lane as well, and how well they manage that sort of pressure, and whether if that Olaf's going to come in with some early pressure to take them down.
All right, well, let's get into it. One team versus SVP. Casters, over to you guys.
Yes, it's myself, Skimmy, and I'm joined by Riku once again for our third matchup of the night as one team get a chance to now showcase their talents again, as we also welcome and introduce SVP. They've thrown the curveball. They've said Seraphine is the way we want to play, but it is going to have a few conditions to try and pop off with. I think they raised a really good point on the desk there that the Olaf could literally steamroll this entire bot lane.
Yeah, exactly, right? Usually when we see the Varus on the opposite side, some teams answer with a Jarvan 4 just for easy access towards the backline. But, you know, you can't ignore everything else in front of you by using an Olaf with that big Ragnarok just passing through everybody and head straight to the goal, which is, again, Papa being the most vulnerable target on the side of SVP.
Well, straight into mid lane they go. We do have a lane swap and a very early flash as well. As Pagor's been exhausted and they're just ignoring the turret. They don't care. Another flash to follow. They're looking to try and run this one down. It's Azaya. It's not going to get the kill, and they do find it. And the craziest early blood you might see to date at 30 seconds.
Yeah, you know that they were gonna get the kill, is that they expended so many flashes. Usually the story ends there. You let your enemy laner burn the flash, and usually you're happy about that. But SVP bot lane, or rather, one team bot lane is able to get that kill over.
Very interesting lane assignments here. Looking to try and find areas of the map they want to accelerate and areas of the map they want to shut down. Big focus into Kali, as the Darius there was shadowing. But it has been at the expense of Pagor that's fallen on down nice and early, and a Ribbon that wants to try and dictate the tempo. Be one step behind now.
Yeah, I really love the lane swap being initiated by one team here. They know that this Seraphine versus Varus lane is going to be very oppressive, so they respect that. Did that lane swap just as Oma mentioned earlier. And now we get to see, Albut over here on this Lee Sin. He has been basically, I believe, sort of spamming that champion has been his default, basically, even during the Summer Super Cup, even during their local qualifiers. It has been that big comfort pick. We'll see how he's able to impact the early game for sure, because look at Xianyo, as this Olaf has been invading the jungle of SVP as well.
But not a bad champion to try and one trick if you need it, because it does pump out a fair bit of damage and offers a whole bunch of utility. So much so that it will get banned 9 times out of 10. Cross-map play so far as one team look to try and explode topside. Not going to be the case. Now, bot side we go. 3v2. Not sure if they're going to go for the kill. Just flirting with danger is a nice kick. Instant safeguard away. The real focus seems to be getting that first turret down.
Yeah, it's a good call, because you diving a Darius and a Galio isn't exactly the best of ideas. Easy apprehend, easy as well on the taunt, so it's a good call from SVP. Just be a bit patient. If you want first blood tower, they're gonna get it.
Using their range advantage, they're gonna find it. Turret falls on down, but not before one team can answer back by taking a top turret. So the bot lanes are instrumental in achieving this. And now it does beg the question, what does this mean for lane rotations? Because we're still so far away for those first objectives sporting. Still a whole minute until that becomes a fault. And it looks like, based on the positioning now, that Ninja is going towards the bot side to perhaps give us a sense of stability and normality.
Yeah, one team would desire to open up the bot lane just because of the first dragon of the game, Infernal Drake. They want that big damage bonus buff.
Nice.
Look at CU! Yeah, canceling out the ports. Therefore, they might be open for a dive. Remember, Baya is on this Galio.
Fire is on his Galio, and as you say, he jumps in with a nice little taunt, buying time for Jian Yo to come on through, but not enough to get any pressure onto him. At least they've crashed the wave. They've now got themselves into that river first and foremost. And bear in mind that that bot lane from SVP still hasn't had a chance to reset, so they flirted with danger. Now going to go for the 4v2, and no one's coming to back up SVP just yet. All but needs a fair bit of time, but he's locked in place with the wall so far. The on-call goes out, flashed away, looking to try and guarantee that they can get one kill. Ragnarok is oppressive, and it does so much, and Virus falls on down.
And just in time for the dragon to spawn. I believe one team still has to reset though, as a lot of them were pretty much very low, so Albut can move towards securing this Rift Scuttler. That means they can still be able to contest. I mean, at least Baya is just basically zoning out Albut over here and taking that objective.
Yep, not interested in that one whatsoever, and it looks like that. They're just going to get all the vision right now. This river from top to bottom belongs to one team. They know your next move. They know that you've been trying to force that reset, abuse that range advantage, but you've now fallen victim to that. And it is a scary proposition when you are giving early resources to Azai to accelerate into this game and just outpace and outdamage in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw Ninja 7 and CU being able to get that 1v2 early kill. We get to see Ninja 7 early pick up on that Navoris. Able to, you know, as more crits, you get to have lesser cooldown on your ultimate. But we'll have to see though, because Infernal Drake is now being spawned. So the ideal situation for SVP is Papa being able to get a chain of corruptions before the Olaf just drops in your face.
Oh, and just a cheeky kill there onto Kid off screen that we didn't manage to catch, but it basically says that you can't be greedy now to go for that dragon anymore, and that's the Ragnarok pop, and also the Wild Growth to protect and peel away. And, I mean, now it's a 4v5. The cooldowns, which are also important to allowing you to steamroll this very squishy and immobile bot lane, have been burnt. This dragon doesn't look as safe as it might have done before.
It's going to be very, very scary.
Oh no, Baya's just flashed forward in, looking for the taunt. The dragon's still low. Who's going to get it? It's been stolen away there by All But. Guaranteed it. Neither can they disengage away. They're bleeding. 3 members running away. And Yahtzee might just be running to this side of the map to say, look, you have to chase me down. At least the rest of my team will survive. Or will they? One's recalled. And now they're trying to protect All But a beautiful Galila lance there from CU.
Yeah, nicely done. Again, CR has been canceling out these ports back to base.
Wow.
All but can't relax at all.
Really looking to try and lock them in place here. Bring that wave in so they can go for the dive, but it's just taking a little bit too long for their liking. So they will be forced to back away and won't be able to capitalize on any more than just that single kill onto Yahtzee.
You're really nicely done by Yahtzee here. Was able to burst Kid down in time for the dragon, and I feel like that is exactly what SVP needs, as again they've been losing lane-wise. And again, the ideal situation for SVP, of course, you know, all but being able to secure most of the objectives and is able to get that invade down, get a few picks, get a few setups with the Dragon's Rage, and as well as Papa being able to be safe at the backline and is able to unleash the chain of corruptions before Xianyu is in your face.
Well, speaking of Papa, he is the one that hits the piercing arrow, doesn't find the target he's after. Lack of vision makes it very difficult for them to go for that play. Unable to really bully themselves into that river to contest that Herald, so it will be that all-important 1-for-1 trade, playing for the late game, but playing for the initial impact, more so here for one team. Get more turret plates, get more map control, which is really how this game all unfolded with that crazy 30-second lane flip.
Yeah, it all contributed to, you know, Ninja 7 and CU is able to get a comfortable lane as well. Able to avoid the very oppressive dual lane. Oh, Kid.
I like
with
it.
the Proto Belt apprehend. Yeah, it wasn't able to reach, but yeah, Papa and David definitely have to be careful about that.
That's what they do. It's going to be a constant worry for them if they can juke out this Olaf. Well, they've still got a Darius to wrestle with as well. He's got the CC with the Proto Belt, makes up for the lack of mobility that he will have. Every time that flash is available, look to see what Kid can do with it.
Yeah, at least, you know, the good news is that David is always going to be there babysitting Papa just to compensate how low mobile this Varus is. he compensated with the movement speed. I mean, there is, you know, Nami being the usual pair for a Varus, but the Seraphine works well because you do have the shielding, the healing, and basically everything in the kit. And for one team, I suppose the ideal 5-1.
Okay, Yahtzee's just going for the all-in. Oh no, he's going to take so many turret shots. Just gets away from the taunt, but it's not enough. He flashes the follow, and they do kill secure. Now, Olaf somehow has died in a 1v4. Everybody coming to back up Pagor here. He burnt double summoners, but he does do enough to guarantee that at least on the opposite side of the map, they do trade for 2-1.
I feel like one team really wanted to force that tower down and therefore was focused upon, and that is the end of the story. We see Shanyo's dead body in the middle of everything. Ninja 7 is able to pick up a Phantom Dancer. I mean, having to get that extra safety, I suppose. You already have that self-peel. You already have the Wild Growth, but ideally, CU wants to put the Wild Growth all the time on Shanyo to be able to maximize just being alive as you are in your Ragnarok. So, therefore, Ninja 7, yeah, you will definitely need that extra lifeline.
And it will have a few, as you said, with the Wild Growth, obviously the Feather Storm too, so plenty of get out of jail free cards for them to enable those kind of plays. But I'm actually quietly enjoying this build coming out here from David. He's gone for the Ludens, looking to pump out a fair bit of damage, give them that extra bit of AP to round out this comp and not be so AD heavy, or at least reliant on the Akali to have a phenomenal game. It's really investing in the idea that, yeah, sure, I'm a squishy champion, but if I do manage to hit anything, you're going to remember it.
Exactly, and we haven't exactly seen the key on chorus just yet. Coming from David, it has been used to try and disengage. We might see a big sample here, though, as the next dragon has spawned. It's already being started by Ninja 7. The Omnivamp will definitely help up against Papa, who just has a ton of pokes, including David as well in the Seraphine.
Yep, classic play here. Summon a Herald, buy some time so that dragon is still engaged, and it's going to get far too low for a contest. Just melted, gone. And like that now, they find themselves at a 5v5 in the mid lane. It's an ARAM, and a fight surely soon to break on out. SVP forcing the fight. A two-man charm locks him in place for the encore. Looking for kids, but the kick's not enough. The Wild Growth heal. So much HP in an instant. And the guillotine comes on down, and he screams to Lee Sin, my ultimate's better.
Yeah, we saw how Ninja 7 was able to definitely be safe. In the meantime, on the opposite side, you know, Shanyo, the jungler of one team, is able to eliminate Papa as well. He just heads straight for the AD carry. And we talked about this before. The chain of corruptions will be extremely important as we take a look at that again. Look at Shanyo. Movement speed, everything else. Righteous Glory, Demacia, just hitting straight to the face of Papa. Really nice encore, though. But again, if you're an Akali, you will be punished with a taunt if Baya keeps that taunt every single time a fight is about to occur. It's such a really good anti-engage tool, and usually assassins or melee champions in general are going to suffer.
So curious about their focus in these team fights. They pile it into one champion. We've seen what the Lulu can do to try and stem that bleeding.
Oh my
Ragnarok comes on out and he ignores anything that you throw his way. A flash forward, swings the X around, get those bleed stacks rolling. Hit that true damage with the triple apprehend. There's the killing spree, and it's a double kill in an instant. Chain of corruption, who cares about it? Because you're already dead and gone. Fire, with the biggest brain in the game, just jumps back and jumps straight back in. But falls on down and gives somehow Papa a triple kill. It looked good, but not good anymore. And the feather recall could have been huge. But they've lost so many members for this play.
It's so interesting. One team wanted to be a bit greedy in that engage. I mean, Ragnarok wasn't available. You got Wild Growth not available too. And, you know, the Baron might cost them.
Yep, they're all in this one. They're going to pick up those teleport enchantments and guarantee that this dragon, or sorry, this Baron is theirs for the taking. One team going to answer back in similar fashion.
Ragnarok.
In they come. Encore goes out, locks in place. Two, they've stolen the Baron. They've taken it away. SVP, after making a phenomenal play in that team fight to take out 4, will lose that all-important purple worm. And now they have to realize this game is a lot harder.
It is. It is. It is a lot harder. I mean, one team, it was so risky. The fact that they lost that fight where SVP could have immediately taken that Baron for themselves. But no, Shanyo, CU had the perfect formula to just press Ragnarok, dive in, hope for the best if you'll be able to steal that Baron, and this is the result.
And that's your textbook example of what Olaf is really bringing to the table in this drop in particular. All the CC in the world, all the numbers advantage to talk about. One ultimate nullifies it all. How's your your trigger finger, how's your nerves? Because Zhanyo's guaranteeing it. And just like that, the map explodes in control. It was almost brought to a stable middle ground. But as the power of a Baron, up by 6k and now threatening some inhibs.
Exactly. It was so close for SVP. Is able to manage to take control over the map, and now look at them. They're now trying to defend over the siege.
Bit of a hard to siege here. Low range on the Xayah, then a bunch of melee, so not very easy for them to try and guarantee this one. You can see them flirting with danger, chip damage where they could find it, but very much reliant on these minion waves coming on through, empowering those cannons first and foremost. And looking to try and guarantee that they get that first all-important structure of the game. Yahtzee, it's the perfect execution. And that's all it will be. They've held on for the meantime.
Yeah, SVP is able to scare away one team, I suppose, and maximizing this Baron buff. I believe one team is just going to get that reset to get the third dragon of the game, which is, you know, Air Drake will help them immensely to be able to get the split, maybe possibly get invades here and there, and catch someone off guard from SVP's jungle. We'll see, though, because the ideal situation, again, is for Albat to get an amazing kick, because in the later stages of the game, since Albat wasn't able to snowball and assist the side of the rest of the lanes, he's now going to be a kick bot at this point of the game.
Yeah, utility, which a place you want to be as a Lee Sin, that you can accommodate that role if need be, but you want to be the one making the flashy plays, guaranteeing those sonic waves, and the second charge to guarantee the kill too. Slow, cool, calm, collected here. Methodical gameplay from one team that have allowed that Baron buff to expire, but have guaranteed themselves firm control of the map, getting themselves another Drake, and if need be, they've got that Elder win condition now.
Yeah, that's true. It will be the Elder and as well as potential second Baron again, which means one team, because they're in the lead, they can afford to try and bait it out. And I think it's still very critical to eliminate Albat right away and not focus on the Baron, just because we all know how it goes. Lee Sin, Sonic Wave in, a potential steal possibly. So I think one team will be definitely careful as 23 seconds on the clock. They're going to reset, find, and see if they can bait out SVP out of their jungle.
Big weight on Papa's shoulder now to try and deliver that all-important damage before the fight breaks out. But credit where credit is due to one team. They're not allowing the poke game to really be too strong here. The bot lane of SVP was built to do that from the laning phase into these team fights, but these bruisers, they're finding the angles, they're utilizing it beautifully, and they're running Riot.
They're setting up a death brush now, yeah? And it's really difficult, just as you mentioned. Papa is going to be very vulnerable. I don't think David can do anything out of that Ragnarok, and we'll see. One team now baiting up the Baron, as all according to plan. Look at Shanyo just scaring off all, but removing the blast cone just to mitigate, or rather just to reduce any potential jump in by the whole group.
I like this play though, because they know that they have Kid in the bot lane, the only one with the teleport, still threatening that inhib and making sure that somebody from SVP has to answer back. Now bear in mind that Pagod does not have that, he has his Zonias instead, so if a fight were to break out here, he can just flip the script, make it a 5v4, and guarantee that fight works in their favor. So I like this Baron dance that's taking place, splitting SVP's attention and forcing them to make a decision.
Yeah, if ever that does happen, it's gonna be Demacia.
Oh no, a dash away and a flash to follow. Yahtzee's out, but now that's a big component of what they need to guarantee a kill. SVP will be forced back for the meantime, or will they? Oh, the golden stopwatch is beautiful. Cancels out a complete ultimate and encore. Achieves absolutely nothing.
Okay, Zhonya's out at least, so the safety is gone for a couple of minutes. SVP, though, will be happy that they've basically forced one team to back away. Papa, at this point of the game, Chain of Corruptions will be on a relatively low cooldown. I can't say the same for the Encore, though, for David. So that means that is a little bit of timing that one team has to work with. I mean, so far, I really like the patience coming from the side of one team. And now it begs the question of what are SVP's options to get back into this game, because, you know, Albat already pretty much has fallen off. Ozzy, though, Ozzy and Pago will definitely be the critical players at this point of the game. They're able to set up flanks. They're able to set up big burst already at this point of the game as well, especially towards Ninja 7. I think the biggest issue for SVP, or in general, Adzi to be able to burst someone down, is CU. CU has the Wild Growth.
Yeah.
Wild Growth is basically that counter, that soft counter against Assassin Burst, so it may be a problem, may be a wall for Yahtzee here.
And that is the concern, because as much as you want to try and take down a key target, all be aligned on that one focus, they are going to start to lack that damage. They do split things apart, and a lot of tools that one team can throw their way to say, you're not allowed to have the liberty to choose who you focus. I'm coming at you. You need to pump me instead.
Exactly, and I think the biggest question is how will SVP even bait out the Wild Growth and then re-engage again? Because map control-wise, are they forcing this, I wonder?
Looking for all, but not going to guarantee the kill. Righteous Glory goes out to try and get the slow. Nanyo deciding that's not what we're after. Firm control of this game, and I mean, we can see it from the way they're playing. They're not over-forcing their hand. They know the position of power they find themselves in right now. But they're almost baiting out SVP to make the first move and capitalize on their mistake.
Yeah, at this point of the game, 20 seconds, not 20 seconds, 20 minutes, the death timers are going to be incredibly punishing. So with Baya already very scary with everything in the world with the taunt, he's pretty tanky actually as well. He's going to be ready for the setups for sure. CEO has been poked out so much by Papa, by the way, but he's fine. Oh, apprehend.
Elder has been engaged. There's the stopwatch. Burnt very early here by Paygo. He's got that GA. Oh, but low! Gonna get flashed on! Oh, the Winds of War not enough. It's not gonna be enough. He's gonna survive. But he can't jump in for the smite steal, and that's crucial now. Can they get the Elder? They've guaranteed it. Mounted over the side for one team here. And they're gonna look to try and win this fight as a result afterwards. Every zone you're being burned to try and guarantee some form of reset potential. But the cooldowns, they just don't come back quick enough. Oh, the flash forward apprehend, and one kid, he might just one shot. I mean, he's gonna take him out. It's too easy. Seraphine far too squishy, especially with this build built to try and burst you down. The Bruiser boys back in town, running you down, ignoring the turret, and guaranteeing what will be and should be a delayed ace.
It is an ace, and it could be the end of the game because the AD carry is there. What a prolonged fight, and now they end the game.
Certainly do. One team off to a flying start. They had troubles in game one, series one, but not up against SVP. They mean business.
Yeah, big early game coming from the side of one team there. Complete control over the early game. There was a little bit of shining hope, especially Yahtzee has been able to burst down people 1v1, even towards the Darius. But at the end of the day, we get to see all lanes from one team is able to scale and win. And there you have it. Complete control. Most of the objectives on the side of one team.
And I think a lot of people would be asking right now as to why that game felt as close as it was, because I'm sure you're looking at SVP almost acting as the pacemakers, the sort of the group setters for Group A. Yes, this is the bar you need to reach. Anything below this and you will get knocked out. And I suppose people aren't expecting SVP to make that top 4 equation, but certainly a team that can rustle a few feathers might actually thrive in a best-of-2 format with some creative picks, with some styles that maybe teams aren't used to. And they certainly gave one team a run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, the early game looked pretty decent for the side of SVP there, but towards the end where they lost the Baron, I felt like it all spun out of control.
But let's see what SVP can do after the break, because it's one team to take all the glory as they claim game number 1.
Welcome back to the C Championships, and it appears to be a good day for one team as they take another win for the day. Mika Fabs over here with Contra and special guest What the Jess over here on the panel. Now, this was a really close game. I believe the closest game we've had so far today. And What the Jess, we were just talking about how SVP, they could have won that match. They very nearly did, didn't they?
Yeah, oh, what a shame last match. Because, like, I think it's come from small things, but aside from Baron. But, yeah, they could have a chance next game, definitely. They mid laner played really, really well. Like, actually, I skeptical about Akali pick because it's against a Galio and Lulu, because Lulu can reveal Akali, right? But he played that so well.
Indeed, and I guess what we'll look into the itemization as well. We had a little chat as we were watching the game. Do you feel like the Hextech Gunblade here is the ideal item pickup for the Akali here? Because maybe there is also other builds that a lot of other players have been opting for.
Yeah, he could go for the pendant, the magic penetration thing, and go either Crystal Reflector or Lichbane. Would be way better because primarily damage dealer from one team they're gonna come up from Ninja 7 and Senjo. It's physical, right? And Akali, the manaless champion, gonna spam out the Q, so you get a stack from Crystal and Reflector like all the time. So it's gonna be like he's gonna be way tankier and easier to maneuver the fight.
That's true.
Go ahead, Contra.
Yeah, I was just affirming that. So Mika, as you were saying.
No, I was gonna ask about the Seraphine pick, and the Seraphine pick also had some very interesting itemization as well, and I wanted to get Jess's thoughts on that and whether, you know, that could be something that SVP could bring into the second game.
I do like the itemization from Akali. Oh no, sorry, the Seraphine. Because when you playing Seraphine, it's more like you bring it for the team fight, right? For the ultimate, for the E, double E, like the root, the charm. So I think is alright. And the way he plays it, like he always stay at the back and encore through his teammate is already on point. But I think they do need a quick stasis enchant for this composition to work. Because I like to call it when they play a monkey champion, like a mobile champion, they like they're fragile, but they got a lot of mobility skills, right? They need to bait the skill for each other. If everyone recall the fight up top when Varus get the triple kill, it's because of the Riven Sonja, right?
That's true, that's true. And we saw a lot of all these big plays actually happened around the top portion of the map on the early game and also later stages of the game. And that team fight that SVP have just won, they might actually need to reconsider resetting before even thinking about that Baron, because that Baron call actually gave so much room for one team esports to come back in the game. And when we break down that team fight even further, you look at one team esports composition. You have an Olaf, you have Lulu that could already give him so much of a leeway that all he has to do run in and smite. And indeed, that just happened. They stole it away, and it was so hard for them to even reach Zaya, when she has so many of all these great items being built up. We mentioned about the QSS, and also you can use the Featherstorm to easily get out of jail for free.
Well, I hope that SVP is listening to this right now, because they definitely do need to adjust some things, but they are on the right track. And guess what? You can get on the right track as well with your life, because you can open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Thank you so much to Franklin Templeton for sponsoring the C Championships over here. Going back to SVP, though, on the other hand, yes, I do think that they could actually get this this next game from one team esports, and I think it's gonna be very interesting to see how they adjust, especially since, for example, I keep bringing up Baya just because like I have my eyes on him this whole time. Such a great Galio player, such a great player overall, super aggressive. There were several times wherein he just had so much control over the map just because utilizing Galio's global presence, but also just zooming around the map as a Galio and making sure that all the lanes were pushed and everything. I do think that SVP, they do need to I think they do need to up their mid game and their early game just a little bit more and possibly be able to take that win from One Team Esports. I think that One Team Esports, though, as we're saying, the adjustments from SVP, they're gonna catch on. They're gonna catch on. How do you think One Team Esports is gonna adjust going into game 2?
I do think that they already played really well, like exceed all my expectation and thing, but the only thing that they need to adjust is itemization, like quick stasis from Varus, more refined build for Akali, something like that. But aside from that, they could grab the second game.
Yeah.
Okay, really quick question. Sorry, Contra. Well, really quick question with the Jess. If they kept the draft and they just changed their itemization, do you think that they could have taken that first game?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, cool. Contra, what were you saying before? I'm sorry, I cut you off over there.
Don't worry about it, Amika. And when we look into the draft, I think that everything seems pretty solid. As a plan, they managed to still enable Papa. That's the game plan all along. When you're having the Varus in your arsenal, you keep on going for poking lane. One Team Esports, when we look back on how they managed to, of course, divert all that sort of the direction towards the top Baron playstyle, it seemed like they managed to dodge a bullet, and then eventually hitting the team fight here, they might want to look at maybe a little bit more of a change if there's going to be any swap over of that surfing pickup, or maybe go for something even more aggressive in the jungle that could also benefit SVP.
That seems to be a good day to be a Baron laner today. We've been seeing some heavy matchups in the top lane. Or maybe it's not such a good day because there's so much pressure on you, possibly. We're going to head into our champion select for game number 2. But as mentioned, Jess, we mentioned earlier about how SVP's draft was actually really interesting, even with a Seraphine coming in there for the crowd control and everything. One Team Esports, though, what do you think they could revolve around if they want to secure this win from SVP?
The previous game they draft, the draft from One Team is more like a team fight com, right? They draft Galio, Darius is obviously for team fight because of the E and stuff, and he built a tank as well because he's rushing a Daceman plate, if I'm not mistaken. So I want to see like I wanted to play like more of a high tempo composition this game.
Absolutely agree with you, and I think they've just heard high tempo and immediately they lock in the Camille that was left out in the open. So maybe they want to copy a little bit of a textbook play that's coming from Team Flash that has been able to take one game off of one team, and now they respond with the Riven. So this skill matchup here definitely is going to be very exciting. So we expect a lot more fights to happen on that Baron lane once more.
Yeah, this tournament is all about top laner.
At least it's no longer an island, right? Like, there's a lot of party going on out there.
Everyone could swim there.
That's right. But then again, when we have a Camille, it can still be flexed in the jungle. Since you've been playing a lot of all these tournaments, do you always prefer it on the Baron lane or the jungle in specific?
Do you mean Camille, right?
Yeah, indeed.
In this game, I like Camille more to be the actually I think it's pretty fine as both lane, but they need to flex all the way so they can like switch around to see what one team pick, and then they can counter pick later on with the jungle on top.
My oh my, am I seeing this right?
And now
it's a Lux.
Camille jungler is way better.
Wow.
way better because they could when you play as a Baron laner Camille. Oh, okay. He already picked Vi. As a jungle Camille, you can always go for the pick off, right? But as a Baron laner, you gotta push the wave first. You can't just randomly go to mid and pick someone off, right? You gotta play with a minion wave. So that's out of the window. So it's pretty tough, I guess.
Now that we've
Lux and Sona.
All these champions coming
Wow.
right in. One team esports, they have a lot of burst magic damage, but I'm not too certain about this when you have a Lux over mid lane. I think it will deal pretty well with the Ziggs when you want to go for long range trades, but we are seeing double AP composition on that Dragon lane, and I wonder how would this work out for One Team Esports?
Wow. It's gonna be. It depends on how One Team Esport play out there on Dragon lane. Cause from the side of SVP, they pick a very high scaling as well. Lulu and Vayne against Lux and Sona. Actually, according to like the stats and everything, Dragon lane from the one team should be able to pressure SVP Dragon lane really hard this game. And if they can do that, it's like GG.
Right, and we are going to see indeed which team will call GG as we head into Game 2. This is SVP versus One Team. Casters, over to you guys.
Well, I'll tell you what here, Riku, there have been some wild requests in the playing stage as to what sort of champions we'd love to see, and just out of the gates here, both of these teams said, you know what, have at it. We'll give you that Sona Lux bot lane, we'll give you that Vayne Lulu Enchanter matchup, we'll give you everything that you need to be entertained here.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. This is going to be all-out skirmish, all-out fight. I mean, the first thing that you see is going to be that Olaf lock-in, and you know it's going to be Ninja 7 and CU going to be playing around the fact that they have this Olaf. Ragnarok just going to be passing through everybody, and their target, and Xianyo's target is almost always going to be Papa. And I think the biggest struggle would be David's Wild Growth. Who will be able to out-sustain each other in battle?
And this bot lane's going to have to be on their very best form here, guaranteeing that they've got the right cooldown utilization, that the focus is shifting beautifully. I feel like that was one of the criticisms of Game 1, right? The fact that there was a lot of the attention drawn into one key focus. Very easy then for Lulu to play around that. So I suppose it's up to one team with this Olaf once more to hit that pressure switch and showcase that, hey, you know, Papa can tumble all day long and look to try and become, you know, that 1v9 player. But we can just switch focus. It'd be very hard for you to answer back.
Yeah, I mean, there's Papa who's able to get that final hour on board after level 5. You get that extra mobility, I suppose, and as well as the tumble. The biggest question is, will that be enough? Look at this, though. SVP initiated the lane swap because they know this matchup, just as what the Jess has mentioned, is going to be them being obliterated. The fact that Papa, again, as a Vayne in general, has no wave clear whatsoever.
Oh no, David's in the spot above it here, greedy for vision, runs into the river and finds himself an Olaf. That's not what he's after. The heal comes out, the empowered damage is there to flash away back to the safety of the top tier 1 as the orb goes out, empowers them with the auto attack damage if need be, but no one there to finish it, and no one will fall on down. And yeah, I mean, they're frantically hunting for that reset because they really want to avoid this bottom lane matchup and try and scale up to 3.
And one team doesn't want that to happen. They know it's gonna happen. And they just basically haunt SVP like a ghost here with this very oppressive 2v2 matchup. And I think the scariest part is that one team has all the tools in the world to be involved in these skirmishes. You've got, what, almost everyone will get priority over here. And Oddsy will not be able to be involved in the fights as much because you're a Ziggs. You want to just keep clearing down the wave, see if you can punish one team in their roams by getting a tower on your own or getting chip damage on the tower.
I feel like Yasuo has a very big role in this game, right? Doesn't want to be the AFK control mage in the mid lane, just farming up a storm and you know, waiting for the rest of his team to participate. His Mega Inferno bombs can be actively used in these side lanes to trim waves, to trim dives, and potentially nullify some of this annoying harass that we're seeing on our screen right now. Then they do have the opposite lanes that can scale into oblivion. The Vayne, the Camille, an absolute menace to deal with. And if this game is going to be as you know, haphazard as Game 1, it could be another 50-50.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So SVP hoping to scale. One team, though, when we look back at their previous games today, they've been incredibly proactive, is able to get early game leads, and so far, it's looking to be the case because they have been making moves around the map as we get to see Baya having to tag team with Xianyo most likely, especially if he gets priority. They want to hunt for kills, and the enabler for that is the charms.
Yeah, and every single time you see that lane pushed out, you just have to know that that Ari is unlocked, is going to start roaming, and I'm sure the Olaf won't be too far behind. Now, SVP's bot lane has been locked in place here for a very long time. There is the flash. They've got themselves the chilling smite. Burns double flash to try and disengage away. Here comes Allbot, all in with his Sodden battery. The satchel charge to disengage. There's going to be the whole 4v4 here, top side of the map, as the Bruisers now just run through to mid and assert themselves controlled there. No kill will be found. Final spark's not enough. And just take a second to breathe. There is no first blood yet.
A really nice dodge coming from Papa there. I felt like that could have been first blood if the final spark was able to connect. There's so many key ults that are gone though. There's no Spirit Rush, there's no final spark, there's no Ragnarok. So SVP, they're gonna be comfy taking this Rift Herald unless one team is able to get a light binding down and get a good ult from Ninja 7.
I mean, Ninja 7 certainly could go for the flash crescendo if the angles line up beautifully. There is that chokehold of them coming straight into the Rift Herald, and yeah, just like that, they sacrifice it. They say, we don't want to flip the game at such an early state. There's no point. Let's just continue playing to these waves. Let's get ourselves those key item spikes. We're going to bleed. It's obvious. I mean, this is what our comp's built to do, is that we want to be an absolute menace. But I suppose it's the fashion in which you do bleed. How much will you lose? Because it looks like they're going to lose a whole bunch.
Yeah, Rift Herald, First Blood Tower as well, bonus for the side of one team, even potentially the Dragon, because for SVP to safely transition towards the later stages of the game, they have to make sure that they're able to get picks here and there, punish over-aggression coming from one team, and they have the capabilities of doing so. They've got Wild Growth to out-sustain one team. They've got the Mega Inferno Bomb to be able to be involved in some of the side lanes here. Let's see if Allbot with Assault and Battery as well is able to punish out key targets from one team.
I'm wondering if the bot lane of one team there read it as almost being a little bit too telegraphed, that we did see Papa and David want to reset, go back to base. They're down to 50%, so why would they cancel that? No vision in the area, but they're not going to fall victim to it. So a nice read there from one team, showing discipline and allowing their early game oppression to still stand strong.
Yeah, they know that they don't necessarily have to kill. They just have to put Papa and David into a tight leash. And now, with this rotation, SVP remains, puts the bot side at their top. That means they can't contest for the Dragon.
Instant flash away, though, and I suppose that is the focus once again. We are sacrificing things, but we need to answer back elsewhere. Oh, that was so close. That was very close there with the all-in from the Ziggs. Not enough to outrange the smite, though. Hagar may just die for this one. Yep, the Spirit Rush guarantees it. Chucks at the Corgi and says goodbye.
Effortless by Baya here. Again, this tag team of a duo with Shanyo and Baya is just so deadly.
What can Kid do here in a 1v3? He's
Ninja
going to be backed up. See who flashes forward. Oh no, Ninja 7. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw the failed flash crescendo. It doesn't even matter. It does not. They found two already, and that's without cooldowns landing. And David has to run to the hills, but it's only going to find a Ziggs. And with no ultimates between the two of them, they are just going to soak some experience instead.
Yeah, Kid basically did a good job having to deter SVP from that dive. I believe that was a 1v3. Waited up until Ninja 7 is able to join the fight. And yeah, all attempts from SVP has been failing. And not only that, the exchange from it, where one team is able to cash in more gold, cash in more leads, cash in more kills, is just really brutal when it comes to the high risk, high reward type of approach in what they're doing.
And I think that sums it up beautifully, because that really is what it is. You're banking on the fact that one team can't find these angles to punish you elsewhere, that they can't unlock too much of this map for free. But they are finding that so far, and SVP have been unable to answer back. No turrets, no kills, no winning lanes to really harp on about. I mean, just take a quick stock check of the scoreboard, and some big gold leads now are starting to develop. I'm looking at the jungle in particular, where Zhanyo is just pretty much double.
That's true. Double the gold has been so involved in these fights, and that is the reason why we get to see Shanyo just so aggressive, doesn't really care, can tag team with Baya or possibly with Siyu to engage in these fights. Already have that Righteous Glory on board, so whenever he feels like it, he can just go in, press Ragnarok, and see if somebody dies, and usually the target's gonna be Papa.
Frustration there for Papa though, as he is looking to try and amp up the ante with the Silver Bolts. He's got himself that Blade of the Rune King, because certainly he's working towards some of that dueling potential, which is what Vayne is so coveted for. But up against Kid here, who has Flash, has Ignite, and has a Black Cleaver too. Now has actually just completed a Death Stance, far too strong, even with the cheating of the tempo, with that Arts Sensor from David to back him up with. So worrying times here, but they do have double Trinity Forces, so if they can get themselves a bit of free map time, they're sieging, take a bit of a punch.
Yeah, that's the thing. One team, all single lanes, probably except for Papa versus Ninja 7. Papa is able to still catch up in gold no matter what, but the rest of the lanes have been struggling. Therefore, one team is able to strong arm, plant these deep vision, see if somebody overextends inside their own jungle alone. You bet one team's gonna go there, visit you, and make sure you get punished in your own jungle.
I suppose revisiting the point we brought up before, right, when you are drafting scaling, you are looking to try and stem the bleeding and just, fade into that mid to late game where you do start to become relevant. They're down 10,000 gold now, and it feels like too steep of a hill to try and overcome.
Yeah, it's one team just getting everything. All the objectives, all the towers, all the bonuses, First Blood Tower. And unfortunately, the Mega Inferno Bomb at this point is not going to deal a lot. Just the Luden's Echo, you need that Rabadon's Death Cap at least to boost a little bit more of that damage. So right now, Mega Inferno Bomb, really relevant when it comes to minions, not so much about champions.
And it felt like we were, excited for what the Ziggs could offer. It could be that fantastic transition from early to mid to try and at least be competitive in this match. We've seen a number of times Olbart has looked to try and get the ball rolling, also to answer back with some trades of their own, but that play's always been red. The Assault and Battery hasn't let them any kills. And one team just having the freest game of their life. They are literally taking anything, and you just look at the way they're posturing, the way they're rotating around this map. Not a fear in the world.
Yeah, this is almost one team winning the game through PvE, having to get a lot of the objectives across the map. SVP, again, of course, they want to avoid fights because, as you mentioned, they just want to scale and see if they can get a pick or two, possibly, once one team is able to fully engage. Now, this is an attempt, right, from SVP and from Albert and Pego.
I like this though, but it is going to get spotted out nice and early as Janyo is the focus. Has double buffs, so he's going to be too concerned about taking that fight. Double back on himself as the binding goes through. Nice Hex to Golden Maiden, framing it. Goes Golden for a second, buys out time there for the teleport to follow, and that's a two-man charm. There's not much you can do about that one. Ziggs is gone. The double kill fan here for the Olaf. Papa tumbling through space and time, but only tumbles into a shallow grave. He's fallen on down here for 20 seconds. Only Pagor survives. And one team are happy to play the PvE, but if they get an option to PvP, they'll crush it too.
Yes, and they did. And now it's 4 death timers on the scoreboard for SVP, and unfortunately they cannot do anything about this. And now they defend. And the only thing that will be able to save them when it comes to wave clear is just Oddsy. There's literally the composition as a non-existent wave clear, so they will definitely struggle. If one decides to 1-3-1 this, I feel like it's possible, or 4-1, especially Kid. Gonna be pushing towards the sidelines.
I suppose that's the question of SVP, hoping that these waves can be addressed nice and early. As you can see them deploying onto the map so far, they're going to crash out as much as they can to prevent them all coming in at once and allowing one kid to go for that sort of three-pronged approach. Ziggs is phenomenal at sieging himself, but very adept at the anti-siege too, as he's going to make light work of this one, but he is lagging very far behind here with his items. He's opted for the Soul Stealer, he wants that ultimate cooldown, but he just hasn't snowballed in this game.
Is not the dive.
Well, it's just a wombo combo. I mean, there's no need to get hype about it because it was over before I even got a chance to talk about it here, Riku. They're just gone.
Instantly. Just obliterated. No jungler, no support, no disengage for you. So SVP just has to watch this happen.
What do they do? 12 minutes into this one, and one team mean business. The game one looked closer than it should have been, but in game number 2, they're proving that the difference between the caliber of players is large. You take a risk, you take a gamble, you draft double scaling, and you get a scoreline that looks a little bit like this.
Yeah, the hope for SVP is to slow the bleed, slow the game down, but one team is just accelerating it into high speeds, and it's just such a tall order. Even though you have Otzi there for the big wave clear, one team is just gonna dive you, has a lot of answer to long sieges because they have heals, they have shields, they can basically block the incoming pokes coming from SVP, and you know, they basically take it no sweat.
I mean, one team are really playing for the perfect game. They've not lost a single turret, not a single objective, or a single kill. And those aren't things you hear often, especially on the international stage. So I'm sure they're not playing for that stat, but certainly would send a message here in Group A.
Yeah, they're definitely sending that statement that, hey, we're one team. We are your second placers back in the Summer Super Cup. And it was incredibly close too against EVOS. It was all 5 games. It was so intense. And now, you know, they're making a statement. They're planting their flag over here at Group A. And, you know, SVP, and as well as earlier, of course, we got Team Flash. And they're basically taking team names.
Certainly are. 14 minutes in with a 20k gold lead. Already taken one inhibitor, a second soon to follow. A third wave now being escorted through that bottom channel. And out comes the Hexacoda Maiden. Do or die here for SVP. A last chance initiation. Papa's already gone, and that's all they could have hoped for. Straight onto Allbart, he goes golden, falls away, and that's a Mega Inferno Bomb that literally tickled them. Did we see damage? Because I certainly didn't. Shields and heals, Lux and Sona doing what they do best and guaranteeing kills like this. That was beautiful there by Bayer. Guarantees it, no answer back as he also goes golden. And they may, in fact, do the perfect game. You don't see it often, but when you do, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, clean game coming from one team. Towers all alive. Everyone alive, and basically, just as you mentioned, the perfect game. And what a statement here coming from one team. Just so clean. They played to their win conditions. They were basically so aggressive. They invaded jungles. They made sure that the scaling comp never scaled and therefore accelerated the game just according to plan. And they had all the tools in the world. They had the Olaf. They have the Auri as well. And it was just, it was a complete massacre from one team.
I mean, it certainly was. And I mean, these kind of curveballs that were thrown in the draft, you kind of expected from SVP more so than anything. I mean, this is a team that's played mid-singed. I mean, is that not enough to sort of understand that SVP might be the team that could cause some upsets, especially in a best-of-2 format? But one team said, no, look, we've got a few tricks up our sleeve. We can play multiple different styles, and you need to be ready for that one. And what an exciting series it was. One team get themselves that first win. They had a draw, but now they will be quite happy sitting top of the table. Time to throw back to our analyst desk and see what they made.
Thanks so much, casters. I think, you know, Skimmy made a really great point about SVP bringing out the singed in the mid lane, you know, just to show how kooky, how weird this team can get. And I really also thought that, like, you know, once they brought out the Seraphine in game 1, that we were in for, you know, some unexpected, you know, champion selections and everything. Needless to say, I think we expected SVP to perform better than this. And we mentioned this was such a clean game for one team. I mean, no kills. I believe, you know, all the dragons on their side. I'm pretty sure they had all their towers intact as well. Contra, what were your thoughts on this game?
Well, I think that they have a really good plan on securing the Camille as well as having a Vi, but I'm not too sure about the Vayne here because it looks a little bit out of place to me. It takes a little bit too long to scale. You've got the Lulu, that's absolutely fine, but what are you gonna do when the Riven, the Olaf, or anybody from one team is just gonna hop on top of the Vayne? Nothing much can be done about that, and just look at how clean that one team executes it. Play towards the top side, make sure that Pagor doesn't really have too much of a good time, force that rotation to come by, and SVP, they have to turn tail and run because they have no point in contention, and one team esports drafted a really solid early game composition.
Yeah, really great stuff coming out from one team. Like the way that they play Sona and Lux, and like actually SVP try to do something like flashy, swap the lane to avoid laning against like these two poke champions is really good, but at the end of the day they follow them to the bottom lane, and yeah.
I feel like there was one evident point of time where Mika, we saw that they were trying to set up a dive where one team esports, they may not get any kills out of that. And if we do have a clip here to show you guys on what just happened, although it wasn't a kill, but it sets up everything perfectly where there was not even an area of space that SVP can even work towards that Rift Herald.
Yeah, let's actually pull up that clip because Jess, I believe you mentioned that this was like a fate worse than death. You mentioned behind the scenes because as Contra mentioned that even though no members of SVP died and had to respawn or anything, they were pushed back so much that they weren't able to recover at that point.
That's right. I guess that we can definitely have a look at it right now as we get into how this was perfectly set up by that Olaf running right in, right? So Sanyo doesn't care whether the ward is in place. All you have to do is just lead the way, and once pop-up pops the flash and everything else, there's not going to be any much of a follow-up. And you see that there's a little bit of disarray when the Vi went for the Olaf instead of the Ahri. That could have been first blood for SVP.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication, and as you can see, Vayne needs to reset right there. The fact that Vayne is not resetting there, lose them the Rift Herald and the mid turret. Like it's too much for Six. For scaling champions such as like Six, Camille, Lulu, Vayne, you need that mid turret to try to stall this game. Without it, you already lose.
And eventually the dragon, and eventually the next lane, and
eventually everything.
Yeah. It's snowballed basically for one team, but I do believe we have our MVP of that series up right now. I actually don't know who it is. This is a surprise for me, but I don't know. Any guesses as to who it might be? Never mind. No need to guess because it's gonna be Shanyo on the side of one team esports. And this guy, 59.9 kill participation over here. This guy just does so much. He just takes up so much space and gives so much information for the side of one team. I mean, Contra, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on Shanyo and how you think he can be, the playmaker for one team in their future matches as well.
I think this is definitely a great showing coming in from Shanyo, especially you see how comfortable he is on that Olaf, where he knows what his role is. He will go into self-fight, and knowing that the rest of one team esports will be able to back him up in a matter of seconds. So all you have to do is pop that Ragnarok and out there chase down the of all these members. So long as he keeps this pressure up, SVP's got nothing on them. And it was evidently being shown in game 2 itself that there was a 0 death on every member of one team esports, plus securing every single objective out there. It's definitely a testament of the game here and just a clear statement of what one team can offer heading into playoffs.
Yeah, they're definitely looking like the favorites. Coming into this, it's only day 1, of course, and we haven't set our eyes on Group B just yet, but one team is looking very, very strong indeed. Fortunately for us, we get to talk to them ourselves because we do have Ninja7 on the side of one team talking to us over here, joining us very, very briefly as a special guest on the desk. Ninja, thank you so much for taking time out, of course. I know you guys have to rest and gear up for your final match of the day. Ninja, can you let us know what exactly went down during that during that previous game? How did you guys manage to pick up on SVP as during game 2, and when did you guys know that you were basically gonna own the game?
那第一个想要问的问题就是在刚刚上一场的比赛中，怎么会去选这样子的一个角色去对 SVP 这样的队伍？那以及你们大概是从什么时候开始知道你们已经有机会可以赢下比赛的呢？
主要会选择唢呐跟拉格斯，是因为在台湾的总决赛已经有出过，那我们觉得这个组合拿来打西格斯还不错，所以我们就会选。那赢下比赛的话，是自从我们断到那个半回程的时间的时候，就已经确定我们这场已经有很大机会可以拿下来。
Okay, so first of all, the reason that we chose Sonar and Lux to play the bottom lane is that we believe that they can take advantage over Ziggs. And also when it's time that we kind of stop Van from recalling, we kind of feel like, okay, it's our time to win the game.
Yeah, I think that was the one that signaled everything. Contra, do you have a question here for Ninja7?
Well, so far I think you guys have been playing extremely well, and going back to the very first series where we saw you guys drop the game against Team Flash, what was the thing that you guys immediately see and manage to fix throughout the series in order to come back so strong into this match against SVP.
那下一个问题想要请问的是，在这之前的上一场比赛跟 Team Flash 的那场比赛中，因为你们第一场比赛是不小心投降了，那你们是如何调整好你们的状态之后，在第二场比赛的时候拿下一个很漂亮的逆转胜呢？
在对上 Team Flash 那个投降，还是要跟大家说声抱歉，因为我们团练的时候可能每天训练的时间比较偏长，所以习惯性在确定无法就是还有机会去赢的时候，我们就会习惯性的去按下投降。那这点的话，我们还是比较抱歉。那第二场的调整的话，我们是有尝试做一些改变，就是 BP 上，然后还有针对角色的一些想法，然后战术。那第二场执行的也比较好，所以后来就有就是1-1打平这样。
So first of all, I really like to say I'm very sorry for the surrender in the first game. We didn't mean to do that. It's just because when we're practicing, the time is actually very long, and we used to surrender when we think that it's time. But we are really sorry for that. And for the second game, we try to adjust our BP strategy, and we're actually doing better when executing the strategies. So I guess that's the reason why we can win the second game.
All right, final question. You guys are going up against Team Secret next. Any thoughts on this match?
那最后一个想要问题是在下一场比赛你们要对上 Team Secret， 那你们有没有什么样特别的想法，或是有什么样的话想说呢？
没有吧，就我们用行动证明。
Okay, so there's not really much to talk about, but we will prove ourselves by playing the game.
Thank you so much, Ninja7, and thank you to the rest of One Team Esports as well. We're gonna let you get back, of course, to your preparations and, you know, get some rest and relaxation before your next match. Congratulations once again.
One Team 加油!
All right. Fanboy and Contra over here. In the meantime, I am getting nervous because they will be up against Team Secret next. I'm kind of sweating over here for obvious reasons. Now, just to wrap up really quickly, our thoughts on, One Team, of course, they seem like the favorites coming into Group A and everything. SVP, though, I am really, really curious as to how they are going to bounce back. They will have another match, but up next, it's going to be Team Flash versus Buriram United Esports.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back to the C Championship. It is a 2-0 on the side of one team. They seem to be having a good day today, indeed, as well as Buriram United Esports. And speaking of which, we are going to head into our fourth match of the day. I think it's fourth match. Hey, we've hit halfway point. We are about to, rather, cross the halfway mark for today with Team Flash and Buriram United Esports. Now, I think this is an exciting matchup, especially since we've seen both teams play earlier. Team Flash was able to get one game from one team, and Buriram United Esports, yes, indeed, they have been having a good day. They managed to get that 2-0 as well versus MBR. So I'm eager to hear your thoughts. Jess, what do you think Team Flash needs to do in order to step it up, especially against Buriram United Esports?
I think that they need to play around team fight like more. Like, I'm not saying that like their team fighting is bad, but Buriram is like that good in terms of the team fighting that they need to step up a bit in order to win Buriram United.
Yeah, and on top of that, we are also looking at Shy out there, who is a Baron lane god. So if they were to actually involve him in a lot of all these early game, get him up ahead, and then enable that team fight, I think that's definitely one good way that Team Flash could possibly get all those advantages on their way. But going up against Buriram, it's always a 50-50, right? Since every one of Buriram members are also very well skilled, and I think that they've already studied each other throughout the play-in stages, so this is going to be pretty interesting out there. So Jess, if we're looking at some of all these players out there, Dilling has been the MVP of that past few matches that we see. Do you expect to see even more of that Orianna going bottom lane again?
I'm curious to see if it works against Buriram, because like from the side of Buriram, their Dragon laner and support often play really aggressively, even without jungler. So I'm curious to see if that will work against this kind of playstyle. And another point is that will Joyce and Shy would be able to match against Noah and Shiba? Because yeah, another point is because when you fighting Buriram, you're gonna win 2v2 or 3v3, 4v4 at the Rift Scuttler. Then you're gonna take the fight to them at the Dragon or Rift Herald, right?
That's right, and when we look at the prowess of both sides here, having great junglers, great brown laner, so these are a few of all these lanes to watch out. On the Dragon lane as well, where you have Kinnaman, who's been performing outstandingly in this stage. It might just be a great matchup here between the two, and probably the highlight of the day in general. So Team Flash taking on Buriram here. What do you think are the win conditions for Buriram?
I think they just like they win the early skirmish, and that like there's no question about that before the Dragon. I think Buriram is all good. Like they do the 5v5, they got a good lane, something like that.
Yeah. Welcome back, Ika.
Speaking of lanes, by the way, I am so eager to see Shy match up against Noel. We brought up the Renekton Lee Sin dynamic duo a while ago for Buriram United Esports. I think that if Team Flash needs to be able to wants this win, they need to ban out that Renekton. They need to take that well from Noel, but I think it's gonna be tough because Noel, he's such a good Baron laner. I think that, just banning out the Renekton isn't gonna stop him from doing anything. I mean, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I also think so. There's so many of all these champions that he could actually go for, and well, let's talk about this as well, Jess, because there's always gonna be a potential of a Singe pickup from Noel. Why is everybody giving him so much respect on that Singe?
Noel is the kind of guy that he's that great when he's able to like go out of his lane to do something in the team fight, and he's like, I don't know, like he's not dying to the 1v1. He's good at 2v2. He's great at 5v5. Yeah, that's why he's a great Singe player.
And I guess that's why all of us are voting for Buriram right here on the table.
Yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
indeed. You know, and as you mentioned, Jess, it's pretty much like it's not a question of like a win-lose situation for Buriram. It's sort of like, you know, sort of win, maybe win, and then, you know, okay, it's pretty much a definitive win, and it's like an even better win for Buriram. So right now, I think that, you know, Team Flash, they need to shut down Noel in the Baron lane. So as we head into our champ select, we are gonna find out if they do catch on to this, and if they're gonna give that Crocodile a break for this matchup. But, you know, right now, Contra, I want to know what you think, especially like from the earlier performances of Team Flash and Buriram United Esports. Who you think the playmaker is going to be for the side of Team Flash and then for the side of Buriram United?
It has to be Joyce once more, and you're just looking at a full run in of potential jungle picks. And you mentioned about the Crocodile, they're just gonna bring it here for Shy to pick it up. Still a really good flex if you want to put it into the mid lane, but now I think most often than not you will see it on that Baron lane. And what other options is there available that's gonna be good for Team Flash or Buriram to put in the jungle?
Yeah, I'm looking for the Jarvan. I think Jarvan is really great pick for both sides. Like, it matched the like aggressiveness of the Lee Sin, but also we are able to force like team fight as well. So I do think that Buriram will play J4 like for sure, but I'm not so sure about Flash.
Huh, Twisted Fate.
And this is going to be
Riven jungle.
Really good pick for Buriram United. We've seen Arkany, who has been so comfortable playing the Twisted Fate, and Riven is definitely a very good flex as well, but since they've already picked up Renekton, like you said, probably going to the jungle or even the mid lane, but then again, fighting off the Twisted Fate is going to be a little bit tougher than to put it in the jungle.
Oh, Rakan, a great pick against Braum, because when Rakan engage is hard for Braum to like put out a shield and protect the backline, because Rakan will get through everyone, something along that line.
That's true.
Oh, but Graves and Braum and Twisted Fate is a really great like trio.
Wow, I'm just looking at this perfect idea that Buriram United has, where you could easily proc the passive where you could just stun anybody that is being hit by the Braum, and now Team Flash says, I want that team fight, I'm gonna bring in my Orianna, and they're also locking in the Lucian, so this is something that they could have a steady run in the early game. Heading into the mid game, that's where they look to clash, but Team Flash might just actually suffer if they do not get any leads in that early game.
They need lead for the early game. If not, Graves, Twisted Fate, and Braum gonna run over them soon. Like later on.
The Singe. Okay. This is gonna be really interesting.
This is great because even though there's not a lot of range champion from the side of Team Flash, but Singe prevent them from dashing, and 4 of them are dashing left and right. So it's really great.
Yeah, I absolutely love the idea of bringing that Singe on the very final pick. Now you could basically zone everybody off or keep them in a team fight that is very favorable. So Buriram United is going to show us the special. Why? We question Noel, why does he play that Singe? Now I guess this is where we'll get our answer real soon.
Yes, the legendary Singed has finally made it over here at the SEA Championship. I don't even think we were able to see it much during the Summer Super Cup, but yes, finally, Noel gets that. It's gonna be a very exciting Baron Lane matchup once again as we head into Team Flash versus Buriram United Esports.
Thank you very much, Mika, What the Jess, and also Contra. We're down into the 4th series of today. Team Flash versus BRU Riku. We're now seeing Noel with a Singe. What are your thoughts coming down to it?
I gotta echo what the Jess has mentioned. Noel here on the Singe, you gotta have that adhesive for the counter on the dashes, and he mentioned 4 different champions. The only one who doesn't have a dash is Dialing here on the Orianna. But something to note too, that Team Flash's composition again is focusing more on their strengths. They have the Orianna Rakan, and I believe it's one of the scariest duo when it comes to enabling the shockwave. We've seen a big sample on this before when we saw Final Adversity during the play-in. So Dialing already pretty much was godlike earlier in their match against one team. The biggest question is, will they be able to replicate that performance?
Indeed, I mean, they have a lot of engage coming from their composition, right? Renekton, Riven, Lucian, pretty much every single one of them has this sort of dash, has this sort of engage that can pretty much get that hyper aggression down to BRU. And as you've stated, I think they want that Singe, mega adhesive to the ground, not being that mobile as a counter to it. But now looking down to it, I think the panel has touched on the Graves pick here for BRU with the Braum and Kaisa. That's actually pretty strong as what they just have stated. Now, what do you think will be the scaling here for BRU coming from this competition?
I feel like for BRU, it's a pretty straight slope. I feel like the mid game is going to be incredibly strong. Late game, of course, Kinemon is going to be the ever so reliable star of Buriram United, where, you know, he don't need no setups. He's fine, just killer instinct king, is that a word? All by himself, and is able to immediately get a pick or two onto Team Flash's backline. And of course, there's just so many squishy targets like Ellie, like Dialing over here. Maybe Joyce and Shai to some extent once the shredding appears on board already on Kaisa.
Yeah, definitely that's something important to look forward into. But look at BRU and how they're doing this, right? They have that switch in lanes. You have the duo come up in Baron, so that forces out Glory D to also come up on top. And now BRU is just going in for the aggression with the early phase of Graves and also Braum. That's actually really strong. They're able to do this, but now there's a collapse here for Team Flash, actually going for the knock-up. That's gonna be first blood for Flash, taking it down, and BRU is now forced to back away with Flash burned from Braum as well.
Beautifully done by Team Flash. You know what? We won't engage this 4v4 with a 50-50, or rather 3v3 with a 50-50. Why not bring everyone and the whole squad fully 5 and is able to win and strong arm Buriram United on their attempt to steal the blue buff, or maybe even burn a summoner spell or two, but they got the shorter end of the stick, and now first blood goes to Team Flash.
They have to pay the price. They're going very, very aggressive at this point, and Team Flash went in for the big counter engage, focusing on Glory D with those massive knockups to follow through from Riven and also Renekton. We need to emphasize this time and time again because this is where Team Flash is reflecting their draft onto. You have that hyper aggression from Buriram United Esports with the early game. We're gonna counter that with the Rakan, and I think what the Jess also have stated this a while ago. You know what? Rakan will be the center of those engages. Actually can just jump through from the peeling coming in from the Braum. So I think that will be how Glory D will play this out up against BRU, especially now 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. This is where the level 5s are now coming up. The ultimates are preparing for those massive team fights in Mountain Dragon and Rift Herald coming up in 23 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. For BRU, the ideal situation is for them to use Destiny, get a pick, make it a 4v5, transition that into an objective. For Team Flash, they are welcome. They will welcome for the 5v5 team fights because that is their strength. That is where they will shine. Also have the rotation already coming in, which means you have to see Flash late to the rotation a little bit.
Yeah, Glory D once again going for the hyper aggression with the knock-up, but not pulling through. Rift Herald will be the point for contest here for both teams as of now, as of yet, but no one's going all in here with huge risk for the Rift Herald being stolen once again. But here into the mid lane, that's gonna be double stun, but a knock-up coming from Joyce. Ultimate will be down, but will miss up onto Archie, still gonna be living. But look at onto the knock-up, Glory D will fall, as that will be the one for Shai. Tries to go in for the counter attack, will not be able to do so, but followed up with another kill for BRU. Jungler will be lost for Team Flash.
Beautiful collapse coming from Buriram. It was Team Flash that wanted to collapse onto Arshini. It looked pretty dicey, but because the rest of the squad were pretty much nearby, Team Flash had an adequate amount of vision actually towards the riverside, but they were already in too deep. This composition doesn't have disengage, so if they go all in, there's really no way out. The fact that Noel also has that adhesive to make sure that you're stuck on the ground.
Yeah, and BRU, while on that process, has gotten the Mountain Dragon, so much more stability and also sustainability for later on fights. Especially considering that you also have Singe and Braum with a lot of tanking capabilities for Buriram United Esports, puts a struggle for Team Flash to be able to burst them down later on. But that will be traded down though. Team Flash will receive the Rift Herald after, so that will be the 1-for-1.
They can enable the lane for topside, open that up so Shy has a bit more space to work with to roam around the map as a Renekton. Dive though coming in.
4-man roam. BRU actually gets attack first blood. Now next one up for LD falls down. Team Flash will lose their mid lane.
Quite unfortunate. Ellie a bit comfortable, I suppose, under the dying tower. So Buriram had a lot of stun lock just because of supporter over there. Rift Herald unleashed in the mid lane though. It is not going to be Shy having to have his lane unlocked, but it's going to be the mid lane as they do want to pressure that area and see how they can reset, considering the fact that bot lane has been opened with First Blood Tower. Buriram getting that big early lead so far. 1 kill apiece to important targets, important players like Arshini, I suppose, but still no big Destiny plays across the map since Buriram is happy with their rotations and their collapses in the side lanes.
Yeah, it has only been used once, and that's for information from Archie being pressured then a while ago into the mid lane. And so far, we're looking for that map control that Archie can do, especially at this point in time wherein the play is going for farming the lanes, getting those ganks. With this gap coming into those objectives coming up later, with the Cloud Dragon being the next objective that's going to be available in this matchup. But look at Glory D going for the 3-man roam here for the mid lane for Team Flash. They're looking for pressure.
Speaking of pressure, yeah, Glory D will have all the pressure of engaging for the squad since, I mean, there is Joyce for that flank, but of course, Glory D has to set up for the punishes, has to set up for the big shockwaves later on, especially once Dialing is able to get that Rabadon's death cap on the board, which will be delayed because I believe it's going to be a Seraph's Embrace, which is very defensive. I mean, understandable because there's a lot of burst going on the side of BRU, especially with the collateral damage on Shiva's side.
Yeah. And that damage will not follow through though, but look at Archie going for the flash. Actually goes for the stun onto Joyce. Good back there. Forcing out the flash, but Buriram United Esports going for the 5-man on top side. Gets the kill down, and Glory D followed through with another. That's going to be the double for Buriram.
Nicely done by Buriram there. Again, this is just a roaming death squad. What is the laning phase where you can just farm champions here in this game? And so far, 1 to 5 on the scoreboard already. They're going to make another dive here.
Yeah, it's the mid lane. They're looking to kill down onto Dialing, but we have Joyce coming to the rescue. That's going to be the clear wave for Dialing. Pretty easy. Forces back for Buriram United Esports while you have Shy going to the bot lane, secures the third for themselves.
I feel like Shy is still the biggest threat on Team Flash at this point of the game, including Ellie, I suppose, after the Muramana is going to be unlocked on that item. I think they're going to be that big bridge before the big shockwaves come in, coming from Dialing. And I feel like the second dragon will be the biggest test. I mentioned earlier, the Seraph's Embrace will be there for Dialing first. So the damage part of the big shockwave is going to be a bit delayed, but that's in exchange of that big defense. So the biggest question is, will Team Flash be able to slow the pace down? Because Buriram are slowly climbing into that gold lead and slowly taking control of the lanes and as well of the objectives.
Yeah, 5k gold lead already for Buriram United Esports, and I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon. With the Mountain Dragon alive, you're looking at Buriram United Esports, looking for the bot side of the map. They're looking for that dominance, and they're starting onto the Cloud Dragon. You know what? Even if your jungler is alive, we're going to start this up. We have that massive advantage. If we take it down, we're gonna further lead into that advantage for ourselves.
Yeah, this Air Drake is just gonna enable this whole roaming death squad from BRU. Look at that shockwave, just there for now to clear the waves. It's not there to attack. It is only there to protect the lane in general. So Buriram United on track now for their win condition is to basically accelerate the game. They also have Kinemon for that late game insurance as well. And we'll see as, yeah, it's still a 5k gold lead in favor of Buriram with Baron now being spawned. Buriram will look into opening up the mid lane for now.
Yeah, they have to push it back. Buriram United Esports has to actually clear out the mid lane turret to be able to try and get that easier aspect of getting the Baron Nashor later on for the Ocean Dragon as well. The mid lane turret gives you the map control, but here onto the top side of the map is looking for Glory D, but is actually quite safe with the Grand Entrance followed through with a defensive skill set for Dialing.
That's gonna be fine for now. Glory D, though, once pushed away, once shredded away. What are your options for engage? Dialing will have to fend for his own. Well, not exactly. The second best thing to put the shockwave is to put Joyce in.
Ooh, the grand entrance will not connect. A good sidestep coming from Arch, and he saves his life with the Destiny now forced out. This gives you a lot of information for Buriram United Esports, and this actually gives them that Shy's onto the bot lane, and there's Duo into the mid lane, so I think they're opting to go into the mid. Actually goes for the pincer attack. That's going to be a knock-up. Gets the kill down. Dialing will fall. Look at the 3-man stun, but will not be enough as BRU gets 2 out of that.
What a rotation coming from Buriram, using the Destiny to see whether or not they can keep pushing, whether or not they can keep staying. And now they are rewarded with this Baron, half HP.
Well, it looks like Shy wants to go for the contest here. Not so quick, not so soon, but that's going to be a flash away. Shy cannot go for the damage output for BRU, and that will be the kill for BRU on top of the Baron Nashor. And now Ellie is now being cashed up, but will not be able to follow to for Buriram United Esports. They want to conserve their Baron buff, and they have secured the first mid lane turret.
Beautifully done by Buriram United here. So they're able to get all of these kills across the board, set up all these dives, and Team Flash, we talked about this before. They have no disengage. They have nothing for them to stay safe and squeeze their way out of these fights, out of these engages that Buriram wants. And of course, because they have the lead and slowly climbing into that 10k gold lead with more dragons on the board, more towers in because they have the Baron, this is looking to be a Buriram game for sure.
Yeah, and it's actually just quite so difficult. Buriram United Esports is stacking with defensive capabilities, and it's just so tanky for them. Even if Team Flash built up 3 Black Cleaver, it's just too hard to penetrate those defensive aspect for Buriram United Esports, and now they're just pushing through. They're just crashing down into the bot side lane. Get that tier 2 turret. So much gold pouring down to BRU.
The mini good news for Team Flash is that they have a decent amount of wave clear. Well, maybe just one coming from Dialing. Maybe it's not enough.
Well, it looks like not, as Glory D will just get eviscerated as he steps in to that fight, and BRU has taken an inhibitor turret into the mid lane.
I think the well trapped him basically in place.
Now Shy wants to go for the attack, wants to go for the counter engage, but once he steps in, he's dead. And now Buriram United Esports is looking for their second inhibitor turret. Gets that kill down onto Joyce as well, and successfully do so. The base is now going to be open into the mid lane and bot lane. BRU is now crashing down. They're dancing with death here, and Team Flash will get eviscerated as BRU gets the ace and gets the first game of the series.
16k gold lead in favor of Buriram United Esports. They must be happy about that win for sure, and it's a big statement in the first game here on this BO2 up against Team Flash. The gap seems so far ahead. This roaming death squad coming from Buriram is looking to be very, very scary. I mean, they had Kinemon. Let's not wait for the late game. I can be involved with these fights, with this double AD carry composition. Let's set up the dives. Let's set up all of these tower takes and objective fights as well. And, you know, use the Destiny from Arshini to scout 4 members and see if they have the numbers advantage in said dive. So I really like the approach coming from Buriram. Arshini using the Destiny not to impact the side lanes, but to scout while they siege.
Well, we saw what happened in that first game. Buriram United Esports took the lead down. And when we come back, it's going to be Team Flash looking for that second game win if they can up against BRU.
welcome back to the C Championships. Buriram United Esports continue their win streak, and this is awesome for a team that quote-unquote wasn't even supposed to be here because of the last chance qualifier. They are doing an amazing run right now for Group A. I dare say, right now they probably place right up there next to one team who have been our favorite right now. So I am so eager to see these two teams go up against each other. But before that, what were your thoughts on the matchup versus Team Flash? That first game, Jess, we'll start with you.
Oh, I really appreciate the fact that Buriram they prepare so well against Renekton first pick. They pick Singe. They swap the lane between the Dragon lane and Baron lane. Like you look at like when Team Flash pick Renekton against like team like Flash Wolf or Buriram picking Renekton, is like they cannot activate him no matter what. I think it's due to the fact that they pick more like a slower jungle like Riven, like, right? So it's kind of hard.
Yeah, to add on top of that fact that when he puts in the adhesive on the ground, the Riven can't dash through, the Rakan possibly will need to absolutely avoid that area of play. And you saw how many times Supporter also managed to block the Rakan from activating the team fight that Team Flash was looking for. And in this game, it looked a lot cleaner than what they have, of course, offered in the past few matches. Buriram United, they've already got that game plan locked and loaded, and Arshani has got some really good free reign to just pop in Destiny whenever you want. And there was one particular team fight in the mid lane which Joyce called for and couldn't handle well enough because of how well Buriram United have been able to equalize and also trade right back. And from that point onwards, Team Flash couldn't actually find anything much to do at all in the game.
Yeah, and can I just say, I hate Singe. I hate Singe so
It's alright
much.
to say that, everyone with you.
I mean, he's like right up there with Demo, and and this is a compliment to Noel. His Singe is so annoying, and I hate it so much. But it's because he did such a good job at this was the Baron lane matchup that we were looking for, and it doesn't seem like we talked about this, behind the scenes. It doesn't seem like Shy really knew how to maximize that Renekton pick. I mean, what do you think were the alternatives here for Team Flash, Jess?
I do think it's primarily about the draft problem. Like Orianna and Rakan Goose gonna like harass the Kaisa and the Braum so hard, but they swap lane. Like, it's a win-win situation for both the Baron lane and Dragon lane for the Buriram side, right? You're avoiding the Orianna, and you are also like avoiding laning against the Renekton. So it's like a really good early game.
Yeah. Contra, you had a specific highlight that you wanted to show in particular when it came down to, I believe this was the clash with the Riven. Why do you think this was so special with regards to, or worth pointing out for this game?
I think that the call to actually pick up the kill all over on mid lane is going to be pretty alright of an ordeal, but I just want to show you how well that Buriram can handle those team fights. So we start off here with Joyce trying to hop over to initiate onto Archany. Not only did he flash off, look at Supporter. This is where he comes in, big Glacial Fissure, and absolutely zoned them away. The Destiny was not even necessary. It just provides enough vision for Shiba to just snipe away.
Yeah. I think that this just, there's a golden rule that, like, never chase the Singe. That's exactly what Joyce did. Oh no. Jess, what do you have to add on to this?
I gotta say, Supporter played this match really well. Like, it is a well-deserved MVP. He got 100 kill participation, and his ulti was on point. I talked about earlier that Rakan is good against Braum, but only one offset is that when Braum got a good ultimate against Rakan, he instantly died. Like, from that one knockup, Rakan cannot play anymore.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna see, of course, if Team Flash can adapt as we head into Game 2. But before that, huge thank you to our sponsors, one of which is One Esports, the home of esports heroes. Get your daily dose of esports at oneesports.gg. They have a YouTube channel, by the way. You guys should go and subscribe to that. Yeah, I wink, wink, nudge, nudge you guys over there. Go ahead and subscribe to that. I think there's a new video out right now if you guys want to take a look at that. But we will be taking a look, of course, at a Game 2. And I'm really curious as to how Team Flash is going to be able to recover for this. And Buriram United Esports, they're just on point today. They're really, you know, they're not throwing away the shot, if you get the reference. Of course, coming into the C Championships through the last chance qualifiers. But guys, you know, coming into the draft, how do you think Team Flash can work around what Buriram United Esports have prepared for them? We'll start with you, Contra.
Well, for first and foremost, we gotta look at the bans for Team Flash, because last game they have heavy priority onto Shiba, don't want to give over things like the Lee Sin or so. Now they don't want to do that because they exhaust their own champion pool for Joyce right there, and if he's being forced to Riven, you will expect that Singe to come by. Is it worth to ban a Singe? Not exactly, but they will still invest in one by taking down the Rengar from the pool. And I felt like Buriram United, they just want to negate that safetiness of a Ziggs hitting the lane. Now you still have the Camille. That's pretty much wide open for Buriram to pick up.
Wow, they definitely gonna be Camille here. Like, yes, of course. Like, Camille is too much, and wow, Camille again. But it's like trading, right? Because you're trading Camille for something like Renekton.
Yeah.
But as you can see, Renekton cannot like reach his full power without like activator from jungler or mid laner. So I'm curious to see if Team Flash still want to go for like a passive jungler or like a more aggressive one.
That's absolutely true, and when it comes down to activation, you know that there's always going to be a contest for the Twisted Fate. I think it's really important to take this away from Archony. And
yes.
On top of that, you saw Ellie has been able to play all kinds of mages out there. So it's more about Team Flash wanting to play a lot more aggressively, but they want to match that global presence with the presence of Galio.
Wow, the Camille Galio combination is so deadly.
Oh, I do have a question with the Renekton pick from Team Flash. You know, we talked about how they weren't exactly able to capitalize on it as well as like Noelle did. So I'm wondering if this is Team Flash being more reactive in their picks rather than proactive, and if this is going to hurt them coming into Game 2. What do you think, Jess?
Oh wow. I think that I think that the game one like major problem coming from like Riven needs time, but the one that Lucian and Renekton cannot like play that aggressively due to the fact that like Riven need to farm and wait for ulti and stuff. So yeah, I do think that this game, even though they still pick the Riven jungle here, is alright because they got TF and Varus to help out the early game.
Yeah, I really want to highlight the importance of also picking the Varus right here. You have a really good composition at the very least for Team Flash, where they can consistently hunt out that Corki. So what Buriram United wants to do, instead of having a support Galio, you want a Lulu to be standing by, ensuring that Corki remains to be safe. And if there's any problem at all, he could just fly off with the Valkyrie, or even fly into the team fight and set up a really good Wild Grove if they really want to do that, or you could just put the Wild Grove on top of the Camille. That's going to be a key primary focus in most of all these team fights. But Garen as a final pick, what?
It's really great here.
Oh, okay. I think it's actually pretty good against Renekton. What'd you say?
Yeah, because like yeah, it's either Darius or Garen, because like they are a really great team fighter and can go to toe to toe with Renekton. So, but I think the really like the main thing here is like Varus need to get his stasis as soon as possible, or else it's gonna be like the previous match, one team against SV. recall correctly. Yeah.
That's true, because Team Flash probably wants to focus on that Baron lane and give that opportunity for Shy to pop off. And if they can't do that, it's going to be a lot tougher. So making sure that they have the optimization set and ready to roll, that might just be able to pull another great win here for Team Flash.
Well, I gotta say, Buriram United Esports, they had smiles when we saw their player cams. I think they're feeling pretty good about their draft. I think they're feeling pretty good about this series overall and their performance so far today. So they're coming in with confidence. But on the side of Team Flash, they still do have an uphill battle waiting for them in this. And again, we did see that, you know, they did run that draft with the Renekton. I'm not feeling too confident about it given how the first game went, but we are gonna see as we head into game 2 of our Buriram United and Team Flash matchup over here. As we mentioned, the talent side, we do favor Buriram United Esports, but we are actually very, very much happy to be proven wrong. Indeed, I love my surprises. I'm sure these guys do too. So we are very much prepared for any surprises that Team Flash may pull up for this certain game, especially since, you know, they did have some of those power picks as well. They did have the Varus up there, so could be seeing a little bit of the late game. But, of course, we'll find out. This is Buriram United Esports versus Team Flash. Casters, over to you guys.
Here we are, welcome back everyone into VRU versus Team Flash, game number 2 of the series, and I'm excited. Riku, we're now down to it. Can Team Flash bring this back into an equalizer 1-1?
Yeah, I like this approach coming from Team Flash here. They're saying, okay, we're done with this Orianna on dialing. He had a phenomenal performance in their first game up against one team. Let's go back a little bit. Go play traditional. Now we're seeing this double 80 carry composition. We've got poke 80 carries. You also have the sustained damage 80 carry in the form of this Graves and Joy. So there's just a ton of damage on the board. There's just a ton of burst on the side of Buriram. We'll see this collapse though coming from BRU over here in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're playing hide and seek for BRU. They want to play, they want a game, but Team Flash doesn't want that. Go away. So they're going to the bot side of the map, and Buriram United Esports will not be able to go and seek down onto enemy team. And so far, no first blood for now. Buriram United Esports just wants to take that opportunity if ever it happens. But so far, it doesn't. So now, pretty much stale. Buriram United Esports went the duo into the top side to counteract Team Flash and how they switched up in lanes as well.
Yeah, I love the patience, of course. Team Flash has been... all day actually has been one of those things where will the Kai'Sa go this time around? How will they avoid the matchup? But this time has been BRU. Now Kinemon, he has always been this big star player, always playing towards the late game, either on a Xayah or on a Kai'Sa. But this time around, he's on this big mid-game champion such as the Corki. So excited to see him in this different light.
Shiba into the bot side of the map. That's gonna be Noah put into a very low HP. That's gonna be the first blood going to the side of Team Flash, but that will be traded down by Shiba. It will be the 1-for-1.
Nicely done here on that 1v1 coming from Shy. Is able to take down that first blood at least. This could be a 1v1 though.
Oh, Archery uses the flash. That's gonna be the taunt to follow up. CC chain is gonna be flawless. Joy's gonna get killed. And Hectic ultimatum. Now to level 5. That's gonna be the clutch. Another kill going to the side of VRU. And now 1v1. Shy wants to get that trade off. Not gonna happen. That will be the 2-for-1 in favor for Buriram United Esports.
Shiba, what a start from this guy. He is what, 2 levels above Shy? Of course, he could have kept going. Gotten more kills possibly, but Shy has realized the fact that, you know, we're on a level deficit. We should just go back. I don't have ult yet. I don't have Dominus. And now it is this big statement coming from Shiba with his early game. We've seen him done a phenomenal performance as the Lee Sin, and now he's showing up here as this Camille.
Yeah, definitely the Camille Shiba with playing this so mobile and also so active in terms of the map. Actually proactive in responding on how Team Flash is going also for that aggression up against BRU. And so far, it's BRU who's sewing up what they have planted right in this game so far, having the 3-2-1 kill advantage in this game. But Looks like Team Flash wants to trade this, wants to equalize this, as Destiny gonna go down into the bot side of the map. 3-man roam from Team Flash. That's gonna be the kill for Team Flash, putting down Noel. This will equalize the game.
Really nicely done here by Ellie ult first versus you can see Arshini wanted to join the fight, wanted to get the hero's entrance for a potential punish, but he was out of range of the hero's entrance, so he had no choice but to just basically watch his teammate die. Something that I want to bring up though is how Buriram is able to adjust mid-tournament. During the play-ins, BRU has been the team that is known to like scaling, is basically very quiet at the first, 15 minutes of the game, and is struggling so hard against aggressive teams such as, Divine, maybe even EVOS. But the thing is, this is a new face from them in the group stages. They have adjusted. We see Arshini playing these global ults, or rather the Galio as well. We saw him earlier on, I believe, the Diana. And now Shiba, aside from Lee Sin, also having the Camille in hand, is able to create early game opportunities for the rest of the squad. And I like this new face coming from BRU with their early game presence.
Yeah, and we're looking at it into fruition here for BRU as they pressure into enemy jungler. Joyce will die, and that will be BRU taking the numbers advantage. Glory D is now on a struggle here as he tries to go back away, but BRU puts him down. Team Flash is fighting 3v4. The stun connects onto Galio, will not be able to take the kill down, and Team Flash will be obliterated. That's gonna need to flash in. Another kill for BRU, and Dialing Rain of Arrows will not take the kill down onto supporter, and double kill for Kinemon as they obliterate 4 from that fight.
Take note, Kinemon had no mana already. He was banking on all of those auto attacks. It was just that of an extended fight, but everything just pouring in favor of Buriram. They were able to get an unofficial ace. No dragons just yet, no objectives just yet, but the gold lead 3k already on the side of Buriram. Really nicely done. Shiba again with a lot of opportunities here with the Hextech ultimatum. Just focused on Joyce, no jungler, no problem. That means the consistent DPS will be solely reliant on the side of Dialing here for just the pokes. But because the fight is just so separated, BRU is just easy to focus one target and then move on to the next. Just very, very clean.
Yeah, and earlier, when it comes to the graph, prior to the show, we were wondering, why is it here with no Riven? They picked up the Darius, they picked up the Camille. Maybe this is the reason why. They want to put Shiba in a very good situation to go for the hyper-aggression sort of playstyle, to be able to give space to BRU and pretty much dominate the early game phase. And pretty much right now, it's coming down into a benefit here for Buriram United.
Yeah, that's the thing, whenever we see poke compositions, or poke champions, in this case Kinemon here on the Quirky, what usually happens is that you lack the damage to finish off the kill. You find yourself watching the HP bar incredibly low on the opposite side, and they get to run away. Darius solves that problem with the guillotine being able to finish off targets, enables the reset as well. Now we could potentially see a dive at top side. I feel like, Ellie might be in big trouble here as the second wave comes in.
Yeah, and it's pushing through. I think BRU is looking for a pincer attack once again. Shiba into the backside. After he goes for the stun, that's gonna be the kill. As Glory D will fall down. Exit ultimatum to follow up. And Ellie will follow through with a double kill for Shiba.
It felt like Team Flash read what was gonna happen, but lacked the manpower, lacked the damage, or rather just manpower in general. Was a 2v4 situation. And now Team Flash is gonna adjust by opening up the mid lane. But they have to run away. They don't have Glory D for the disengage, so they have to be careful.
Yeah, but look at BRU right now into the mid lane. Actually, it goes in. That's gonna be it. That's the smite. Varus will fall. Dialing will say goodbye. And Team Flash tries to counter engage, but BRU so much sustainability. Glory D with a stun though onto Noel. That's gonna be the double kill for Shy. And now Buriram United esports is on the edge of their seats, but they get the trade down. Kinemon into special delivery into the mid lane. Gets that double. And Joyce will be the only one left to live into the mid lane, but will die. Triple kill for Kinemon. Now Ellie is walking away. Shiba is catching up. That's gonna hook up, and that will be the kill for the unofficial ace.
Unfortunately, it was a red card, and that's not gonna slow Shiba enough. And look at that, Rift Herald has been unleashed into the bot lane. Is able to get 2 charges out of that. Is able to chip down after all of that was happening, we talked about this before. Glory D, yes, he's there for the big disengage, but if you catch yourself trying to siege and then the collapse from Buriram is coming without Glory D, then unfortunately you have to suffer the consequences. And the Chain of Corruptions also wasn't able to hit just like that, and basically it says, okay, BRU, this is go time, it's gonna be an easy collapse. Glory D arrived in the scene, and I think that is when Flash was able to get an exchange kill here and there, but Kinemon arrives and responds as well. There's a 1v1, by the way, in the jump. Hold that thought. No, it was a 1v1 with a Gromp, rather.
1v1 up against a jungle minion when you're a champion, pretty much easy 1v1.
Exactly. Yeah, this is basically, I mean, looking at the picture-in-picture, this is now BRU just basically dominating the jungle of Team Flash there, and it's just such a huge lead now with 7k. Arshini.
Very, very low. Shy actually dominating that 1v1, but here into the mid lane, that's gonna be the kill for Buriram United Esports once again, eviscerating Dailing, and Team Flash has to retreat. It's the warning sign for Buriram United Esports. But look at Kinemon, he's going all in, he gets the kill down once again. Ellie will fall. Buriram United Esports is creating space, is creating kills, and they're farming champions.
Kinemon has been free hitting the entire time, and Team Flash, unfortunately, have no answer to this. Their only way to basically penetrate that backline is Shy here, to create the flanks, to create maybe a pincer attack possibly with Joyce. And it's very difficult because, again, they have been always caught off guard, having to be forced to play front to back all the time, with now Buriram having more control over the map. This is a very scary Kinemon. Look at him go. It's 4k gold lead versus Dailing over here.
Yeah, and Dailing with that, he needs to scale, because the only item that he has currently is Maramune. But look at here from Shiba, going for the jungle invade, locks down onto Ellie, gets the kill down once again. It's already 6 kills onto Ellie from Buriram United Esports. Constant pressure all the way for Buriram United.
Yeah, Shiba, Kinemon, they've been shining in this game so far. 9-0-5, 6-0-13 in the KDA, and now they're starting this Baron.
Yeah, good taunt coming down from Galio, from Archony, but Glacial Fisher tries to make it back for Team Flash, but too much damage brings them away. Look at the flash coming in from Noel, gets the kill down, even if Team Flash is retreating. And Archony follows through with a response, gets the kill once again, and that will be the triple for Buriram United Esports, and also taking down the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, and they're able to scare off Team Flash for any potential steal coming from the side of behind that Baron pit. Now, this is a complete domination. This is almost a massacre from what we've seen earlier. And now Shiba's just doing the split push. Right now, no one can deal with him, not even Shy. And he's just, look, 1v3 people.
1v3, so much damage, gets a kill down even, and gets away scot-free.
That's
crazy. Shy, coming into the fray though, wants to fight this down, but too much damage once again. Look at Kinemon. It's just raw damage, and once again, they take another kill.
Buriram looking very stable as ever, now just having to port back. They are aiming, looking towards the Nexus now with this 1-3-1, as now Team Flash, what are your options here? You have Dailing as your wave clear, but he's dead for now, and inhibitor towers are going down.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 coming up. That's already all the inhibitor turrets down, and Team Flash is trying to defend, is trying to live for so much longer. But Buriram United Esports is just so much when it comes to pressuring them down, as they have nowhere else to go but defend the Nexus base alone.
That was an almost 4v5. Shiba wasn't involved there, as he's busy at top side, having to push, gather the minions. This could be a 1v5 situation. I know Shiba's just gonna run away there. He has the hook shot, he has mobility.
But he doesn't. It's gonna be Shy going in for the sun, slice and dice. Shiba now walks away.
With the sweep too, that's a lot of damage the Team Flash weren't prepared for. And now this is going to be take 2. Baron buff still in hand. They can still continue to push, and as I say that, it expires, but it doesn't matter because look at Noel. He can afford to do that. Oh no!
Chain of Corruption.
It's ouch. Apprehend.
Yeah, ouch indeed. But look at Noel actually pinned down. Team Flash tries to get the kill, but so much for Buriram United Esports as they take the response very quickly. Team Flash now split up, trying to clear out the wave, but Shine very low HP. Apprehend, follow through with Corky. 4-man taunt from Buriram United Esports as BRU takes the second game of the series.
Yeah, RCD finishing the game up with a bang. Look at Buriram United. They're so happy. They're so relaxed. Their shoulders are very relaxed in general. And again, understandable. It's a big start. 2-0. They get 3 points in this format with that victory. And they're looking really strong. As I said before, I really like this new face of Buriram. We've known them to be this team that likes to play scaling, that likes to take slow games, but now they're very aggressive, and I really like this new style and new face from this team.
Yeah, very dominant, very aggressive. Well, it's BRU evolving throughout this tournament. Well, enough of that. With that said and done, let's pass this on to the analyst desk on what their thoughts are coming into.
Thanks so much, Infinity and Riku, and I just have to point this out. Thank you so much to Riku for making sure that we caught the very relaxed shoulders of Buriram United Esports. I mean, yes, indeed, it's a really good day for Buriram United, and I just have to say, Shiba, what on earth? I mean, at one point, he walked away from a 1v3, and I was impressed. And then he walks away from a 1v5. Oh my goodness, this guy is amazing. Contra, Jess, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this match, especially since Team Flash, you know, they actually came close at one point. Jess, we'll start with you.
Well, of course, we'll give Jess a little bit more time here as we'll get him back with his mic. But once we look into the whole setup, when you have the Camille here that has been able to not only get into this draft, you put her in the jungle, you just go in and lock and load it, get every one of all these guys that you're aiming for with the Hexet ultimatum, and within 4 minutes, Shiba has been able to pick up that Trinity Force. And with that Trinity Force, Team Flash, they were still hoping to challenge for that Drake, which was not the wisest of decision because of that team fight. The rest of Buriram United has been activated. Later, perhaps we'll look into a quick clip to elaborate on that moment even further.
Yeah, I think you were able to get that. Yes, we will take a look at. We'll take a closer look at what Contra was talking about in particular. But you know what? I just feel like Team Flash, they were onto something here. They really were, at one point they did have it, especially early on when they were able to secure some kills. But, I feel like Buriram United Esports, they are just on fire today. They are catching on to whatever their opponents might throw at them. Contra, you brought up a specific highlight that you wanted to point out. Why don't you show us?
Indeed. And of course, let's have a look into that team fight in particular. And this was the point where they tried to get Joyce all caught up. Yes, there was a flash available. Same goes to Shiba. And from here onwards, you just see all the exit path has already been cut off from Glory D, while the rest of Flash was focusing from behind. This was pretty much a team fight already being won when it's a 4 versus 2. You don't really need RGB from that point anymore. So here, it's almost them barely walking away with a few more pickups there for filling. And Kinemon have just enough mana to also secure that double kill.
Yeah, I think Kinemon is another, is another key factor. It's because like he's able to get, these awesome plays because the team just keeps him so secure and everything. And, I think like because Buriram United Esports, we know them as a scaling team. We know them as a late game team because they have Kinemon in their pocket there. Now that they've actually managed to unlock the early game, the mid game, these guys are looking so unstoppable right now. And, I have to admit, when we had our talent predictions and had our little, talent powwow and whatnot, I was like, Buriram United Esports, okay, all right, they got into the last chance qualifiers and everything. Summer Super Cup, they were kind of there. This version of Buriram United Esports, though, I am so sold. I am looking forward to seeing them in the playoffs. This is, of course, jumping the gun over there. They have other smaller hoops to jump through before that. Now, Contra, I'm eager to hear your thoughts as well on Team Flash and how you think they can improve after this.
Well, I think that there's still a lot more room for Flash to also consider back on what exactly is their win condition. I think that they've been able to rectify that. Okay, maybe they need to stop that Darius and force him to go a little bit more tanky than to get snowballing into the Sterox, and it gets him way harder to kill and still dishing damage. But the problem is not just coming in from that Darius. There was so many of all these other layers. So if they were ever to meet up again, then just ensuring that some of all these areas that they need to look to get sorted out.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Team Flash, they do have another matchup coming up next. So I think this is something to think about, of course, as they prepare for that. But Buriram United Esports, I just feel so happy for them that they're actually able to prove all of their doubters. I was a doubter, I admit it. Wrong. I'm a convert right now, so if I can just shout out to Omo over there, it's okay. And Jess as well, actually. Jess as well. I'm a believer now. I am totally a believer indeed. And Jess, what about your thoughts on this matchup? Buriram United Esports, they look unstoppable right now. I'm eager to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they are on fire now. Like, they keeps getting better with every game they play. The fact that Noel hovering around Darius and Garen, because he knows for the fact that this game he'll be like a sort of punching bag. Yeah, like
that's fair to say.
Even if like no matter how many times he dies, if for another 4 of them could like play properly according to the draft, like they're gonna win eventually. And yeah, Shiba with the Trinity Force at 4 minutes proves that.
Yeah, Shiba was just amazing indeed. And you know, I again, I saw him, he walked away from a 1v5. That guy is a one-man army indeed. We have our MVP for the series coming right up, and I don't know if it's gonna be Shiba, but I feel like it should be. I feel like it should be at this point. It is going to be Shiba. It has to be. I mean, come on. 1v5, you had the whole of Team Flash focused on you, and you just managed to like hop away from all of that. I mean, Contra, what about you? I know that you voted for Shiva. I know that you think that this guy is basically one of the players to look out for in the entire SEA Championship.
It's not only about the activation, he knows when to do the right moves at the right time. So keeping the entirety of Team Flash heading into the mid-game onwards, it's forcing Team Flash to, of course, attend to either side of the lane, while the rest of Buriram United gets free reign of control to secure more objectives. That's still considered a win, and look at that kill participation. That's about close to 70%. He's all over the place that you just can't stop this guy. If he wants to push, he's just gonna do so.
Yeah, what about you, Jess? What thoughts do you have on Shiba here?
Like, he's a really reliable jungler. Like, but privately he's often get to be a role as a like carry jungle, not like a tanky jungle. But I think that style like suits them very much, because Noel could play either weak side and a strong side for the Buriram, so I think it's a really flexible team.
Well, right now, I don't really see a weak side to Buriram United Esports. And fortunately for us, we have a special guest joining us in our floaty space place with green cubes flying around. We have Supporter from Buriram United Esports joining us. Supporter, thank you so much for taking the time out of your very busy, very Wild Rift packed schedule today. We have to ask you guys, I know that you guys, you kind of changed your playstyle a little bit. Can you tell us about that? How Buriram United Esports has changed from even the play-ins coming into now the group stages?
I think that we already have a lot of plans coming up for the SEA Championship event. So it's just the time for us to show our plan. That's why, yeah.
Ooh, had a lot of plans, and now apparently it is time to bring all of that out. Contra, do you have a question for Supporter over here?
Well, I don't really have much questions, but I always see you guys having a fun time on the camera. So you guys are definitely feeling very jovial. And just what exactly is the goal for Buriram United on this specific group itself, and what do you hope to achieve heading into the playoffs?
To be honest, we want to go to World, representing Thailand and see. Of course, I think we can finish first in this group. To be honest, if we try our best and pull out everything that we got, yeah. But still, we have to prove ourselves. Since our playing performance is still shaky a little bit, yeah.
I have another question if you don't mind, Mika.
Go ahead.
You said that you want to top this group. That means that you guys have to go against one team, win them in that best of 2, and also Team Secret. Now my question is, which of this team is harder to beat?
I think both of them are a really good team. I think we still need to see how Secret play that game in the group set. Yeah, but right now, in my mind, it's gonna be one team. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. I guess, you know, they are the team to beat in this group. But you guys, supporter, you guys are looking like a threat yourselves. Congratulations on your journey so far. Congratulations on your win streak here on day 1. And we wish you guys the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you're absolutely right, Contra. These guys, you know, they're always having a good time. You know, we see them, they're always smiling and everything. And it's quite infectious indeed. And Jess, you know, I just to wrap up everything, Buriram United, I believe they still have another match to go, or they will still have more matches to go. What do you think the trend is like for them as we head into a quick break? Just really quickly, what are your thoughts on this?
My thought about this is like, I do think that they already like playing really well. They just need to like keep it stable and like keep improving like a little bit, or like just stay in this form. And I do think that they could come out first place in this group. I think we gotta like see a really cool match against one team and Buriram for sure.
Of course, but before that, we do have SPP and MVR coming right up.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back to the C Championship. Mika Fabs over here leading the desk with Contra and special guest analyst What the Jest from Invade Esports. And Buriram United Esports are now my favorite team. I've done a total 180 from my thoughts this morning because, you know, Buriram United Esports, they are just on a massive win streak right now. They are currently the favorites alongside one team to possibly dominate this day and possibly dominate Group A. Now, coming right up, we do have SVP versus MBR Esports. Now, this is an interesting matchup. We were talking about this. This is redemption for both of these teams because, you know, we were talking about it, like, you know, how both of them have not been able to really make an impact in their matches to date just quite yet. SVP, they did put up a brave face, but MBR, you know, they still have to get their footing. How do you think this match is going to go down, though? There's a lot at stake for both of these teams. They both have to prove that they are, you know, they are not at the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. What do you think, Jess?
I do think that MBR need to find their footing like right now, because if not now, I don't know when. Because to be honest, SVP, even though they lost a game, but they're looking pretty good.
Yeah. I have to say that when we look into both sides of the coin, and we managed to actually talk to some players of MBR early on, it's about them needing to adapt to the meta, which is going to take a lot of time to figure out, unless if they've been watching every single movement coming from the rest of the team in Group A, then maybe they might just be able to receive a few pointers. But SVP, we saw them going up against big teams out there, and at least on game one, they've been able to show that, hey, I can stand toe-to-toe with all these big guns. And they're not afraid to go in with those kind of drafts like being shown with Akali. So perhaps they want to go for something similar. They still have to find a way to activate Papa and still get Albert ahead.
Yeah, I really do think that the key to the victory here is to be able to, you know, give Papa that space. We know what he's capable of. We have seen it in the Summer Super Cup. He can be an amazing player indeed, but he needs the team to rotate around him. They do have that Summer Super Cup buff coming in here. So, you know, but MBR on the other side, they have been dominating the region, but as we talked to them earlier, they're not exactly, I guess, prepared for what the international scene has to offer. I mean, earlier he did mention that they were struggling a little bit against the international teams. It's their first time to come across all of these different metas. Jess, what do you think? They're going up against SVP now. How do you think they're going to stand up to them?
I do think that MBR got a fair chance of winning the match against SVP, because from the look of it, it's like they still like adjusting something, like about like their pair style is not that comfortable for the five of them. It's like they someone sacrificing something for another lane, something like that. I really wish that they would draft like more comfortably for especially the Dragon lane.
Yeah, and if this is going to be the case of them trying to slave through the meta, it may not benefit them because they may not be comfortable with some of all these champions that they don't really play back in their region. So sticking to their strength here is going to be the absolute key into winning matches, and maybe look towards refining it a little bit better.
Right. They could be like, you know, trying to force themselves out of their comfort zones to try and keep up with the metas in other regions, but maybe they don't need to do that. Maybe they just need to stick with what they know and the playstyles that they know, and that could possibly work for them. SVP though, we know this team as, you know, a team that they're unafraid to bring out some weird picks. So, you know, some they add a little bit of, like, you know, some spice and some flavor and unusual champions into their draft. Do you think we could be seeing the same thing? Could we be seeing something really strange from SVP to try and throw off MBR? What do you think, Contra?
Well, right now, nothing surprises me anymore, except for any teams who are willing to try out that Teemo onto the Baron lane. Then that will be the biggest surprise to me, because I think that overall we've seen a lot of all these interesting draft that has worked. And we look at One Team Esports, they brought a Sona, a Lux into the Dragon lane, and they shifted over onto the Baron lane, making it a 2 versus 2. I think a lot of creativity can be brought to play, especially when you're going up against MBR or vice versa.
Yeah, this is why I love having Jess here on the panel, because every time we're like, oh my gosh, it's a Lux Soda! And he's like, yeah. It's like, and then he explains to us why it actually works, and it's like, oh, it's nothing new or anything. But of course, right now we have our talent predictions for this matchup, and right now it's looking like we're favoring MVR. But you know what? I have to say, I'm a little 50-50 about this. Like, I'm like 1% could tilt me the other way right now, especially after seeing SVP's performance earlier. I still do think that MVR, there is something special about them, especially having dominated their region, which is, you know, pretty much, we know that the Indonesians love their mobile games. So there is something there. I still do think that, you know, maybe MVR are a big fish in a small pond, but you know, I think they do belong here on the international stage. I still do think they have that firepower. Again, SVP though, you know, I'm just like 1% is gonna tilt me in favor of SVP at this point, especially if they bring out something weird, because I like my like my weird picks over here. So Jess, I'm curious, what do you think SVP could possibly bring out that might surprise MBR?
Wow, I think it's another way around. I think MBR could like bring something special to the mix. Like, I don't know, we haven't see the Dragon Lane on the proper ADC, right? If I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure. So like, yeah, if I can change the vote right now, I would say it's 50-50 based on the pick. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that there's a potential for 1-1 right here, and if we look into MBR, maybe they could go with something similar in terms of draft and maybe switch up that Zed for something just as aggressive as an assassin, like a Diana that can still contribute into team fights very well if they want to. So that is one easy hotfix that they could go for, and maybe for the Fiora, switch it over to Renekton. You're good enough to roll.
Yeah, we know Renekton's been very, very popular lately, especially since day one here at the group stages has been Baron Lane Day, apparently. Speaking of which, what matchups do you think we're going to see in the Baron Lane, especially since, you know, a lot of our teams right now, they have just been such powerhouses in that particular role. Jess, what are you seeing coming from SVP and MBR?
Riven is definitely gonna be in this upcoming series, like for sure, 100%. But I'm not so sure. Like, I'm guessing it's gonna be Riven against Fiora. Like, if Renekton is banned out.
That's going to be something interesting to witness, and we just have to dive directly into the draft here in the first game between the two, as we are seeing a lot of jungle options being removed from MBR side, and they don't want to give away the Gragas as well. I think that they want to take a page of the playbook of Boom Esports that have played that Gragas into the Dragon Lane and still remain to be a threat. And SVP, they start off with a Gal pick. Does not really tell too much, so I think this is going pretty good for SVP.
They're letting the Varus, the Twisted Fate, and what else? Renekton out. So I'm not sure if that's a wise idea. See how it goes.
Yeah, and when you speak about a few of these picks there,
yeah.
MBR Esports willing to take what's given, so it's not gonna be too much of a problem for them to deal with some of all these threats, but that Lee Sin is still one of the stronger jungle picks that's still available, and SVP can potentially go in for some really sick setup, so long as he can land that Dragon's Rage perfectly on top of the Varus, if he can actually get his way here. And now we are looking at a Darius locked in, needing to just go toe-to-toe with the Renekton.
Yeah, I like this from Pagar too. I like this Lee Sin from Pagar. I remember him being an incredible Lee Sin player in the Summer Super Cup. So yeah, this is looking pretty good on the side of SVP.
I love it.
But yeah, the Nami and
they
the
lock in the brand. Wow.
Okay,
let's talk about the brand for a little bit. I think the recent patch has come in with a little bit of a hot fix, just lowering down a little bit of his numbers when it comes down to his base health, his base damage going into the matchup. But I feel like the strength is not just the damage output, it's more of that team fight composition that MBR is going to be bringing up altogether. Just look at the Wombo combo that you pair with the Nunu as well. With the Absolute Zero, they can just blow somebody up. And SVP's just gotta be extremely careful.
Yeah, with the Lee Sin, like they gotta watch out for like a Galio Lee Sin matchup. Like it's really strong skirmisher for the early game.
Yeah, and the debut, I believe, of Nunu and Willem. So this is going to be really interesting indeed. It seems like MBR has a plan for this specific matchup, but SVP, we know just how unpredictable these guys can be. So this is bound to be one very, very interesting matchup. This is SVP versus MBR. Casters, over to you guys.
SVP versus MBR, their very first game of this series. Nunu and Willem once again, the second one in C Champs, but the very first one here in the group stage.
And you know what makes that even better here, Infinity? It's not just Nunu and Willem. We've got Nunu and Willem together with Brand, so we've got the whole Song of Fire and Ice thing going on.
Yeah, Fire and Ice for MBR.
Indeed, indeed. And yeah, like I think our analyst Dash did mention a little bit as well, right? Brand did get nerfed. He got hotfixed because you know what? They said Brand's too strong. We got to do something about it. And I think we have been seeing that. So I kind of can't agree with that sentiment behind the nerfs. But it's going to be pretty interesting to see how Radiance here does on this Brand. Despite the nerfs coming true, we do see MBR pretty interestingly enough. They started off with 3 players in mid. From the get-go.
Yeah, definitely. I think Brad is just too strong when it comes to the damage output. Even if you play it as a support, even if you play it into the mid lane, too much damage. And I think Brand is just built for damage. Damage, damage, damage all around.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree, right? Like all of his spells, it's just how do I make my fire be more fire? Except for the one stun that he has, right? Everything else is just about spreading that fire. So it's going to be really interesting. I mean, I think Galio has something that's pretty nice against the Brand in that he has the magic shield when he uses the ultimate. And we always say that's not a significant factor. But you know, it's nice to see. Ooh, really good trading here.
Yeah. Huge damage coming from MBR up against Papa. Oh, that arrow almost shut down Papa, but that honey fruit actually gives him a little bit more HP. But here into the mid lane, another fight occurs. It's a 2v2. But look at the CC onto Pager. Uses up the flash for Radiance though. Saves his life, but the burn down onto Pager. That's the first blood for MBR.
Oh man, and we saw the power of the fire and ice right there. Elvis, he just rolled into that mid lane without a care in the world. Yahtzee couldn't do anything about it, and Pagor just got burnt to death. Really nice stuff there from MBR. I think the 2v2 mid jungle was really well played from them, so that's a good start. Onion King here getting some pressure as well. I want to see Elvis come and dive this turret. He should not be allowed to farm this wave.
Yeah, it's just Renekton in the early game. Having that slice and dice, having that CC, it's gonna be a difficult time for Albert, but for now, it's just the pressure in for MBR that's keeping SVP in stay here. But Hager comes on top lane, that will be the follow-up, but instead,
he gets it.
Onion King, huge damage, puts Albert in 1 HP.
Yeah, and we see Onion King's comfort zone seems to be like when he's getting ganked. I think we think back to the series earlier today up against Buriram. He looked really good when they were trying to gank him, when they were trying to tower dive him. Yet again, he just has no care in the world. He dashes back in, nearly finds the 2v1. I was gonna say how I think, you know what, Elvis should cover him when he tries to crash his wave, but it's not even necessary. Onion King nearly wins out on the 1v2, so really good stuff coming in from MBR to start this one off.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned about it because Onion King constantly, you know what, gank me, I'm gonna live. No matter what you do, I am gonna live. And
I'm gonna try to kill you as well.
Yeah, definitely. Just a huge amounts of damage coming from Onion King. The barrel lane, the true barrel lane of playing solo top. But here, you have Pager waiting onto the sidelines.
He has the kick, but there's no dunk. There's no dunk. They want to wait for the dunk. There we go.
Yeah, that's it. That's going to be Dragon Rage under the turret. Sonic Wave to follow up, but Alpha's into the backside. Goes in for the stun. Not going to be enough, though, as Onion King will fall down. That will be the trade that SVP wants. But here we go. Pager jumps in once again. That's a Sonic Wave onto Alvis. Here onto the silence. It's Brand trying to deal off massive amounts of damage, but instead, going for the retreat on both mid laners.
What is this?
Oh no, he misses the stun! He misses a snowball, but huge damage still coming from Radiance, puts him down to his spot, gets their second kill of this game.
On the ball lane. Oh, he whiffs on the chains. That was close. That was close. He nearly lands a Chains of Corruption. If that had hit, I could have seen MBR maybe try to trade back on that one, but doesn't quite work out, so it's going to be all good. Onion King, this time he does drop. I actually didn't even see Elves behind the tower rolling in on Snowball trying to save his Baron laner. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, but it's pretty nice of them to be able to trade back on Yahtzee. It's alright, he's just going to use the heal and walk away from this one.
Yeah, huge root though, coming from Papa.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you've stated, the heal was there coming in from Tobu, saves earlier life. So I think that's a good setup coming from MBR.
Look at that.
MBR Alvis puts the snowball, actually connects tidal wave into the backside, goes in, gets the kill down onto Yazzie and David. And Pager is forced to just kick off away to go for the retreat. But look at Radiant flashes in, tries to get the kill down, will not be able to do so, but what they get in return is the Infernal Dragon.
And for some reason, All But is here as well. Elves messes up the snowball, but he knows he's in the bush. He's trying to cancel the recall, but he's not going to make it in time. And that's just going to be Onion King getting the Baron lane turret for free. So MBR, they get everything. They get the kills, they get the dragon, they get the turret. Rift Herald is still available as well. And MBR, they are firmly in the driver's seat. I think earlier today we spoke to Elia and we asked him, you know, what do you guys think you need to change after losing 2-0 here? And he said we really don't need to change that much. And we see that being kind of the case. They don't change too much, right? They have the Varus Nami still. This time around, they do get the Renekton together with it, but just changing things up, getting the Nunu and the Brand, I think has been huge here. The AoE zone control, the crowd control, as well as just the sheer magic damage, that's just amazing from MBR.
Yeah, especially if this continues into late game, while MBR gets gold, gets this lead, constantly balloons up their gold. This is going to be devastating because you have Brand and Varus in the same team. There's so much hope. But here, MBR is now pinned down. Onion King dashes away, actually safe, but not for long. Dominus now going to be popped down, slice and dice onto Rakan. Still going to live, Onion King. But gets laid down.
That's unfortunate. Hope I might get more.
Yeah, 1v1 though. Interruption actually puts down Albert in a CC chain, and now Radiant followed through to the backside, gets killed down, trade down 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there from Onion King. Everyone was so low. Blinking red health bars for both Papa as well as David. And all but he nearly trades back onto Elia, but it's not going to be enough. He is behind enemy lines, and that's just going to be a 1-for-1. MBR though, look at where Elves is, Infinity. He is setting up for something cheeky.
Yeah, but David.
Oh no!
Face check, but misses Alvis. So close yet so far, but SVP has this information that there is a 3-man roam from MBR. Radiant will be there. Information for SVP as well. They're going in for the defense though. Double bubble.
Oh, nice.
Huge damage from RG.
Yeah, and they have the base again. They just came out of base, and that's going to be another recall channel for SBP. Really good presence of mind there from David. I think he was kind of aware of the possibility that he could be cheesed there, because we saw him walk into the bush. He had no vision of Elves. He neither went into the bush nor did he ward. He just noticed that his movement speed was slowed by the absolute zero. Here we go, Onion King though.
Dice, stun down Yazzie, very low. That's gonna be the kill for MBR once again. Good pickup from Onion King.
Yeah, and it's really good stuff here from Onion King. Has the Blade of the Rune King already. He might have died twice this game, but he's more than 1,000 gold up on his counterpart, all but. And if you look across the board, 4,000 gold lead for MBR here. They're sitting in a pretty comfortable spot, I would say.
Yeah,
oh, snowball hits the wall. That's a bit of a heartbreak.
Yeah, heartbreak in Missouri, but MBR though is out to continue the 4-man roam to the bot side of the map, and David forces that quickness in ultimate Brand entrance to save his life. But Dragon Rage actually next onto Radiance, forces out the blink and also the gold.
No.
Now it still jumps through, jumps in. Tovu's still gonna be safe, and no kills will be done. But Varus just comes in, goes for the arrow, kills down Pager.
Pager does drop. Indeed, he goes a bit too deep. Elves has absolute zero.
Stun, goes in for the knockup as well. Goes for the ultimate, connects onto 2, but gets slain down by Zaya. And Varus will follow through. Double kill for Papa.
That's a little bit too greedy there from Elves and friends. Everyone goes in, funnels into the Zaya Feathers, and we always talk about how that's what she wants. Onion King, nice little proto belt away. You might try to all in here? No, not quite. But yeah, a bit overly aggressive there from MBR. They already won the trade, but they opted to go in a bit too deep when they didn't need to.
Definitely. So for now, MBR still constantly bringing up their gold. Still 4k gold lead though for MBR. So I think SVP needs to think of something to try and alleviate this disadvantage? And do you think, Almo, Cloud Drake is the answer here?
I mean, probably not, right? But the problem is, if you look at SVP's team comp, I wouldn't say that it scales particularly well, and I would also say that it's going to be pretty hard for them to get wave control up against this Varus. Their win condition at this point, playing from behind, it's basically going to be solely Desire played by Papa, and then they need to take team fights around his strong item timings. So right now, he has the Solari. I wouldn't say he's quite ready to fight just yet. Maybe you want to stall the game a little bit, slow the pace of the game down to he can maybe get 3 items, throw an Eye Edge in there, throw maybe a Phantom Dancers in there, and you see they're just gonna, I was gonna say they want to give this up, but SVP, they look to contest.
Yeah, Pager's onto the front lines, 4-man row for SVP. But this is a 4v4, but MBR also disengages. They don't want to fight this.
Yeah, they don't indeed. And look at the Baron lane right now. We get the picture-in-picture. Onion King actually picks it up. He's super low.
Yeah, very low. Actually goes in for the flash with a Proto Belt. Will not be able to get the kill though. 1 HP for Yazzie, but here, once again, onto the Dragon's Pit. It's going to be Rakan and also Darius going for the 2v4. MBR gets the kill down. Alves is going into the flank. David will die as well. That will be the double kill. And now Papa is running away. Feather Storm now going to be forced away. Aqua Prison go for the knockup. Brand,
my
so
goodness.
much damage. Will not be able to get killed though. Honeyfruit will save his life.
Yeah, he has to flash over the wall to use the Honey Fruit, has to use all his summoners there. That was a little bit unfortunate, but we see the range at which MBR's team comp can be effective. They have Tidal Waves, they have Varus arrows. I don't know how Brand kills him, but Brand kills him. It happens off screen. We have the Nunu Snowball. We have a bunch of things that MBR can throw at you from a screen away, and that's really good. Like, it just makes SVP's team composition so hard to play. Xayah likes to play when you have to run into her, right? We always talk about that, but now you don't have to. You just outrange her and throw spells at her, and that makes SVP's marksmen have a really hard time.
Yeah, and it's difficult. If you use the Feather Storm to just miss up on an arrow, it's gonna be so much value for MBR if they can do that.
Yeah.
Right? So now let's look at the replay though on how it happened there. Omo,
look at
what's
this.
happening here?
Yeah, like, why are you guys running into Brand, right? We were saying this whole time, you don't want to run into Xayah. Conversely, you also don't want to run into Brand, right? Like, you run into the Pyroclasm and he just sets them both alight. It's just the worst situation you could possibly be in. Rakan has no more disengage spells since he used everything to go in. Papa here actually surviving, but I want to see how Radiance kills him. There we go. Nothing fancy. Walks in, Pillar of Flame, gets the kill. That was probably a little bit greedy from Papa to stay, but this is going to be MBR with a very convincing start to the game. And keep in mind, SVP, they are no slouches as well. Their game 1 against one team, they very nearly won it. So I'm quite surprised by this.
Yeah, they constantly get off on those high-risk playstyle, but they get high value after that as well. But here, MBR going for the 2v3 here. Tidal Wave goes for the 2-man knockup. Albert onto the sidelines, will not die. You have Rakan going for the quickness, goes for the charm on the one. Support Alves as well, but MBR still going to be alive. 2-man root coming from SVP. That's going to be Brand burning down on Darius. Onion King will go into the backlines. Kills on David as well.
No.
And now Radiant, very low on HP.
Oh, the
Sonic
block.
Wave will connect onto Tobu. Nice body block.
Oh, no.
Will save Radiant's life, but earlier will die though. Pager now running away, trying to save his life as well.
Where are you running?
Onion King will actually intercept here. Radiant is there as well. That's gonna be the kill. Legendary for Radiant.
And we've always been talking about how the carry we want to look at from MBR is going to be from mid lane, it's going to be from Radiance, but we expected it to be from his carries, or from his assassins rather. We expected him to play things like Zed and Fizz like he did in game 1 of the day, but this time around he comes in with the Brand. The control mage performance from him has been extremely impressive, and I think that a lot of credit will go to him for all the team fights and how he's played it in this game. Him and Elves have been controlling all these team fights so extremely well, and that team fight was a little bit of a heartbreaker there for SVP, right? Papa with the Feather Storm, he nearly manages to clean it up, but he doesn't quite get Radiance and Alia, who both live on a tick of health.
Definitely, that's something that you want. That's the main target for MBR. If you have prizes, you have eyes on the prize, and the prize is literally Radiant and Alia. For MBR, if they can actually get it. But the problem is, if you're looking at the items, right? Rod of Ages, Rabadon's Dead Camp, crazy damage for Radiance as well. And even if Alyer is there, you have Maramuna and Humus Blade. So the damage is exponentially there. But
Eyes on the
here
prize.
into the mid lane, Eyes on the prize. They have locked onto it. They got the kill onto Radiant.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I think Radiance, he didn't even... I have no idea, honestly, because David didn't even have flash available. So I don't know what happened there, but it's going to be a re-engage.
Yeah, Alviz is on a dangerous spot here. They're fighting 3v4. SVP is not going to push this all in, but Pager sets this up with Sonic Wave. Onion King onto the backside as well. Pincer attack will fail, but they are at the number disadvantage. But Galio actually comes through. That's going to be taunt kill down onto Nunu. Good trade from SVP.
Yeah, okay, it's a bit of a weird situation right now. I don't really know what both of these teams are doing, but I want to point out that while all that was going on, Onion King, before he came to the fight, he broke the Baron lane inhibitor. So that's going to be always trickling in some super minions for MBR. Radiance is back. They can fight this. He has Pyroclasm available. Tidal Wave is up soon.
Definitely, they could actually do this, but now that's going to be the flash. SVP fighting this down, taunt down onto the sidelines. Darius will fall though. Now they're fighting 4v4. That's gonna be the tidal wave to follow this up. CC Chain is flawless, and Yazzie will be deleted by MBR as they take 4 kills out of that, and Pager the only one left for SVP.
Right. That's gonna be an ace. Pager not even being able to survive. Yeah, Onion King just hunted him down. Pretty sure he just flashed on his head. It's a bit unfortunate that we're missing a bunch of these kills, but I guess that's what it is, right? They're gonna go for the Baron soon, though, as we take a look at this replay. So Onion King just doing a bunch of damage, right? And Radiant, as well as Alia, I think they're playing these fights really, really well. They're staying a screen away. They're throwing the spells in, and they just let Onion King be a bit of a beast in the front line. I think the tidal wave was a little bit rough there. Could have been a bit better, but Onion King, I think he just chases down Pager and he flashes on him, and that Q is huge, right? Because with the jungler dead, that means that Baron is 100% for them. I'm kind of curious how he got the kill too, but you know, we're just gonna be left wondering.
Yeah, definitely. Just a mystery onto the galaxies for SVP for now. We didn't see how Pager died, but what we need to take note of is MBR has gotten 5 kills from that, has gotten the Marin Nashor and trade to follow up. So right now they're sitting at the 13k goal lead, sitting pretty here up against SVP in the first game.
Yeah, this is a very dominant performance from MBR, and keep in mind, both of these teams, they did get 2-0 earlier today. That's not a great spot that you want to be in, and MBR with a dominating first game performance, I think they're really looking to turn things around. Keep in mind that we do expect these two teams, well, realistically speaking, right, we did expect these two teams to maybe be the bottom 2 of the group that don't make it out. So a 2-0 here for MBR would be really huge, and it gives them the potential to maybe make it out of the groups. Now, we do see the final siege coming in. Onion King gonna be escorting in the wave to pressure the Nexus even. Look at that, he's dragging 3 people to the Nexus with him, giving his team so much space.
Yeah,
look at him!
The manpower. Onion King is just there, and that's
just standing there menacingly.
Yeah, the MBR gets that third down. Just so much happening for MBR. They do something, they get high value out of that, and that burn almost got the kill onto David.
So close there, Infinity. And that's gonna be 2 inhibitors down. No more Pyroclasm, but it's only 1 inhibitor left.
The minions, it's hashtag minions with Onion Kings going for the last hit. It actually is there, but MBR takes the first game of the series.
Yeah, it's a little bit of underwhelming ending. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, they tried to go for the insect play onto Radiance, right? We said the eyes on the prize. He was the prize. But the problem is when you get super minions trickling into your base like this, there's not much you can really do. And that's a very nice game 1 performance there from them. I'm quite happy with what we're seeing out of MBR. I think I'm starting to understand some of the hype around this team behind the scenes. And I think that was a very dominant game 1. Onion King as well, I think we didn't give him enough credit. He gets so little resources from his team, but he does so much with what he creates himself.
Yeah, and we take a note of that already a while ago, right? In the early game, he was killed twice, but the space that he provides, the value, the objectives that he provides for his team is also phenomenal. So I think that alleviates some of the debt he has garnered for that game number 1.
Yeah, definitely. That was a great start to it. I think if we see things progress in the same way, we might honestly see MBR get a 2-0. But my biggest question is, if MBR are on red side, how did they end up getting Renekton together with Varus?
Well, we'll find out after this short break as MBR has taken the lead in this series 1-0.
Welcome back to the 2021 Wild Rift C Championship. MBR takes the first game with their first win of the day. Let's be honest though, it wasn't a very convincing or definitive win. So panel, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this. Let's start with you, Jess.
Wow, such devastation this game. I know that I predict that NBR will come out ahead, but I didn't expect to be as one side as the recent game. So wow, great stuff coming out from MBR, Brand and Nunu, Ice and Fire.
Yeah, definitely. Contra, what about you? What about your thoughts on this? Especially since like it was a match that we were a little confused by. At some point, I wasn't even sure who exactly was on top, because it felt like even though NBR would get the kills, they would win the team fights, it seemed like it was very costly on their side.
That's right, and you look at MBR, it was definitely Alvis that had activated Radiance there over mid lane, having that Frostfire combo like what the Jets have just mentioned early on. And this guy's got like, what, 10 kills, almost going to the full item build, heading into the matchup, while dishing out probably the highest of damage that you could ever ask for in any of these team fights, causing SVP to turn tail and run every single time that they try to even get their hands on objectives. So it definitely wasn't a good look. I think that SVP supposed to have pretty good leads, but it's down to it's that 2v2 that has happened, and they gave over that red buff to Radiance that further gave a really tough time for Yazi to even contribute in any circumstances at all.
Yeah, and I feel like, here on the side of MBR, the brand, of course, worked really, really well. We were talking about how just, Radiance is a beast indeed. But Jess, I'm curious, how did the Song of Ice and Fire work out for you?
It works out pretty well. Like, oh my god, I really want to look back on how they successfully won 2v2 against the Galio Lee Sin. Because from the recent matches, I do believe that there is a draft problem, but from this game, I do think that SVP side draft really well, but I think it's missing out on the execution.
I think we have that highlight coming right up. And yeah, Contra, you wanted to pull this as well for a very specific reason. Let us know your thoughts.
Well, I guess just to enlighten Omo as well as Infinity, how did this kill happen onto that Lee Sin? Yeah, it does make us wonder, so let's have a little bit of throwback of what happened in that matchup here between MBR, who have been able to snatch that one away. Let's take a close look, right? Where this is a fight without ultimates and this early level, and it was Pagor being set ablaze with solo health left ticking, and that first blood was being secured by having that final touch. But still, it looks very iffy, right? Like, we thought that this Lee is supposed to survive.
From my perspective, I think that they underestimate the power of Nunu. Like, if I'm gonna guess, like, Nunu just randomly roll the snowball and hit the Galio, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it's too late for you to flash. Like, the damage already been done, and the knock up and whatever. Like, Brand got like all time in the world to like properly land his combo.
Yeah, it's such a hard scenario, right? Like, it's like playing a game of dodgeball where you have so many skills trying to, and we have this gigantic ball rolling in. It's not no longer dodgeball. It's like you're just trying to avoid all these bowling balls hurled at you all the time.
Yeah, it's just like Temple Run or Indiana Jones at some point. That's what happens to Wild Rift right there. Of course, this whole event wouldn't be possible without any of our sponsors. So we're just gonna take a quick break to give thanks to them. Franklin Templeton, thank you so much for opening the door to everybody's financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. And a lot of these teams, they do take that investment really quite well. On the side of MBR, for example, they had that 1-2 punch that they had with Nunu and Brand coming in. If the Nunu doesn't get you, the Brand is gonna get you. And it just worked out well for MBR, but again, I don't find this victory very convincing. So I feel like SVP, they still do have a chance to come back in game 2. I mean, we did see them put up a strong performance a little earlier, but what do you think went wrong on the side of SVP? Why couldn't they find their footing as well as they did earlier? Contra, what are your thoughts?
Well, I just felt that after those early initiations that were being set and not having great effectiveness, it's also that Nunu that has been able to rise to the scene and having pretty much great activatable snowball from time to time, just stopping them proceeding forward. One of the fights that I've witnessed that SVP has did well was that fight over the bottom lane, which they should have actually lost. We saw a dive coming in from MBR, which extended a little bit way too long, and it was also MBR who was very keen to trade right back, but they don't have enough resources, enough cooldown. There are times that you see that this Nunu goes off of position, so I felt that if that Nunu is going to be moving into close proximity, that's the first person you want to punish before he even comes up with absolute zero.
Yeah, Jess, do you have anything to add to this, especially on the side of SVP, that I do think that they can make a stronger showing, especially in game 2, when they finally caught on to what MBR have been doing throughout this series. What do you think? How can they come back?
I would love to see Yasi on more like a carry-oriented mid laner. I do not think that this style suits him that well, and looking back, Nunu is like a 10 out of 10 pick for MBR last game. You roll the ball, no one can interrupt you. The main thing that nobody is playing Nunu is like it's so easy to get interrupted by like the CC. Like you looking back, you think about it, Rakan cannot interrupt. Galio, when he about to dash out with his E, get interrupted by the Nunu knockup. Darius, no. Like who can stop the Nunu? I don't see. Like it's impossible.
Well,
right. Nobody can stop the Nunu.
Yeah, exactly.
I just had to throw that pun in there. I apologize for everybody who had to cringe, but we are now going to champ select, so you don't have to cringe anymore, unless, of course, these teams bring out something a little bit strange. Bans coming up right now. Contra, what are your immediate thoughts over here? Oh, they will ban out that Galio and the Redexit.
And with that ban on that Nunu, you know what's open up?
Oh yeah.
Bring in that Camille. I love Camille picks. Please, MBR, show us something special. That's
yeah.
There you go.
So after that, you still have all these other alternatives. When you look at global presence, there's always going to be Twisted Fate that SVP now can consider.
Wow. Gragas. This is going to be the first Gragas game.
Oh.
Like wow,
right.
we've seen so far.
That's right. Yeah.
Even though with the nerf, Gragas is still like one of the best team fighter. Like his ulti is that good, too good.
That's right.
Like,
if you have a bad scenario, you use the explosive cast, and you can also start a really good fight with the explosive cast as well. So whether he's nerfed or not, it's about what he actually offers to interrupt the enemy team. But MBR Esports, they say, oh, you know what? Bring in that Gragas, I'm just going to run you through that Olaf. So Jess, do you think that Olaf here is that perfect pick to go against SVP?
I think it's too early to judge. Like if Olaf is whether it's good pick or not. Oh, okay. If there's Lulu, then I guess it's not that much of a deal. Cause like, when Olaf is running in, he wanna kill someone as quick as possible, and Lulu gonna prevent that. So, action. Oh yeah, he locked it in. I told you he's gonna play that.
I love it. I love it. And you have mentioned that Akshan definitely tries when you have a really good support. Now they are also going to be bringing in the Thresh to ensure that there is good of appeal. But with that Lulu on the other side, he just gotta, of course, sidestep then to be polymorph. And that Riven as the final pick is going to be the one that potentially can set up the pace for SVP.
Yeah, this action, this combination of action and trash gonna solve the problem. Like, for the Olaf, that like, okay, you're going in, you're gonna die, but the rest is up to his teammates to try to resurrect him and like salvage the fight for him. So I'm really curious how this is gonna play out with the action. But I do want to mention that Trash laning against Lulu is pretty good.
Yeah, I definitely do love this lane interaction. And now that you have Akshan who can create Doctor Strange moments out there, hey, I come to bargain again. So this is gonna be great.
Well, we are gonna see indeed how this match plays out. This is MBR versus SVP, game number 2. Casters, take it away.
It's gonna be great indeed. Welcome back, everyone, into game 2 of the series, MBR versus SVP. And now, Omo, we're looking at an action and trash pick here for MBR.
Yeah, we got some pretty spicy drafts coming out from MBR. And if you missed game 1, all you really need to know about what you missed is that if you look at this game, SVP banned Nunu and gave Camille. It just shows you that they're mentally broken. Like, why do you have to ban Nunu, right? I think what the Jazz covered at best. There's so many reasons why people don't ban Nunu. You just interrupt him and he can no longer keep rolling his snowballs. But SVP, they don't have the answer to it. They just leave it up. And look at this. What do we see here? A bit of a lane swap coming in from SVP. Duo mid to try to just deal with the prio that this Ziggs would naturally give. Ari forced a flash already, though.
Yeah, and that is the cost of how SVP switched up mid lane for bot lane. It's huge pressure coming from MBR, especially if you're considering Action as a single targeted champion.
Yeah, and let me point out something really cool here, Infinity. Radiant on Ziggs has Font of Life. He's gonna be healing up his teammates quite a lot, and he's gonna be healing himself up a decent amount as well, right, with that root. So he's gonna be chucking spells in as Olaf runs in, as Camille jumps in, as, you know, Akshan jumps in. He's gonna be healing them up as they hit the targets that he hits. It's all pretty nice. He doesn't need extra damage. He doesn't need the AoE and whatnot. So I do quite like this decision from Radiance. A little bit of, you know, helping his team out as well. Wow,
Yeah,
body
I'm glad
domination.
you mentioned that. Yeah, just constant pressure coming from Trash and Ashen there into the bot lane from MBR. And as you stated, imagine like Mega Inferno Bomb into those team fights.
Yep.
Gonna be especially cool for Radiant to do into those valuable HP that can actually clutch on moment
We're gonna
to
see a
save your
1v1 here,
teammates down.
Infinity.
Yeah, Pager actually has sights on Alvis, but Onion King will be there, so a 2v2 instead of a 1v1. Pager jumps in, that's really stun onto Onion King. Hookshot will
that's
not
not good.
do it, and that will be the stun
That's
to
not
follow up. Now that's gonna be out, but slain by Camille, traded back in first blood for MBR.
I don't really know what that was. A little bit overly aggressive there. You do not want to be burning all your spells to flash in unless you're sure you can get the kill. Because if not, Elvis is just gonna kill you on this Olaf. And what do we have here? Bit of a cheeky yank. It's gonna land the hook though.
Yeah, Hook followed up with the CC and Radiance dealing off massive amounts of damage. That's one shot left. Imagine having Airy though.
Yep, exactly. And that's why you take Airy. It's one shot away. That is so unfortunate, and he will just get away. Radiance, I actually didn't notice this, but he started the game off with a Ruby Crystal. So some pretty interesting itemization choices coming out from this guy over here. Let's see.
Shadow of Aegis?
Yeah, I don't really understand the rationale behind this, right? Maybe he just doesn't want to get one shot by Ari Riven.
Yeah, definitely, I think. He wants to be more sustainable, probably, up against Ari that can combo down Ziggs. So maybe that's the consensus that MBR is doing here. You know what? Let's just go for sustainability.
Yeah. And he's building towards Rod of the Ages. That's typically not what we see on Ziggs, right? You tend to want something like a Luden's Echo because you don't plan to be in the fight anyway, right? You want to be on the outskirts, throwing bombs in. So this is pretty interesting here from Radiance, giving himself a little bit more survivability. If he does get charmed up, if Riven jumps on his head, he's gonna be a little bit more tanky. So that's a pretty nice itemization choice. It's just a bit curious because if his teammates cover him, oh look at this.
That difficult situation though. Earlier, going for the ultimate onto
Flashed
Papa. David with a body block actually saves down Papa. No damage will follow up. MBR will not get the kill down, but here into the mid lane is a different story as Radiance is gonna get pinned down. Sad to charge away. Not gonna be doing that as Yazzie will actually get the kill down, but in trade, you have Action going for the 1-for-1.
Yeah, Elia and Tobu, it seems like they're everywhere right now. I've lost count of the number of times they got mid. What is this?
Oh, almost one shot left to kill down David.
Oh,
as Arthur
no.
flashes in, that's gonna do the kill down, but Papa will get the kill, so that will be the support for ADC.
It is indeed, and that's a little bit unfortunate. They flew a bit too close to the sun there. Look at Onion God though.
Yeah, Pager actually jumps in with a stun. But good hook shot. That almost got through because Pager went in for the stun, but he followed up quickly, so MBR. Onion King's still gonna be alive.
Onion King is indeed, and that's gonna be a bunch of kills for MBR across the board, mostly in the bottom lane. A lot of it coming off of Alia and Tobu, right? But the problem is Alia, he went a little bit too overly aggressive, and that kind of is what got him punished there. I think the main thing we want to pay attention to right now is, well, actually, this all goes over to Pager. That's a bit curious to me. I feel like MBR, you're in the point in the game where you're so strong, you just want to contest every objective, but it seems like they don't care. They just want to destroy the bot lane, and that's the problem with Trash. Your crowd control is unreliable. If you don't land your hook, that's it, and Elvis just walks out.
Yeah, it's a walking champion that cannot give any CC for his teammates because the main key point of a Trash is to land those hooks so that you can combo down onto your E and your R, your ultimate, to be able to lock in onto those champions. So I think that will be the main key point that we need to look at later on, as you stated consistently that will be important. But here in top side, it's pretty much Onion King and Albert just smacking down each other, not getting that kill down.
Look at Onion King though, he's going for a bit of a roam. He has the Hextag ultimatum. Oh, that's not gonna work out. Yazi shoves the waves a bit too fast, but I think what we're starting to see is a bit of a scaling differential here in the Baron lane. Onion King is starting to kick in the hit of Albert, and that's gonna be some, quite a concerning point.
Now here it is though. We're talking about the same player. We're talking about the same champion.
Nice
Explosive
dodge.
catch pushed him back away, but Hextech ultimatum will bring him down and will lock him. MBR gets killed.
But SVP, they're trading on the other side of the map. Rift Herald gets popped now. They will get this turret, I think.
Yeah, it's a 3-man roam with the Rift Herald charge. Easy takedown onto the tower for his blood. But
Nice
into
hook.
the mid lane, good hook, good
Really good
CC.
stuff.
That's
Yeah.
gonna get that kill down onto Yazzie. Pager jumps into the fight alongside with Papa with a killer instinct, trying to get that kill down. Riven with her triple stun gets that kill. Top B will be followed up. Double for SVP.
And we always talk about Xin Zhao Lulu, aggressive jungler plus Lulu. We're seeing exactly that here with Riven and Lulu. He jumps in, gets the double knockup, gets the Lulu, what would you call it? Humongify? Gigantify? I'm not sure the exact name, but he buffs him up, makes him big, double knocks up once again. And SVP, they just cleaned up the fight. It looks like they want more.
Ooh, Flash ready to be burnt though. Missed that. That will just be it. No follow-up, no trade for MBR for that. Currently, both teams are even when it comes to gold. So this is looking very, very close for this game number 2 of the series.
Yeah, it's a super close game, and I'm quite surprised it's even this close, right? And I think the mistake that we really saw start to turn the game around really comes down to when Alia dived the turret and gave the shutdown over to Papa. They used that tempo window to get their foot back in the door, and they used that to just hit the bot lane turret. They used Rift Herald, they broke the turret. A bunch of players went over to Papa, and now he's sitting, 500, 600 gold up on his counterpart here. And this is SVP starting to snowball the game a little bit in their favor. They're trying to tempo it. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3-0 Kaisa. Scaling is going to be very hard hitting later on. He has already secured BRK, Executioner's Calling, and a BF Sword. So attack damage is going to be exponential here.
Oh, nice.
But here into the bot side, we did not see it, but they get the kill onto Pager.
Yeah, it's a little bit curious that it's a jungler that's the one holding the wave. I don't think it really makes a difference either way, right? You still kill whoever shows up. This is really nice from MBR. Use the Super Mega Inferno Bomb to just kill the wave, and the... Oh, what is this though?
Oh, whoa, Flash coming in from Radiance, actually just dealing off massive amounts of damage, but not gonna be enough though to bring down them, but Hook will connect onto Albert, no follow-up.
Okay, you know what, Infinity? I'll take that back. That was not really nice. It started off really nice, and I don't know what happened. Radiance tried to run it in. Unfortunately, Elvas will not be able to get in time, and that's just gonna be the end of the fight there. It was a good attempt, though, but Albert does save his team with his disengage there. It's gonna be a pretty even game, and I think we're talking about how big this Kaiser is, right? It's also important to point out he has an Ardent Sansa Lulu in his back pocket as well, so that's gonna be a very scary Kaiser. Look at this. Albert just around the world.
He just circles down. He just wants to greet down his enemy team. Just says hi. He goes bye-bye with the lantern. So That's gonna be a safe play for MBR, but SVP though, starting onto the Cloud Dragon and MBR, still splitting up. So 2 onto the bot side, 2 into the mid lane, and 1 on top lane. So I think this will be in huge favor for SVP to take down the Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, it is indeed. And this is just going to be Paygo trying to start a fight. Look at this, though.
Up damage. That's getting the ultimate from Tobu. Going for the slow on the Pager, but Wild Growth saves his life. Huge sustainability down. And now that's going to follow up for Pager once again. Jumps in with a stun down. But look at the hooks. Gets the security onto Yazzie. That's the kill for MBR.
Yeah, and Onion King's around the back as well. I think he might want more here. He doesn't want to let them recall.
Yeah, Onion King goes in for the sweep. Gets the kill down from Alves. He jumps in under the turret. He doesn't care about the damage coming up. And now Albert, the only one remaining into the mid lane to defend. Well, MBR constant push, constant aggression.
I love this. Look at Elvis. He's just tanking the turret so the last minion doesn't die so they can take the turret. Super nice stuff from MBR. Everyone knowing their roles, knowing what they need to do. The whole team fight. Radiance was just ignoring the front line, ignoring Paygo, and he was just chucking bombs into the back line. Super good game here from MBR. I think they're demonstrating that they really know what roles they need to fulfill across the board, and this has been a very impressive game from them.
Definitely impressive. I mean, a while ago it was MVP who was controlling the game, but they came back big time. MBR came back in a huge engagement, get those kills up and running, and now the difference is 5k gold lead now for MBR, which a while ago, minutes ago, it was even for both teams.
It was even slightly in favor of SVP, right? So it was a pretty nice comeback there from MBR off the back of a really good team fight. And the difference there is the way they executed it. MBR, they want to play front to back. They want to look for picks. They want to let Ziggs throw bombs at you in a choke. Whereas SVP, they need to be playing, I don't know what I just saw there, Infinity, but...
yeah, I think that was like Q 2 times to try and knock up onto Thresh, but it failed. After the blast
he faced
cone
the wrong
was
direction. Yeah. And Paygo, once again, he tries, but he gets flayed away, and that's going to be his broken blade used for nothing.
Oh, but Pager actually jumps in once again. Triple knock-up, triple stun coming down. Wild Growth to follow up with the sustainability. Satchel Charge will not save Radiant's life. That's going to be the kill for SVP.
And somehow it ends up working, right? But all the while this is happening, look at the bottom lane. Onion King, he's going to start working on this inhibitor.
Yeah, just push. Get that inhibitor turret.
Nice
get that open
stuff.
space. Natural lane pressure, but look at Talia into the mid lane. So much damage against Pager.
Yeah, a bunch of damage, and they are going for Yazzie right now. He stayed a bit too long. His team is all based.
That Hextech Ultimatum actually almost killed down Pager at 1 HP left as we saw the picture-in-picture. But here on top lane, it's going to be Yazzie pinned down, 2v1, Charmin from Thresh, but Alyer is just going to go in from the ropes, from the heaven, down from the skies, kills down Yazzie.
Yeah, I'm really impressed here by Elia and Tobu. Tobu has been heat-seeking with these hooks, and Elia as well. He's been doing a lot of DPS on Akshan, a champion which is typically quite difficult to do a lot of DPS with because of how short-ranged you are in these 5v5 team fights. Pega and Albert have not quite been able to find him just yet, and they've just been playing so extremely well. I am extremely impressed here by Elia and Tobu, and if they keep this performance up, I think MBR, they might be able to start turning things around.
Definitely. I mean, currently they're leading with a 6k gold lead. They just need to continue this amount of pressure, this amount of lead that they're doing up against SVP, so that they can balloon up this sort of advantage into more of it, so that SVP doesn't really have any more chance to be able to make it for a comeback, because currently there's still an opportunity for SVP if they make it so that they get a Baron, the Elder Dragon even, to make it back, change the storyline. I think that is what SVP wants, or get a very, very good team fight out against MBR.
Yeah, but look at the power of Ziggs right now. He just throws some grenades into the chokehold, and you cannot walk past. Tobu, you know, the cast is because we said he's heat-seeking, and he missed.
Yeah, but now SVP collapses onto the Dragon Hook shot. Actually goes away for Alyer. Hextech Ultimatum with a Stasis Enchant. Locks down onto Papa. Low HP. But SVP gets a turnaround. Gets a kill onto Alyer. And now to follow up, it's going to be Alves next. It's Onion King at 1 HP as well. Not gonna get the kill, but what SVP takes is the tier 1 turret mid lane.
Yeah, and that's honestly a really big one. It opens up so much of the map. I'm really surprised that Papa could survive there. He just dashes in, right? He runs into Onion King to try to do damage to him. The Hextech Ultimatum does lock him down, cancels his killer instinct. But he's tanky enough to be able to survive thanks to his barrier, thanks to David on this Lulu keeping him safe. And look at that, Jonya's Hourglass being picked up now. Pega, Yazi, as well as Papa, they all have it. They're all going to be using the stasis to dodge out on the Hextech Ultimatum. It's going to be a pretty hard game here for Onion King. I think he wants to look to split push. And Dragon is still available, keep in mind.
Yeah, and it's Infernal Dragon, not just any dragon
Nice.
at the least. But MBR now actually initiates onto Albert, very low on HP.
Not nice.
That's gonna be Satchel Charge, not gonna be able to get that kill down though. And Mega Inferno Bomb lacking on damage, but here, Tobu gonna get charmed down, 1 HP left. Kaisa with a killer instinct into the backside, gets the kill down. Double for SVP, make it a triple as they kill one more. And now Pager jumping into the backside, gets the kill again.
Oh, no.
And it's only Alyer to be the only one left for MBR.
And Infinity, do you hear that sound? It sounds like a bit of a troll here for MBR. We talk about how their team fights, it's always gonna be hard with an Akshan, which is why I was saying I'm so impressed by Elia's ability to do damage in these team fights. But the moment Pega is strong, the moment David on this Lulu is buffing the Riven, they just run down the backline. Akshan cannot do anything. Trash is not a good team fighter. He's so useless in the late games. They did really well in the early mid game, but they didn't fight enough.
And look at this, it's another one. Yazzie goes in for the charm onto Alyer, but actually might get killed here. Oh, Stasis and chat. What a clutch from Yazzie.
It is indeed, and that's another heartbreaker for Alia. Misses his hook shot on the wall as well for good measure, so pretty upsetting stuff here for MBR. And we're seeing a bit of a roller coaster in the gold graphs here, Infinity, as SVP, they once again reclaim the gold lead with a Baron buff.
Yeah, and this is what we're saying a while ago, right?
Yep.
SVP just needs to win one team fight. They could turn it around, get the Baron, and get the Dragon. And now they're leading at 1k gold lead. A while ago, they were at a 5k gold deficit.
They were indeed, and off the back of 2 winning team fights, they turn it around, they get the Dragon, they get the Baron, they're gonna get some turrets as well, and I'm quite interested by how Pager is applying pressure on the side lanes here. They know that Gragas cannot match Camille anymore at this point in the game, so they're sending Riven to do it. I'm not a fan of the way that Elia has been using his Akshan ultimates to try to poke, because the damage scales off of missing health, so he's barely doing a tick of damage. I mean, 1 auto attack would do more than their full channel ulti, so I think it's a little bit curious, it's a little bit interesting, and it's gonna be quite hard now for MBR to play this stage of the game out. It really comes down to can Onion side lane successfully.
Yeah, especially given that SVP has so much body block, so much heal from their champions. Alyer needs to save that ultimate for those key moments, but SVP now pressuring into mid lane though. Goes in for the 4-man roam. Kaisa very low on HP, but Wildgrowth saves his life. The hook is actually quite great, and Papa is on low HP. They need to get this, they need to take down onto Albert and Papa. Very low on HP. Look at the flash coming from Albert.
Pago's in the backline.
Just so much to happen, and now it's going for the 1v1. Papa versus Alyer.
This is an end.
SVP takes him down.
They could maybe try to end here. At least 2 inhibitors. They had the cannon Infinity.
Yeah, definitely. Even though if the Onion King going to the backside, Hexe ultimatum locks down onto David, very low on HP. That's gonna be trying to follow up, but he falls down. Onion King follows up with another. That's gonna be the double kill. But Papa is there. Yazi with a charm puts him down. And MBR, it's only Radiance left to defend.
They can do this.
While SVP is pushing down.
Yeah, they're gonna try to look for that.
Look at Yazi with a Spirit Rush, with the charm actually gets a kill down. And SVP turns it around, gets the second game of this series, 1-1 against MBR.
And that was a really, really good early game there from the side of MBR. They fell a bit behind, but in the mid game, they reclaimed their footing. They looked to take the game, and a lot of that was from Alia as well as Tobu. They played so well in these skirmishes on the Akshan, on the Trash. But the problem is when we got to these 4-on-5v5 team fights, they could not find enough. We saw how unimpactful this Akshan and Trash could be in the 5v5s. Kaisa with the Lulu buffs just ran them down. Pager on this Riven as well well. It's a bit of a scaling gap. And honestly, I'm a bit disappointed because I think Onion King, he could have done a bit more in the side lanes that game. At the end of the day, though, that is going to be a tied up 1-1. And we did say that we are looking at these two teams to possibly not make it out of Group A. And it seems like that's what we might be seeing.
Yeah, they're very, very close when it comes to these two teams' power. But with that said and done, let us throw this to the analyst desk to give us more information on what just happened in that series.
Thank you so much, Infinity and Infinity Senior, in a way. They look like twins over there. Thanks so much, guys. And yes, there you have it. SVP able to make that comeback. It is now a 1-1. They both win, MBR and SVP. But I am really eager to hear your thoughts and how you're gonna phrase exactly your thoughts on the panel desk, because I know this is a really confusing match to watch. I have to admit, I wasn't really sure which way it was going to go. There were so many potentials for comebacks on either side, and especially in game 2. So Jess, I'm really eager to hear your thoughts on this, on how SVP was able to make that comeback. And but again, like MBR previously, it wasn't exactly a very definitive win.
Yeah, as almost said, I do think that Camille should have done more Onion King from his side, because he had such a big lead, 3 or 4k this game. I'm not really sure, but when you got the Camille, the side, you get both the team fight pressure from her ultimate and the side lane split pushing. So now I think it's really weird that the SVP is able to come back at all. And the 6 is so good at preventing the enemy from taking the objective, right? So I just confused about this game.
I know you're confused. I'm confused too, my dear friend. I think just like how our dear casters have thrown it over to us, it feels like MBR throw the lead and just give this game over to SVP because of their positioning in some of all these team fights, and heading to the late game scaling is not going to look all too well, especially when they are behind. And with the Baron power play in effect, you don't really have too many members of MBR that can handle the wave pressure. And when you have that pressure, who possibly is a CC machine, you always need to ensure that you keep this Akshan alive. And not only keep it alive, you also do need that damage output coming from the Camille, which I think because of that split priorities, that is not well managed or well balanced between the synergies of the rest of the teammate. I felt that there's just a little bit of disconnect that felt MBR could have actually won so many of these team fights, but without the presence of that Camille, they can't do so.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that. We were talking about how it didn't exactly feel like either team really presented a united front, and then there was Onion King was forcing the split push. Did a lot of progress on it, but it begs the question: would it have been better if he was present in the team fights? Because I do think that that ultimate would have been so useful in so many scenarios, especially when they were, as you mentioned, Contra, a little bit out of position. I have to say, on the side of MBR though, the Thresh did start out working really well for them. Jess, I know you have thoughts on how exactly it just came tumbling down for MBR, especially towards the later game.
Oh wow, Tobu played Thresh really well this game. The hook was on point. There was so many meaningful hook, and but the problem is Thresh. I said before we going into the game Thresh gonna crush Lulu laning phase, right? And then when it get to the late game, Thresh can't really handle Lulu at all. Even though you land hook on a Kai'Sa or Lulu, you can't do anything to them at a later stage of the game. So it really up to the entire team to do something about the Kai'Sa Lulu combination. But they also don't have the answer elsewhere, because Olaf cannot fight Kai'Sa late game as well. So they solely need to rely on Camille to win them the game.
Right,
Yeah.
and Contra, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this as well because MBR they did manage to adjust, especially since we saw their performance early on in the day. I believe that it was the second game that they had. They did manage to pick up the pace. They did manage to adjust what they had to, as we saw in that interview, of course. But yeah, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on how exactly MBR can, take it up a notch and really hone in on that focus, because I think if they manage to fix that, then their team fights are going to be so good.
Yeah, I think it's more of that team fight coordination portion that they just have to work on, because we saw how well they get those leads for Irelia, and with the comeuppance dealing a truck ton of damage in some of all these scenarios. Late game, it does not matter. You saw that 1v1 between the Ari and the Akshan. All she had to do, turns golden with the press of a button, and you just absolutely do no damage at all. So I think this became a huge issue in the late game, that there's not too much that can be offered, while Ziggs also went in for that Font of Life build, which we did talk on behind the scenes, where it definitely would be better if you actually start off with Ludens, but because you took the Font of Life, maybe you don't have that burstiness as a typical Ziggs would have actually offered.
Possibly not, but I do believe we have our MVP coming right up, and I think it was on the side of SVP this time. My vote was actually for Tovu on the Thresh, but we have Papa right here, and yes, Contra, it is, you checked your calendar earlier and it is no longer Father's Day, but it definitely is Papa's Day here at the SEA Championships with that 83.8 kill participation. Papa, like earlier we had Dai Ling. Papa is also another ADC, I feel like, that does quiet work, and you can't tell until it's too late and he has like all of the kills on the board. What are your thoughts on this player? We'll start with you, Jess.
Wow, such an amazing set. I do think that the stat says it all. Like the Q participation, especially like you're in ADC, you're in Baron laner. Dragon laner. You gotta farm and you gotta fight, but he got such a high like Q participation. Like it's really amazing that like he able to play this like late game carry, but also participate in many of the fights.
That is right, and I think we have a special guest joining us again here on the panelist, as we have a guest from SVP. I believe we have Pegor joining us. Congratulations on the win for on behalf of SVP, and congratulations to Pegor as well. And we'll have him on. Oh wow, excellent background over there. I'm quite envious that you guys get to stand. Pegor, I want to know how exactly you guys were able to come back in game 2.
皮哥，我想問下你哋啱啱係點樣可以贏翻呢場比賽？啱，因為你早期都係比較劣勢。
因為我哋好清楚，其實我哋打團咧，我哋個團戰係一定會贏對面嘅，所以對面佢哋採取嘅戰略就係不斷咁同我哋打啲陣地戰啦，係咁打我哋消耗或者做一啲拉扯，去靠一個炸彈人去做一個清兵嘅動作咁樣嘅，所以我哋就要不斷去揾機會去強開對面，去打一波正面團，咁每次打一波咁就基本上都會贏一次咁樣，咁慢慢個累積個優勢去逆轉翻。
We know that we have a better team composition, and as we all know that their team comp is more on focus on poking. So if we decided to like engage more on them, we will getting the advantage gradually.
Awesome. Contra, do you have a question for Pega?
Pego 你好, I do have a question here to of course ask. This is still one of the tough groups out there to get out from. So with the competition being so stiff between so many of all these teams, who do you actually look for to play against the most?
皮哥都知道啦，其實呢一組嘅好多隊伍嘅實力都非常之相近啦，好激烈啦。咁但係有冇話邊一隊你最想遇到咧？
其實我哋最想遇到就係我哋今日已經打過嘅 One Team 啦。咁因為其實 One Team 入邊都有一啲係我哋嘅朋友，咁就都識嘅。咁就都啱啱打完之後咧，咁都係非常之欣賞佢哋成個團隊嗰個營運咯，都走得好好咁樣。咁雖然啱啱嗰個輸咗啦，但係咁就我哋可以都喺佢哋身上都學到唔少嘢咁樣。咁就希望下一次再戰嘅時候咧，咁就有機會同佢哋再打成均勢咁樣。
The favorite team that we wanted to face is actually the opponent we have already faced, one team. Actually, we are quite befriended with some of their teammates, and we do really appreciate some of their macros and strategies in the game. And we hope that in upcoming future we can perform better and try to win them.
And a final question for you, Pegor. Of course, you guys had that experience with the Summer Super Cup. How different is it now coming into the SEA Championship?
上次你都代表香港參加呢個嘅夏季超級杯啦。咁今次嚟到呢個嘅SEA Championship，你哋心態上或者成個感受有咩唔同啊？
我哋自從經歷咗上次嘅比賽之後啊，咁我哋好榮幸可以再參加今次嘅SEA Championship 咁樣，咁就好明白到其實今次係即係嗰個大家即係唔同嘅隊伍啦，經歷咗2個月嘅訓練之後啦，都強咗非常之多。咁我哋就希望我哋都可以喺嚟緊嘅接下來嘅比賽都可以爭取一啲更好嘅成績咁樣啦，睇下有冇機會去出線。
First of all, we feel so privileged to represent Hong Kong again in this SEA Championship, and we feel like after this couple of months, all teams from different regions is getting better and better, and we feel a little bit struggle of it, but we'll still try our best, and we hope we can win the rest of the matches.
Well, congratulations to you, Pegor. You guys have come a long way indeed. We wish you the best of luck in your future matches.
SVP 加油!
Thank you.
Gotcha here just cheering over SVP. Now, of course, that was really interesting. Of course, they have that, close relationship with one team, which I think is really interesting. If they come across them, of course, here in the group stages, and it might prove to be advantageous, I guess, to the side of SVP, given that they know that one team very well. But up next, we do have one team, and they will be up against Team Secret. We're gonna be right back.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
to the C Championship. Amika Fabs over here leading the panel desk. And now with What the Jess and Skimmy taking a break from his awesome casting and joining us for the panelist desk. And previously, we just saw, hey, there's Skimmy. We just saw MBR meeting their match finally in SVP. They tied the series with a 1-1. Now, coming right up, I'm getting really nervous for this one. It is Team Secret versus One Team. And yes, this match has me so worried for, of course, obvious reasons, sole representatives of the Philippines here, Philippine region, here in the C Championship, especially since, you know, One Team, they have been looking, oh my god, so good, so good. During the Summer Super Cup, there's an interesting scenario here. During the Summer Super Cup, Team Secret lost to Cerberus Esports from Vietnam, and then One Team dominated Cerberus Esports. So if you like rock, paper, scissors it, this could possibly be Team Secret. I'm complicating things, but Skimmy, you're like nodding as if
I'm
like,
nodding.
You know,
No,
yeah,
I'm giving you all the information
serious.
you need. Absolutely. No,
Yeah.
I'm 100% on board
Skimmy.
with this analogy. You talk about one comparison, then there's the aftermath, and you go, yeah, that's how we're going to compare these regions. That's how we're going to, you know, understand teams. And look, you know what? Maybe a few months have gone by, maybe a few metas have changed, and champions have become better or worse. And no, I'm fully on board with that. You know, you're nervous for the Philippines. I was nervous for OST, and they decided to withdraw from the competition. So they kept me on here to be that OST representative. So, you know, lots to be nervous about.
Yeah, congratulations, Skimmy, for being the sole representative for
We've done it.
the Oceania region. Yes, congratulations to you. But Jess, yes, I'm so eager to hear your thoughts on this matchup. One Team, they have been looking so dominant here. Team Secret, of course, they have been dominant in the Philippine region. Looking back at the Summer Super Cup, though, they didn't exactly do as well as I think we would have liked, and at least I think that as much as they would have liked either.
Yeah, but I do think that Team Secret got something up their sleeve for sure. Like back when preseason, this team is like the team that is the most unpredictable because like they really love to play off meta champions so much, and that throw the opposition off guard like so many times. So I was really curious like if one could able to handle like this kind of strategy that Team Secret will come up with.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, there is a lot of pressure. They are carrying that, you know, international banner going in here in the C Championship. Skimmy, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this as well, especially since One Team, we have seen them since the start of the day. They have been looking oh so good. It seems like whatever they were building on from the summer season, they have just enhanced it coming now into the summer C Championship.
Yes, and it looks to be the case, right? Off to a good start here. Maybe not as perfect as I would have hoped for. The play-ins buff working against him clearly, which you do love to see. Teams get themselves a chance to figure out what's strong and what's not, but One Team then have answered back with conviction. They've drafted some strong champions. They've shown that the hype is to be believed and that they do have some star, you know, pop-off players. I mean, I've been really enjoying Kid in particular. Only dropped 2 deaths so far. He's been spamming that Riven. We saw, I think I actually got to cast a game with Riku where he went for the 1v3 top side, then backed up by the rest of the team, and it looks oh so good. And it just feels like in the C Champs we are so stacked with these really good junglers and top laners.
Yeah, definitely. We were just talking about how it's pretty much a Baron lane showdown right now for day one. A lot of strong Baron laners over here. On the side of Team Secret, that would be Azar, and he is going to have to step up quite a lot. And, you know, coming into our champ select, of course, I'm wondering what exactly, you know, Team Secret, they have a lot of information now on how One Team plays, especially watching the previous matches. What can they do to get that advantage against One Team coming into the draft?
Yeah, obviously they store a bit of their hand, One Team, because they need to play like matches before Team Secret. So I do think that Team Secret will get the upper hand in the draft. So I'm just like really want to see how where they're gonna punish the picks that One Team gonna like pick.
Yeah, just give me a Fizz mid, maybe give me an Evelyn top, perhaps a Vayne top. Just give me some spice. You touched on it already, Jess, right? Some of these champions that are really good at. The Katarina, is it going to get banned? Because we know that Tatsuri will play it if need be. The Yasuo can be flexed between mid and top. I mean, this is such an exciting team for me that you have all these pocket picks that can be off meta, right? And you're talking about meta and yada and all that boring information. It's cool, it's nice, but you know, when a team comes out here, certainly can thrive in a best of 2 format where you don't have enough time to adjust or ban out everything. And yeah, you sort of go back to the drawing board, have a good night's sleep, and wake up and hope that it was all just a nightmare.
Yeah, exactly. You know, once the game starts, once you're in the Rift, then suddenly all of that fancy stuff just goes down the drain. You just gotta play the best game that you can. And right now, our job over here, our game over here is to predict this matchup. And of course, I am unashamedly going for Team Secret right here. I believe Rico is backing me up. But I do understand why a lot of you guys are favoring one team. I am shocked. I am appalled, by the way, that Infinity has gone with one team. I saw the spreadsheet. Infinity. We have to talk later. We have to talk later. I am shocked. Shocked indeed. But yes, one team, they are incredibly scary. And they are looking like, you know, the team to beat right now in Group A. Buriram Esports not too far behind. Team Secret, though, it is their first match of the day. So we're gonna see if they can actually set the bar high and possibly maybe get in between, you know, one team and Buriram United Esports. Maybe they'll settle themselves over there. You know, going into our champ select, Skimmy, you talked about unpredictable, you know, sort of spicy champions coming in there. I love that too. I have to say though, Team Secret, coming into the fall season, they were kind of like staying safe a little bit. What do you think, you know, going up against one team, you know, how far do they actually have to take that spice, especially since it has been their quality since the summer season?
I'm curious because I feel like a lot of these teams are coming game one a little bit cold, a little bit unsure as to how they want to play things. I suppose the benefit, as you've already raised, the fact that they've had, you know, the information, they've been able to sit back, relax and already start their competition now. So if they can utilize that as an efficient buff in a regard of, okay, this is what we want to play, then I don't know if they necessarily need to bust out any spice. Perhaps they could just go for the classic age-old fizz in the mid lane, counter-pick these, you know, these control mages and say that you can't get away with just, you know, farming on a Ziggs or an Orianna. I feel like the spice will potentially come in this bottom lane where they can draft the Senna, for instance, or combine it with the likes of Alexa or Garen.
Yeah, and here we are in our champ select right now between Team Secret and one team. And right off the bat, Gragas and Twisted Fate being banned out. And the Galio, I feel like this is going to, you know, James has plays a great Galio. So does you. So I think, like, you know, none of these teams, they just don't want to deal with it.
We're waiting out for the Camille.
I feel like, you know, Azar right now, he does run that Darius coming in to this matchup. I feel like, you know, there's... Yeah. There you go. That's Camille.
Just keeps getting pinched. It's just crazy to me that this champion can be let through so often, and there's a big preference, right, towards like the Gragas and the Galio. Like, I understand the Galio more so than anything, but it's opening up the option for the Riven, for the Lee Sin as response as well. You know, the Rakan is also there, which seems to be a staple. But we have seen the Rakan, I suppose, punished a lot more, Jess, right? The fact that, you know, Singed and so on's coming out here to make it very difficult for the Rakan to be as safe as early on in the draft.
Yeah. And I want to point that out, like, if you pay attention to like today, like against one team, almost all of the team banned their Krakas. Like I do want to say that both Flash Wolf and one team played a really great Krakas. Like they're one of the best. Like if you not ban their Krakas, you're gonna have a tough time for sure.
Orianna coming in for Team Secret. But yeah, interesting thing about the Gragas, I do remember possibly one of my favorite performances on the Gragas was from Boom Esports with Gov and just doing amazing, wonderful things with the explosive cast. Going back into this one though, we have Team Secret, we have the Darius. Interesting, very interesting indeed. On the side of one team though, what I feel like this is going to rely heavily on the support side, especially since James is sort of like the one who the team rallies around. What do you think will one team bring out in order to counter that?
Wow. Oh, they're gonna bring out the Vi, so it's like, wow. I actually Vi is questionable champion because not many teams like to play Vi anymore, right? They often go for like Jarvan, something along that line, or Olaf, but yeah.
Vi just feels like to me like that solo queue stomping champion, right? Like it just feels a little bit awkward at times in competitive, but like if it gets ahead right, it just pops off.
Yeah. And Vi can shut down something like Camille and Darius as well.
Yep, that is right. And you know, on the side of Team Secret, it seems like again it's going to rely heavily on the leadership of Hamaz early on in the Icon Series Philippines. You know, when Hamaz had to sit out in a few games, we actually saw how it almost fell apart for Team Secret. So he really is the rallying point. One team, though, I have a feeling they're going to catch on to that. They're going to catch on to that. So I feel like, you know, this is going to be a hot target here for one team. Irelia, though, this is interesting. Any comments on this, Skimmy? We'll start with you.
I mean, this is just wild to me, right? You're drafting triple melee. It should be an absolute field day for the likes of a Luda to try and shut down. But I mean, certainly could be pretty big for the Ziggs if he gets strong enough to like look to shut them all down, prevent them actually forcing their hand, especially if their flashes are down. Going to be very difficult for them to Team Secret to play around this. I'm wondering what direction they go for the support, because you're imagining now it's just going to be the Orianna ADC, which teams are getting more and more adept at and are more keen to sort of flex and sort of throw your hand against. So I'm trying to figure out what support they'd go for, because I imagine they're just going to go for more engaged, and I guess Fresh is the answer.
Yeah, very nice pick. Like it's good against Lulu, as I said, and yeah, they just like going in.
Yeah, and you know what? Right now, Thresh seems to be a hot pick, a hot option for a lot of teams. You know, I feel like, you know, Thresh isn't exactly too much of a comfort pick for Hamaz, but I'm eager to see what he does with this champion. Side of one team, though, they will be bringing out, drum roll please, under the support as we wrap up our champ select. You know, it's interesting here on the side of Team Secret. You brought out, you know, this composition over here, and on the side of one team, they have something that seems to be very, very standard. Is this one team testing the waters for Team Secret, or do they just want to end this quickly? What do you think, Skimmy?
I feel like one team are just looking to try and draft, something standard, receive the pressure that Team Secret are throwing their way, and almost say that, well, it's game on for you, because sure, the Varus is banned, and Varus is one of the best answers to a composition like this, but the brand has been available, and it's a nice pick that even I've forgotten about coming out here in that final 5th position. Did I decide to go for it? I mean, obviously you could talk about the bouncing around and you know, the Pyroblast is putting in a ton of damage, but the Ari wouldn't be too bad as well. Guess it's not going to be all the same in terms of what it offers, but certainly gives you a lot of pick potential of Team Secret to try and roam and hit you from those flanking angles.
Yeah, Jess, any comments on the draft so far?
I do think that Ari is the best pick here, because like when the Team Secret try to initiate with Thresh or Camille, they can look for the opportunity to like counter attack with the charm and like the rest of the damage.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting indeed, and this is going to be like, you know, this is going to be a tall order for Team Secret. As we have mentioned, one team are basically the group to beat for Group A. So a lot of teams, one team, of course, they have that, you know, big target on their back, especially coming in as the runner-up for the Summer Super Cup. But Team Secret, they did mention how they really do have their eye on Worlds. They really do have their eye on that championship, especially since it eluded them during the Summer Super Cup. So again, they are going to be out for that second chance, that second shot at that championship. It's going to be really interesting indeed, and of course, I have Team Secret's back over here, but I have to say, really scared for one team as they face up against the top team so far in Group A. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika, and here we are. Welcome everyone to Team Secret versus one team for their very first game in this series, and Omo, we have a lot of interesting picks here coming down to the first game.
We do indeed, Infinity, and this is exactly what we expected from a matchup as hyped as Team Secret and one team. When we looked at the schedule for day one, we looked up and down and we said that this is probably gonna be the best match that we're gonna see. So we have a lot of expectations here, and I hope we don't get let down, but it looks like we're gonna see a bit of a spicy start to this one.
Yeah, a lot of early roams into the mid lane. Look at Hamaz.
He knows he's there.
Ready up. He's up, he's there. That's gonna be the CC. Ninja 7, a lot of damage down, but not gonna get that kill. But this is a statement that Team Secret wants. We want all-in pressure. We want to delay how you scale up.
Yeah, exactly, and it's off to a great start, off to the races. Budding the flash from Ninja 7 just means that when Hamas hits level 2, he can have legitimate kill threat here onto the Ziggs Lulu bottom lane. Typically, an Ori lane, it's quite a slow one, it's quite a passive one, but with the lead that they've gotten already and with the support counterpick, that could definitely swing in the other direction as well. I like how aggressive Chewy and Hamas are trying to play down here, but let's talk a little bit about the rest of the map, right? We see, oh, level 2 though, look out for the hook. Oh, very,
it's
very
gonna miss.
nice. Very
Yeah.
nice there from Siu.
Such a charge with a lot of CC onto Ham is supporting with the damage as well. And this is what Eri does. In a Ziggs, a lot of damage coming through in the early game.
Indeed, a lot of damage in the early game, and we see Trevor here trying to help Tatsuri push the wave in. That's one of the downsides of this Irelia in the mid lane. You don't really have control of the wave. You can't really push in the short lane up against the Ari. That's very nice, just farming out the wave with her E, and that's going to be Scuttlecrab here in the bottom side heading over to Trevor. Because Azar, he's going to be playing weak side now, right? So he's going to, I say that, but he's doing a lot of damage to Kid.
Yeah, he froze the wave near his turret, so he is pretty much safe. And top of all that, he has Apprehend. He has a lot of mid-range damage
He's got
based on his
barrier.
skill kit, right? And also barrier as well. Really just try and pressure down Kid, and I think that is exactly what he wants. And look at that. He recalls Kid, force him away.
Would you
look
look
at
at
Group A so far.
Yeah, would you look at that, Infinity? We have a bit of a scoreboard going on here. Of course, one team, they did split the map. They did split one series 1-1. And look at this roam from Hamas coming from a pretty cheeky angle here. Not going to find anything. We'll just go back to the bottom lane. But yeah, I'm quite impressed by Buriram United today. You know, I think they might honestly be front runners in the group here from what we've seen. They've played against the bottom teams. That is true. But we have to point out that they looked very, very clean, even up against Team Flash, who are no slouches as well. So I wouldn't even be surprised if we see Buriram United pull out a top 2 in this group. We'll have to see how Team Secret do though. Hook missing again from Hamas.
What a clutch coming in from Siu. That was close. If Pixie wasn't there, he could have been killed.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. He misses the hook. He hasn't been hitting many of these, but credits to Siu, right? He's been doing very well to sidestep it, but Hamas has been very aggressive as well with his hooks, with his flays rather, and has been doing a lot of work with them. He's gonna just shove this wave out here, and they're just gonna be able to get a nice little reset in, get the tempo going in their favor. But a pretty even game so far here, Infinity. Oh,
Yeah,
Trevor not
definitely.
seeing that one.
Yeah, so close, so close. He was just beside it. He wasn't able to see it, but this is the time, 3-minute mark into the game, that we all have that ultimates up. Maybe not for the supports, for Hamis, for Team Secret, for Stew, for one team, but this is where everything starts. This is where the clash, the party happens for this game. As you look at 3-man roam coming from one
This
team.
is cheeky. He smells it though. Look at Azar. He knows he's the weak side.
Whoa!
Oh, well.
Flash with a bolt breaker actually puts down Azar. Apprehend, double man knock up, but that will be the first blood for one team. Kills down Azar.
Really, really nice there from Cienio. I thought the play was over. I thought Azar got out. He was playing it so safe. It seemed like he smelt it. He had a bit of a sixth sense. But Cienio with the punch, flash, and the Lulu to back him up. And that's going to be a nice little first blood pickup there. I actually wonder who got the kill. I think it would be really nice if Riven got it. Get him to a bit of a lead. Yeah, there we go. He has the full Black Cleaver. It's close to about like 600 gold lead. So he's going to be sitting pretty happy right now. And if he keeps finding these tempo, if he keeps finding these good traits, the top lane could be a serious concern here for Team Secret. It's going to be with Herald started out though.
And Team Secret starting this up, and I think they need this. They want this because this alleviates some of the gold value that they have lost up against one team in this game number 1. However, they're trading this for an Infernal Dragon. So when it comes to later on, when it comes to scaling, one team has that edge with that 6% damage, the bonus increase with Infernal Dragon for one team esports.
Yeah, and I would say the even bigger thing here is that Tatsuri cannot farm. He has nowhere to go. That's always going to be a bit of a heartbreaker. We do see the Herald drop on the other side of the map. That means that they will... Actually, they didn't even use the Herald, I believe. They do just raise the turret down first. So that's going to be really nice with Team Secret. If they can use the Herald to break mid lane, that is going to be extremely huge here. Because typically, when you play against Ari and Ziggs, you basically never get to touch mid lane turret. So saving the Herald is going to be really nice. Alternatively, they have the option to use it in the bottom lane as well and try to get a pick with Trevor and Tatsuri on aggressive champions like this Camille and Irelia.
Yeah, and they could use it when the next dragon comes up because it gives you a lot more value coming down to it. It gives you just a split manpower coming from one team. So I think there are multiple choices that Team Secret has or can do with that Rift Herald for later on. But so far, we're currently looking at one team dominating, or not dominating, but getting that lead here up against Team Secret with around 500 gold. Not that much. We're still in the early game, but so far they're showing up big time when it comes to those aggression that they're doing constantly up against Team Secret.
Yeah, and I think that when we see these even games, what we always have to talk about is scaling, right? Who outscales, who scales better. If we go even into the mid to late game, who's going to benefit from that? And honestly, if you look at this game, I say it's pretty even. You have an Ori Ziggs trade-off on one side, you have Irelia who scales a bit better than Ari, you have Riven who scales a bit better than Darius, but conversely, you have Camille who scales a bit better than Vi. I would say the big point of contention here is that Lulu is going to be way more impactful than Trash, right? That's kind of what we saw last game as well, right? Trash is going to be useful now, but he's going to be pretty lackluster later on as the game progresses. So I think Hamas, he needs to be finding a little bit more here in the early stages of the game, needs to be more active with his roams, but I also understand his worry that if you leave Chewie alone here on the Orianna, he's just going to get jumped on by Vi.
Yeah, and that's the trade-off, right? Having an AP bot laner, you don't really have that mobile.
Yeah, we are gonna raise this here, boys. We're gonna see Azar just going to the mid lane, respecting. And I really like what we're seeing from both of these teams. They know when they're the weak side, and they respect that. They back away. They don't force the plays. They don't try to greed for the waves. They know when they can and cannot touch waves. And that's why we don't see any gold lead exploding. We just see both of these teams being very respectful of when they can do what. And that's really nice to see. This is a pretty high caliber game, although I have to admit it's a bit of a resident sleeper one, but both of these teams playing very well.
Yeah, I think they're playing the patience game. Yep. We need to be very, very cautious on what we do and what we don't want to do, because one mistake can change the whole game into one side or another. So I think this is what Team Secret and one team is thinking. You know what? We do not want to have that huge risk with huge rewards, but more so have that low risk with huge rewards.
Yeah, low risk with potentially huge rewards, right? And Trevor here, he's gonna be a bit in a 1v3, but he's just gonna be able to get away from this one. I do think as well, right? We have to point out that both of these teams, you have to remember, they are fighting for first place here. When we talk about who's likely gonna top Group A, we typically list Team Secret as well as one team. Now that BRU have been playing so extremely well, I think they're in the running as well. But don't forget that these teams, they want to fight for as high a placing as they can. Because if we look at Group B, look at how stacked Group B is. Remember that the way you perform in groups will directly impact your playoff opponents. So if you get last in your group, you're going to face the first seed from the opposing group. That's not what you want. You don't want to fight SBTC. You don't want to fight EVOS. You want to place as high as you can. That's why each match has such high stakes here, Infinity.
Yeah, so much value for each individual series, and not even just series, and even individual games itself, because it counts up. But once again, here, Team Secret looks for a fight. Go for Trash, as that's gonna be one team taking down the support, and Tatsuri is locked into the middle of the fight. He gets killed down. That's gonna be one team getting the double here, as they don't get the third, but this is what they want. They get value out of that, and one team is now leading, and then they step forward for the Cloud Dragon.
One team, they set up first, they get into possession first, they are in the river first, and that means that when Team Secret walk in, when they try to face check, we kind of talked about this before, you're gonna have a true tank. Yeah, that was a bit nasty there. A bit of a tilter there for Tatsuri, I would say. Dying in that fashion, that's not what you want to see at all.
Yeah, imagine how Baya did that. Spirit Rush went in for the flash, charmed and Arbor Deception. Pretty much every combo that he could pick up to just kill down Chewie. And I think that was a worthy trade, even if he lost his flash, because it was a secured kill. And so far, when you're looking at the kill standings, 0 kills as of yet for Team Secret. And one team is leading in a huge margin in this game.
Yep. Infinity, it's all about sending the message. Baya there pressed like 6 buttons in a frame of half a second. That was very mechanically impressive. But the main thing for me is that, you know, he sent a message to Chewie. You are not safe anywhere. I can get you even under your tier 1 turret. And it is a bit of a lead here for one team, but it's not a game-breaking lead yet. Keep in mind what kind of champions you have on TS. Ooh, Baya forced the ultimate away.
Yeah, but he actually comes in once again. That's going to be the charm onto Tatsuri. With the Assault and Battery coming through from Xianyo onto one. But huge shockwave coming from Team Secret. Delays, disengage, one team forced to back away.
one team, they're bringing 5 people to the fight. They're trying to look for angles here. They want to go for Azar, but I think he's going to be slippery enough to get out. One team, they're grouping faster, they're grouping earlier, they're finding windows to make these plays. Team Secret unable to respond right now. So aggressive from one team. And we call back to the series we saw them play earlier today against Buriram, right? When they won the second game of the series, how did they do it? By playing aggressive, by playing fast, by finding tempo windows before your opponents are ready. And that's what they're doing again here today. Oh, sorry, I think it was against Team Flash, sorry, not Buriram.
And that aggression is not just any aggression, because they control this type of aggression, right? When you're looking at it, they go for this hyper-aggressive playstyle, they go for this hyper-engage, but once they know that they are at a disadvantage, they come back immediately, they retreat, because they don't want to give anything out of Team Secret, because if they do, that's just gonna give much more value for Team Secret to make it back into this game, into the series.
And if you look at how the team comps want to play out as well, one team, they have a lot of pick, they have a lot of catch. Vi does that so well, Ari does that so well, Cienio gets baited.
Yeah, Vi actually just flies through that game, flies over the wall with that Assault and Battery, but not gonna be able to get that kill down.
Yeah, death sentence missed. That's a problem there. And you know what I think happened, Infinity? I think he was jebaited a little bit by the XY axis, and that's kind of why he didn't manage to get the hook off. Yeah, we're having a bit of technical difficulties, but we are back as Chewy forced the flash away.
Oh, Kid! Actually,
oh no.
Goes in for the flash, goes in for the stun, not gonna be able to get the kill down. Kid with the wild growth, going for the 3v1 up against Azar, forces out the flash. Look at the backside come from Baya. Goes for the charm, will not connect though. That's the important thing for Team Secret now. But Kid into the backside, goes for the stun onto Trevor. Trevor hook shots onto Baya to go for the stun. But once again, the charm will connect into the backside with the Orb of Deception. That will be what Team wants in this game. But even if they did not get any kills, they got the tier 1 turret.
Exactly, Infinity. It's not the kills that matter. Keep in mind, one team, they have so much pick. They have so much long-range poke. That's exactly what they're doing. They're throwing out their spells from range. They're not overcommitting. They recognize when they can go in, when they have to pull away, and they do exactly that. They realize we don't need to kill you here. We just need to chunk you out, take your turrets, and Team Secret, what do we really need to see from them? Baron is up, Dragon is up in 10. We need to see Team Secret find an angle with these team fights. They can no longer let one team play at a distance, play front to back against them, because when you're playing a team comp like Darius, Camille, Irelia, you need to get on their backline, and that's the problem for Team Secret right now. They are not finding angles to do so, and that's why I was so skeptical about this trash pick. It doesn't give you any more access to the backline. It's just purely for skirmishing and lane dominance, and that's looking to be a problem. Look at the setup here from Team Secret. They need to find an angle.
Ooh, the charm though from Baya will not connect. But one team still continuing on to the Ocean Dragon. Team Secret needs to go for it, but will not be able to do so. Now Cianio with the Vault Breaker goes in with a knock-up onto Hammond's Satchel Charge to follow up. And Team Secret wants to fight this. 4-man Shockwave coming from Rihanna. And the Assault and Battery connects onto the mid laner. Tatsuri will fall down though. That will be the double kill for one team. As Vault Breaker flash in coming from Cianio once again. Gets another, and one team gets 4 out of that.
And what did we say, Infinity? You cannot front to back against one team's team composition. That's not what your comp wants to do. That's not what your comp should do. And that's the exact problem. Katsuri tries to run it in. It doesn't quite work out. Siu with the exhaust just shuts him down. And the members of one team, they kite out the team fight so well. They play the edges, the limits of the team fight so well. They get on the backline, they get the picks where they can. And that means that Team Secret, they get wiped. And that's Baron going over to one team. Trevor, Chewy, Azar even, they all still have their flashes available, but they can't do anything. The zone control, the crowd control coming out from one team, it's just too good.
Yeah, once they come in, you have Kid with the stun and also the knock-up. Cianio with a Vault Breaker and Assault and Battery. Baya with a charm as well, and even Satchel Charge coming from Ninja 7. So pretty much every single aspect or direction you can take, there's CC waiting to come up. So I think this is what one team wants. Just all in pressure. Now Cianio waiting for that Vault Breaker to charge up. That's going to be the knock-up onto Trevor. Not going to get that kill down, but one team, they're pushing into the mid lane. They have Ziggs to actually clear this out very easy.
Yeah, and Ziggs is gonna do so much work against these turrets as well. And remember, if you're on Team Secret, you do not have wave clear. If you step up to try to touch the wave with anything other than this Orianna ball, you get charmed, you get poked. And if you get poked out enough, that is Baya and Cienio's their cue to go in.
Yeah, they're dancing with death here. They cannot do anything. And now it's going to be Cianio once again with a Vault Breaker. That's going to be the kill onto James. And one team is looking for their second inhibitor turret. 4-man up against 5. One team is just there. So much pressure in, but they opt to go back away.
Alright, you can't really blame them. I think they know they've already won. They know that they don't have to risk anything at all. Just take the Elder Mountain Dragon, come back in a minute, and you'll get the end regardless. So one team, they're opting to take a breath, play it a little bit more disciplined here, but I'm pretty sure there's no way they lose the game at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 12k gold difference. One team already has 3 dragons, and also opened up the mid lane and top lane. And you also have Ziggs to try and finish up the remaining turrets left for Team Secret. So I think this is one team's game. It's a very dominant so far. I think one team is their option is to really make a miracle play if there is an option to do it.
Yeah, they need to try to find something, right? But the problem is they're so choked into their base right now. One team never need to fight. That's the thing. That's the brilliant thing. Even if you force a fight somewhere, Kid, look at where he is. He is going to end the game on this Baron wave. There's really nothing they can do. The options are just running out here for Team Secret as the time passes. And if you don't find a miracle play, and I'll be honest with you here, Infinity, I don't see an angle. There should be no miracle play available. One team, they're playing this fight exactly as they should. They're setting up perfectly.
Yeah, very, very difficult for Team Secret to do. And Mega Inferno Bomb at this point is gonna hurt. You're looking at half HP immediate damage up against Team Secret. And you're looking at the remaining turret into the bot lane. That's sole remainder for Team Secret to defend the Nexus. And they cannot defend it up against Ziggs. So much damage coming up. Pretty much Nexus base gonna be open. All lanes cleared down by one team.
Yeah, and this is pretty much the game here. One team, I think you guys are playing it a little bit too conservatively, but they don't want to risk losing a single thing here on the map. They're just going to camp the bush. Team Secret are going to walk in, and that's it.
This is it. This is what we meant a while ago. If you come in, you're going to be CC chain, and now it's going to hit onto the front line. Shockwave to delay the fight. That's because Cianio with the flash to come into that fight. But Team Secret is walking back. They don't want this. They don't want to fight. But one team forces this out. And now, with one dead for Team Secret,
the end.
They just go for the end. Or even go for the Elder Dragon to just add extra security measure.
Infinity, I have this desk light in front of me that I turn on when we're gonna go into the cameras so that you can see my face in HD. I've been turning that on and off and on and off because I thought one team were gonna end like 6 times already, but they just keep backing off. They just keep taking a step back. They're saying, you know what, guys, we've already won the game. We don't need to troll. We want to play a perfect game here. Well, I say perfect game, but they did lose 2 turrets, right? But it's close. It's close to a perfect game. And one team, they're just gonna do what they're gonna do. They're gonna come in, take the Baron, and then they're gonna end with the 3 waves of Baron minions. I gotta say, in this game, once you lose triple inhibitors, it's basically a death sentence. So I don't really see Team Secret to have a chance back in.
Yeah, very, very difficult to say the least, but now one team, looks like they heard you. They want to go very aggressive here. That's getting Mega Inferno Bomb. Hextech Ultimatum to try and disengage. Trevor's still gonna live, but the ultimate coming from Kid puts him down. And now Azar also follows up. This will be the 3v5. 3 members left for teams. You can defend the base, but one team is all alive, is all in well. That's gonna be the Wild Growth used up. They're going into the backside. Finish this game off, and one team takes the first game of the series.
Nothing at all Team Secret could do. It felt like they were helpless past the early game. It was really good trading, right? That's kind of what we talked about. Both teams did not take unnecessary risk. That was really good. The problem is once we got to the mid game, team fight setup from Team Secret was really flawed. It was really lacking. They made too many mistakes there, as well as their team composition. They really need to be finding flanks. They kept playing it front to back, and that meant they played into one team's comfort zone, and one team, they just played it so well. Found tempo when they needed to, found the picks where they needed to, and this trash pick, I'll be honest with you, Infinity, has let me down once again.
Yeah, and I think this is the literal definition of controlled aggression. They're being aggressive, but if they understand that it's a bit iffy, it's on a gray area, if they're gonna win or lose, they're gonna go back away. And if you're gonna notice on that game, 0 kills for Team Secret, and I think one team will constantly do this even into the next game.
Yeah, I think so too, right? They're such a disciplined team. If they find an inch, they're gonna take a mile, and they're not really gonna give you a single chance to come back in. That's great for one team, but I would like to see them play like they did in Game 2 up against Flash, where they just went for more aggressive plays, right? They found opportunities, they took it. I understand that you're fighting for first place, you're fighting for maybe second place here, but these teams, I feel like we need to see a bit more aggression coming out from them. Too much respect in the early game. Maybe take some fights somewhere. Don't be afraid to trust your mechanics.
Well, we'll see if one team will do that in the next game. But right now, they have taken the lead out of Team Secret. After this short break, we'll see how Team Secret does it.
Welcome back to the C Championship. One team continue their win streak here, and they take the first win against Team Secret. Now, panel, I really want to hear your thoughts on this match because Team Secret, I feel like a lot of missed opportunities here. Like, for example, the hooks on the Thresh didn't exactly connect. There were times where they played a little too passive, and one team was able to get the advantage or was able to get the initiation over Team Secret. I just feel like Team Secret could have played this so much better. Skimmy, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, more so than anything, it's the ease of execution that the comp of Team Secret has, right? Very hard to try and play this one from behind. As Omo mentioned on the cast, if you fall behind, if you're relegated to clearing waves, you really only have Chewy as the Orianna that can do that safely. The rest of these are bruisers. They want to get involved. They want to get rowdy. And you're just looking across the board there. Not a single kill was found. I suppose the saving grace is they managed to get 2 turrets. And that's really where we got excited, because it feels like this is the kind of comp that can either win you a game or lose you a game in the first 5 minutes. So tempo reliant. Thankfully for them, they deny that Herald away from a Ziggs composition. They make the great play to trade those turrets opposite sides of the map, but that's really where the action stops. So I suppose classic Team Secret fashion, they drafted something crazy. They've welcomed themselves into this competition up against a very strong opponent, but the craziness wasn't enough to get the win, Jess.
It was a really missed opportunity, especially the timing around Rift Scuttler, because that timing is that it is the time to like you secure the river, you like get the trash to roam across the map, and make something happen with Trash, Aurelia and Camille. The static game won't gonna cut it for Team Secret. You know what it's gonna be like fighting against Six front to back. Like everyone knows, right?
Yeah, and it seems like, as we mentioned, missed opportunities. I think we have one highlight over here, which was the first big team fight, I believe. And, we were all waiting with bated breath because everybody was hiding in the bush and it was all going to come to a clash. But for some reason, Team Secret, they were in position, but they couldn't get that initiate just right. Jess, you had some thoughts on this as we were discussing behind the scenes.
Yeah, of course. They were so prepared. Actually, both of them. But one team, their composition is more refined to play from front to back. It's because of the Six. It's because of the Lulu. You cannot fight front to back against Lulu. Someone crossed the line, boom, the polymorph. Then the ultimate, the wide growth. Someone on one team even bought the locket of the Island Sorali. Like, they was so ready. And the Trash cannot tank the damage from it's so hard. It's so hard for Trash to move up in this kind of composition.
Right, and we were talking about that, how the hooks didn't quite connect there, or when they did, there wasn't any follow-up. So there seems to be a bit of a not Team Secret isn't quite in sync, but who knows? It was a game 1. It could be a similar story to Team Flash, wherein they just needed that warm-up game. Game 2 could be better, but before we jump into Game 2, we want to give a big shout out, a big thank you, of course, to One Esports, the home of esports heroes. Get your daily dose of esports at oneesports.gg. They're also available on Facebook, on Twitter, and on Instagram, and on YouTube as well. So do check them out on all of those platforms for all of your daily esports news, all across the board. Wildgriff and all the others.
We just buffed One Esports now. They're going to win this entire series. I think it's just been jinxed here, Mika. I mean, they're already looking so dominant. Now you're telling them to go invest in this website? What's happening? It's all cursed.
I just want to put this out there. One team and One Esports. I know it looks really similar, but there is no actual relation. I just have to put that out there. I know everybody, a lot of people mix things up, and yeah. But of course, one team, being affiliated with them, not too bad, especially with their performance here right now. It is day 1, and it has just been a stomp whenever teams go up against them. Yes, Team Flash was able to take 1 win, but I feel like, that was one team just kind of stumbled a little bit. But now that they're back, fully warmed up, they've just been unstoppable so far. What does it look like for Team Secret, though, coming into Game 2? How can they improve? What do they need to fix, especially? Jess, I know you talked a lot about their macro, for example. That's something they can build on, right?
Yeah, they got a really great macro. You can look at from the previous game. When one team tried to do something on the map, they reply instantly, trade turret for turret, something like that. But I do think they need to take some risks. On the fighting part, because like these kind of champions, you need to like you need to run them down. Like if you play slow, it's gonna be so hard.
They're not passive champions, right? I mean, you're drafting Irelia and Camille to try and get in there and say, look, we're looking to try and take that fight. I suppose we were quite excited about the macro that you're touching on there, Jess, because you are opening up that door to try and, you know, split push as a potential option if they are too scary in that whole front to back with the poke from the Ziggs and the Ari and so on. But that never really happened. And I suppose one team then started toying with them, saying, well, we're going to guarantee that we can't lose this game, almost in like Flash Wolves fashion, where we're going to take it and hit, get a second one, get a third one, and we don't even need to worry about the Baron or the Elder because there's not much you can do about it. And I think... not that we can be too critical of the draft, because Team Secret clearly came in here with a plan to try and hit them with the mechanics check. I think they could have pivoted after the first 3 picks. They open up with the Camille, Orianna, and Darius, and they just full-on send it. They said, you know what? Irelia fresh, we're doing it. We're just going to try and hit you with everything we can. I think they certainly could have, you know, put Tatsuri as the Orianna in the mid lane, drafted a standard AD carry, tried to take the more... standard, I suppose, for lack of an overuse of a word, team fight, and said, you know what, we do think we're as good as you. We don't feel the need to try and draft something flashy and get in your heads.
Yeah, I feel like, again, missed opportunity for Team Secret. They did. I wasn't too comfortable with the Irelia pick, just because, like, I feel like, you know, there would have been so many different options, of course, to take the fight to one team instead of the other way around. But now we are gonna head into Champ Select for game number 2. What are your predictions here? What can exactly is Team Secret going to do this time? Are they gonna run that Thresh again? Is one team gonna pick it up instead and say, oh, okay, this is actually how you do it? We're gonna start with you, Skimmy. I want to hear your thoughts on this.
I think the Fresh, it didn't look as comfortable in Hummus' hands that game. Certainly is a champion that can obviously pop off in certain circumstances. A bit of a mouthful, that one. We did see one team already play around with this Fresh earlier today. They ran it with the Divide and looked really, really good because they were so aggressive on the map so early on. And that pressure was felt elsewhere across the map. So it was tough for them to try and play around with as a result. I suppose one team here going to get first pick. And this could be that potential option if Team Secret says, you know what, it is the best of 2 format. We can flex around with some of these crazy picks. I mean, a Katarina is certainly not out of the equation when you're red side. A last pick, just like that Singe that we've seen already pop up today. Certainly a curveball that teams need to be ready for.
I like this Galio pick coming in for Team Secret. Oh, the Senna
I'm
as
about
well.
to say this, like, if they're gonna play this kind of style, like front to back with a lot of bruisers, Senna is your go-to choice. It's really good.
Yeah. What can we expect for Team Secret if they have this? They have the Senna and they have the Galio right now. What else do they need to complete this puzzle, Jess?
I do think that they need a lot of bruisers in their team, but a lot of them ban out Camille, Riven. So I'm guessing they're gonna run Fiora. I'm not so sure. Or Aurelia again. Could be a possibility.
Yeah, like a Xin Zhao or like a Pantheon, anything that can really, like, you know, really get in there and start the fight. And I think the J4 is a fantastic pick as well, right? You locked them in place with a Cataclysm, the Hero's Entrance afterwards, you're just locked inside that little arena, a lot of damage to follow. A huge mage pickup could be quite nice, but not necessary. The Lucian too, I mean, that's looking like a top lane Lucian if I've ever seen it.
I would prefer him to play as a Lucian mid, actually, because, like, I don't know. Lucian top is more of a volatile champion to play. If you made a single mistake, you're done, like, for the entire game. So it's more partnership. And I do like the fact that you point out the Jarvan, because when Jarvan engaged with the Cataclysm and Senna follow up with a Dawning Light of Shadow.
Yeah, Dawning Shadow. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that's a really good way to start a team fight.
Yeah, just so much damage, so much burst, and very hard to escape from, right? You combine that with the Lucian, the culling as well. Oh, the Mundo! Whoa. This will be exciting. I'm pretty sure this is the first one we've actually had of the entire C champs, both play-ins and groups.
Yeah, the Mundo. The Mundo is actually a bruiser. It's not like a real tank, like everyone knows. Like, he deals a lot of damage.
Well, this is interesting. This looks like an entirely different game from the first one, both on the side of one team and on the side of Team Secret. You know, the final picks coming in from one team. That was the Lux and a Sona. We saw that a little earlier. Not too much success, if I remember correctly. Was it MVP?
Oh, wait, no, this was against Vayne, wasn't it? Right? And they completely shut it down? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Super annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I think that one team though, they do have some plan in place for this, so it's gonna be really exciting to see how they're gonna fare up against Team Secret, especially since Team Secret did run that Sona once upon a time in the summer season. We're gonna find out how Game 2 goes. One team versus Team Secret. Casters, over to you guys.
We will indeed find out what happens in this game, as once again, we're jumping to a different type of draft that we've seen in the past days here, Omo.
It is it's a lot to unpack here, right, Infinity? We're gonna see some very interesting team comps from both of these teams. I really like what one team is running. This is something we saw earlier today as well, right? The Sona Lux. Why did it pick it here? Because you get the free scale against a center lane. So the center lane is gonna get a lot of scaling. The Sona Lux are gonna scale like crazy too. And I think that that's the name of the game here for these teams, for these players. And what do we see that's a little bit interesting here? If you pay attention to your minimap, look where Chewie is. He's gonna be creeping.
Yeah, he is on top side, just chilling up on that lane. And I think this is what they want. Switch on lanes once again. I think what Azar wants to do here is to not let Kid scale out, because in game number 1, we saw how Kid got the first blood, got that early scale, which dominated the rest of the game.
Oh, this is just too funny. It's a dual lane Darius Sona up against a dual lane Senamundo. Something I thought I would never say, and we're getting a solo lane Galio Lux matchup. Exhaust already used from Siu, so I think the Lux is losing out on that one for sure. Look at the poke coming in from Mundo Senna. Now, there is a bit of attack with the new Dr. Mundo when he does get updated, where he does play as a support and he has a lot of poke. This is not quite the same version of Mundo, but he still has the cleavers he can fling out. And look at the healing. Look at the shielding coming in from Ninja 7 up against the healing from Chewie. It's a bit of an arms race here, and it looks like both junglers want to make their way up top.
Yeah, I mean, they want to pressure on top side because you have that early pressure in that you can give Jarvan 4 actually strong at level 3, which they can utilize, which they are doing right now. But one team actually looks to go for the contest here. Actually, they dive in. Xiao Yo is very low on HP. That's getting your first blood for Team Secret as they take one more out of that. And now they're crashing down on top side. The Tsuri just jumps in. That's gonna be an extra kill. Kid would be next, but they disengage. But Team Secret got 3-0.
Now, Infinity, that was already infinitely more kills than Team Secret got in the last game, so it's off to a great start here for them. Hamas in a bit of trouble, but I think... Ooh, boy. Alright, he gets out fine. No biggie there, but Team Secret off to a good start. And what do we see? What do we say, right? We want to see these teams play a bit more aggressive. That's exactly what Team Secret do. Look at the Gargoyle Stone Plate already from Azal. Before he has anything else, he picks that one up. He's gonna be a beefy boy, and I love what we're seeing from Tatsuri and Chewie. Grab the Executioner Callings, and no flash relax. Trevor? That was really bad from him. He pathed the wrong way. He should have just pathed to the far end and know that no matter where Lux runs, he will catch him. That was very iffy. I think that's a pretty bad play there from Trevor, and Sue will just get away.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was a good opportunity for Trevor to be able to lock down onto Siu. Yeah, because no flash, no way into return, no mana as well for Lux a while ago, but so far, I think it's all about pressure that Team Secret wants to do. I think they're doing a parallel strategy that one team did in game number 1. Let's go for an aggression, but we need to control it. We do not need to give more kills for one team, because currently, we're in the lead here.
And indeed, they are in the lead. They're gonna be happy with how things are progressing. And I mean, if you look at how things are going across the board, right? I feel like Darius is gonna get hurt by this dual lane setup a little bit more. Yeah, these gank attempts are just so odd. I don't know how Lux is just walking away from the Galio Jarvan, but I'll close my eyes about it. Whatever, that's happening. The main thing is, I think that Darius loses a lot more as Chewie gets hurt. Okay.
Yeah, that was close. Apprehend followed with the guillotine. If there was a tad bit more attack damage coming from Darius, it could have been over for Chewie in that aspect, in that fight. But however, one team would not be able to get that kill down. They're just going for the reset because right now, Mountain Dragon Rift Herald is now alive.
Yeah, this is the timing window, right? We always talk about the 3:30 to 4-minute timing window. How do the teams set up? How do we approach these fights? Galio's happy in the bot lane because he has the global to join the fights. Senna's gonna move into the mid lane. Now the Senna, Lucian. I guess this is also a Lover's bot lane in a way, just a bit of a different one. They're gonna be getting mid prio here, gonna be shoving that one out. Executioner callings across the bot is gonna be very effective and necessary against the Sona by Ninja. But the main thing to point out is because they went for these executioners, it delays their power spikes a lot. Look at the Luden's Echo from Baya, while Tatsuri does not have a completed item yet, and that means it's just gonna be a trade here for Team Secret. Kid though in a bit of a sticky situation. Okay, put a belt away.
It's a parallel trade here for both teams. One team went for the Mountain Dragon, Team Secret went in for the Rift Herald. However, I do think Team Secret can utilize the Rift Herald to be able to scale much more and get much more lead up against One Team Esports, because currently there's no one who has taken the tower first blood as of yet. Well, one team pressures in bot lane, Team Secret pressures in top lane.
And we're seeing the exact same thing we saw in the last game here, Infinity. We're just gonna see a trading of sides, no Herald being committed by Team Secret, but one team, they will get it that much faster. It's a very rough game for a Galio to be playing against an Olaf Ari, right? Because he can't really walk up. Ragnarok just counters your whole kit, and he will just run you down. So Hamas they're having to respect means that he will lose the turret first, and this is gonna be, I think, things going a little bit back to normal as we see the lane states shape up on these resets.
Yeah, very commendable plays coming from one team. Yes, they did not get any kills from, the duration of 3 minutes from the last fight that we saw, but they equalized the gold. Only a difference of 1.3k, and that, I think, itself is actually quite huge, because a while ago, it was a 2k gold difference against Team Secret. And when it comes to those gold accumulation, one team needs to be on par, because they have Olaf, they have Lux, they have Sona. They need to have that skill potential. They need to have that items to be unmatched up against Team Secret.
Oh boy. Oh no, Baya walks in and steals that one away. Gonna be a bit sad there. Hamas is a pretty tanky Galio though, but yeah, I like that you brought up the point about scaling, right? And I think that's something that's very important for us to consider. Now keep in mind, one team, they have double Juggernauts, they have the Olaf Darius. They're gonna want to run into you while the Lux buffs them, shields them, Sona heals them, you know, and all that jazz going on. That's kind of what they want to do. The problem is, if you get into the later stages of the game, you don't really have a late game hard carry. I would say that's basically Sona. Like Sona is your hardest carry in the late game. That's one option, but keep in mind that Team Secret, they have a lot of damage as the game progresses. Tatsuri's on Lucian, Chewy's on Senna. They will do a lot of damage as the Senna scales, especially infinitely. So that's something important to keep in mind. Kid!
One team actually dives in, they want to engage, you want to fight this, but you have the flash coming from Hammond to go back away. Heroes enters to follow through, zone away
This could be
the
big.
enemy team. Trevor goes back away with a flag and drag, no kills for one team. And Team Secret tries to rush in. Now the charm will connect onto the three, forced to back away, but Azar very low on HP. But Guillotine will not be able to get any out of that. They lost it, and now one team still remaining at 0 kills.
I hate these team comps. I hate Senna. I hate Sona. They just, no one dies.
Unlimited HP, unlimited power. But now, one team, you know what? As soon as you stated that, they get a kill.
Yeah, that's a bit of a Costas curse going on, but look at Trevor. He just says, you know what? You guys are noobs. I don't need my team. I'm going to raise this turret down here. Baya's going to come to pick this one up, so it just will be one singular turret for Team Secret. It gives them back a little bit of gold. They are close to a 2,000 gold lead. Can't help but feel like there would have been a better use of the Herald than that, but still, we'll see what they want to do next on the map, right? I think something that I think could have been optimized a little bit better is maybe Trevor is the one to buy the Executioner's Calling. Instead, leave Tatsuri to complete his items because he's your primary carry and you need him to be doing damage, something that was lacking a little bit in the last game. With that said though, keep in mind, it's really hard for a Lucian to do DPS into a team comp. Like one teams, they have so much pick, so much CC. If you walk the wrong way, they're just gonna chain stun you. So there's a lot to keep in mind here. Both of these team comps have a lot of goods, but they also have certain risk involved.
Yeah, it's a pros and cons that you need to balance, right? Yeah. There are pros that can give you a huge lead, but once it's not checked onto the task list, you're just gonna have that huge disadvantage. And for now, it's currently I think is pretty even. There's not a clear winner as of now, because one team, even if they're falling down behind, they're catching up on gold. But I think this changes things up, how Team Secret Goes for the 3-man roam bot lane, but
Yeah.
will not get the kill.
Yeah, I'm pretty underwhelmed by Trevor here. This man has not hit a flag and drag, I think, the entire game pretty much. Here we go.
Look at the proto belt, goes for the hook onto Tetsuri. Hero's entrance, zone away the
There
enemy
we
team,
go.
goes for the 2-man knockup. Huge CC! And Team Secret goes for the engage, double kill for Tetsuri, and the Infernal Dragon is open for them to take.
It is indeed. This is gonna be a free dragon here for Trevor because Cienio's dead, so no smite available. And that's gonna be exactly the kind of team fight that we were looking for. We always talk about Camille Galio, but back to the old school, right? Don't forget what the tradition has always been. Jarvan Galio is what it used to be. And Jarvan Galio is so good against the beefy juggernauts here because you just lock them in. If you get on the squishy backline, that's also really good because you get to kill them. So there's a lot of good things about Team Secret Comp that answers what one team is running. So that's really nice to see here.
Yeah, and even if they flash away outside of the Cataclysm, there's not enough time to react much faster onto the hero's entrance. So pretty much Ham it's a free real estate. It's a free agent for Team Secret to utilize onto the CC chains up against one team to initiate onto those team fights. And for now, I think Team Secret has gotten back on track with the lead that they've gotten from the early game, now brought back in 2K gold lead here at 10 minutes and 30 seconds of this match. But so far for now, Almo, what do you think on what one team needs to do here?
I actually want to go back to the point you made. Keep in mind, if Hamas gets caught. There we go.
For then, we have one team goes for the hyper aggression. You know what? They answered it themselves. When I asked the question, it looks like one team can hear us after all.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, right, is if you use your flash to get away from the Jarvan Galio combo, that's one less flash to get into the slippery back line of Tatsuri's Lucian and Chewy Senna, who you really need to get on top of. So if you burn the Juggernaut's flash to escape the Jarvan combo, that's also big as we see a 5v5.
Yeah, Azar onto the front line. It's very bruised, very HP, very strong, but Chewy stuck into the mid lane. Or not mid lane, but middle of that fight as he dies in the hands of one team esports, and now they're pushing in top lane.
They are indeed. It's going to be the top lane turret dropping. I'm not sure what kind of a team fight that was. Hamas wasn't there yet. He's probably telling his team, you know what, go fight. I can hero's entrance. But Chewy just gets caught. His positioning was a bit lacking. Not having flash on the Senna means it's so easy to get on and kill him. And one team, they find their way back into the game. They find their footing and they've tied up the goal.
Very, very close, right? With only 1 kill or 2 kills and then a turret in top lane. Equalizes the whole game. So very, very close so far on this game number 2. But the Baron Nashor is alive. The Baron Nashor is available to take down. So I think if anyone takes it from here, I think this will change things up. But Suri now stuck onto the top side of the map. Uses up the flash, but the charm will connect with his Spirit Rush to follow through. That's gonna be the kill for one team once again.
A lot of mistakes here coming out from Team Secret. That's so disappointing to see. Even uses the flash from Tatsuri. Sure, he trades Cienio as well as Baya's flash, but we talked about what Team Secret's comp wants to do. We talked about what was successful for them when they find the 5v5s. This is not quite gonna be it because Jarvan's flag and drag is not available, so they will just back off, not even burning Ragnarok. Actually, sorry, he doesn't even have Ragnarok available. And Azar, he started to use the 1v1.
Oh, kid! Oh,
Thank
that
you, boy.
was so close.
Clutches
Azar
it.
with a clutch ulti, man. That was amazing from Azar, but here into the mid lane, it's a different story. One team esports now dominating. Ragnarok now forced out to just cancel out the CC chain. Now Team Secret locks in,
flash.
goes for the counter engage. No flash, as you stated.
They're doing no damage.
Actually connects down, but no damage. Heroes entrance with a knock up. Actually gets the kill down for Chewy. And Team Secret goes for the 1-4-0. But now, Kid into the backside, goes for the Proto Belt in with the apprehend, gets the kill, almost down, but Bayo into the sidelines. Tatsuri will fall down. That will be the 2-for-2 for both teams.
But look at the health bars on one team. Look at how low they dropped and they still find themselves full health, half health at the end of the fight. That's just the power of the Sona Lux. If you don't get on top of them, if you don't one-shot them, they're just gonna keep healing and shielding and healing and you just can't kill them the entire team fight. These long team fights are always going to be beneficial for one team for 2 reasons. You heal, you shield, you're gonna be tanky, you can't die, and Kid, he's gonna be stacking his bleed passive onto your tanks. When he gets enough, when he's content, when his passive is stacked up, he's gonna flash into your backline and he's gonna one-shot them. And that's the thing you need to keep in mind here. Team Secret, you have to find good executions onto the Sona Lux. You have to make sure that you take them down or you get them out of the fight at the start or it's gonna be difficult.
Close steal from Bio, but as you stated, right, it's Sona. I think what they just also have stated this a while ago, prior to the series, that Sona is a hidden gem. The heals, the shields are absolutely insane, are absolutely nuts. And one team is showcasing it in this game in particular up against Team Secret, how much sustainability it provides for the team.
Yep. I mean, honestly, Sona is and has always been a broken champion. Her healing, her shielding, it's insanely overpowered. The problem is, Sona dies a lot. It's very easy to kill a Sona in the laning phase especially. That's why there's only certain situations when you can pick it. This time around, they see the Santa Galio and they say, you know what, that's not a lane that can really punish us, and they lock in the Sona Lux. It's scaling for free, it's doing so well. This Lux as well is a carry in its own right, has a bunch of shields to make its teammates tankier too, so a lot of great stuff here going on. It's really showcasing, like you said, Infinity, why this Sona can be OP.
And it's not just this. You have to consider that one team has Darius and Olaf. So pretty much it's going to be unkillable for Team Secret to try and burst them down. And you have Lux to go for Prismatic Barrier. So pretty much stack on stack on stack of shields and sustainability for one team in this game on this specific draft.
Yeah, indeed, and this is gonna be one team. They have a lot of good things going for them here. We really need to see Tatsuri start to find some damage. We need to see Chewy start to get some damage of his own. They're worried about the Baron, and that's gonna be the center ultimate use. But yeah, the problem that we need to see is we need to see the two big DPS dealers really find opportunities to pop certain members on one team, namely the Sona and Lux, and we also need to see the Jarvan Galio combo be used a lot better. That's a flash for Spirit Rush. I don't think that's worth it.
Flash the root, not gonna be able to bring Vaya down. Calling will be forced away for Sanyo, but Flash will just save his life. That's gonna be 2 ultimates, and also Flash for Chewy. Wasted, burned down for Team Secret.
Yeah, indeed. So much committed there, but they do get Maya as well as Sienio to flash away. Team Secret, it feels like a bit of desperation. It's starting to feel like they're running out of options, and I do think that that's the case here. They really need to find something. They need to find some picks. They need to find some kills. If that's not happening, they need to find angles to set up 5v5s in the Dragon, in the Baron. That's exactly what we talked about last game. You need to get on the back line of one team. If not, you're never gonna win. But the problem is they can never get lane prio. They can't side lane. They can't outpush mid wave. Team Secret, they're running out of options.
And now Kid once again goes for Apprehend onto Azar. Azar locked in. That's gonna be Flash forced away. Now they're coming back. Lux with the ultimate. Gives them a little bit of damage. Not gonna be a whole lot, but one team will still be alive. That's gonna be important. No kills will be done.
Yeah, no kills taken. Azar forced to use everything to get away there, but it's fine because there's no dragon up just yet. He does waste his spells, but it's not going to be game deciding, and I think they're going to flip it right now. This is going to be a 2-man on the Baron.
Yeah, no information for one team on this Baron Nashor, and I think they could punish this. Now Team Secret though, now on a split man. Ham is now locked in, pinned down. That's going to be sent ultimate, forced away with a shield. The final spark alongside with a Heroes Entrance goes for the knockup. One team esports is fighting on a pitch that is not where you want to be against a Jarvan 4 and also a Galio. Now Team Secret now goes for the counter engage, re-engage up against one team as they lock.
Look at Azar.
Now one team esports needs to counter attack, but they can't as Team Secret takes 3.
They do indeed. 3 down. Tatsuri's so low. He's looking for something to heal off of. He doesn't even dare to walk near the Baron because if he gets spat on a single time, he will just die. He will pick up the honey fruit and come back to help his teammates out. And what's the difference here, Infinity? They found Ninja 7. They killed the Sona. The healing stops. The shielding stops. And Team Secret, they find a win. Exactly what they needed. Look at the goal. It's basically dead even. And this is going to be Elder Cloud Dragon. All of these teams recognizing we need to fight for this. Tatsuri has not based yet, so that might be a bit of a problem though.
They are. Vaya just here goes for the Foxfire. Will not be able to look for that, but it's very difficult. Almost there. A millisecond away from his death there.
It would have been really bad if his recall got cancelled there, because even if he doesn't die, that's so much tempo in favor of one team. And we talked about Team Secret. The problems that they had prior to this was they could not set up waves because they could not outpush on mid and they could not outpush on sides. Now with Baron, that's not the case anymore, and now they can look for better angles. Ninja 7 has no flash. Seal has no flash. If Jarvan finds them, that's game over.
Yeah, this is a dead game on what they need to do. It's a fight for a win here. The do or die situation for Team Secret and one team on what they need to do. As Elder Dragon now being started up by Team Secret, it's gonna be one team looking for a loophole up against Team Secret here, because if they lose the Elder Dragon, this is indeed gonna be game over. Xianyo walking away, but too much slow coming in from Azar, putting him down with a CC. Heroes Edge to come up, zones them away. That's gonna be Elder Dragon at 1.5k, and Team Secret takes it. And now one team is gonna lose 2 members, and Team Secret is now fighting 5v3. Azar diving into the turret. Diving into that, and they will get the kill. The only one left is gonna be Baya up against Team Secret to defend. But take note, they have the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, exactly, Infinity. He has Baron Nashor. They cannot defend against this. Tatsuri dying is a bit unfortunate there, because if he's alive, Team Secret end for sure.
Oh,
With that said,
look at the taunt.
I still think they end.
Yeah, inhibitor turret into the mid lane, actually falling down already. 20 seconds on the clock for one team esports to be alive for everyone, but Team Secret is gonna force to end this. They're going in, and Bio with a stasis enchant. You can't do damage, and Team Secret takes game 2 of the series, equalizes 1-1.
And that's exactly what they needed. They had a team fight comp. They found the team fight. They got in the backline. They killed Ninja 7. That's the key here. He must die. If you want to win a team fight, Sona cannot be allowed to survive. And that's exactly what Team Secret managed to find in the 2 pivotal fights at the end of the game that really just swung it around for them.
Yeah, it was a roller coaster ride, right? Team Secret got the early lead. One team esports came back into the mid game, but in the late game, things were changing. Team Secret made it back with a big bang. Boom! Finish up against one team here. Omo, what can you say? Last statements coming into that series was intense. Yeah.
We always talk about how Group B is the group of death, right? But Group A, I think we have a clear front of the pack and we have a clear back of the pack. And the front of the pack, I think it's going to be extremely close to the seeding. One team, they split 1-1 with Flash. Now they split 1-1 with Secret. It really could be anyone's game to see how the seeds play out. I think we have a good idea of who's going to qualify after today, but we need to see how they qualify, in what order.
Yeah, we're going to find out in the next days to come and also in the next series to come. But before then, we're gonna throw it into the analyst desk on what they think happened in that series 1-1 of one team and Team Secret.
Well, I do think that Team Secret has finally gotten their groove back indeed. And you mentioned that it was a roller coaster ride indeed. We're gonna break that roller coaster ride down, of course. Again, Skimmy and What the Jess joining me on the panel desk. Now, guys, we were just like behind the scenes. We were just floored by that match. I think that was our best matchup today, and you know, really felt like, you know, the tension of Team Secret and one team, and how like the game was really swinging this way and that. It could have gone either way. You know, one team managed to get some crucial pickups in the early game, and somewhere in the mid game as well. Team Secret managed to come back. Jess, we're gonna start with you. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Wow, what a great comeback from Team Secret. Like they changed on the mindset coming to game 2, right? At the first game, we always say that like they too scared to take risks. Oh wow, this game, Rift Scuttler, like I said, they take a fight like so soon and they come out on top, even though they missed out on Galio and Lux. Comparing Lux and Galio, missing out on Galio is more crucial, like more impactful than Lux, right? Because of the flash taunt, but they still managed to come out on top. And then later on the game, wow, the team fight is so on point.
Yes, Skimmy, what about you? What were your thoughts on this matchup?
But I think we utilized the casting curse pretty well here. We brought up One Esports as our partner, our sponsor. Then we saw that, you know, giving them that buff and saying, all right, they're going to win that at 2-0. Having yourself here on the desk, having Infinity on the cast, it was enough to get Team Secret across the finishing line there. I mean, we saw quite clearly the wombo combo threat. It was going to be the J4, Galio, and Senna working in tandem, making things happen, but it wasn't as easy as that. I suppose those first 10, 15 minutes were quite sketchy in the sense of people getting called off, just the initial power and the throughput of all the shielding and healing from the Soda and Lux being too much to try and battle through. But once they did get to that point of power where they could try and break up the rhythm, I think we saw James really, really good at times with that Galio to try and jump in, knock them up, break up the pattern, the sort of the ebb and flow of those team fights, and those were their moments to capitalize, get those kills. In the end, I mean, it really was the Azar show becoming, you know, a 19-item mundo that you just can't take down. One member's off doing the Elder. He's 1v5, popping ult, popping barrier, saying you can't touch me, you don't have enough healing cart, you don't do anything to me. And by that point you're thinking, yeah, I think the Sonar Lux, it's fallen off a bit.
Yeah, and you know, going back into this this highlight over here that we have, I believe this was the first big Baron. This was a big Baron fight that we had, wherein, you know, we really weren't sure which way this was going. Jess, I know you had a lot to say on this.
Wow, this is by far the best fight of like today matches. Like seriously, it's so great. You look at how at first seems things look a bit bad for Team Secret Lake, but with Galio, Sonya, and he flashes out and bait the one team to thought that they're on the upper hand, and then wow, the Tatsuri Lucian, he charged forward at the right moment when they get the upper hand right after Galio land his ultimate on 4-man. Oh, it was really amazing.
Yeah. Just sniffing out the opportunity, right? Like, finds the moment and says, we're going in because we're not going to get a better opportunity than this. And I think we were talking about it, right, Jess? The fact that, you know, Senna and Lucian together, they're not the best, but when broken apart, they just bring so much into these team fights. Senna was landing so many of these huge roots that was just very hard for them to evade from. Sure, you can hit the Ragnarok, that's fantastic. You can provide heals and shields and weather the storm, but in the end, yeah, the Galio's is crashing on down. The J4 might be split pushing, decides to show up to mid and say, maybe I'll team fight, maybe I'll hit that Cataclysm, let's see what happens. And then, yeah, it's just a lot of damage to follow. So Team Secret will be happy about their chances in the game because it was, risky at the start, but ultimately paid off.
Yes, indeed. And I do believe we have our MVP of the series coming right up. And I actually think this is on the side of one team, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. It's your favorite Skimmy Kid right here, and in the Baron lane, and he did cause a lot of troubles for Team Secret. Look at that kill participation, 73.2. Skimmy, eager to know your thoughts on how Kid performed the series.
Yeah, I think he played phenomenally. You know, coming into the series, this was my player to watch. I feel like he has already made a point to prove of sort of what he brings to this roster and how he can navigate things. He's delivered a really strong performance from that Riven in game number 1, and so that I could be the carry threat when required. And then coming into game 2, sure, the result went against him, but that Darius was putting in a lot of pressure, making it very difficult for them to try and navigate these team fights, saying that, look, you can try and focus this Ragnarok. I say just Ragnarok. I mean, it's pretty much what Olaf is, right? A CC immune bot. You can try and focus him down, but you can't forget about me. I think for me, the most exciting part when we got super hyped was that mid-flash where he, like, dragged in 4 people, and I'm, like, screaming, thinking, it's a pentakill. Like, surely the most guillotine research you've ever seen in your life, but it wasn't to be the case. But, yeah, Kid he's a special player.
Yes, indeed, and definitely one of the players that, you know, Team Secret has to look out for should they come up against one team once again. But speaking of Team Secret, we have Team Secret's James on the line right now. Let's bring him up here onto our virtual stage. James, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on that win against one team. I have to ask, that Baron, was that a Baron? Like that fight, the huge big team fight that we just recalled. Can you let us know what exactly was going through your minds at that time and how you guys were able to bring it back?
From that point on, we needed to make something because we were just getting heavily outscaled by them, and I kind of messed up that part because I got caught, and we just got lucky because I had my Zonias up and my spells up, so that's the dead end for their comp when they try to all in on someone with Zonias and Flash, and then they won't have anything else left when we re-engage. And then the re-engage by Trevor was really perfect, and then all of the follow-up damages Darius, and then our unstoppable Mundo. There, that's just the puzzle. It was completed. We just needed to drag them into fights because what they're doing is like slowly swallowing us by pushing our sides, and we are so helpless against them because our vision score was very poor. So that the game plan was just to win one team fight, and then yeah, we got it.
Amazing that you guys were able to rally back and really take control even while the sides were closing in against you. Skimmy, do you have a question for James?
Yeah, James, congratulations on the Game 2 win. I want to take you back to the start of that second game and to sort of get a bit of a better understanding as to the lane swap that we saw. Was it as simple as just trying to break apart the Soda and Lux from being too strong?
First of all, we wanted to isolate the Darius so that he will be really weak when it comes to the mid game, because he's never gonna be able to get farm. But then since we screamed against them a lot, they already read that, and yeah, they switched they brought Sona to Darius' side, because usually a Galio can survive a lane solo, unlike a Darius who has no skills to clear waves, so he just has to wait under tower. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We just wanted to punish the Darius pick.
Awesome. What the Jess? I think you have a question here for James. You look like you do. You're like thinking really hard. So I'm gonna give this one over to you.
I really appreciate the one. I don't know if it's the player or the coach, the one who decided to pick Dr. Mundo this game. Is I to be honest, it was really excellent pick for this game, because they're running 3 magic damage dealer, right? And when it's so great. Can you run me down?
Yeah, since we got lucky because we also played Mundo a lot in our practice matches. Then we tried all the matchups, so it was like a bonus when we saw a Sona Lux coming, and then an Olaf, and then to top it all off, they had no hard engage. They had to rely on Darius Flash or an Ari Charm. But if they miss that, they will never win a team fight against us because they'll never be able to kill our Mundo. So yeah, it was all part of the plan.
All part of the plan, indeed. Congratulations, James, to Team Secret. It's a long road for you guys, so we wish you guys the best of luck going into the group stages and hopefully the playoffs.
Thank you so much.
All right, you guys, that was James, and we call him General James actually, since he's the guy who the team rallies around. And there is this ongoing joke wherein he doesn't show any emotion unless he wins a championship. So if you see that he hasn't been smiling just yet, it's because they have a long way to go. It's just the group stages, and they are coming from that scene championship, of course. So they are, James not smiling just yet. You don't get that smile. Let's check out the standings right now as we are in the past the halfway mark of our first day. And right now, as we can see, Buriram United Esports and one team. So that one matchup against Team Secret actually managed to help Buriram United Esports get to the top of our standings. And of course, as we see, Team Secret and Team Flash, SVP and MBR each have one, but the fight is clearly between Buriram United Esports and One Team Esports. And it's going to be really interesting as we head into the rest of our group stages. Of course, 4 teams, the top 4 teams will be advancing into our playoffs. It's going to be really interesting to see which 4 teams that will be. Buriram United and one team, they're looking pretty secure. Sitting really pretty right there at the top 2 spots right there. It's gonna be interesting to see whether Team Secret, Team Flash, SVP, and MBR can manage to get into that 3rd and 4th spot. Right now, Skimmy, I'm really interested to hear your thoughts as to who could take that, number 3 and number 4 spot.
I feel like that top 4 is already guaranteed with those teams. I think they're just playing a bit of shuffling around as to who actually takes the first seed. It's actually kind of crazy that Buriram are already top of the table with 1 game to spare. So I think one team are coming into this one thinking they've got 2 draws. They'll be I'm sure a bit frustrated that it's gone that way. But it just shows the strength of this group. As much as we put all the attention into Group B and how that's going to be crazy, Group A is certainly delivering.
And goes to show how important each series is. And right up next, we have another one for you. It's going to be MBR versus Team Flash. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back, guys. You are watching the Wild Rift Sea Championship, and just previously, Team Secret and one team have managed to end their series in a tie, giving Buriram United Esports a boost in the standings too. So we're seeing how everything is connected and all of these teams are affecting each other. Right now, though, we are gonna deal with MBR versus Team Flash. Now, as we saw from the standings, they're currently tied with 1 point each, so this series is crucial to get that boost up. Again, only the top 4 teams will be advancing to the playoffs from this group, so you can bet that they are out to really bring it with each other and to really make sure that they get those points in. Now, MBR, I would say they're riding on a little bit of the momentum that they have, but I feel like they haven't quite found their footing just yet. There's a lot that still is a question mark. They're not as decisive as maybe Team Flash is. So it seems like right now Team Flash is might be like, in terms of like team fights and everything and focus, they might have that edge. But for some reason, I feel like MBR, they still have that X factor. They still have that wild card factor coming into the series. I'm gonna start with you, Skimmy, on your thoughts on MBR and how you think they'll match up against Team Flash.
It's hard to call. It really is hard to call because both teams have gone up against Buriram United tonight. Both got 2-0 and both lost in the exact same time, about 13 minutes each game, which is pretty soul-crushing. Yeah, I suppose like the champion-wise, they've got similar styles in sort of what they're looking for, like a very strong, stable carry in the mid laner, pop-off performances with some mechanically demanding champions for the Baron laner, and then just insert pretty much anything in the Dragon lane for them to be a contributing factor for. So I suppose really it's going to come down to who can bust out the pocket picks more efficiently and who can get sort of the edge in the draft, because I think this one is really, really close on paper, Jess.
Yeah, and I feel like, MBR, at least they have that opportunity to still keep on improving. And it seems like they've been doing so. Like, the most recent series that they had, of course, was a lot better than the first one they had in the day. Now, Team Flash, though, they still will be that team that managed to get that first win against one team. So, Jess, I'm going to throw this over to you. How do you think Team Flash is going to match up against MBR?
I do think that Team Flash got a upper hand on upcoming match. Just because mechanically they're better, especially at mid and top. But the things that I wanna like touch on is decisiveness coming out from MBR. I think that's their huge problem. It's like a little bit from the communication and indecisiveness. If they can improve on that, I think they got a chance of coming out of the group.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's that focus that's really setting these two teams apart, because we know that MBR is capable of, really great plays, really explosive plays, especially when it comes to the team fights. Just so happens that, whenever they're caught out on, not so great of positions and everything, they're not quite sure where to put their focus, and they're not quite sure. It seems like they don't have a plan B, so when their plan A kind of like goes awry, then it all crumbles and it all falls apart. They don't have that plan B, they don't have that plan C. I think we did talk to I believe one of the members of MBR earlier. They did say that they were fixing this. So what do you think, Skimmy? Do you think that they managed to learn from the earlier mistakes, and do you think that they'll actually be able to get the series from Team Flash?
Hard to say, because I think Jess brings up a lot of good points. Like, I'm a big fan of Ellie and Shy, and I think if you're looking at mid lane and top lane being so influential on the map for not only winning their solos, but also then grouping up to contest objectives, to play around those neutrals, to gather vision, information, to empower the idea to make more plays, to continue to be aggressive. I mean, that's what the Vietnamese team seem to be so strong at. So if you are a team that is only planning for plan A, that you are so all in on that one concept that there is no plan B, then it feels quite easy then to sort of like mentally boom your opposition. They're saying, well, what are we doing? People go into almost like default solo queue mode, maybe even scrim mode, where people are like running it down, trying things out, and then realizing, oh, hang on a minute, like we're on camera, people are watching us, and delete the VODs, no one wants to see it. Okay, I'm much better than this, and then it becomes a disaster really quickly.
Right. And looking at the talent predictions over here, a lot of us actually believe in MVR, and we believe that they are going to pull through with this series, because I do think, you know, they seem to be a team that learns from their earlier mistakes. Skimmy, though, you're on the side of Team Flash. I can totally tell why. I'm actually, again, like the previous, I believe 2 series ago, I'm on the fence with this, and it only takes like a little percent for me to sway into the side of Team Flash. But I think that, you know, MVR, I think like they've managed to fix up their mistakes coming into this series. Jess, I'm curious though, what exactly do you think Team Flash need to look out for going up against MBR?
They need to look out for weird pick, like off meta things like Nunu. I'm not sure if like they have practiced against it. And to be honest, this upcoming match, I think it's gonna be a 1-1 for sure.
Ooh. So I
Most likely.
I actually think I like how you went. I think
For sure. Most likely.
Most likely.
It just gets worse by the second day.
It kind of went. You took us on a roller coaster ride there, Jess. But of course, I'm pretty sure that this series is going to be another roller coaster ride over here. You know, we have 2 teams that are very much, they really do want to prove themselves here on the world stage. Of course, every team does that, but you know, you're looking at, one team is from a region that, of course, relies, they love their mobile games. And then you have, I believe, the 4th seed coming from Vietnam. So they're really looking to prove themselves and know that they can rise above, just that number, just that position. And right now, we are going to head into our champion select. So I'm eager to hear, your thoughts on this. Are we actually going to see that Nunu make a comeback? Is Wild Rift gonna become Temple Run once again? What are your predictions for these teams?
Nunu's always an interesting one for me because it feels like the kind of champion where, yes, it's really, really strong for guaranteeing that you can get things like Scuttle Crab and Dragon, Smite into Chomp and so on. It needs answers. It needs backup. It needs ways to look as good as it does, right? So a Snowball can come on in, but you need a lot of damage then to back it up, be it CC or a champion that can hyper scale. So, straight away removing the likes of the Camille, always a nice response, renecting the same as well in that fashion, and just targeting that top lane aggression, which should be an area for big focus.
Yeah. Jess, which matchup do you think we should be keeping our eyes on over here? Is it gonna be in the Baron lane, which seems to be our theme of the day? Is it gonna happen in the mid lane between Ellie and Radiance? What do you think?
Both of them.
All of them.
Like these 2 lanes gotta be a huge factor for this upcoming game. Like both Ellie and Radiance and Shy and Onion King, they play really well. Like they keep improving each game. Like if you remember correctly, the first game, the Fiora against Buriram, if you recall, he tried to fight the Renekton and ends up dying. So at that point, the game just like fall apart. And then second time around, he played Aurelia, and that time he played really well at the weak side.
Yeah, and we can't forget also about Dai Ling, who we were talking about this earlier about he seems to be that quiet sort of assassin. You're not actually gonna think that he's pretty impactful until you actually see our post game stats. And he has all of the kills on the board, which is exactly what happened with his previous games. Skimmy, what are your thoughts on the draft so far? It seems like Team Flash is running a pretty standard comp over here. MBR Esports, what could they be up to?
Well, I mean, I like the Olaf straight away because this is usually ban away Team Flash, and I guess it deters the idea of MBR drafting anything too squishy because you can just look to run straight at them. I guess the Varus is one of those champions where sure you can hit Ragnarok and laugh at it, but it's far too good of a champion to pass up, especially when Ziggs is banned away as well. I do like that Darling is contesting this, marksman pool nice and early because he's been playing really, really well so far in the group stages. So it is drawing the focus as we kind of anticipated to be found elsewhere, be it in the mid lane or the top lane. It could be a Riven jungle. I wouldn't be surprised if it were to be the case. And I'd love to see them pick up a support here too.
Yeah, Jess, I'm curious. Right now, we're probably going to see Darling on the Kai'Sa. Nami from MBR. This is gonna be interesting. Tobu, we saw had a great performance on Fresh earlier. Do you think that was an experimental pick, or do you think they might be saving it for game 2? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to play Thresh against Olaf. but Nami as well, because both Varus and Nami can't do anything against Ragnarok, right? And I assuming that I thought they're gonna pick Lulu here because Lulu is a really great pick here.
Yeah.
Laning well against Varus and Nami, and can got a like he could buff both Olaf and Kai'Sa later on. So yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess Team Flash here has other plans indeed. I am curious to find out who exactly is going to be in the mid lane, as we know that, you know, Ellie, they did have, you know, a bit of a good luck charm in the Aurelion Sol. So I'm wondering if we're gonna see that come out again before the playoffs, sometime in the group stages. You know, it was a very memorable performance, but I don't know, Skimmy, what are the chances you think that they might bring out that Aurelion Sol once again?
I mean, we've seen it time and time again. He's undefeated on the champion so far, 4 games played. He's just loving life as the you know, Space Jam cat. So certainly could be a champion that can get the spotlight once again. It's going to be the Aurelia. I like this Rakan though. The more I think about it, because it gives you that engage tool, that reliable engage tool, which we saw was sorely lacking in the game just prior with one team. Right, you are the Olaf, you're running in. Sure, the Lulu in theory seems really good because it's just, you know, buff up that key target. There's the polymorph, there's the wild growth. Very hard to take him down, but it puts a big onus on you to, you know, find those initial angles to, you know, hit that pressure switch onto the likes of a Varus Nami in the first place. So the Rakan could be quite huge here in, you know, getting a big charm and preventing MBR from getting initiation.
Yeah.
Wow, I love Kha'Zix's pick here. Kha'Zix is like, I don't know, do really well against Olaf. Like poking him out with the W and something like that. In my opinion, Kha'Zix is most likely the highest map presence of all jungle because he doesn't rely on his ult. He just stare to your face, pressing W, and when you all in him, he just jump out. That's all.
True.
Yeah. Definitely scary, especially, you know, I know that Kha'Zix is probably going to be hunting the Kai'Sa on the side of Team Flash, and, you know, Team Flash, Olaf here is just really the, you know, a lot of them are very squishy, so that Kha'Zix has a lot of potential targets. It's gonna be really interesting to see how MVR will take this to the next level. And now we are just about ready to head into Game 2. I hope our casters are ready. This is gonna be MVR and Team Flash. I believe this is our the final series for these two teams for the day, and we're gonna see if they can get out of that, you know, get some extra points into their standings, as we are rooting for them, of course. It is the team coming top seed coming from the Indonesian region versus the 4th seed coming from the Vietnam region. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, dear panelists out there, and of course, thanks to you, Mika. Great to be here casting alongside with you, Omo. It's Contra on the desk here, and we have MBR taking on Team Flash, where we've already seen some draws and some upsets going all across the table. Omo, I love the drafts.
I do too, Contra, and I think what we're seeing from Team Flash especially just screams to me Team Flash. It fits the identity so well. Shy opting into the skill matchup here, the high mechanics check matchup. Irelia Riven. Then we have the Olaf as well as Twisted Fate to empower his early game. Really good stuff coming in from Flash. The roam potential from Glory on this Rakan, and I really like the starting here from MBR, just going mid, making sure TF is stuck under his tower from the get-go. And Riven though, Onion King taking a bit of a poking there from Ellie to start things off.
That's right, and I love the fact that what the Jess has pointed out to us, that this Olaf is such an important pick.
Yep.
And now you also have on the other side MBR taking a Kha'Zix that can easily find picks and burst somebody down. So it's really down to every minute detail that they could actually get certain small leads to snowball it to MBR's favor, but Team Flash definitely looking great for those team fights.
Yeah, Team Flash indeed looking great for these team fights. Olaf, like what they just mentioned, is just so good against Varus Nami, right? Because if you find an angle, you run it in, they really can't stop you. The good thing is you also have the Rakan to back you up. Oh man, Shy losing a bit out here. He's not going to be level 3, right? That's the big thing in this trade, because Onion King did steal EXP from his mid laner. So MBR, they do have a bit of catch-focused team comp, a bit of a pick-focused team comp. We might see a bit of a skirmish, but look at where Glory D is.
Elvis immediately leaps away, but it will be
Oh,
caught
why
out
did he
once
back
again.
off?
Glory still moving right there. Thank goodness for the blast cone.
Joyce, man.
He
Yeah.
will lose the blue buff though.
There was a bit of a miscommunication there. Glory found the angle, very well played from him. Good timed rotation as well. But Joyce, he backed off. He thought Kha'Zix had gotten away. This is going to be Scuttle Crab secured at the top side. And it looks like it's just going to be a bit of a trade. But this is going to be beneficial for Flash because you need to secure your Baron lane matchup. Irelia Riven is the most important matchup in the game right now.
Indeed it is, and we already see an early game Riven potentially can actually go with some great out trades so long as Irelia tries to go in to farm those minions. So maybe she might lose a little bit of gold early on, but then again,
Oh, man.
I definitely am
Look-
stand corrected.
Look at
because
Joyce.
that's a little
Oh,
difference.
no. That was a bit of a mistake there from Shy. He misses on the ultimate. He whiffs in the air there. That's going to be really unfortunate because if that hit, I think Joyce could have found an angle to tower dive, really. And I think what you were talking about as well, right? It's a pretty aggressive lane. Both of them are trading a lot of health, but it will always favor the team whose jungler is nearby. And that means that Team Flash, since they forced the map split, it would have favored them. Problem is execution kind of lacking a bit there, and Shy missing on his out is going to hurt Team Flash a little bit. Not going to be able to snowball the game.
That's true, and when we look at how proactive Team Flash always plays across the Baron lane from the get-go, they are trying to enable Shy to get to the best of potential here.
Yeah.
But that didn't seem to have worked out. Maybe they might go with it for the second time coming. We see a few items already built up, and I do like that they start off with some executioners calling on this
Yeah.
styling.
It's always going to be nice to see the Executioners here up against Nami. You want to reduce her healing as much as possible, of course. But Rod of the Ages for Ellie already is going to be huge. Twisted Fate, don't forget, has the stacked deck passive, where he'll always get a little bit more gold from the minions. And that's going to be helping him out a lot right here. 200 gold up means he gets the power spike earlier, means he controls the wave. And that means if Radiance wants to look for a timing to recall before the 4-minute objective timer spawns, then it's gonna be Ellie's ability. Ellie's has the opportunity to pressure him and really keep him down. Looks like Radiance is just gonna sack a wave to reset to make sure he can get his Rod of the Ages before the objective spawn. But that means that I think MBR is gonna be a little bit late here.
That's right, and it looks like we do have some Flash being pop over mid side. Thank goodness that Tobu has been able to react quick enough.
Yeah,
and
pretty
Elvis
fast
might just be able to
reactions.
actually do something here.
Yeah, and honestly, that favors MBR, right? Because Rakan really needs the flash to go in. Tobu doesn't really need the flash if he positions well, and he still has the tidal wave. That means that despite having this Olaf in the early game, you're not going to be able to take the fight. Oh,
Meanwhile,
no.
over the top side here, good stun, but the flash
Oh,
goes forward.
no.
MBR gets the first blood, but will be chased out by the Olaf as well. It's a 1-for-1, and after that, I guess Joyce will immediately go for that Herald.
Yeah, he will indeed, and because of the reset timing, that is gonna be so painful with the 14 Flash. They reset the Rift Herald, that means they're gonna be late to the objective, they're gonna be late to the push. MBR, they get a solo kill from Onion King, and because he wastes so much of Team Flash's resources, they will get the turret first. They will be so ahead on the play that they will come up and defend this as well. Team Flash, they have no choice. They have to use the Rift Herald here, because if they don't, they're not even gonna get the turret, and this is a good start for MBR.
Tidal Wave have already been expended, but yet again, with the Herald, that should easily secure it. But MBR have so much room for a lead. Now they can actually manage some certain good pickoffs if they really want to. And just look at the map, well lit up by MBR. Team Flash really got to up their vision game.
Yeah, Team Flash, they really need to be stepping up individually, right? We're seeing a lot of the problems stemming from really Shy not doing too well in this matchup. It's a bit of a tricky matchup for sure, but Shy is the key focal point to me of Team Flash. Sure, we talk about Ellie, we talk about Joyce. They are pivotal players as well, but Shy has been the hard carry here for the team, and he needs to step up here if they want to find more. You cannot be losing when you have the Twisted Fate to empower you. Look at the gold advantage for Ellie. He's going to be dominating the map soon. He is not far off from that rapid fire cannon. It's gonna get pretty brutal, I think, if Shy can hold the game even for a while longer, and Ellie has the space to pot to his lane and really just punish Onion King.
So long as the break is not spawned up, I do think that Ellie should have just about enough time, and we're already seeing Blade King as you mentioned it.
Yep.
So this is where that Irelia will try to drop into some really good areas of play, and Flash already putting in some pressure. It's going to be the Riven that hops on top. Great knockup with the tidal wave. They'll be able to find 2 down, and all 3 will fall with Arleo sacrificing for those kills.
And Ellie burning double sums at mid as well. MBR just finding wins across the board. Onion King, he sacrifices his wave, he sacrifices his temple to go and help out his team. It was a 4v3. That's why it was so easy for MBR to take the teamfight win. And with that, they rotate Radiance over to catch the wave. Very good macro around the board, around the map from MBR, just managing their wave super well. And that will give them a lead over Team Flash right now. Of course, they have the Dragon in their pocket as well. Don't forget about that one. So that's going to be MBR. They're pretty happy, I think, with the way the game is going. And don't forget as well, Riven, one of the hardest scaling picks in the game. Look at this play here. They're camping, they're baiting, just really good stuff. I don't think Tidal Wave was available, yeah, but we have the double bubble. Oh, there was a Tidal Wave, yeah. Double bubble into a Tidal Wave, and they just cleaned this one up. I was actually quite surprised they even managed to get the kill there onto Alier, but they do trade one back, and Team Flash, they will be falling to a bit of an early deficit. I'm pretty sure the only reason it's as close as it is because of this Twisted Fate stack deck. There we go. It's a couple hundred gold up, sitting at 6,000 gold, the second richest person in the game behind Onion King, who honestly has been impressing me so much here, Contra.
I'm impressed just like you are. So, Omo, we look at how well he plays on that Riven, and he didn't really need that tidal wave setup to begin with to be able to actually secure those kills. With the rest of them following up, I think that Elvis was also in a really good position there. So, with Team Flash now on that deficit, they just need to be aware of the whereabouts of MBR. Now they're getting invaded. That's going to be a little bit of a smite as a steal. And Elvis just get things for free.
Yeah, Elvis just going in, gonna smite away your blue buff, gonna stroll out. And Dialing, he worked so hard as well. He took so long trying to get that blue buff. Very sad that he's not gonna be able to find that. Elvis gets spotted out by the twin shadows, but they know where Glory D is as well. So it's a bit of a stalemate right now. That does mean, though, that it will favor MBR. They do the Dragon so fast with the Kha'Zix. They control mid priority. Team Flash, they don't really have many options here to play with.
Flash wanting to force something to happen. That's where Aqua Prison locks him in, forcing the Ragnarok.
No Ragnarok. They can't take
this
this
is going to be very bad Ragnarok because it was activated prematurely and none of the MBR members were even close
this
by.
is so bad. Oh, Contra, this is so bad for Team Flash. Dialing got caught.
Oh my, what's going on in the jungle?
Cam, but it's fine.
Dialing literally died right there. And
yeah, living up to his name. And even if Dialing didn't get caught there, look at the way the map was playing out. Shy had to go back to catch the wave. He was lost. He wasn't sure. Do I come? Do I go? What do I do? Are we trying to fight? But Ragnarok was already popped. Team Flash, I think they just needed to make the call to give. Recognize that, you know what? We should just go play for Shy in the top lane. Let him push. Threaten his tier 2. If anyone defends, we Destiny Gate up. But that doesn't matter at all in the end because Dialing gets caught. Happened off our screens, but that's fine. It's gonna be Twisted Fate though, sitting on 2 items. We need to start seeing Destiny's Gate being used proactively here. He needs to start finding leads for Shy. If not, this game is really gonna slip out of Flash's control.
Yeah, and Team Flash, they're definitely hoping for that late game to happen, but at this rapid pace that MBR is playing, they're not gonna allow it freely. So Team Flash, by hook or by crook, they really gotta find that initiation and where you plan to catch it. When it's going to be a little tad difficult to burst down a Riven in one swing.
Yeah,
and
it is.
on top of that, to catch a Kha'Zix, he could even hop off before you connect that Destiny Gate.
Yeah, the main thing is they need to make sure that whoever is in Shy's lane does not feel like he has a free time farming. That's the main priority right now. And Shy as well, he wants to match into Onion King because it's harder for Onion King to run. Whereas Radiance, if you stun him, he's just gonna triple dash away. Flash just spread pretty thinly across the map. I don't know if this is the play here. This all is happening because MBR are securing so much prio with the Varus Nami. So that honestly is playing out a lot better for them this game than we saw in the last couple games.
Indeed, and you just look at MBR, the more games they play, the better they look. So, with this current form that they do have, I think it's definitely safe to say that they can just go in for a real good catch and maybe walk away with something, or at least take that turret down.
They definitely will at least pick up this turret, and that's just gonna be the whole map falling apart here. Look at the way they're transitioning across the map. That's so clean from MBR. Onion King will move to mid, when his team moves to top. Now that they've finished taking the top turret, everyone's coming back to mid, then that's Onion King's cue to go back to bot. They are always one step ahead of the play here, and Shy is finding himself on the back foot. He's constantly having to react to these rotations, and that's causing him to fall further and further behind in terms of individual goal. MBR, they're pulling ahead, 4,000 goal lead right now. Even Ellie has lost his goal lead. That's gonna be Deathcap as well as Roa for Radiant. And I want to point out something really interesting here, Contra. 4 spooky ghosts, 4 twin shadows for the side of MBR. They want to make sure they know where everyone is. They want to make sure they don't get flanked. That's the big thing. As long as Irelia doesn't find your backline, as long as Rakan doesn't flash charm your backline, you're not going to lose the team fight. You want to fight front to back. You just need to know where they are, and you're good to go. And I really like this decision making here from MBR as Shy gets caught.
Shy now all alone, comes out with the Vanguards and trying to hop onto anybody, but he doesn't stand a chance. Just look at the damage output coming from Alves. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, no chance in hell there for Team Flash. The second Destiny's Gate of the game, used at 12 minutes, and it won't find anything because Onion King, he respects, he backs off when his team is making a play at the bot side, and Flash, they look lost right now. They're getting run across the map. MBR, they are looking way cleaner, and like you said, the more they play, the better they're looking.
And they just can't give so many chances to MBR. You just look at that 5v5 comp. So long as you have Vanguard's edge to get that commitment over to MBR, it's supposed to be still winnable for Team Flash, but they're not taking any of these chances out there when there is opportunity that arises. Now they have to pay the price. They're still going to be in this deficit for quite a while, and I'm looking at this next dragon that's going to be spawning up soon. Shy's got to pull off the best performance of his life.
Indeed, and it's gonna be so difficult because he's not ahead, he's behind in goal. He's so squishy right now. I'm pretty sure he barely has the Triforce together with the Blade of the Rune King. And look at the spooky ghost, it's constantly detecting Flash. There's nowhere for them to hide. Alves has the evolved Spike Rex, he's just spraying it on Team Flash. There's nowhere for them to go. The poke is strong, the vision is strong. They're constantly getting reviewed, they're constantly getting ghosted. Flash cannot do anything, they cannot enter the river at all. This is full control from MBR.
Well, I do have experiences getting ghosted for a whole lot of time, but not as much as 4 Twin Shadows.
Oh,
but here comes a great grand entrance, but not catching on to anybody. MBR looking to punish, looking for Glory with a flag, and that's a killing spree. More for Onion King as he goes for a double, looking for triple as well. Can he get a quad? It's a double for the Kha'Zix. And there we have it. MBR with an early ace sets their sight on Baron.
That was pure desperation from Flash right there. We saw they weren't in position. Dialing and Shy, they were off the sides getting danced around by Onion King. And that's just gonna be Team Flash get wiped off the bot. They try to force the play. Glory couldn't find anything. Pure desperation. They lose the Dragon. They lose mid lane turret. Most importantly now, they get ace. They lose the Baron. And MBR, they are looking a tier above Team Flash, which is not something I was expecting to say here today, Contra. They look really, really good in this game. And the hype seems like it might have some basis to it after all.
Yeah, and just look at all the...
Yeah, it's pure desperation. Look at this. The Spirited Rush, the dodge out, the charm knockup, so good. And if you look at the backline, Shy was forced to flash away from Onion King. Dialing was not even in position because he had to catch mid-wave because they're constantly losing prio. And Shy, honestly, maybe if he had like 1-2 more items, he could have done a little bit more here. But the top gap is just a bit too big right now.
True enough, and you just look at the transition of Onion King, how smoothly he went from one kill after another. Hopping over the wall seemed like it's just an easy crossover onto that terrain. And now speaking of crossover, it's gonna be Alves looking for that thing. And with one down leap, Glory already brought down the B, while Radiant, another solo kill happening up top.
Yeah, it's so rough right now. Everyone is just solo killing. Shy, he cannot show in the side lanes anymore. And if you're telling me that you're playing on red side with Irelia Twisted Fate and you cannot go to the side lanes, that's just game over.
My oh my.
Oh, I didn't
might
king.
have actually lose one. That's a shutdown, but Tidal Wave will catch the TF.
No.
That's all that they need. It's an Ari going on at Rampage. Radiance having some perfect charm, and early Team Flash don't look like they can hold on any longer. Great bubble, not going to be landing on top of them, but the Olaf will still be bursted down. Another turret falls up mid, and they're going hunting,
my
baby.
goodness, Alves.
And Alves is just going on resets after resets. Nobody's gonna stop this guy as they look to close out game 1.
And a super dominant performance here from MBR. Really impressive stuff. I'm so surprised, honestly, because this was a very clean game from them. They demonstrated that they knew how to control the waves, control the river with the various team composition, and that is brilliant. That's exactly what they needed to do. That was exactly what we also criticized them earlier today for, not having the discipline to play out the various team comp as it should be. And you know what? They come around, they say, you know what, we're going to show you guys how it's done, and they do exactly that. The 4 spooky goals was a really nice touch as well, and lots of credit to Onion King. He didn't get much help from his team, but he did so much work.
I've never seen that 4 spooky goes being utilized in any professional play, and I guess it's great sometimes to just get some 24/7 CCTV going on across the map as compared to getting all these Zanyas, Hourglass, Gargoyles don't play. All of that is overrated right now. So Omo, this performance is a stellar one coming out of MBR, and I wish to see more of this to come in Group A. And well, what else could I say about this? Because this could possibly be a 2-0 if they're going at this pace.
It's possible, right? I won't be surprised if Flash finds something to bounce back. We talk a lot about how blue side is really good for Flash because there's so many things you need to ban against them. The Renekton being one of the big factors. But we'll have to see.
That's right, we'll be looking for game 2 in a bit as MBR currently takes the lead against Team Flash. So, without further ado, of course, we'll jump on a quick break and then we'll let the analysts cover the rest of the segment.
Welcome back. You are watching the C Championship. Mika Fab, Skimmy, and What the Jess on the analyst desk. And MBR takes the win from Team Flash. Now I have to say, this was one of the most annoying compositions that I've seen. You know, you had the Kazakhs and the Riven just jumping around, and it was like, oh my god, you can't get away. Because if you do manage to get away from the Kazakhs and the Riven, then, you know, you have Arthur on the Varus, or you have Radiance on Ari that'll probably snipe you from afar, and then you have Tobu for that guarantee, for that CC. I mean, Jess, I'm gonna start with you. What were your thoughts on this match?
Oh, this match is really painful to watch because of how like I told you before the games, it's a free game for Kha'Zix. You cannot engage with the Khan because the champion is too mobile. TF cannot use the gold card to catch off Kha'Zix because he can jump away, and there's nothing left. Olaf cannot run them down. Aurelia already lose the lanes. It's so hard for Team Flash to come back into this game.
Yeah, Skimmy, what about your thoughts on this? And especially, like, you know, right, we're seeing it on your screens right now. We have 4 twin shadows. That's like twin shadows that we have over here. We were talking about how just ridiculous it is, and what the amazing map controls that it offers.
Yeah, just quintuplets, really, isn't it? Just one big family having a good old time there for MBR. Yeah, I mean, for me, it just felt like a really poor showing here from Ellie, playing the Twisted Fate. So MBR said, this is how you play the Destiny Ultimate. We'll pick up 4 twin shadows, we'll get the vision, we'll get the, you know, we'll disable the fog of war, as Jess said, and pretty much do your job for you. So I think really it was a playground for them to play around, because they always had an option to look for, always had an idea as to where the angles could have come from. And I think Omo touched on it beautifully, right? It's just making sure they always had tabs on what Shy's next move may have been. And like, as much as the Kazakhs looks really good and the Riven was there to follow, I definitely saw there was ways that you know, Team Flash could have won that game. They just didn't play around it. I mean, I was so frustrated because you've got this Aurelia that wants to be aggressive. We know Shy wants to try and get the ball rolling, but there was no protection offered towards him. I think the TF ult was only used maybe twice, and it was used literally as like a bit of vision. It was never there to like force a gank. It was never there for that gold card dive. I felt like they had such a good comp to try and enable these dives, try and say, if you jump us, we can jump you back. Like, who's going to try and snowball quicker? But it ended up becoming a bit of a one-sided affair.
Yeah, but you know, before we proceed into more discussion on this match, we talked about, you know, being jumped on and everything to prevent life from surprising you with these, you know, weird things that come around. Please do check out Franklin Templeton. They will open the door to your financial future. Yes! And yes, I know, I know
Let's
you
go,
feel me
Franklin!
on these. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. I actually like, you know, once you get to a certain age, you really do need this. When you get into your late game, you really do need these things. So do check them out. Now, of course, going back into our, you know, Jess is laughing at me. I just caught you there.
I love it. I love this. I'm all for this.
But going back into the discussion, you know, Skimmy, you brought up possibly like the underperformance of Ellie in this match. What do you think he could possibly do to come back stronger in game 2?
Just to fall back to what's made you so good already. You know, the Aurelian Soul is obviously that go-to that he has said, you know, if we're picking global champions, that will be my go-to, because Twisted Fate, Galio, and so on are just always going to be banned away. So that was his answer to that question. But when that wasn't available, it was the likes of the Ari, it was the Jarvan 4 in the mid lane too. Just champions that have impact. It's either a charm, it's either a stun, it's either a flag and drag. It's some form of fashion to say, that objective or that idea, I'm going for it, and I'm backing you up, and we're always going to have that numbers influx. And that was what was sorely missing from that TF performance. It just felt like a minion on the map that said, I can get a gold card, but do I want to use it? Maybe not. Okay, opportunities passed, and yeah, the game kind of just escaped them very quickly.
Yeah, and Jess, we were talking about how, you know, MBR, they needed that focus. They needed to hone in really on, you know, their objectives and make sure they were aware of what everybody was doing on the map. It's kind of weird because we saw the opposite. We saw that becoming Team Flash's problem in this match. And, you know, MBR, of course, they worked on that beautifully. But Team Flash now, they seem to be struggling with that, you know, with that kind of style. What do you think they need to adjust going into game number 2?
The thing that they need to adjust is the draft again. Like, yeah, like Skimmy said, Ellie on TF is kind of, I don't know, weird. he should probably go something along like that or Lorenzo, like the main carry of the mid lane, right? And I want to point another thing out is that MBR control the map so well. Like they wouldn't let their guard down at all the entire game. No face checking, no risky play, just control the map from start to finish. Like it was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 4 twin shadows over
My
there...
point exactly, right? How can you control the map if you have that much? Like, it's so easy. You can't go anywhere. And Team Flash just said, you know what, Ellie? We're actually going to ban away that tier from you even being able to play it. So I like that. Good coaching.
Yeah, and you know, at one point in the game, you actually just saw ghost after ghost going out. And it just seemed like you know, there was no end to it whatsoever. So yeah, I'm a big fan of what MBR Esports was able to do in Game 1. Going now into Game 2 and our champ select though, it looks like another big Baron lane matchup over here for Team Flash and MBR Esports. Jess, what are your thoughts on this?
Oh, they first pick Renekton, so oh, they did snatch out Kha'Zix. I'm about to say that Kha'Zix actually is kind of a special champion, to be honest, because it's good at scouting, it's good at all-in and poking as well. It's like it's got a little bit of everything. So if you play it well, it's so annoying to deal with.
Now, Skimmy, what about you? I mean, I know we saw Team Flash earlier running the Renekton, but it seemed more like it was a reactive pick rather than something that, you know, Shy was totally comfortable with. It could have been the team that they were up against. Do you think that this is Team Flash more reacting rather than sticking with something that will guarantee them that win?
I think this is definitely their comfort zone. I mean, like, the Thresh and the Varus are a little bit different for me. I mean, we have certainly seen them play the Varus a fair few times, but the Fizz is what really gets me. I love it when they play these, like, very dive-heavy champions, because it's saying, look, we're taking a skill check. This is what I know them for. I don't like it when they play, like, the more utility style of play, because it doesn't really fit the bill for them. There's the Zed as well, so we're just answering back fire with fire. God. It's just got it all, Jess. It's got it all.
Yeah.
Oh, this is what I want to see. Fizz against Zed. What do you think, Skimmy?
Oh, look, I'm a big fan of fish and chips, mate, so I'm going to go for the Fizz. Look, I'm biased towards that one, but maybe it doesn't fit the meta. Hey, I'm a believer. Get rid of the AD and, yeah, just pop off with the Ludens and, you know, off she goes.
Yeah, lots of jumping around once again. I mean, you have the Fizz, you have the Kha'Zix too, but yeah, Skimmy, we did want to see the Fizz. We did want to see something different here, and I think Team Flash, they're pulling out all the stops over here. I mean, once you do have, you know, the Fizz coming out, you can tell somebody's up to something. You know, they're up to something over here, and they are, yeah, MBR. I would watch out. I would watch out. It was definitely for Team Flash with this kind of lineup. We are gonna pass it over to your casters. This is Team Flash versus MBR.
Overview. Oh, I need to hop back. I need to hop back.
And we have an explosive game coming from both sides as we have assassins across all corner. And with the Kha'Zix moving over to Team Flash, Omo, who do you favor in this draft, in this best of 2? And Team Flash, they need this win in order to make it out.
Well, Coach, I'll tell you that's a very good question, but given that Zed was forced to add W at level 1, I'll say that I'm favoring Team Flash from the get-go here. Forced to recall, having add W level 1, things are looking good here, and we talked about this exact scenario, right? Team Flash, I always think they look better on blue, because there's too many things you need to ban against them. With that said though, I don't know how you end up with Renekton and Varus on the same team. I think that should almost never be allowed, but I do see that MBR actually went for the trait of Ziggs Riven. I do like that this Varus has been denied from them, but I want to see what Elia can do on the Ziggs. It's been a long day. I'm starting to forget how to pronounce names. Next up, I'll forget how to pronounce Shy, so we're not very far off from a complete mental collapse here. But yeah, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Oh, don't follow me just about yet. I just hope that you don't forget my name right here. But as we get ourselves into this program, I guess like the bottom lane could be a non-factor when you have so many assassins on the bar. Like, they're just hoping to pick something safe and just hopefully get some good trading being done. So this is a brand new island. It's a dual island down Dragon Lane for most part.
Yeah, non-factor is not exactly the term I would use to describe it.
True.
But what they will do is, actually, I think the better term is inactive, right? They're not really going to be fighting a lot. They're not really going to be brawling a lot. They're just going to do exactly what you're seeing on your screens. Throwing long-range spells at each other. When you're low, back off, go heal, come back for round 2. And I think that's pretty much going to be the tail here for the bottom lane. But I do like that this secures Joyce, this Scuttle Crab. I do want to point out, though, that the Shy... He's been doing so well in play-ins. He's been a key factor to me. I think he's been one of Flash's best players, in my opinion. But Onion King has been out-trading him in both of these games so far here today.
That's the great fact to point out, and Joyce will be able to snatch this blue away immediately. Hops over to Tobu, forcing a flash. Great death sentence to secure first blood. Team Flash now with the lead.
Team Flash, nice. Finding something from the get-go. That's exactly what you need to be doing with this trash pick. You need to find ways to snowball the game. We've seen what it's like when the trash enchanter matchup goes to the mid game, goes to the late game. You really get outmatched. You get outscaled completely. So they need to find these picks and they need to keep it going. That's the important thing here. So first blood going over to Joyce. You're never gonna be sad about that one, right? He's gonna get some nice little item leads. Fizz is gonna be pretty slippery, so I think it's good. Yeah.
Well, there's two men hop on board, and that's a death mark. Definitely could kill.
He kills them all.
But Radiance goes down as well.
Nice.
Joyce comes in that perfect time.
Yeah, Joyce comes in the perfect time, and that was what you would call an overforce there from MBR. And I think the mistake there from Ellie was that he flashed a little bit too early. If he held on to that a little bit longer, maybe he might have been able to survive. Maybe he might have been able to flash away from Zed's follow-up damage, because Zed had to use his double shadow, and then his ultimate to get on top of him. So Ellie, I think, could have played that one a little bit more patiently. But what matters is Joyce got the buy, got the reset, and he came up. That's fantastic. I really love it there from Joyce. He's doing so well. Bit of a bad luck hook there from Glory D. It was a bit close. I think it kind of whiffed past the head of Radiance there as he's going for a bit of a rotation. And 330, that's the timing window. You're going to go for a 1-3-1 setup. Make sure that you get constant mid-prio. And it seems like they might want to dive Radiance. He doesn't have his ultimate.
He's already popped the shadow though, so he's going to be able to juke it all
okay.
out. So it's not too shabby after all. So with a little bit of rotation, we're looking at the Ziggs taking over mid. And they're just going to absolutely get this one away, but the tidal wave has already been utilized, not hitting any members of Team Flash. With the dragon being spawned up, I think that MBR could actually choose to reply.
Yeah, and it looks like MBR, they want to look for something, but they need to wait for Deathmark. Shy can win this!
Oh my,
jinxed
and
it.
he fell. So, Onion King, as well as Albus, with the really good jungle of the turret pressure, has been able to pull that one back. While Team Flash, they know that the jungler is all the way up top, so they can get this one for free.
Yeah, the big thing there is that Shy needed to hold a stun for whoever at turret aggro. If you stun someone in the turret, they definitely die to you as a Renekton. But the problem is Shy went for the stun a little bit too early. Elves and Onion King, like you mentioned, just juggled the aggro and got out alive. And this is looking to be really bad, because if Shy falls this far behind and the Fiora gets a lot of a lead here, he could be a win condition by himself. We saw on blue side earlier today, MBR went Fiora, Zed. 4-5, and we saw how that played out. It was a pretty weak strategy because they lost their lanes. That was against Buriram, right? Now against Flash, Shy is losing his lane to Onion King, and if you get leads on Zed Fiora, they can take over games completely.
I agree with that statement that you just made right there, and you just saw how well Onion King played that ribbon in the past match, and with Albus having that flex, this is going to be a really good setup with Glory D. Going with the play. Here comes the tidal wave as well. He will have to flash away. Now he's being caught up. A little bit of a reversal coming from MBR. And Team Flash did not even get that turret.
Big mistakes. They clearly were not on the same page here. And Ellie's in a bit of a cheeky position. Elvis wants to find him, but not going to get found out just yet. They're calling the rotation down from dialing. They want to kill them both here, but it's going to be a bit tricky since there's no support.
Chum the waters now lands. Raiden's now getting a little bit of a bite there. 50% of health, but Ellie still gives chase though. I don't think this is going to be a
What's going on in the top lane?
Continue though.
What's going on in the top lane, Contra? We're not going to see it. That's alright. We'll just imagine it. I imagine the Renekton walked up, stunned Ziggs, and killed him. That's all we'll know.
That's all that we
know.
actually need, actually.
Yeah, that's all we got.
For an instance. But we focus down on bot because Albus might just be able to respond to this death sentence. Here comes the death mark on top of the Fizz, but easily just hopped over with little bit more of that flashiness.
Just a bit of a
now,
trade back and forth.
I just feel that this is a little bit too evenly traded out. Team Flash should have actually capitalized, but
There
we
we
have
go.
the replay.
Oh, they just dived him. They just walked at him and dived him, so we weren't actually wrong. After Flash, Alia had Flash and whatnot, my brain is turning off and I'm starting to see Alia as Arthur, so that's a bit unfortunate. I want to call back a little bit to the bot side player, right? Because what we saw from Alia that was a bit questionable, but I think the rationale behind it was very sensible, right? You can tell he's a bit of a fizz main here. He went for the Charm of Waters. Look at this, Onion King just spacing Shy out of control. This might actually be a very big problem. Like, Fiora might take over the game really soon. He's more than 1,000 gold up. But yeah, the bot side play, right? He went for a Charm the Waters, and I don't know if you noticed, but he immediately used Playful Trickster to make sure that Zac couldn't dodge the Charm the Waters with Death Block. That was really, really nice. But the problem with that is it makes it hard for you to follow with a chase. It's hard for you to keep the fight going, and that's what allowed Radiance to get away. So it's a bit well played there from Ellie, but at the same time that also hurt him. And I don't think all of this matters though, because you know what matters, Contra? Onion King.
True enough, and you just look at Onion King, who's not only getting that stone plate, he's gonna have so much of an easy time to deal with this Renekton, who's not well fed, but with the Herald already popped right in. MBR looking to actually flank them across. Now that's gonna be a tidal wave hitting onto Glory D with the back of the full ROM dropping right in. Freeman gets marked, and Alves gets that pig. And yet again, Joyce makes a play. He will still fall, and that's a double for Alves.
That is really, really bad. You're never gonna win the side lane matchup ever again against this Fiora. So if you're losing the team fight with 4 members, then that's gonna hurt you so much. Your Team Flash falling 2,000 gold behind. Radiant so clean right there, jumping in, flashing in, locking down the kill, and popping back to his death mark Shadow. Really good stuff across the board from MBR. Like you said, right, if they keep it going, they could 2-0. And I think that we're seeing the makings of the 2-0 for MBR here, which they really need.
That's right. Now I'm gonna take it to another topic, right? Since you mentioned that, you know, you're losing a lot of energy. Team Flash started off with the very first series out there.
It's true, yeah.
It's been a really long day. I mean, back then when I managed teams, I know how it feels like when you just go AFK for a really long while waiting for a game. And now it seems like it's been taking a toll onto Team Flash, and they're already starting onto that break. But MBR, they try to steal it away, and that's where the rest of Team Flash, they cannot respond. They're stuck inside a pit, and Fleet, Joyce will be able to actually make their way out and get that break. But they will still have Shy here to be able to flash away. Tidal Wave cuts their exit plan, and Darling, 1 HP left. He tries to dodge it all, but it will still be seeked out by the rest of MBR. The Death Sentence does not connect, but the Flay will. And that will take down Onion King. One more kill right there, and Florida shoved all the way back. Team Flash battered and bruised.
Heartbreaker right there for Team Flash. They get the dragon, but at what cost? Everyone basically dies. They only kill, well, they do kill Tobu and Onion King in return, right? But look at Radiance right now. Does he smell this? Does he know the Joyce is here?
Oh, yeah, I guess he...
I think Joyce can all in this, though. I'm not sure why he's running away.
He should have, but he doesn't really have the death mark available, so he understands that it's not going
Joyce
to be
should
the
turn it
most
around.
ideal.
Joyce should jump on him. But yeah, look at this team fight right now, okay? The tidal wave is not up yet, so that's the big thing. That's why this fight was even playable. Ellie, he dives so deep, but MBR, I'm really impressed. Their team fighting is pretty good. They peel back together. They say, you know what? Let's kill this Fierce, guys. He's diving too deep, and they just chase this fight down. Dobu gets a bit too overly aggressive. I think he dies to the turret shots at the end here. It happens. It happens. Yeah, Dobu and Onion King both died to the turret shots here, and I think that if we backtrack a little bit, Contra, you raise a really good point. I'm exhausted. You're exhausted. I have no doubt that Team Flash are also exhausted. And the question is, how much is that playing into their performance? That's something. Joyce seems pretty awake.
That's right, and no exhaust being used, so all you do is just ignite the flames here, and that's where you look at Fizz. He's gonna be going all in with Shy, looking for a pick as well. Onion King, the next one to fall with Joyce taking him down.
Shy misplayed. He didn't get the reset on the slice. He did not get to dice, so he would not be able to chase the fight down, and that will just be 2 quick kills. And this is something we've raised a lot. I forgot who the team playing Camille was. I completely cannot remember. My brain is dead. But when you have a lead as a side laner, you need to make sure you use that lead. Abuse your side lane pressure. You're never gonna lose the 1v1. There's no need to come to team fights and coin flip, especially since you have a proto belt. It's so easy to kill you as a Fiora in a team fight.
Yeah, and on top of that, you look at MBR. They have great champions here for split pushes, and they should actually use that to full effect.
Yeah.
As mentioned by Wantages, that when you have a Zed, what the Zed does back, best is to really juke your enemies out. So you can always go and take one of the lanes out there while you have the Fiora or even the Riven to do the duty.
We're setting up, right? They're going for the 1-3-1 right now. They just need to make sure they execute on this properly and correctly, and they don't make unnecessary mistakes. They know when to back off. It's looking really good for MBR because when they have leads, when they feel like they need to play discipline, they are able to. They're able to pull back when they need to, and that's what we're seeing on the map right now. Onion King not walking up for no reason. Radiance hiding in a bush when he knows he doesn't have information. Really good stuff from MBR. Very disciplined. And if they keep this up, it should likely be a good situation for them.
With both sides pulling it through for the moment, it's Alvis playing very aggressively. Getting a little bit more control over on Baron. Here comes the 1v1. Though turns golden for a half bit. Joyce arrives! Mega Bomb not going to do all too much. And just look at Irelio. He doesn't really have that much mana. He's going to be bursted down. And with the tidal wave not really connecting, Joyce somehow will be taken up with a great flash coming from Irelio. And Tobu alongside with Alvis, or should I say Onion King, has been able to save the day. And here comes a little bit more skirmish off mid as well. With a little bit playful structure into the Lantern. He is safe.
Alright, they just get away. Joy's dropping is a bit unfortunate because they will not have a jungler for this dragon fight, and because of the death timers, Radiance will actually be back in time for this. Team Flash, you need to be very careful. If they take this fight, it's gonna be 4v5 with no jungler as well.
Alvis on the hunt now. He tries to flash forward. He managed to dodge that death sentence right on him because if he gets taken down, this is a free Drake for Team Flash. Now, without much resources, they are forcing a reset. That allows so much room for Team Flash to take over control on this river to get this Inferno. Great.
I'm pleasantly surprised. I don't know how they got control of the river at all, but they come in, they muscle MBR out, and they get 3 drakes. Yeah, I'm very surprised with this. And you know what the problem is, Contra? If they're getting the drakes, Onion King needs to be finding turrets, needs to be finding farm on the other side of the map. But because he keeps coming to try to contest these fights, he's not able to do so. And that hurts his team so much.
That's exactly the case, right? And you just look at a Team Flash. You have a Kha'Zix that's growing stronger as time goes by. Already having that 3 item spike, he could just 1v1 anybody and get out of there. And when we saw MBR having that Ziggs out of the open, if there was no backup whatsoever, he's toast.
He is indeed, and he's forced to back away here. Look at Joyce though, the spooky ghosts are coming through once again. This time only 2, so not as extreme as 4 we saw in the last game. They're recognizing, you know what, I actually need Jonias this time, so they're going to play it a little bit safer here, MBR. But still, 2 spooky ghosts, 3 from the side of Team Flash. Both of these teams recognizing so many assassins. I need to get information.
That's right. Information is going to be extremely vital. I guess that they managed to match up the number of spooky ghosts, as we are currently seeing a little bit of a push and pull going on. So this might just be a great meta that other teams can actually learn from, where if you come in the early game, you can eventually head into the late game, switch out on those boots for better enchantment. Here comes the Mount Waters. That takes a little bit of light onto Radiance, but easily with all those mobility in the kit, he's going to be able to survive. Meanwhile, a bot! My, oh my. That's another burst coming down.
Yeah.
And Onion King just got deleted.
I'm pleasantly surprised here. Shy was getting dumpstered in the early game. He was getting out-traded. He was getting out-spaced. Now somehow in the late game, he's winning this matchup. Oh no. Ellie, oh no. Radiance.
You know, this feels like my ranked games where you just have a Zed that just goes out hunting and he doesn't really have to stick with the team.
Yeah.
Same goes to a Fizz. It's basically ego matchup all across, and here comes Joyce as well. This round 2, and that's just enough of a burst with a full chain of combo coming out of Joyce.
It's like in solo queue games in more ways than one. We're just seeing the assassins take over the game. And I expected Shy to just keep losing more and more in this matchup, but I expected Ellie to start winning because Fizz scales so well. He just one-shots you even without ultimate. But somehow Radiance is starting to take over in the 1v1 here, while Onion King is starting to lose, which should definitely not be happening.
Yeah, I guess that Team Flash, they could use the Fizz as a bait in such a way that he does have the Zhonya's, he has playful tricks there. So you want MBR members to commit, and maybe when that ever happens, they could start going in for the back line, having the Kha'Zix to slowly remove either Aurelior, Radiance, if you can find it, or even Onion King, because he's got all the damage to dish out in one full swing. And if he gets any sort of reset, that team fight can still go very well on Team Flash's favor, especially when you have so many Drake offering you every single thing that you need to get the better advantage in those fights.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And look at this Charm the Waters right now. There we go. That's why you need to join your Hourglass. I don't know what
I guess so.
This might be a bit
but
much.
It's dead! It's the fist that fell! They get the turret, but it's not really worth the trade now. Joyce is trying to scream for help. With some satchel charge, he does get a little bit more room, but Alvis have just arrived. Literally Exile takes a slash, but he will indefinitely go down. It's a rampage for the Ribbon. While Glory D is trying to make a little bit of a home run. Here comes the death sentence. Barely hitting out there. The Elder's spawning up soon, though.
Contra, I'm losing it a little bit right now. Like, my brain is starting to lose it. I'm just laughing at everything. But these teams, I think they're starting to lose it too. Like, they won the fight already. They burned the spells there. And then decide, you know what? I'm just going to dive you for the sake of it. And this is going to be a Baron.
Oh my, Grand Challenge now being utilized as
I think
well.
he's
A
gonna
little
kill
bit of
them
split
all.
fight over on the top side. It will be the Renekton there, getting the killing spree before falling out. And yet again, it is MPR that will be moving into the Baron. It doesn't matter. We got multiple kills in this match anyways. MPR, they still have Glory D here with the TP coming up here. And there's not much help left. They need to smut it or else.
No, Ellie.
MPR, they managed to actually get this catch. Unable the next one to fall. Well, Ellie now gets caught up all alone. Radiance gets first it down. It's a triple. It's a quadra if it could make down that Alvis. But Alvis is way too strong for that fist.
Yeah, I saw him kill the Zed, and I was coping a little bit hard there. He would not be able to 1v1 a Bruiser Riven. That is my bet. That was clearly not going to happen. But yeah, it was so close for Dialing. He was one hit away from killing Radiance. And off the back of that, Ali, he nearly cleaned up the fight as well, but a bit of miscommunication with Glory D. Glory D wanted him to TP to the Lantern, but he TP'd on his body, and he wasn't able to Lantern him in. Look at this. This is a bit of miscommunication. And he needed to playful tricks to the tidal wave, but Tobu timed it so well, sacrificed his life to make sure that he stops Ellie from getting to his team. And that's going to be Baron here for MBR, but the next objective, Elder Ocean, is on the map right now.
Yeah, it just felt like Ellie was overly agitated. It's like, get me in the fight. Get me in the fight right now. I got no time for that Lantern. I'm not going to TP right there. And he needs the bubble. It could have actually been a lot better in that sense.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's just what it is, right? And I feel like we need to see Onion King. Please start split pushing. Your team has Baron. Please just end the game. You are Fiora. If you don't win this game for your team, it's really on you. But look at Radiance. He's taking matters into his own hands. He's going to pressure the bot lane tier 2 turret. Renekton spots him, but that's going to be it. And I feel like Joyce can start this one off a bit sneakily.
And MPR, they definitely are in the driver's seat. They can start that Elder Drake, let that Fiora split push with the Zed over on the bottom side to secure a little bit more room. Now, Team Flash, they're definitely in the pickle. They are having missed priorities here, pretty much dissected into two parts. So it's all about whether if Shy can participate, while this Fiora is just holding him back all along.
Why are you trying to do that? Why are you trying to charm the waters on someone with a dash on 2 seconds? And look at Onion King. This is how the matchup should play out.
Oh my, he gets the kill though! Over on that small little window. This is where Team Flash, they overcommit the tidal wave, and then they will try to commit with all that they got. It's Alves there that won't be able to secure the Elder Drake, while Flash, they do have a Fiora problem all the way in, and MBR might just be able to sweep them all the way through, chasing them all the way back to the base. No minutes left, but Dialing has been able to arrive to see. They will be able to clear this one up, but this is the hit taken down. MBR, they are doing it, taking down Team Flash 2-0.
And I'm so surprised, but pleasantly so, at MBR's performance here today. They did so well. Look at that fist bump, smiles all around. A lot of expectations coming in for this team. I was skeptical, I gotta admit, but they are kind of proving why they had a lot of expectations on them, why they had the scrim box that they're now starting to cash in on. And honestly, the thing for me as well is I think you raised a really good point here, Contra. look at how exhausted we are. Team Flash has been playing since the first game of the day. It cannot be easy for them, and I think that does, not to take anything away from MBR, but I feel like that does kind of explain some of the individual mechanical as well as decision-making collapses that we saw from a team which is normally quite good at playing the map.
Yeah, and I just love the intensity that we have. It was fights from minute 1 all the way till the very end. That is definitely something that you can expect out of MBR moving forward, getting more and more confidence by taking down Team Flash. This is a huge improvement compared to their very first matchup, which we saw today, and they're just starting to get comfortable. Imagine them on their peak form.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's definitely a team that can be scary. And you know, I kind of made a statement that I feel like the top 4 of this group is already decided. But with this 2-0 sweep, MBR have just thrown things in shambles.
That's right. Speaking of trolling things into shambles, let's throw it back to our analyst there, where we will have a lot to talk about this whole entire matchup.
You did not just call us shambles, Contra. I accept the throw. I accept the throw. Look at Skimmy. Look
I'm
at
in
Jess
shambles,
over here.
man. Oh, what a game. Please, Flash, please. I'm so excited. I saw some of these beautiful plays, and I was like, yes, come on, Joyce, get the reset, bunny hop, jump in, get another one. And then I've seen the fizz, and I'm like, just please hit one of these ultimates. And me and Jess were like, look at the cooldown. It's like 30 seconds. And he just misses them both. Oh, what a throw, man. I'm so upset.
I just want to tell our viewers right now that I had to drag both of these guys back to the analyst desk over here just because they were so emotional about that match. So I'm gonna give Skimmy a break. Jess, what about you? As we look at our post-game stats over here, you guys were like going back and forth, and it was hilarious listening to your comms and everything. But break it down for us. What did you think of that match?
Oh, I love recent match. It was like if you erase their team name, it's almost like a solo queue mode right now.
Yeah.
They're just like they're killing each other left and right off screen. I love that part so much.
Skimmy, I know you were incredibly emotional about this. The Kazakhs, you mentioned that it didn't exactly play out as well as we would have liked. Neither did the Fizz.
Yeah, look, I thought when What the Jess made the suggestion that this would go 1-1, I thought his blessing would have been enough to get them across the finishing line in the second game. It looks so good. I mean, the Kazakhs, one of those champions that need a bit of time to try and snowball, but when you do, it just looks oh so easy. And multiple times he was fighting those picks individually, taking them down, and looking ever so good in it. But another times, maybe getting himself a bit too big for those boots. 1v4ing, thinking I can do this, I can do it all, I can try and win us this game. But yeah, ultimately I reached that point where, yeah, 3 Drakes, fantastic. MBR knew that the option really was, they wanted to claim that all-important and insane 4-stack Ocean Elder. So they just go for the split push. I mean, at that stage, what can Renekton do into the Fiora? Well, Onion King just wins the 1v1, takes the inhib. Zed's like, well, I'm not going to group up, so I'm going to split push bot as well. And they put the pressure on Team Flash to say, well, you have to do this Elder or you just lose the game. So they go for the all-in. Joyce dies. And a part of my soul then just left, just disappeared. And now I'm here. Very sad.
Yeah, it was kind of like a expectation meets reality, and yeah, it just didn't exactly match. But you know what? I like that Team Flash tried. They really did.
Yeah.
Even with regards to like the steals on the Drake, steals on the Baron, and everything, they really did do their best. But we also have to factor in, like for example, Omo mentioned they've been playing since what? When was it? When it was like hours ago. It's the start of the day, exactly. So the endurance that these guys have to go through, of course it's going to mess with their performance indeed, and we did see it come out here. I still think that Team Flash, they really did give it their best, but right now it just seems like MBR, they were just better prepared for this. They made less mistakes overall. Jess, I'm curious, what does this mean, you think, for MBR? Do you think that they've got that lead right now? Do you think that, going up against Buriram United Esports and One Team once again, they'll come off better?
Oh, I still favor Buriram so hard
yeah,
because
of course.
Not because they're tired like me, but because the way they play the games and like the way they draft as well is fit to their style. They're playing to their strength. They got a obvious like okay, this game, who's gonna carry, something like that. Like they manage so well within their team. But talking about MBR, I think they passed the endurance check.
Yeah.
For the last game. Because they did let mistake that Team Flash, obviously. That's why they won.
Right,
That's what it felt like,
yeah.
right? For me, I mean, it felt like who could make the least amount of mistakes. I mean, like, casters are burnt out, we're just losing our minds. But imagine being a player when you know that, like, you need these victories. That every game is, like, more crucial than the next. And yeah, I feel like MBR just weathered the storm fantastically. I mean, it was everything you wanted from this, like, battle these two mid lane assassins. Like, who could one-shot better? Who could get those double kills? Who could get the triples? Who could, you know, jump in, jump out, and live for a little bit longer? And yeah, the Zonias obviously as well. Looking to try and buy as much time as possible. So yeah, in the end, MBR just a little bit too good. Yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of great ideas though on the side of Team Flash. I feel like, you know, maybe if their heads weren't, like, you know, muddled by the events of the whole day, maybe if they came in fresh, then the series might have been a little bit different, of course. But you know, I can't deny also that MBR, they are getting stronger. I like that they're, you know, we were talking about how at the start of the day their focus was a little all over the place. Now we're seeing them really, you know, really hone in on their objectives, really hone in who they want to target and who they want to focus, and that's really amazing that this team can actually improve at this, you know, at this rate in one day. This is just one day. So I'm excited to see, you know, how they will perform in the days to come as we wrap up the group stages and as we proceed into the playoffs. But you know, I think our MVP will be up in just a few. Right now, though, I have to ask Skimmy.
Yeah.
Last thoughts on the, you know, on the Fizz. What would it have looked like if it was, you know, played totally right? What was your dream scenario, I guess?
Oh, I mean, the
Hitting
Chum the
all the
Waters.
ult.
Yeah. Chum the Waters would go out. One shot,
I
Zed is
knew it.
crying in a corner. His KDA looks absolutely terrible. Fizz is just like, his portrait's in your face. It's like tilting you because it looks so squishy and cute, but also so dangerous at the same time, so you don't really know what to make of the champion. Yeah, I mean, it certainly could have been a different story, but I guess like that is the testing of these like championship caliber teams, right? Can you play for like 24 hours straight? Can you know, descend into madness? And if you are in that solo queue state, can you thrive in the solo queue state? Can you know, enjoy you know, finding like 20 kills a second, or you know, is that going to put you on blast? Because yeah, ultimately MBL are quite keen.
Yeah, indeed. You know, I mean, we've been at this already, and I don't think I could possibly play a game of Wild Rift at this state that I'm at right now. These guys have to go through it for 4 more days in the group stages and eventually into the playoffs. So major props to them, and major props as well to our MVP of the series. Who's it gonna be? I actually don't know who's it's gonna be. I'm prepared to be very, very surprised. Indeed, it is going to be Radiance on the side of MBR. And yes, you know what, the Jess, you were talking about how amazing, what a beast this guy is in the mid lane. What are your thoughts on his performance in the series?
Oh wow, his set plays so well. Like at some point in the game at the bottom lane, the way that he jumps in, gets the kill and gets out, like, oh my god.
Yeah.
If he hides his name, you almost thought that he's a faker.
No.
Oh,
wow.
Like seriously,
the ultimate compliment.
Yeah, that play was so insane. It's almost a game-winning play.
Yeah. Skimmy, what about you? What are your thoughts on Radiance?
Yeah, I agree. Like the play that you're referencing, he pretty much like blinked like 4 phone screens away, so you didn't even know where he was, and he gets the kill and he jumps out back to that shadow clone. You're thinking, like, how's that happened? Like, how has he disrespected me in this manner? Yeah, no, I think a really good series there for Radiance, because like he certainly had a rush showing to the start of the day. Got completely mid-gapped, and you're thinking, okay, what changes here? Like, you know, what can he do? He just runs it back with those same champions, right? And says, look, you know, it wasn't the champions necessarily, it's just me. The performance wasn't up to par, but I feel like this was a really good series because it was a showcasing of like who might be able to take that 4th and final spot here in Group A. And yeah, he sort of he peaked, or I suppose hit prime form when it mattered the most.
So checking out our standings right now, you know, you mentioned taking that 4th spot in over here in Group A. I have to ask Skimmy, what is this? Are you a convert now for MVR, or are you still saying that Team Flash, you know, in better days could have pulled through?
Look, it's so crazy for me because I'm a neutral in this tournament, right? So I'm just going over who impresses me the most. And like, let's be honest, MBR certainly did impress me. Team Flash are trying to give me a heart attack, trying to make me cry. I haven't reached a state of exhaustion yet where I will cry on camera. Maybe by the end of the week, we'll get a lone tear fall down my face.
Give it till Sunday. Give it till Sunday.
Yeah. Maybe we need a few more days of like of working this one and seeing all the stories play out. But look, I'll give MBR the kudos. Yeah, certainly a really good performance from them. So I'm really excited to see how this group finishes.
I feel like we need to give a special award to the team or the series that can make Skimmy cry at the end of it all. I just feel like, very nearly it was this series. Just a little bit, but he's not at that point of exhaustion just yet.
We're still
Let's
smiling.
check out our standings. Let's check out our standings right now and get away a little bit from Skimmy's creepy smile. It's a borderline creepy smile. It's a borderline. It's like I'm still smiling, but like the eyes are dead inside.
My eyes are crying. Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
dear.
Right now, MBR, they seem to be looking good. They seem to be a very viable choice for those remaining spots over there for Group A. Again, only the top 4 teams with each group will be advancing into the playoffs. So far, Buriram United, one team, sitting very pretty indeed at the top. MVR, with that recent series, will of course get 4 points on the board. So now it's up to Team Secret, SVP, and Team Flash to, really bring it in their following series to get those points in. Coincidentally, we talk about Team Secret and SVP. They are going to be our next match and our final match of the day. Really quickly before we head into that though, looking at Group B, so Group of Life in Group A and Group B is our Group of Death. I feel like if Group A cannot make Skimmy cry, it will most definitely be Group B. I feel. What do you think, Jess? What's your analysis on this? What's your breakdown on this?
It's just...
This is the real reason we bought Jess. When will I cry? Tell me.
I cannot wait for Group B to play it out. Like, oh my god, there's such a stacked team. Evo's esports at VCC. I'm really curious on their form right now. Flash Wolf, how they're doing after a bit of a shaky play in. Well, I cannot wait.
Well, I gotta say, I'm gonna be pretty honest right now. It's not gonna take a lot to make me cry. It could possibly be this next series coming up because it's gonna be Team Secret and SVP. And yes, indeed, sole representative from the Philippines. So, my heart's in this. So yes, I do say it's not gonna take a lot to make me cry. If this goes in a very, very, in a very, very dire way that upsets basically all of the Filipino talent over here. Stay tuned, SVP and Team Secret coming right up.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy and build your portfolio. Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back to the C Championships, and we just saw MBR get the win, a 2-0 from Team Flash. Mika Fabs over here with Skimmy, Dancing Skimmy, and What the Jess. And I just want to say congratulations, guys. We have made it. We have made it to the final match of the day, especially to What the Jess over here. Really a trooper. And, you know, it's his first time on the analyst desk and everything. And he's doing such a great job. I just thought I had to publicly say that, you know, just for your validation over there.
He's absolutely turbo smurfing. And look, as much as we'd love to see you in the competition still playing, we're so lucky. We're so blessed to have you here with us.
Exactly. I love it. And now we are going to head into our final match of the day, and it is going to be Team Secret versus SVP. Now, of course, this is a really interesting match. It's actually the match that I've been looking forward to the most, just because we've seen this happen before in the Summer Super Cup, and Team Secret actually won. It was a best of 5 series, and Team Secret won 3-2. SVP, they have had a really rocky start over here to the group stages. Team Secret, though, they also haven't exactly been like at their prime, so I'm really interested to see how this match is going to go. Jess, you know, with the performance from both teams earlier, what do you think is going to happen, and how do you think this match is going to go down?
I would say it will be it will favor a lot more towards Team Secret. I really love how they play, just the way they play right now, like the team fight style, just go, and then, like, you know, sort things out later. Just don't worry about it too much. I love this kind of style, but not to the point that they devolve into solo queue. Right? Just like a balanced style. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so Skimmy, what about you? What are your thoughts on this? I don't think we're gonna see. Oh, well, I actually, you know what? I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna see like solo queue style over here. The Team Secret, though, they definitely have one of the more interesting drafts coming into the C Championships. SVP, though, they do have their merits too. They were still able to get, you know, a few wins in today. I just think that, you know, they're probably running on some nerves right now. It's day one, and, you know, they're not exactly sure who their opponents are. They did see Team Secret, though. So do you think that information will be crucial to them possibly securing a win?
I think Team Secret on 2-0. That's what I'm going to go. I'm just going to say something bold here, just to make sure Mika's happy, and you know, give them the Filipino buff. Look, no, I think SVP certainly can give them a bit of a pain, but I think their drafts were a little bit too out there, maybe a little bit too outlandish. You're drafting Vayne and Camille to try and take down one team, which I think was crazy. They played the Akali, and then, yeah, I think Jess mentioned it just got banned away every game afterwards. So I'm sure they got some pocket picks. I'm sure they got a lot of off-meta champions at their disposal. It's just whether or not Team Secret will entertain that idea, because they've certainly done a little bit of limit testing themselves, but I think they'll be in the right frame of mind now. You know, we're here to play. There's no need to, you know, throw away games.
Yeah, Jess, interested to hear your thoughts as well on, you know, Team Secret. They bring out, you know, these weird unconventional picks, but SVP does the same as well. You know, they SVP did bring out the Seraphine earlier today, for example. Team Secret, you know, we know that they're really into those crazy kind of comps, and it seems like Team Secret of the summer season is actually making a comeback here in the C Championships. What do you think? What could these guys possibly bring up against each other to throw the other off?
I do hope Team Secret bring out Senna once more. I just really love how they play. Like, it doesn't necessary to be paired with Galio. It could be Gragas, it could be Nasus, right? So yeah.
Give me Nasus, please. Give me that. I love the Nasus Senna, the siphoning strike. I mean, we saw it a lot a while ago, right? And now teams are saying, you know what? It's boring. Don't want to play anymore. It's just going to be Galio and Gragas. I guess G is the magical letter from the alphabet. N is just too far down the alphabet that you forget about it. I don't know.
Yeah, no. So if they're gonna ban all of those champions that start with a G, yeah, you're absolutely right. The Gragas, it's too weird. You know, it's expected. The Galio even more so than, you know, and we know that the Senna Nasus does work and can really be something that can you know, change the game for a lot of teams over here. So maybe very interesting. I hope we see that. I actually hope we see that. We did see it a lot in the Icon Series Philippines. So could be a sign. Of course, let's pull up our talent predictions over here. I think we are pretty much unanimous. Good job, by the way, guys. We had little conflicts today. Most of the talents had a pretty united front in terms of predictions. Right now, we are all favoring Team Secret. I haven't had to pull apart any fights or anything. You know, nearly got into one with Omo a while ago because of Buriram United Esports, but I am a convert right now, and you know, you'll see my predictions change in favor of Buriram United Esports in the future. Yeah, Jess is happy about that too. Jess is very happy about that too. But of course, we're all Team Secret right now. SVP though, you know, I still have my eye on them. They do have that history with Team Secret, so it's gonna be interesting indeed to see if history is gonna repeat itself or if SVP have learned from their MVP days and if they'll take this one from Team Secret. I think we're about ready to go into the champion select. But before we do, Skimmy, I want to ask you, you know, Team Secret, they do have, you know, again, these unconventional drafts. If going up against like a team like Buriram United Esports and, you know, we saw earlier one team, how do you think they're going to fare against Buriram United Esports that have shown just such great improvement over here from the play-ins coming into this first day of the group stage?
It's hard. I think in a way they're almost glad that they didn't actually play them just yet. They get a bit of time to, you know, settle in, figure out exactly what their play style is, how they really, you know, want to approach this tournament, because it's still like it's the benefit of these global competitions is that you have your own narrative, your own play style from back home. You're beating teams week in, week out. They're not punishing you for different play styles, but you go up against this international talent and they say, you know what, we actually play this, and you go, hang on a minute, we're not ready for this one. So I'm sure they've been scrimming religiously. I'm sure they've been studying VODs as well, and they'll be looking at SVP and thinking, we know you got some comfort picks, we know you've got some options, and teams like Buriram, you know, essentially are the same. So I think every bit of game experience they can get going into that one is invaluable.
And here we are at Champ Select, and the bans are in. Jess, any immediate thoughts right here as we check out the bans and, you know, the first champions that will be selected?
I'm down for Akali first pick. Oh, they didn't pick it. Oh,
they had other plans. They had other plans for that. Oh.
Yeah, because it's like I know it's risky to pick Akali as first pick because of there's still Lee open up.
Yeah, the Varus though, and we have the Galio. I think that was pretty much expected on the side of Team Secret, and I think it's more of like, you know, it's a surprise when they actually go with something that's a little bit more, you know, traditional, I guess, like the Galio. But comfort pick, I believe, for James. Oh, here's your Akali.
Akali and Lee Sin right now, please.
Yeah. Special request. Special request coming in from Jess. What about you, Skimmy? What are you? Oh, but then as we say that, another Nami comes in. What do you think about the draft so far?
Yeah, like I really like the Lee Sin idea because like you can obviously reveal stealth, especially with Twisted Fate banned away as well. If you really want the Sakali, give it all the protection in the world. But they're going for the Nami. I suppose they're more scared of giving this across to the Varus to make it so insanely strong in those early portions of the game, but I don't think Team Secret will really mind. I'm sure they've got plenty more tricks up their sleeve. Yeah, go for the Vi. I mean, I'm seeing more and more knockups by the second. I was wondering perhaps if it could be a final pick, yes, Swoop, but I imagine with the Fiora, it's kind of unlikely.
Fiora, I do remember Azar being very, very memorable on the Fiora in the summer season. Lately, I think the Fiora hasn't become a very popular pick, and you know, in terms of Team Secret. But oh, here's the Lee Sin. Here's the Lee Sin. Jess, are you happy? Are you happy with this?
Yeah. Well. Yes, it is.
Perfect. And and now we have the Thresh coming on in. Okay, because Team Secret earlier didn't exactly have a lot of success, I think, on the Thresh. In their earlier match. Skimmy, what are your thoughts on them bringing it out again?
I don't know. I think me and Jess were talking about this one. You know, two supports having a good old chin wag about the life of a support player and how good it feels to be an enchanter, chucking out a few spells here and there, letting the rest of your team take all the glory. So there's nonsense. It is the stuff of flowing water. You do the job. My KDA is fantastic. I'll just pick up all the credit. Yeah, Fresh one of those champions. I think we looked at the group stage, the play-in stage statistics of all the games that got played in. It's like 20% win rate, pretty abysmal. I think it's only one. What did you say? It was like one game today, Jess. It's I guess it's like it really is that bait champion.
One team played, right?
Yeah. So like it's good until it's not. And I think we've coined it. Okay, get this right. It's Fresh, then it scales, hits the mid game, hits the late game, and doesn't become Fresh anymore. It becomes trash.
Okay, all right. And anyway, enough here from Skimmy before he starts saying something that he might regret. We're gonna throw it into the game. SVP versus Team Secret. Casters, please take it away. Take it away from Skimmy.
Well, I'll gladly take it, and definitely I have no regrets. So far, it's great rounds coming from SVP as well as Team Secret as they will go in for this best of 2. Now, Omo, we're going to find out what's going to happen here. SVP has gotten Kali as well as Lee Sin, and this is definitely going to be interesting.
Look, before we get into all the nitty-gritty important stuff, look at this level 1. Super cheeky SVP. I don't know if that's worth it, man.
Well,
they don't even burn a flash.
It's worth a try. Just pulling in whatever cheese strats that's still available.
Yeah, that's true. But this is exactly what Skimmy was talking about, right? In the early game, he's fresh. You gotta get him rolling and doing things with the trash before you get into the late game and he becomes trash. I completely agree. He's strong right now. They don't even get anything out of this. Pego starts with his hook level 1. He's not going to be an effective laner at all. And I tell you something really quickly, Contra. I'm jealous of someone. Do you know who that is?
Who's that?
It's BRU United. They played the first 2 games of the day and went to bed. Look at everyone else.
Everybody's working overtime.
Except BRU.
I guess at least for Team Secret, they say, yeah, we're going to go for the midnight hustle.
Yeah.
Well, it's not exactly midnight, but then again, yeah, it definitely feels like it for us. So, not complaining though.
Yeah.
Well, we have a little bit of a tussle in the mid lane. Both junglers just hanging out over mid.
Both junglers just making sure they can push, get the prio, and have the backup for the scuttle crab, right? This is how they want to play it out. They want to make sure that everyone's on the same page here. They want to make sure that they can at least trade scuttles. It's very rare that you see a double scuttle in Wild Rift, and that's because it's very easy for your jungle to just come mid, push out the waves, and you trade sides. And no one really wants to flip the game over a scuttle crab. And look at Pagol, he's getting bullied out right now, exactly like you would expect, but this is not nice Lanson. Oh,
whoa!
He has flick,
nice. And that steps in as well connects so perfectly. It could have actually cost Albert's life. But yeah, fresh, pretty much fresh. But here comes
no.
His mom's telling him, hell yeah!
That's a heartbreaker, man. I mean, they did so well to get away from that situation, and Albert, he would be so happy to trade 1-for-1 there. What happened in the mid lane? How do you kill him?
Oh. Another kill going over bot side.
I'm lost.
Great dive coming from Team Secret. We're having a lot of all these action going on, and I guess that Team Secret, they love going for those trades. It favors the Fiora, and this time, that Darius is going to have such a hard time. But here comes Albert, though. The flash comes out from Azar, easily dives over the wall. Does not connect onto the resonating strike, as we have a little bit of
I want to see a replay of what was happening at the top lane as well, because I'm pretty sure before the camera panned to bot lane, we saw Papa try to do some fancy things. He tried to go for an E flash to catch Hamas off guard by flashing behind him. Obviously, that's not going to work, right? Because it's a bit of a stretch. I think Hamas got away from that, and then we saw the kills being traded in bot side, whatnot, mid lane trading. Pretty exciting game so far. Not like the other Team Secret. Yeah, look at this. Look at. Oh, not this play. Actually, this is a different one. I'm getting Melusa, but it's fine. It happens.
It's still great. It's
still great. This is still a really good play. Look at all but here. Chewy gets a bit clumsy. I get it. It's late at night, but this is an amateur mistake. You know, that's not something you should be doing.
Yeah, I guess maybe he
Deja
just
Vu.
doesn't mind just putting in ABC behind, and Yazi somehow survives with a little help.
Really, yeah.
Like, too much that Tatsuri could possibly do. Wins the war.
Oh, he tries. He was close.
Abraham. Now, back to bot. For business here. Thunderstorm not going to be able to get Papa surviving, but the damage being done.
There we go.
Looking quite convincing, just not being able to pull it right back.
Look at Hamas. He has the Locket of the Iron Solari without a single item. You really love to see it. He's doing his job as a trash. He's doing his job as a support. He doesn't need these items. You're going to see a bit of a gang. Pagor flashes the wrong way. GG.
Oh boy. Yep, you called it out. Pagor kind of overstands. He tries to even go head-to-head against Azar, which you've already lost as he switched over on the Dragon lane, going back to Dragon lane. Same thing happening all over again, and it feels like SVP, they're running out of energy, and I'm not talking about this Lee Sin just about yet, because this Lee Sin's got a lot to work on.
Indeed. Lee Sin has a lot to work on, for sure. I think everyone has a lot of work on. Pagor as well. He sacrificed his lane. He sacrificed his entire game, basically, on that coin flip at level 1. I'm going to hold that thought. We're going to see a fight here.
Great on coming in
Nice.
from the Galio.
Tatsumi.
That's Horse's Flash coming in from Lee Sin. This will be a Herald takedown for Team Secret as they will commit. Still, Yasi and the Tatsuri just arrived to see the hero's entrance. They will be able to actually get a catch. There goes Yasi. And yet again, SVP manages to still sneak the dragon. And David will have to give himself up. SVP, they overcommitted for the Drake.
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, Contra, I see no way that TS lose the game at the current state of things. Azar is so far ahead. I'm pretty sure this Fiora can just end the game against Pagos Darius 2 levels down right now. Look at Azar, he just has no care in the world.
Yeah, I gotta look into how much goal lead he has. It's close to 2,000. And we're not even talking about the Trinity Force being built up just about yet, but when he arrives to the base, yes, there it is.
There it is indeed, and that's a pretty early one. Has a long sword to go along with it. He's gonna be really happy. Now let's look at our man Pago over here. What does he have? A rocket belt, a pair of pants, and a t-shirt. That's all he's got.
Yeah,
he's not really gonna do well. He's not gonna do super well against this Trinity Force.
He's just gonna be an apprehend machine, you know. Like,
Pretty much.
If he can just get his hands laid down on Chewy, Tatsuri, these are some of the targets that he wants to get. Azar, I don't think that's gonna be any added value. He goes head-to-head once more, but he's gonna try regardless with Yazi coming in.
Azar, he smelled trouble. Oh no, he had a ward. He didn't smell it. He saw it. And that's just gonna be Yazi coming in for a bit of a gank attempt, but will just be forced away. And look at Pagor. That's not even the ultimate expended for Azar, and half his health is gone. Hamas is gonna flip this hook. There we go.
Oh, great steps and that forces the Feather Storm in.
Nice.
That's all that Prebo needs to do. Get that assault battery. Now
Oh,
that's
so nice.
coming over the top as well.
Really?
David now caught up. It's a double kill for Trevor.
Yeah, and David's not gonna be able to do too much against Goliath this time. Nice kick.
Chewy. It's going to be a little bit of a miss. Apprehend coming from Pagor. A big opportunity that just whipped off the corner. And Yahtzee, he gets started. Thinks does not looking for SVP. Overcommitting. Staying here
Magic
for
shield.
way too long. Team Secret punishes them for dear life.
Really, really good game here from Team Secret. They look much more coordinated. They look more in tune, in sync across the board. Sure, you can argue that playing against worse opponents, this is a free kill. Or not.
Well, still got a turret right there. Count that as the second player for him to just back the Igor right across. Now, Azar, he's not even worried. Like, look at his health bars. Like, he's about close to a quarter. He can stay if he wants to, but it's going to be Yazi that's around the corners. We got the hex deck that's already being set up. Still no Lishman though, so you won't expect this Akali to be able to do too high of a burst early on.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I talked about with What the Jazz a bit earlier about today, right? Hextech Gunblade, it's so expensive. It does so little damage relative to how much you pay. And a good point that What the Jazz raised as well is you can't control when you use the proc. Oh, look at this.
Albert getting caught up, and here comes Kyle away from this a little bit too far wide, and doesn't really affect Team Secret after all. Pagor getting chunked down, taints of corruption. This is going to be a really good call. Satsuri does not care. He's just going to walk right into turret range. But Papa, he wants more. And that's going to be the death sentence connecting into Tin
Look at
Air.
Papa. Look at
David
Papa.
goes down. Meanwhile, all the fights going all across. Papa now all alone.
Oh no.
Now he's all surrounded. Eat that punch up. Trapper says so. But it's Chewy. Take the kill away.
It's a very painful one here to watch. It's been a long day for SVP as well. They've played since one of the first games of the day, and Team Secret, they're fresh, they look good. This is the Team Secret we expected to see. They're coming in here strong, they're hitting hard, and Yassi wants a one-on-one.
Yep,
Oh, this could be bad.
He really wants it, and that's some
this
really
is
good
bad.
damage onto Azar. Great, perfect execution.
Solo kill.
Albert was not needed. It was a solo kill going over to Yahtzee. Now, you know, the power spike with the Lich Bane is going to give this Akali a little bit more room into the mid-game.
Indeed, he has the Lich Bane, and yeah, he's gonna be very powerful right now.
I guess
I thought you
wrong.
bought a Lich Bane as well. I thought you completed it already. Alright, you're getting a bit juked out here, but it's all good, it happens.
And here comes Hero's entrance, not landing at all.
Oh,
but
boy.
Apprehend, say hello, say goodbye. Trapper gets taken out. He will bleed to death. It's the Darius here. Pagor gets one. It's a shutdown as well. So he's getting a little bit more money in his wallet, while Albert still wants to challenge them. Albert is really low, though. The rest of the Team Secret, they're all clumped up. Aqua Prison onto Azar, and that's where Yassi wants to take him on. Yassi now gets over to the corner, but the Dragon is chipping down to help. He's hiding inside the Shroud. SVP wants them to come right into the corner. And SVP, they will get the Drake, and Tatsuri will punch them out with a distance punch. And that's a double. With David falling out, I don't know, is it worth it to trade your lives for that Drake?
Yeah, it's really not worth it. You lose so many kills, you lose so much tempo. But you know what I really have a problem with here, Contra? Fiora is so useless in these team fights. Look at how far ahead Azar is, and he still cannot team fight. That's just a problem with this champion. Oh, but there we go. Need to sing that spells, guys.
Much more well worth it with the blast cone. It will still not give him any sort of room. A great piercing arrow coming out of Chewie, but he gets chewed on by some wolves.
Yeah, he gets chewed down.
Time.
That's Baron. That's Baron. They can take this for sure because Vi does so much damage to it. They just need to be careful while Kali is out.
Oh, not really. And that's where it's Pagor tapping hit first.
Oh boy.
Great tidal wave onto Tatsura. They can pick this kill up. They will give this one over to
he messed
the
up.
Giant. And somehow he tucks right in. He has to deal with Azar though. It quickly goes right into the Shroud. And they will reset that Baron.
That was a misplay from Yazi. If not, he kills Chewie as well. He went for the E backflip over the wall and to R2 to reach Chewie, right? That's the idea. But he synced the spells. He overlapped the E backflip with his R2 and then made sure that he could not cover enough distance. That's what allowed Chewie to get away. And yeah, we kind of talked about it, right? They did kill the jungle. They did kill Albert, but they expended so very much. Chains of Corruption as well as the Vi ultimate. That's two big outs used that you could be using to turn the fight instead, and they're not able to have these resources, means they're not able to turn off the Baron, and they will just be content with just getting the kill on Lee and trading Tatsuri's life in return. It's still going to be a pretty big gold lead though. It's still going to be at 7,000 gold lead here for Team Secret. But what I want to see out of them right now is they should be sending Azar to the bottom lane, have him consistently pressure the bottom lane turrets. If anyone goes to him, you get Baron with Vi. If no one goes to him, he gets all the turrets, and you threaten Baron every time they disappear off the map. Just Fog, you pummel push with Varus, and SVP have no more options to play. I really do not like seeing Fiora be here dancing around with his team. I think it's pretty useless. He needs to be pushing bot on that massive wave right now.
And you can tell that Team Secret, they are feeling extremely comfortable. They're just waiting to pick off another member of SVP. And past couple of matches, we gave a lot of talk about Precious, but we'll hold that for now. Great assault battery on top of David. Now they will go in with the chase. Albert all alone, and Chewie turns golden. Now they're in trouble while Azar tries to 1v3. Not going to result all too well. David in an exchange, and that's where the Lee Sin will fall as well. Albert gets picked off. Team Secret just playing tricks with everything that they have on their sleeve, and they can't get the tier 2 easy.
Sure, Team Secret get 2 kills. I really like what Trevor did there. I like that he ultied the Nami behind the Xayah, because if he knows if he ulties Xayah, he's just gonna go to the sky and negate his own ultimate. Huge poke damage from Chewie. But my issue, my gripe, is why is Azar here, man? Please go to the side lane. He died once to Yazu and he got traumatized and he refuses to go back to side lanes ever again. And that's not how it's done.
Yeah, I guess that he thinks all the fun is all in the 5v5, but Trevor says, hey, I can get some fun myself. I'm just gonna solo kill Desire. No need for heavy commitment out there. Not having the ult on Papa, this has been pretty costly. And SVP slowly losing it. And one thing remains constant for Team Secret throughout all these chaos is how well Thomas is playing this map overall.
In this game, I would say he had some pretty questionable trash performances earlier today, but this game is much better. He's still missing some hooks, he's still missing some flays, but that's normal. It's very difficult to land these things in Wild Rift, but he is playing very well, and I think something he did very well earlier today as well on the losing trash game was his lanterns were always in the right place at the right time. So his trash is definitely looking fresh as they pressure the mid lane, while Vi as well as Fiora, they sneak away his Baron Nashor. They're going to be losing the Dragon for it, but I think they're more than happy. And right now, please Fiora, time to start split pushing.
Well, they have the Baron buff. No matter what happens from here onwards, you can definitely count on all these wave pressures to be crashing right into SVP's face. So interesting trade. They never even think of contesting the Baron because they know that they don't have the firepower. They opt for that Cloud Break. Now needing to deal with all these minion waves is going to be pretty difficult. And Team Secret, they're just playing it safe. They're just firmly putting their triple right now, chipping in some of all these plates and hoping that SVP takes a butt.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a bot lane synergy there from Hamas and Chewy, firing the hook as well as the chains in the exact same location and both hitting air. The idea was there, right? The synergy was there. But you know what really grinds my gears, Contra? Look at Fiora. He's not doing anything. He hasn't been doing anything. I'm just really upset.
Well, I guess that your misery will not last for all too long because
thankfully.
they're about to touch into the base.
There we go.
Going for the inhibits already, but the minion waves are still not doing just about enough. But over on the bot side, we have the Galio to take over that Fiora's role. And pick up Fiora, it's a killing spree.
Oh
Yahtzee gets that pig,
goodness.
and that's GA being popped. Great news for SVP. They can hold on for a dear life. And now it's Trapper in trouble. He gets taken out. Right down below, 3 more members, and here comes the death sentence with the flame, and that will take Tagor down with 4 versus 3. A great bubble land with the kick as well, and that sets Papa up perfectly to receive that kill. Now with a bare bone base, it's only down to the Nexus for SVP to defend.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
it's
basically
still
well. Yeah, it's a bit low right now, but it's still alive. Chewy's doing so much work on this Varus. I think he's definitely the standout performer for me this game. Him and Hamas have been so dominant, and they've been doing so much that I'm really impressed with Team Secret's bot lane in this game. The problem is, this Fiora pick has left so much to be desired. It's really a simple game plan. You leave your Fiora on the further side of the map from your team. In this case, you put your Fiora in the bot lane. The rest of your team all who go top lane, they hit the turret. If anyone goes to Fiora, you guys end the game at top. If anyone goes to top, Fiora ends the game at bot. It's that simple. They can't do it. So I don't really know.
Yeah, and looking back at the replay, it was some really smooth swerving with the first Turrican hitting perfectly with his protection as we continue on with a little bit more of things that happen right down bot. I guess with so many of these good kickoffs coming from SVP, if he can get another good 5v5, one good team fight could have actually cost Team Secret this game.
Well, Contra, the thing is, a lot of these things are still consolation prizes. I agree, right? If they get one really good team fight, they might be able to just end the game. But yeah, here we go.
Albert getting taken down already, so that actually calls for a flash, and Tatsura is already down. Thunderstorm pulls him all the way back into the base, but David, what does he need to do as a Nami when there's super minions crashing right in as well? Now that's another Baron spawning up real soon, and Team Secret says, you know what, I'll let you deal with the minions. I go take that big purple.
Oh man, this does not bode well for Team Secret. Why are they having issues in a game as simple as this to close out? It's really that simple. You have a Fiora, just leave him to push a lane while you guys go to another lane. SVP, what's going on right now? If you guys all come out here, your base might actually just die to super minions.
And it's happening right here, right now.
Yeah.
While they are trying to commit, I'm just looking at Papa, who's getting jumped on. It's assault battery, and Papa will not survive for far too long. He's buying a little bit more time, but it's Thomas right across the corner. TP coming in as well.
There we go.
Now they're all split up. It's the Gallo here to end the game with Team Secret 1-up against SVP.
Yeah, and look, Contra, Team Secret had some really good moments that game, but I don't think they're gonna be happy with that win. Look at the cameras right now, no smiles on their faces. They know that that game should not have taken so long. They know that that game should not have been so hard fought. They won the game 10 minutes ago, and yet they had to grind it out for another 10 minutes because they were incapable of I'm just losing track of words, incapable of closing out the game due to some macro errors as well as individual errors. So Team Secret, I mean, we had them as a front runner in this group, but it's clear they need some brushing up.
I agree with that, but I guess a win's still a win. Team Secret at least solidifying their state right now, as they will try to progress forward with a better performance on the next game. So I think that when it comes down to the draft, it is quite a straightforward way that Team Secret wants to play this one out, just making sure that they just get good picks off of that early game and have a steady laning phase for that Varus, and it's pretty much a done deal. Like you said, it could have been quicker, but with all that's being said and done, I believe that our dear analysts do have a lot more to say than what we do in this match. So
after the break,
we'll definitely take a little bit of breathing room, and then we'll come back for that breakdown.
In a second.
That's right. So I guess we'll chat for a little bit more, Omo. So Omo, if there's going to be anything that you probably want to see for SVP, what would that be?
No, honestly, I think that was about as good as you're gonna get there. I think the problem is just they lost the game too much in the early game with Pecos Darius having the flash hook level 1, but that's about it.
Yep, I guess that's about all, but we'll leave you to the highlights and we'll head over to our analyst desk.
You are back watching the C Championship, and Team Secret have their first win in their series against SVP. And guess what? These guys over here, What the Jess and Skimmy, they just reversed Caster's cursed Thresh. It became a Caster's blessing. Ta-da!
Yes.
Thresh wins after we hype him up to not have the lowest win rate of the champions and everything, and all it needs is just little bit of that pep talk from these guys to be able to make Thresh a win, and of course have somebody like Hamed piloting the champion, and he just did such an amazing improvement, of course, from the previous game that we saw him on. Earlier we saw him on Thresh as well. It didn't exactly connect. There were so many missed hooks and everything, but this time his Thresh was really on point. I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this, especially on the Thresh, which was not trash over here, Skimmy.
Yes, well, it appears that I have learned today that sometimes we on the analyst desk have a little bit of power where we can say things and then suddenly the opposite occurs. Now, Jess is discovering that. He's realizing that this power should be utilized, and I think we're going to pick another champion next game, and we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a pep talk, a bit of a mini speech, and perhaps then that champion will also pop off and make us look stupid.
Okay, that's gonna be an interesting way, and it's kind of like now we have a hand, of course, in the in the outcomes of the championship. So yeah, teams better watch out over here. We have the analyst desk, of course, in full power as well. But Jess, what do you think of your newfound power over here with the Thresh, and more importantly, how this eventually led to Team Secret's victory?
Actually, all jokes aside, speaking Thresh here is really good because the virus can back you up with his chain of corruption. There's a taunt from Galio, so you don't need to rely too much on Thresh hook to engage. So this draft makes much more sense than the last one with Thresh.
Yeah, and I have to point out, Trebor on the Vi, he was really hunting down easy targets from SVP. By the time SVP dealt with him, it was a little too late. You actually saw that, he had an amazing KDA and amazing performance over there. And again, one of those things that, you don't actually notice him because we're all looking at the Thresh, we're all looking at the Galio, all of these amazing team fights. You don't realize that Trevor's off doing something else, and he's massively impacting the game. And of course, Tatsuri on the Galio, just amazing follow-up to the Thresh plays over here. Skimmy, do you have any thoughts on the draft coming in from Team Secret, and how SVP actually there was a sign of possibly a comeback coming in, but what were their insurances of Team Secret coming into the late game to prevent that?
When I think for what we saw there was Team Secret had a very strong composition that could siege, first of all, but it had the insurance Planet Fury if they needed a split push. Now, it was easier said than done. They had this insane gold lead, but they didn't really want to play around this split push idea. In the end, it didn't really matter, right? They do get the triple inhibitor. They got all the insurance policies in the world, but SVP just weren't able to really force their hand and say, this is what we can do, this is how we can play. I think me and Jess were cracking up because Pagor's gone for the Merc trades, right? He's guaranteeing, like, hey, there's so much CC. How do I play the game? But then you just lose the lane to the Furious. He's like, well, I've lost the lane, so now how do I team fight? It's just like this infinite circle of I just lose. What am I doing here? What is life? Yeah, so I feel like the top half of the draft there for SVP really fell apart. The Darius wasn't really much of a factor. I think even Jess mentioned that the Lee Sin just looks so insignificant compared to this Vi, and the Vi is really starting to grow on me. It feels like one of these champions that when it gets going, it just offers a whole bunch more. It feels like a guaranteed sure thing, right? You got to hit the Sonic Wave, you got to hit this Dragon Rage, but you just literally press your ultimate button, you sit back and say, yes, Assault and Battery, another win on the day.
Well, it's Kimmy. I do like that you brought up, insurance policies and just making sure that your financial future is very much secure with Franklin Templeton. Ooh. Because you just made my job so much easier than there. Yes, exactly. Thanks for that assist, Kimmy. You can get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Go check them out. That is Franklin Templeton, and thank you so much for, of course, sponsoring the SEA Championships. Now, you brought up the Vi. I think it's possible that she has the arcane buff coming in. That's coming out soon. Yeah, it could quite be. We haven't seen Vi quite a lot, of course, but a more appealing champions came in to take over the role. But Trebor, he has been on this champion for quite a while, so I do love that he's bringing it in. Despite what the meta might say, this is really a comfort pick for him, and he's just doing great. But on the side of SVP, how can they come back? Especially knowing that Team Secret, with the way they play, what they'll bring in Game 2 might be totally different from what they did in Game 1. What do you think, Jess?
I do think they focus on a wrong point from the SVP side. If you look at Darius' choice of item, he built Mercury Thread instead of steel cap. They picked Zaya because they thought it's good against what Vi or Galio, right? But it's really bad against Trash and Varus. It's like you can look back into the game that it's so hard to lane against these two, right? So I think everyone, even SVP, need to keep in mind that there's no team fight if you cannot get out of the lane like evenly, okay?
Yeah, and and because what Team Secret might bring out might be so unpredictable, SVP can really just focus on themselves and what exactly they can do best over here, especially since it's the last game of the day one of the group stages. Skimmy, what about you? What are your thoughts on how SVP can improve going into game 2?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think as Jess mentions, right, you want that lane reliability, you want that strength to play from, because they were picking up crumbs, and those crumbs were just dragons, and like it's like the hardcore copium Twitch chat analysis of like, oh look, they got 3 drakes, like they're playing for Elder, surely they get the Elder buff, but like by that point they're down 20k gold. It's like, who cares? So yeah, I think they just want a little bit more reliability in these laning phases. They can play around to some points where they can say, this is the lane that we're going to make sure wins, and this is what we're going to invest our resources in. It felt like they were looking at 3 lanes and saying, okay, which one wins, which one doesn't, I don't know, let's just hope for the best. And the coin flip, it didn't land on the right side.
Yeah, this is something also on the side of Team Secret this time. There are some times where in Team Secret, they're doing so well, they do everything perfectly, interesting draft and everything. Somehow, some way, during around mid to late game, they'll suddenly buckle, and then our confidence, well, my confidence is suddenly shaken. It's like, oh, wait, hold on, SVP, whoa, calm down there. And this is just something that Team Secret, it's been a recurring mistake. What can they do to fix this, especially if they want to go up against the top teams over here, Buriram United Esports, one team once again, and possibly MBR too? What do you think, Jess?
Oh, this kind of thing is it's really hard to talk about because the mentality for the pro player is what matter the most. Like they can't let it get into their head. Like, oh damn, I lose this game so hard. How do I like fix that? No, they just like need to look forward, right? Think about the next game, what they're gonna do, something like that.
Yeah, and that's why we have this guy on the analyst desk over here. But no, it's totally right. There's a different sort of, I'm sure that there's an entirely different mentality when pro players start a game, when they're in the middle of a game and then they lose and they have to rally back. These are things that actually factor very much into the gameplay, and especially in a series. We're doing best of 2s right now. Once we go into the playoffs, it's gonna it's gonna be best of 3s, best of 5s. Sometimes there's even best of 7s. So it really does matter, and that does it's a testament as well to leaders, for example, like James and the team captains, on how they can rally their team. And right now, oh, goodbye Galio. Goodbye Galio over there. Goodbye Olaf as well. Skimmy, what are your thoughts on the bans?
Yeah, the bans were quite interesting. A lot of the same bans as last game. The Gragas denial, for instance. What is left through is the Riven, which was banned away last time, so no surprise there. It's going to get locked in place nice and early, but the Renekton was there if they wanted, and that's what surprised me, that they've actually let that go through. Usually, we see the Renekton priority, but it looks like SVP are saying, we're going to take everything that makes you so good, so Team Secret, game on.
Yeah, and I would think that maybe Azar would have picked up the Renekton, but I don't think it's entirely a comfort pick for him, so I think he's a lot more comfortable on the Riven. But right now, Ziggs and Lee Sin. Okay, I'm liking this from Team Secret. What about you, Jess?
Wow, I'm just surprised that SVP decided to pick Vi here.
Yeah.
It's like I don't hold anything against Vi, but from the looks of it, I do think that Vi is becoming more and more like a thing, in this meta. Like previously we were skeptical about this champion, like, oh, it's too slow, low damage, when you out, he's gonna drag you, you're gonna get stasis, something like that. It doesn't happen, right? So, wow, I do really love the Y pick here.
It feels like Xin is like falling further and further down the priority as a result, right? Because same concept in a way, like that hard engage, but the ability just to lock onto a key target, so you can flash, you can blink, you can travel through space and time, but I'm still coming after you. I think the only interaction we've seen to date so far has been the Camille, like iframing it with the Hextech ultimatum, but obviously not going to be the case here today. So Team Secret said, you know what, we're going to play the Zed. We want another exciting game. Oh, SVP with the Ashe. I'm excited.
Wow. Okay. Jess, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this, especially with that, final Ashe pick over there.
For your information, I'm the biggest Ashe fan of all the entire people in this earth. Like, but I think it's really tricky to make this work, because when you draft Ashe into your composition, you need the proper follow up, like something more simple, something like such as Ari, something like Lee Sin, but looking from the draft, it seems like I don't know. Ashe Ultimate into Vi is kind of clunky for me.
Yeah, but it seems like these two teams do have a plan, and I'm eager to see how exactly these two different playstyles are going to match up once we step into the Rift. Now, of course, Team Secret, they are currently the favorites coming in here, but SVP, again, drafting that Ashe, they're not doing that for no reason at all. I really want to find out what they are up to, and we are going to get into Game 2. This is our final game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, by the way, for sticking with us. Thank you to Skimmy and Jess over here, especially Jess, who's been with me since the very beginning, and of course, now we are gonna head into our final game of the day. It is Team Secret versus SVP. Casters, take it away.
Well, you heard it from Mika. This is the final game of C Championship Day 1 in the group stages. We got Team Secret here, who's already taking the lead against SVP, but we're seeing arrows, we're seeing shurikens to fly, kicks, punches, everything will roll in the final match here. Team Secret versus SVP.
I don't know what we're watching anymore at this point. Is it a fighting game at this point, Contra?
It feels like one. Well, it is. Trevor definitely could pull some great punches.
You know what we noticed between these two teams? They love to go for these 5v5s. They are just contesting the wave like crazy.
Oh, indeed they do. They've heard the flash from Yazi already, and this doesn't seem like it's a good time for SVP at the very least, but they will call off the ARAM mode, and they will move right back in the jungle. They've already spotted out the Vi, so maybe Azar wants to disrupt him for a little bit, but he doesn't really want to miss the wave. So maybe punishing Renekton is great.
This is really good for Mazar. Renekton is a lane bully, but he's so weak at level 1. And he's so weak when he doesn't have Fury. There you go. Faster flash away. Really good for Mazar. And this all comes back to contesting that level 1 wave. All but now though, because he got the honey fruit, he is going to be pretty happy with the Fury. He just needs to wait for level 2 and he can start contesting. But still, burning the flash at level 1, really good for Mazar. Great start.
And Albert had a little bit of struggle right there and then. Already soaked a little bit of ESV from mid and Trevor trying to go for a setup like
this is. Yeah, he's just contesting the wave. Yeah, okay. He's just contesting the wave. I thought he wanted to try for a gank. But yeah, that's fine. He gets level 3. He will be able to just go and pick up the Scuttle Crab now.
You and I will be upset if his aim was just to take that, cannon minion.
Did you see that? You saw that, right?
Yeah. He stayed there and said, hey, guys, I got no other camps to farm. I don't want to go for my
he has lots
Raptors.
Of camp, but I don't think
I don't want to go for my buff. I just want to camp here.
Exactly.
I'm safe with the set.
Oh, this is really good for Azar. I think he can honestly keep trading because no Fury from all but means it's so hard for him to trade back onto you. And even if he does, it doesn't do a substantial amount of damage. Forced to smite there, Pagor, because of the shadow from Tatsuri. Good applying of pressure onto the jungle clear. It's going to be a pretty even game so far. And I want to touch very quickly on what the Jazz was saying. He is the biggest Ashe fan in the world, right? Ashe is a great champion. And there's a couple of reasons for that. What makes Ashe so strong? Her ability to push and bully lanes, even into a champion like Ziggs. We're seeing that in action right now. Pushing the wave, getting the gold lead, getting the reset timings. That's great. We just saw something. We just saw part 2, right? Hawk shot that just flew past your screen.
Ignite coming in right there, and one last hit. Tatsuri shows who's the better Zed.
Indeed. Tatsuri gets the solo bolo while I was on my rant. As Yazi, once again, he's going for the Hextech Revolver. Something in which we have questioned quite a bit here. But, He's comfortable on it. He's confident on it. We'll let the man have it. Trevor on the watch. Just gonna recall right now. And back to the point about this Ashe. The last thing that makes him so good is that enchanted crystal arrow. Against champions like Ziggs that just want to permanently wave clear. At mid, you just shoot the arrow on his head. And if you kill him from half a screen away, then you get the tower. And that just completely denies his potential to wave clear. What is this from Tatsuri?
Oh, Tatsuri, he goes in with the dash mark. He wants
this,
the position for this. Yasi already burned the perfect execution. And he makes it out. Great spacing, but Trevor, he's on the chase. He might just be able to land a perfect cake.
Both junglers are here, Contra. Oh,
they're not getting anything.
Yeah, that's it. Both junglers just back away. But this is really nice because you secure the mid prio. What do? You 4-man dive bot. Great stuff from Team Secret. They're going in.
Here comes the quickness, and that's an immediate double. A freebie for Tatsuri. And look at Trevor, he's just saying bye. I think he's just been babysitting this Zed all along.
Yeah, he has.
Hey, dude, I got some good stuff. Come follow me. It's like, okay.
But you saw what happened because of it. Because he babysit the Zed has the space to look for pressure in lane and to go for these rotations. And Trevor's a bit sad. He just came in for the Sonic Wave. But that was so clean there from Hamas as well as Tatsuri. And Chewy, throwing in the bomb on top of that. Great stuff for Team Secret right now. I do want to point out once again, Chewy has also opted to run the Font of Life runes. We touched on that one a bit earlier. But for anyone who wasn't here, you do lose out on a tiny bit of damage, especially in laning phase. Out of lane, it's much less important. But in return, you give yourself and your team so much healing with your AoE spells.
That's right, and I guess you guys might opt to try this one out on your normal games.
Well, maybe don't try it in solo queue games. I would not try this.
Yeah, not ranked games. That's why I say normal games first before anything else. So
if you're playing with teammates you can trust, sure.
Yeah. Else just put it to the bots. That could be the best option.
They want to contest this. They might go for both.
And they will be able to actually spike this one away. Perhaps it will be SVP that will be able to actually land that snatch. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Renekton all alone over the mid lane. Nice. 4 members, Team Secret picks him up. Albert will not have anything left, and he burned a flash for it. I felt like might as well just keep it. This is where you just drop the Herald, you get the turret.
It's a very bad habit, but a lot of players have it, right? And it's a hard habit to unlearn because it's just so instinctive and it's so natural. I'm dying, I'm gonna flash. But most of the times, you might want to just keep your flash. And here we go, he tries to find something here, Yahtzee.
The execution, here comes the assault battery as well. Great dash, Yahtzee. Now, dropping pretty low, but it will be Trapper to hold it for the moment. He doesn't really have, he has to burn a flash. SVP, they're forcing members of Team Secret all across the corner, but yet again, not finding their first kill.
Yeah, not managing to find anything here. Really sad stuff from SVP. They blow all their ultimates. Everything was used, and they only get the flash of Trevor, nothing else. This is a bit of a heartbreaking situation for SVP. 6 minutes in game, there's 6,000 gold down, and this is not where you want to be. Your team comp is one which relies on tempo. You need to find leads. Renekton should be having leads. You need to be finding plays and picks with the Vi ultimate, with the Ashe ultimate, but they're not managing to do that here.
That's right, they need this Renekton to eventually scale up as
look at
well.
This solo bolo. Why would you be here, Papa? There's no way that you don't die here in any universe.
Going against a Zed, I don't know what else is he asking for.
Just leave,
that
just
flash,
leave the lane. You can't
heal,
be there.
And this is the arrow that they've been looking for. Great punch, and Pagor will not have his ult available to go in for the pickup. And Hamas, after all, is so slippery that is not the target that they want from Team Secret.
Don't forget, he has the aftershock as well, so he's going to be so tanky. And that's something that we need to touch on very quickly, right? Because there's a very good chance that Hamas might be the one that needs to block the arrow here on this team. There's no one else that can really do it, right? Everyone else is slippery, but they want to make sure that Chewy does not get hit. It's likely that Hamas will be a good support and block it for him. That's also why he has the Gargoyle Stoneplate. So really good itemization and rune choices to make sure that he can keep Chewy safe. I think that's really good. That's a nice touch. And Tatsuri seems like he's just running away with the game.
Sure enough, and here comes the quickness getting onto two. David now getting chunked down while the rest of Team Secret will try to follow up. Trevor now going in to cut off the exit point. Here comes the Wild Growth, knocked him up in the air, double knock up, and that's where they all get stuck. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land, but Pagor will survive for the slightest of moment. Consider that a save from Papa.
Really good play there from Pegor. He taps the punch to knock Lee Sin out of the resonating strike. Really good stuff coming in from him. But I think there's a problem for SVP right now, and that problem is a Zed problem. They cannot answer him on the side lanes. No one can answer him on the side lanes. Look at his gold. He's 8,000 gold. He's 3,000 gold up on all but. And we normally do see the Renekton's be able to kill the Zed in the side lanes, but with this kind of a gold lead, maybe that's not happening.
Exactly double the net worth of what the Akali has at the moment. And Yahtzee, as much as he thinks that he has all the damage, it's Tatsuri that could just 100-0 death mark needed to pull that one off. So just relying on the Shroud will potentially be not enough because you could just randomly throw shurikens anyway.
Yeah, you can just randomly throw shurikens anyway. I like the way you put it. You just toss out a bunch of shurikens. If you hit 2 out of 3, that's a kill.
They get it! A great arrow!
They do get it. The arrow from downtown is always
gonna be so happy about this, you know? Like, he's probably watching, yep, that's my Ashe. And Hamas now tries to pick him off. Yahtzee can only buy a little bit more time, but the rest of SVP, they're just watching him as he falls. A little bit overkill with the Mega Throne Bomb.
A little bit, right? But you rather be safe than sorry, and the great thing about Ziggs is the cooldown is so short.
That's right, and I guess it will not be available for this Dragon takedown. SVP really wants it for themselves, but they only got 4 members out there, and look at flank. Lazar's coming right in. Pegor coming in with the setup as well. Ham is now being brought down low while he jumps onto the rest of SVP, and Azar gives chase. Ignite onto Albert. That's where they find the kill. Azar still chunking them down, and it's Tatsuri showing it all off, and Azar still survives. 1 tick of health. Yahtzee will claim his life for it. But how much can Yahtzee do right here with Trapper already taking him down? And Team Secret feeling like this is a walk in the park.
Yeah, that's only 1 kill going over to SVP, right? Team Secret, they use everything. They use all their spells, but they wipe SVP with only David left alive. I'm not sure if he even just respawned. It's a bit of a blood buff going on, so I can't really keep track. My brain is slowing down at this point, and I think SVP, I think we gotta cut them some slack as well, right? This is the same story as Team Flash earlier today. These are the 2 teams that's been playing the longest. They've been playing the whole day.
Yeah, I gotta say that SVP definitely have maybe a slightly early start as compared to Team Secret, but who's counting, right? Like, we still have so many games here in the group stages, and let's have a look at this replay.
Yeah, and in this replay, you really just look at how the team fight is set up. Look at Pablo, he's really doing pretty well here to try to kite, to try to upwalk. But it's just a bit of a wallet gap, a bit of a champion gap. He gets in like 10 autos that fight. If he was a hit, or like even, he might actually be able to do a lot more here. But you just see the Riven run at you, see the Lee Sin run at you, Ziggs is throwing bombs at your head while all this is going on. What can you really do?
And I managed to also spot out that there was a point blank whiff of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow in that team fight that might have actually hindered this Ashe from perhaps securing that kill. But this is also going to be a whip, somehow curving everybody that he should have actually landed that arrow on. Mega Throne Bomb catches onto all 3 while Papa getting chunked out. Oh my word! Azar and Hamas, they will find every one of these SVP members here in the jungle. But they've already exhausted all of these spells. And that's where you see Albert somehow falls. Well, this fight will go on with Tatsuri coming with the death mark as well. How much more can they hold on? David, 1 tick of health left. And just leaving the shadows behind. It's a double and a rampage. Tatsuri with the stop points.
Tatsuri is really flashy this game. He's playing so well individually, mechanically, and this is kind of his game to pop off here. And you really love to see it, because I do think Team Secret as a whole have been quite underwhelming prior to this game. Even in the last game where they were dominant over SVP, I think they could have played it a lot cleaner, a lot better. But this game, this is just dominance from Team Secret across the board. Everyone is doing great. Everyone's doing their role. Hamas is just tying up multiple people. Chewy has 10 assists on his Ziggs, just throwing in the bombs, has the Font of Life, and here we go, triple shuriken.
Death mark again, and Albert will just be popped. You know what? Tatsuri might just take the title of being the best Zed in the tournament, and I guess he has to fight Radiance for it eventually against MBR. And look at we go right in. It's gonna be
the kick,
and the kick! It just stopped Yahtzee! He just got bamboozled! How much more can he hold on though? He lands that kick onto the minute, but not only is the damage out there to take down Yahtzee, Pagor just secures his exit. Wow, that was flashy.
It was very flashy. Team Flash is not playing anymore, but it's still a very flashy game. Team Secret, they're individually, mechanically playing so very well this game, and I think that this is the expectation that we have. Here we go.
Here comes the quickness onto Drino, and the grand entrance to be able to ensure that all these members of SVP will get chunked down. Trapper will secure it as well, and he makes damn sure of it. And him now being crushed. And what more can SVP do to defend this?
Not really much at all, I would say, Contra. It's a pretty tough situation to be in, and you gotta consider when you're playing a team comp like SVP's, you like wave clear, you like scaling, you like the ability to do a lot of things to get to these late game team fights, and that's just what you're opting into when you're picking such an early game focused, execution reliant team composition. If you're not able to pull it off, this is exactly the kind of situation you find yourself in. You're stuck in your base, you can't leave the base, you hit the arrow, you can't find a kill, you walk into your jungle, Hermes charms you, the bomb lands on your head, you just die. There's not really much you can do.
Yeah, and currently 20-3. We're not even talking about all these gold grabs. That's probably gonna be off the charts. And here comes Yahtzee though. He tries to survive. How long more can he take? Another death mark secures this dominance of the Zed, just playing way out of his mind. Now he's just gonna be doing that soul split push and Challenge Crystal Arrow over commitment. Mega Infernal Bomb only will take it down SVP, and that's just one kill for SVP, and they still have problems over on the bottom portion of the map.
They have problems everywhere, Contra. I don't think there's a single place they don't have an issue right now. SVP have 99 problems, and all of them are Team Secret. That's the best I could do. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I was hoping for a good punchline.
I'm sorry to let you down.
And I guess Tatsuri is the bane of their existence right now.
Yeah.
I don't even know how would they even have any sort of answer. You can't rely on the polymorph. You can't rely on the enchanted crystal arrow, but there you go. Going in for a good shot onto the Lee Sin, and yet again, they give chase. But look at Tatsuri again. 1v1 over the bottom side, and it's going to be the Zed going godlike.
That's just the death mark to pick him off at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is just the execution right now, right? SVP, their death warrant has been signed for a while now. Team Secret, they're just waiting for the execution.
SVP needing to hold on to the very final turret. Here comes the Mega from the bomb. Team Secret just giving them a little bit of a splash of water. And now, with the Baron power play, which I feel may not be necessary, but you know what? Let's get the best stats out there for Team Secret, as they are the champions of the Philippines anyway, so it's all about the flair.
You can't blame them pumping up their stats a little bit this game. This game is pretty different from last game, right? Last game I felt like they had the ability to end, and they just were misidentifying it. This game, they're just, you know, having a bit of style points, having a bit of fun, letting Tatsuri get some solo kills in. He's looked really, really good this game, and in his Galio game as well, which I think is really important, because Tatsuri is a key member of this team, and he needs to step up big time, like he's doing right now.
That's right, and Tatsuri might just actually 1v5. He's going to be moving in with his shadow. He plays perfectly well. Yahtzee dives hit first, and that's the death bar on top of it. The damage is going to be good, and with the flash, he secures a legendary kill, while there's a dive over the top side as well. And here comes a charm on top of two members. And SVP having that Pagor there to take every single brunt of the damage. And it's Team Secret here that will reign supreme, taking the final game of the day, and will secure this victory 2-0.
Finally, we see some smiles start to crack on Team Secret's face. They seem a bit relieved. It's been a really long day for everyone, even though Team Secret started a bit late. I think they will be much happier with their performance in this game 2 than what we saw from them in game 1. And I think that this is a good sign as well, right? Like how we said that, I completely forgot which team it was. MBR, they warm up, they're playing better throughout the day. I think it's the same thing from Team Secret. You might argue that the caliber of opponent for them in SVP has kind of dropped a bit, but I still think they played really well here. Tatsuri was a key standout for me. If he keeps this form up, I'll definitely be looking out for Team Secret to stay, like I said in my predictions, top 2.
Yeah, and so far, I think they are definitely very well on track, and they still have to deal with all the other teams in some of the days here to come. So far, Group A has been nothing but exciting, and we have so many different playstyles coming from different teams of the region, and it's Buriram United. They only get like a few games out there to play those set of series, and they're still on top of the table, looking like the cleanest team
really
out
clean.
there.
Yeah.
And if they make it to playoffs, it's a good chance.
Yeah, honestly, I think right now it's a 3-horse race for first place, right? It's between Team Secret and BRU. I think that these 3 teams look like the clear front runners right now, and I'm quite hyped to see how this group will play out. But of course, that's not gonna happen for another day.
Not gonna happen just about yet, but I'm certain that there's still teams out there who want to amp up on their play style and need to still look back to the drawing board and see what didn't really went all too well for today. And once they do, they could possibly, of course, reflect and come back stronger for another day here in the group stages. And that's all from me, Contra. Omo, it's definitely a pleasure casting alongside with you. And since this is the final game, let's pass it back over to our dear analyst to wrap things up.
Well, if Omo has hopped on board the Tatsuri train, it's kind of like an exchange because I've hopped on board the Buriram United esports train. So good trade over there, Omo. Good trade. And yes, that is a 2-0 in favor of Team Secret for our last match of the day. And Skimmy, you mentioned this, Tatsuri. There's a reason why we call him the best mid laner in the Philippines, and you know, it just goes to show it carries on over here. Whether it's gonna be enough to stand up against, you know, the favorites like one team and everything, that will be saved for a later date. But of course, as it stands right now, this guy, he's pretty cracked. He's pretty insane indeed. Tatsuri, Skimmy, let me know your thoughts on him.
Yeah, I mean, just a monster, a mere madman. If you're getting all the kills in the game, like 3 kills in the first 3 minutes, you're thinking, okay, Zed just won the game, it's over. And it really felt like Team Secret were playing with their food by the end of that one, because I don't see a way for SVP to come back into this game. I mean, this is a really good observation by Jess. Pago and Allbud actually swapped around. I didn't even notice this, but, you know, Pago usually plays the top lane. So SVP are trying different things. They've drafted a composition that was looking to try and find some pick potential. Ultimately, yeah, it just it fell a little bit short here. You know, they had options to engage, but I mean, it's the worst case scenario, right? On an assassin, snowballs out of control at such an early point. He's already hitting those 2 to 3 Adam spikes. Once we saw that Sorola's grudge there, I mean, there's no running away from him. Like, he has 50 clones, 90 different dashes, and all you've got left to do is stare at that grey screen and contemplate the meaning of life.
Yeah, I think that's basically what SVP had to do, and you know, if I was on the other end of that, I would certainly do the same and just contemplate, what am I doing? What am I doing here?
Why am I here?
as Tatsuri is like dashing all over around you and, you know, causing chaos and all that. Jess, what about you? What are your thoughts on Tatsuri and the rest of Team Secret, of course?
Oh, just like the recent game is so painful to watch, to be honest. Like, I could feel it to the way they're playing SVP. Like, their mentality is like already exploded, and like the draft is a bit I don't know, weird. Like, yeah, when Zed get the solo kill at mid against Akali, I know the game is already over at that point.
Yeah, I think you could say that, like, SVP were playing how you feel right now, having been at the start of the broadcast, and of course needing to endure all of the games and everything. It's like, oh, okay, that's basically how Jess feels right now, and of course Tatsuri is all hyper and everything. That's pretty much how I think that's how we feel right now. Skimmy has also been there since the very beginning, so
yes.
That is definitely something. But yeah, on the side of SVP, of course, they will be having more matches to come. Team Secret, I would say, like, you know, they're a little bit of a wild card over here. You can't exactly predict how they're going to play. But what can SVP take from this match and, you know, bring into future matches, especially if they're going to go up against, again, you know, Buriram United Esports once again, and one team, of course.
I feel like I don't feel like I said before, I don't feel like SVP qualify through this group. I feel like they'll play the blue shell. I feel like they can get upsets. I feel like they can look to say, okay, we're drafting stuff here, but it's not really giving the value that we need to try and really bring the pressure against our opposition. They're trying to draft meta, but like it's like a puzzle with a few incomplete pieces. It's just missing that extra degree of like. Trying to find like the right way to describe it. I suppose oomph, like the ability to say this is what our comp excels at and this is what we're going to do really well this game. It's like this is meta, this is a denial because you're so good at it. Let's put it together and here we have a comp, right? And let's just see what happens. I'd love to see them just throw paint at the wall and see what sticks. Just draw something crazy, draw something outlandish, you know, proc something like a singed mid if they want to, and say, hey, you don't know what to do against this. And sort of like Omo mentioned, if it will be that 3-horse race to try and claim first, they could play a big part in disrupting that.
Yeah, and that totally makes sense that, you know, if the teams like SVP, they might have the final say in who gets to go and advance into the playoffs. But checking out our MVP of the series right now, let's pull up that MVP. I have a feeling I know who this is. I think it's who I voted for as well. Of course, it's gonna be Tatsuri, and you know, just looking at the damage per minute and everything, and you know, I have to say, with Tatsuri, everybody was, you know, so scared of him in the Icon Series Philippines. We called him Penta Tatsuri at some point because he just kept getting pentakill after pentakill after pentakill, especially on, you know, like a champion like Katarina and everything. But yeah, Jess, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on, you know, his performance so far, especially in Game 2, and, you know, what you think this could bring coming into, like, let's say if Team Secret makes it into the playoffs.
Oh, I know saying this is like, I don't know. Team Secret will definitely make it to the playoff. I'm so sure of it. And the way he play, his laning phase is just so great. Tatsuri, like, it's kind of hard to tell, like, because the action is always happening off screen when there's a bunch of assassins in the game, right? But like from the minimap, the way he trade out his HP is always higher than the opponent. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing against Buriram and one team.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, it's like, okay, Tatsuri's there, and you have a, you know, lone champion just roaming around. Maybe you don't need to see what goes on. You already know what happened. Tatsuri got to them indeed, especially as it was in Game 2. Let's check out the standings right now as they are at the end of Day 1. I am sure we had some interesting movements over here. And, you know, I have to ask, of course, what you guys think of Group A so far, especially, you know, the teams that were invited directly to the group stage. Skimmy, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, pleasantly surprised here from Buriram. As we sort of mentioned at the top of the show, the fact that, you know, they weren't necessarily meant to be here. I mean, they looked really, really strong in the play-ins, undefeated, they're getting themselves into that playoff and then just got swept. And you're starting to think, hang on a minute, what on earth's gone here? But they've come in with a lot of falls, 2 dubs, 2 wins, top of the table with a game in hand is certainly the best place to be right now. One team for me is... I wouldn't say being upset, but it has surprised me. I sort of imagined them to come in here and just sweep the floor with everyone and sort of show dominance that, hey, you know, we were the second runner-up at the Summer Super Cup, that we mean business, that, you know, Taiwan is the region to fear next to Vietnam. But yeah, I mean, it's really exciting at the moment, sort of seeing as much at the top of the table, and that race to first is obviously the hot talking point. I'm just looking at the teams like NBR, SVP, and Team Flash to see if we can get that fourth and final spot, because I feel like it's going to be that race between Flash and NBR, but I'm just really excited to see what SVP can do to try and upset the Apple Cup.
Yeah, same here. And, you know, one of the biggest surprises for me was definitely Buriram United Esports. Yes, I am a convert. I am hopping on the BRU train right now. Yeah, because, again, they came from the last chance qualifiers. You know, they quote-unquote, like, weren't even supposed to be here. And now, look at them. They're at the top of the standings of Group A right now. So, definitely a very pleasant surprise. What about you, Jess? Were there any pleasant or you know, maybe surprises that caught you off guard?
Aside from Buriram, I do really like the momentum that MBR is bringing right now. if they could maintain this energy and this mentality and play style, I do think that MBR will make it out of the group.
Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting to see how this team develops, especially since they had a lot of progress today. I mean,
Yeah.
looking at their how they played in their very first series, and then coming into their last series of the day, it was just miles apart. They managed to fix everything that they had to. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they take this kind of improvement and progress it as they head into future matches. Now, of course, we do have tomorrow's schedule, and we are going to be looking at our group of death over here. It is time for Group B. Now, just right off the bat, Skimmy, I want to know what exactly you feel like Group B, you know, the theme sort of like for Group A was like this matchup against Baron laners and everything. What about Group B? Are there any themes that you think that might come out?
I'm looking straight away at Divine Esports taking on Flash Wolves. It's going to be the battle in the mid lane between Coyote and Bruce. Those two are phenomenal.
Yeah.
Flash Wolves, I mean, Bruce in particular on the Flash Wolves has been really dragging them across the finishing line, putting in these phenomenal 1v9 performances. So I'm really keen to see now how they wrestle with the best. Divine Esports obviously got off to a shaky start, but then came back and said it's not all about the mid lane. We've got attack threats in pretty much every lane. They are phenomenal across the board, but that's that's Vietnam in a sentence. Then obviously after that you got SBTC saying, hey look, we're the first seed, we crushed Divine, so if they're good, imagine how good we are. So I'm stoked. It's gonna be such a good day.
Yeah, and you know, checking out page 2 over here for our schedule. Yes, there are even more matches, of course. Jess, what about you? What are your thoughts on Group B, and you know, any sort of like, you know, things that we need to expect from these teams in our group of death?
Oh my God! I'm really excited for Flash Wolf against Evo's matchup.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna be like so crazy, so wild. I can't wait. Like, cause the way that Evo's esports likes to play, like they got so many like trick up the sleeves, and so do the Flash Wolf. But Flash Wolf needs to play from the play-in, so they lay down a lot of cards for Evo's esports. So I'm curious to see like how will they be able to adapt the plan.
Yeah, that was definitely the match that caught my eye as well. And I'm really excited to see Eva's esports too. I'm excited to see how they are right now. Of course, they are the ones that everybody has their eyes on. They are the ones that everybody is side-eyeing over here and saying, you know, we're coming for the championship. We're coming for that crown because they currently, you know, they currently have it, and they are, of course, still at the top of the Thailand region, I believe, right, Jess? So it's going to be so exciting to see how they have evolved and, you know, what more can they bring, especially since, again, the game that we're dealing with right now is slightly different from their Summer Super Cup days. I cannot wait at all. And, of course, we've come to the end of day 1. Any final thoughts for the end of day 1, especially with, you know, the status quo being established with our teams from Group A? Skimmy, we'll start with you.
Long day, very long day. We're keen to sleep. We're keen for the players to sleep.
Yeah.
We're keen to you know, turn off the lights and you know, maybe just lean back and do it all again tomorrow. Make it all happen again because we love it.
Maybe not even. I mean, I just have to reply and then just stay here. And then by tomorrow, I just go live and then check in, and that's it.
We all just lean back.
Yeah.
If I lean back any further, my green screen may fall on down. So we don't want to break the studio. We don't want to break the illusion. I'll just...
No, don't, Timmy. Don't go all chaotic and wreck anything just yet. You know, let's save it for like a major upset that, you know, may happen. Jess, what about you? Any final thoughts on today?
Today was really fun. It was a long day indeed. Like, this is all new to me, so I'm both thank you and so sorry about the way that I talk, I guess.
What?
No, don't be sorry, mate. It's a pleasure to have you. You've been awesome.
Apology not accepted, because there's nothing to apologize for. Jess, you did amazing. Thank you so much for taking, you know, this day off and really just, you know, sitting with us and, you know, commenting with us, laughing with us behind the scenes and everything. We really love having you here as our panelist. We hope we get to do it again if you want to. I mean, you know, it's been a long day. That's what we said. If we want to, we are very much welcome. And yes, this has been a very interesting first day. We've seen some favorites, some surprises, But we've only just begun, guys. We're gonna see you tomorrow for day 2 as we turn it over to our group of death. Mika Fabs, What the Jess, and Skimmy. I raised my hands, you guys can't see it, yeah, but we are signing out right now. We're gonna finally have some dinner. We will see you guys in the Rift tomorrow, same time, same place. Stay safe out there.
Yes.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.